Part 2. I am Anthony. When I was studying hard at home, suddenly, the phone screen lit up and a message popped up. The little witch is back. The message consisted of only 3 short words, but it was like a blockbuster bomb that exploded in my mind. She? Oh my God, that devil girl is back. I frowned, subconsciously recalling the memory that had been sealed for many years. When I was young, my mother arranged a marriage for me. Then my future wife cheated me of my New Year's money by saying that she was my future wife. Then she emptied my small coffers every year. Fortunately, she went abroad when I was in elementary school, but the good times didn't last long. Now she's back. Chapter 108. Your deskmate teaches you how to do chemistry problems. Sunny heard their conversation. Her eyes moved slightly, and she really came over, lying on the table and looking at their mobile phone screens. Wang Suin introduced enthusiastically. Sunny, have you played Prison of the Gods 3? This is a foreign PC game, which was very popular before. Now there is a mobile version, which was just launched today. Sunny showed a rare, surprised expression. This subtle change caught Anthony's attention, and he couldn't help but look at her again. Wang Suin smiled and said, I can tell from Sunny's expression that he has played it. This game has really become a big deal without making any noise. Last year, there were just some rumors that a mobile version would be released, but I didn't expect that it would be directly launched in public beta this year. The screen showed a busy street. Wang Suin was controlling a gangster-like character to run around, and there were other players on the screen. Anthony watched for a while and suddenly pointed at a long-haired man in a white robe. Isn't this person the character you play on the computer? Sunny glanced at him calmly and didn't respond. Wang Suin looked up at Sunny in surprise. Sunny is playing a magician? This character is very powerful, but it is too difficult. I need to grow 2 more hands to play it. Anthony doesn't play games. He can tell that anyone who can play this game, well, must be very good. Wang Suin excitedly explained to Anthony. This is a flying broom. You can fly up to dodge attacks. Hey. Bang. Kill her. Suddenly, a red light flashed on the screen, and the character controlled by Wang Suin fell down. She was puzzled. Why did he die? There was no one around. Sunny watched quietly for a while and finally spoke. The opponent is a magician, wearing invisibility, teleporting over, and using the ultimate skill, falling leaves and flying flowers. The 3 seconds of preparation time is just enough to hit you. Wang Suin and Yuhi were both stunned. Yuhi asked, but isn't teleportation used for escaping? Sunny nodded. She predicted your location and used a telescope to determine the scene in advance. Wang Suin and Yuhi looked at each other, as if they understood something. Sunny, awesome. Several people continued to watch the game. Wang Suin failed to operate and failed to pass the dungeon. She saw that Anthony was a little interested in the game, so she asked her, do you want to try it? I don't know how to play. Anthony smiled and waved his hands. We will teach you. Yuhi excitedly quit the game and coached Anthony with Wang Suin. The 3 of them squeezed together, and Anthony's small figure was surrounded by them, staring at the phone screen seriously. Sunny knocked on the table lightly, and the 3 of them immediately looked up. Sunny said calmly, Anthony, Song Yingjing asked me to give you the book. Anthony nodded hastily. Oh, leave it there. She continued to watch the game intently. Sunny looked at her and suddenly sighed. There is still more than 10 minutes between classes. Are you going to spend the time on games? Have you memorized the words? Have you learned the chemical equations? The final exam is coming soon. Are you sure you shouldn't review? Anthony looked up and was stunned for a few seconds. Sunny thought she was convinced, so she waved her hand and said lightly, Come here, I will teach you how to do chemistry problems. Chapter 109. What is the relationship between you 2? Sunny. Anthony looked at him in surprise. This is the first time I've heard you speak so long in such a serious tone. Wang Suin took a glance and agreed. Yes, that's the first time I heard it too. Anthony and Wang Suin looked at each other and started discussing. Right. No matter what we asked before, she either ignored us or lazily threw out a few words, or even insulted us. Wang Suin nodded repeatedly. Yui silently complained. Her desk mate must have damaged his brain while playing a game. Sunny ignored them and said coldly, So you decided not to study anymore, huh? I only play it during recess. I won't get addicted. Anthony replied. She was just curious about the game Sunny played. Sunny held up a copy of Ziji Tongjian in front of her, her eyes sharp. Do you know how much Song Yingjing scored in the last exam? Do you know the gap between you 2? Don't you want to get a good grade in the final exam? Anthony's eyes suddenly became serious. She sat up straight, stared at the book for 3 seconds, and then suddenly recited a string of numbers. Him in confusion, and he said seriously, "This is Song Yingjing's last test score and ranking." "Yes." Anthony handed the phone back to Wang Suin, stood up and returned to his seat, picked up Ziji Tongjian, and read it carefully. Wang Suin was shocked. "You really don't want to play anymore?" As soon as the words came out, Yuhi immediately covered his mouth. Yui nodded and quickly agreed. Yes, he doesn't play anymore. Sunny nodded with satisfaction and turned back to her seat. But she felt even more upset, with one question lingering in her mind. Ever since she went to Song Yingjing's house with Anthony, she had been wondering what their relationship was. He called Song Yingjing Brother Yingjing, made her a little concerned. But Song Yingjing's family didn't look like relatives at all. Sunny tapped the table lightly and asked casually, "Did you give Song Yingjing a scarf?" "How do you know?" Anthony glanced at her, thinking that it was the news he heard in the student union office. "Isn't it beautiful?" "I picked it." She patted her chest proudly. Sunny snorted coldly and frowned. "Do you know what giving a scarf means? What is your relationship?" Anthony was slightly stunned and deliberately skipped the second question, retorting, "What's wrong with giving a scarf? Winter is coming, and I also gave one to my dad." "Oh, I understand. You treat Song Yingjing as your second father," Sunny said with a sarcastic tone. "You're talking nonsense." Anthony blushed with anger, then realized that he had said the wrong thing and wanted to take it back, but it was too late. Sunny raised his eyebrows and laughed unscrupulously. Anthony instantly got angry and turned away, ignoring him. After school in the afternoon, Anthony asked Sunny to wait for her for a while. She had to go to the toilet. The class cleaning duty student was almost cleaning the third row. Sunny picked up her school bag and prepared to wait for him at the stairs. As they were walking, Sunny suddenly heard a conversation between Anthony and another girl. "Anthony, have you asked? I want to go with you tonight." Anthony was a little embarrassed. "Ah, I forgot to ask. I'll ask him now. He will agree, right?" "I think so. He's a nice guy," Anthony answered confidently. Sunny sneered, walked over, leaned on the railing, and said nonchalantly, "Don't ask. I'm narrow-minded and have a bad temper. I only like to walk together." Anthony didn't expect him to appear suddenly. He stared at him with wide eyes, while the girl with the doll head hair stood there with an embarrassed look on her face. Anthony explained to the girl awkwardly, "Jiao Jiao, he has a sharp tongue, but he's actually very easy to get along with." Sunny said slowly, "We have a fight date after school, and it would be inconvenient if one more person saw us." Anthony was so angry that he wanted to strangle him to death. He glared at him and gritted his teeth. "Come in now." Sunny walked in unceremoniously, grabbed her neck, and pulled her out. Anthony struggled hard and shouted, "If you don't let go, I'll tell your mom that you bullied me." "Whatever." Sunny looked nonchalant, grabbed her clothes, and dragged her out. Anthony shouted resignedly, "Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry. This woman is so annoying. You won't be able to stand it if you go with us. I'll find you tomorrow." Chapter 1:10 Marriage. Anthony walked in front angrily, with a hurried pace, as if to throw off Sunny, who was following behind her. But no matter how fast she walked, Sunny always followed behind her at a leisurely pace, keeping a distance between them. Anthony got outside the school gate. He hailed a taxi, and just as he was about to tell the address, Sunny got in from the other side and said to the driver, "Master, go to 113 Shangda Street." Anthony was furious and pushed Sunny. "Get out of here. This is the car I ordered." Sunny smiled and let her push him, as if he was being gently scratched by a kitten. The force was so light that it was not worth mentioning. His eyes fell on Anthony's face, looking at her angry, puffy cheeks and pouty lips, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. Soft. Even his temper was as soft as cotton. The driver looked at the two in the rearview mirror and said cheerfully, "Young lovers are quarreling. Cherish your relationship while you are in love. Quarrels are common after marriage." Anthony was so anxious that his face turned red, and he quickly explained, "No, he is my classmate." Sunny calmly said to the driver again, "Master, go to number 113 Shonda Street." The driver smiled even more brightly. "Okay, young man, you didn't say where you're going, so let's listen to this beautiful girl." The car drove in the opposite direction of Anthony's home, and the two people in the back seat were speechless. Anthony glared at Sunny fiercely, his face full of dissatisfaction. But Sunny suddenly raised an eyebrow and teased, "You glare at me every day. Be careful that your eyeballs will fall out one day." Anthony was so angry that he slapped him and said, "If you don't make me angry, I won't glare at you. Since I became your desk mate, my temper has become so bad." Ask Joing, I never got angry before. The driver interrupted again, grinning. My wife also said that she had a good temper before she married me. But after we got married, she would scold me every day and became more and more like a shrew. Anthony was completely powerless, wondering why the driver was getting more and more outrageous. She was about to explain a few more words when she suddenly felt her neck tighten. Sonny actually pulled her into his arms and whispered in his ear, well, maybe she'll be my husband in the future. Anthony looked up at her in shock, his ears instantly red. But Sonny smiled at her as if nothing had happened. Her charming face made people's heart beat faster. Right. Future husband? Anthony was completely stunned. His heartbeat was out of rhythm, and his brain was completely frozen. The driver laughed all the way, and the atmosphere instantly changed from tense to ambiguous. The car stopped at the destination, and Anthony got out of the car with stiff steps, including her hands and feet. Watching the car go away, she secretly swore in her heart that if she saw this car again in the future, she would definitely take a detour. She turned around and looked at Sonny, who was still laughing beside her. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, have you laughed enough? Sonny narrowed her eyes and nodded. Anthony was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and he couldn't help but ask loudly, why did you say that? Sonny looked innocent and whispered, what? Anthony was so angry that he kicked him. What else could it be? Your joke is not funny at all? I'm sorry. Sonny realized that he had gone too far in his joke and apologized sincerely. I just wanted to shut the driver up. I promise I won't do it again. Anthony didn't expect him to apologize so quickly, and all her anger was stuck in her throat for a moment, not knowing how to vent. She turned away angrily and wanted to leave, but she found that the surroundings were unfamiliar, and then she realized that she didn't know this place at all. Sonny hooked her scarf and whispered, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Anthony snorted, obviously still angry. Seeing her like this, Sonny couldn't help but gently tug on her school bag again. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere to apologize. Anthony reluctantly followed, but reluctantly said, I can walk by myself. I don't need you to pull me. 5 minutes later, Anthony pushed open the shutter of a small shop and was about to complain, but the scene before her stunned her instantly. The store lit up with warm yellow lights, and a tall Christmas tree stood in the middle of the store. Colorful lights, bells, candies, Christmas stockings, and exquisite small gift boxes were piled up under the tree. A white blanket was spread on the ground, and star lights were twinkling. The air was filled with warmth and romance. Anthony stood there blankly, with only one thought in his mind. Is this a dream? Her eyes widened and her cheeks turned red from the cold wind outside. But at this moment, a warm current surged in her heart and slowly spread throughout her body. Sonny stood behind her and nudged her. Sorry, we don't have enough time. This Christmas tree can only be this big. Anthony looked at this warm and romantic scene and suddenly felt that everything didn't seem so bad. Chapter 1, 11. The number of fans has become 2. Sonny took off his shoes and stepped on the soft white blanket, feeling the warmth under his feet. He looked at the Christmas tree in front of him and said softly, my family doesn't celebrate Christmas. I don't know if your family celebrates Christmas, but I don't remember it. He turned around with a smile in his eyes. I wanted to bring you here yesterday, but you had a fever, so I had to wait until today. Although it's a day late dash, he curled his lips slightly and said softly, Merry Christmas, Anthony. Anthony stood there, stunned, not knowing what to say. Seeing that she didn't respond, Sonny held out her hand. Why are you still standing there? Come up, there are so many presents waiting for you to open. Otherwise, you really have to wait until midnight to go home? Anthony stared at the gift boxes scattered all over the floor and asked incredulously, are there gifts in these boxes? Sonny nodded and continued, not only the ones on the ground, but also the small boxes hanging on the Christmas tree. Anthony watched all this, as if in a dream, and slowly took off his shoes and stepped onto the blanket. She asked in surprise, where did you get this place from? Sonny walked to the Christmas tree and explained, this used to be a small watch repair shop. My dad met my mom when he was working here. Later they changed their careers, but they thought this place had commemorative significance, so they bought it. Anthony nodded slightly, finally coming back to his senses, with a hint of excitement on his face. He and Sonny sat next to the Christmas tree and couldn't help but sigh. You don't celebrate Christmas at home? Then why did you get such a big tree? Is it troublesome? Sonny was silent for a moment, then nodded. Well, I thought about it myself, and thought you would like it, so I moved here. Wow, thank you so much for sharing this place with me. Anthony's eyes sparkled as he looked at the gift boxes on the ground. So many gifts. Are they all given to you by others? No. Sunny paused, his eyes flickering slightly. These are all for you. What? Anthony's eyes widened. He looked down at the gift boxes scattered all over the floor, then at the small box hanging on the Christmas tree. He was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Are these all for me? Sunny nodded and slowly made up an excuse. When I was little, I was ignorant and always bullied you. Now I hate you every day, so giving you these gifts is an apology. Anthony smiled and said, Oh, it seems you have some self-awareness. Sunny's mouth twitched slightly, and he responded coldly. Oh. Anthony pouted with a bit of pride. But it's true. It's a blessing that I can still tolerate someone as bad, childish, and psychotic as you. Sunny held back her laughter, not wanting to argue with her, and casually pushed a gift box over. All right, open it quickly, and stop talking nonsense. Anthony looked at the gifts scattered all over the floor and felt a little helpless. How long will it take me to open so many gifts? Should I call home first? I don't think I can go back anytime soon. Sunny said calmly. No need, I've already told your parents. Anthony was stunned for a moment, thinking about how Sunny had asked for leave for him yesterday without his permission, and today she told her family that she would be home late without him knowing. But she didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but instead felt cared for. Thinking of what happened last night, Anthony's face couldn't help but get hot. Seeing her suddenly blush, Sunny asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? The room isn't heated, so it can't be that hot, right? Anthony stammered in response. No, it's okay. Maybe I'm too excited. Time flies. Anthony finally opened only part of the gifts, leaving the rest for next time. She took a few things she liked home, and after returning to her room, she opened the gift box, feeling warm inside. Sunny prepared all kinds of things for him, food and daily necessities, like a small supermarket. She put the food in the snack cabinet, put everything else in order, and then started to do her homework. However, she racked her brains to solve the last two math problems. In desperation, she sent a message to Sunny. Classmate, have you solved the math problem? Sunny quickly replied, Yes. Anthony continued to ask, How did you do it? A few minutes later, Sunny took a photo of his solution and sent it to her. Anthony took a long time to understand it. Although Sunny's thinking was fast, he still didn't understand it thoroughly. Thinking of this, she sighed silently in her heart. Sunny is really a pervert, and she shouldn't compare with him. Chapter 112, What are you thinking about? Anthony found that she had a new follower. She clicked on it and saw that it was a star-chasing girl who had posted tens of thousands of Weibo posts and followed more than 3,000 people. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the girl probably just followed her accidentally. She posted a Weibo post which read, I can prove that he really dropped from the sky, and the surprise he brought was also. The picture was a photo of the gift. She carefully set it to be visible only to fans. After all, if the words drop from the sky were found by people at school, it would be bad. After posting on Weibo, Anthony lay down and opened WeChat. There were already many likes and comments on his WeChat moments. The first comment from his father was, The gifts are all very nice, your classmates will definitely like them. Anthony couldn't help but smile and replied, Yes, the gifts are very nice. Then Zhou Ying teased, Who sent you all these gifts? Anthony replied, Guess. Then he glanced at Sunny's comment. 3 simple words, the photo is ugly. Anthony rolled his eyes and replied, The things you sent are ugly. She scrolled through her phone and suddenly saw a small window conversation between Zhou Ying and Sunny. Zhou Ying complained that she valued love over friendship, while Sunny sent a screenshot, teasing him for saying one thing and thinking another. Anthony's heart tightened, and he angrily sent 2 messages. When did you add Sunny? When did you add my dad? There was a moment of embarrassment. The message was sent to the wrong person. She quickly withdrew it, but Sunny had already replied. 2 timing, haha. The next morning, Sunny asked her with an unhappy face. Did you sleep well last night? Anthony nodded happily. Sunny looked aggrieved. There is a person who is 2 timing. After receiving the gift, he turned against her mercilessly. Anthony couldn't help but laugh. Some people spoke nonsense yesterday and are now thinking about how to apologize. Sunny stopped talking and just followed him silently. Chapter 113, So, who does you biao like? Wang Suan exclaimed, Not many boys can cook. I can only blow up the kitchen. Anthony recalled seeing Sunny's skateboard at his house before. Although it had been used for a long time, it was well maintained, which showed that he loved it. She continued, He can also play skateboarding. Skateboard? So cool. Sunny is really a nerd who knows everything. Wang Suan exclaimed. Yui silently listened to their various praises for Sunny, But when Sunny came, Anthony immediately stopped the topic, kicked his chair leg, and said disdainfully, "Hey, where's the Chinese homework? You are the only one missing." Sunny glanced at her lazily, took out the homework from his book bag, and handed it to her. Anthony's desk was already full of homework books, and she wanted to take them to the office during the break. Sunny picked up the heavier pile without saying a word and walked out, and Anthony followed closely behind with the rest. He and Wang Suin looked at each other. Wang Suin held his face and said jokingly, "Look at this tacit understanding. Perfect score. Do you think they are in love?" Yui asked in a low voice. "They probably talk." Wang Suin guessed. Sunny is such a cool person. He only talks to Anthony every day. Yui shook his head. "I don't think so yet. I feel like they're just a little bit away. How can a real couple resist holding hands?" Wang Suin thought for a moment and said, "That may be because Sunny has too much self-control and doesn't want to show it in class." The two discussed to no avail and had to give up. As the weather got colder, the class only opened windows for ventilation during the long breaks. With the final exams approaching, everyone was busy reviewing, and mobile games gradually took a back seat. When Anthony was drinking water during class, he felt the biting cold wind and his hands were shaking with cold. Although Sunny brought a thermos cup, he still didn't wear a scarf or gloves, and his ears and nose were often frozen red. After returning to his seat, Anthony suddenly reached out from behind and pinched Sunny's ear playfully. Feeling the cold touch, he immediately withdrew his hand and frowned. "It's so cold. Can your ears still feel it?" Sunny touched the ear she had pinched and felt that his senses were unusually sharp and even a little hot. He looked at Anthony, afraid that he would reach out again, and hurriedly stood up. "I'll go get some water." When Sunny came back, he saw a pair of furry ear warmers and gloves on the table. He asked warily, "What are you doing?" Anthony smiled and said, "I'll lend it to you to warm your ears, which are full of holes." Sunny refused quickly. "No, it's too ugly." Anthony took out a small mirror and showed it to him. "Your ears are so red now that they are almost glowing." Sunny glanced at himself in the mirror and said coldly, "No, it will affect our image as a school bully." Anthony had no choice but to put away his ear warmers. "You can wear them if you want. I won't be the one who gets cold anyway." The next day, when Sunny returned to his seat, he found another pair of black ear warmers, scarves, and gloves on the table. This time, the style was similar to Anthony's, but the color was changed to black. He looked at Anthony lying on the table to catch up on his sleep, and a smile spread across his lips. She bought all these for him and cared for him silently, and he said nothing, but just looked at her quietly, his heart filled with warmth. Chapter 114. First place. In the final exam, Anthony got the last seat in the first examination room because of his exceptional performance. The person sitting diagonally opposite him was Sunny, the top student in the school and the president of the student union. This was her first time to enter the first examination room, and she was a little excited. Although she knew that she might not do so well in the final exam and might be squeezed out of the first examination room next time, she didn't expect that Sunny seemed happier than her. Sunny didn't bring any books, just a few pens, and fell asleep as soon as she got to her seat. Anthony thought she stayed up late to review last night, so he didn't think much about it. The first period was a Chinese exam, and time was tight. Anthony had just finished writing his composition when he heard the announcement of handing in the papers. He didn't have time to check, so he glanced around and saw that other students seemed to be writing in a hurry. During the break, Anthony opened his notebook and planned to review math, but two questions stuck him again. He decided to ask Sunny. However, when he walked to the middle of the class, he found that Sunny was still sleeping on the table. He didn't have the heart to wake her up, so he wanted to find someone else. But at this moment, he saw Si Mingyu, the second in the grade, sitting behind Sunny and patted her back gently. Sunny woke up and looked at him expressionlessly. Si Mingyu was a little nervous and whispered, "Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Only you can help me. The others are not as good as us." Sunny glanced at him coldly and said in a hoarse voice, "You are quite confident, but I can't." Anthony watched this scene from the window and couldn't help laughing. Sunny looked up, and her eyes met his. She looked at the little notebook in his hand and hooked her finger. "Come here." Anthony was a little embarrassed, but he still walked over. Sunny took his notebook and said softly, "I've told you so many times. How could you forget?" She pointed to the empty seat next to her and said, "Sit down, I'll tell you." Anthony sat down under Seminjiu's surprised gaze, and Sunny patiently explained the problem to him. After finishing, he was about to slip away, but Sunny grabbed his braid. Anthony glared at her. "Let go." Sunny curled her lips and smiled and said softly, "Lend me some luck, and try to get first place in the next exam. Anthony was so angry that he suddenly pulled the braid away, took back the rubber band, and returned to his seat. His heart seemed to be even more confused than before. Chapter 115, You Have to Protect Me. In the final exam, Anthony was admitted to the first examination room because of his exceptional performance last time. He sat diagonally opposite Sunny, feeling both excited and nervous, thinking that he might be squeezed out of the next exam. Sunny seemed happier than him, but she fell asleep on the table as soon as she sat down. After the Chinese language test, Anthony was going to review math, but he encountered a question he didn't understand, so he wanted to ask Sunny for help. He saw Sunny still lying on the table, so he decided not to disturb her. Just as he was about to find someone else, he noticed that Si Mingyu, who was sitting behind Sunny, patted her back and asked softly, "Can you help me solve a problem? Others didn't do as well as us." Sunny slowly opened her eyes and said in a cold tone, "You are quite confident, but sorry, I can't do it." After that, she turned around and lay down again. Anthony was watching from the window and couldn't help laughing. Sunny keenly caught his smile, raised her head and looked at him, then hooked her finger at him. "Come here." Anthony walked up to Sunny. Sunny glanced at his notebook and said calmly, "I've told you several times, but you still can't remember it." She asked him to sit down and patiently explained it to him. After finishing, Anthony was about to leave, but Sunny grabbed his braid and teased him with a smile. "I'll lend you some good luck. I hope you can get first place next time." Anthony was furious and suddenly pulled back his braid, but an inexplicable warmth surged in his heart. Chapter 116, Brother Will Teach You. After the final exams, the winter vacation started. Father Sue drove to pick up Anthony and Sunny. Anthony had too much stuff, so he had to stuff some of his books in a Sunny-esque school bag. After returning home, he remembered that the books were still with her, so he ran to the next door and knocked on the door. Sunny's father smiled and asked Anthony to go upstairs to find Sunny. He thought Sunny was wearing headphones and playing games. Anthony walked into the room quietly and saw Sunny staring at the computer intently, his fingers tapping quickly on the keyboard, and the lights were colorful. He called out tentatively, "Sunny?" No response. He walked over to her and saw the popular game Gods of War 3 on the screen. Anthony curiously checked the game information on his phone and took a picture of Sunny while she was concentrating. However, the next second, a white light came on, and Sunny had taken his phone away, smiling wickedly. "Take a picture of me?" Anthony calmly took the phone and said confidently, "I'm taking pictures of your headphones." In order to save face, he searched for headphones on Taobao and saw that the price was 38,000 yuan. Anthony was shocked and widened his eyes. "Pirated, right?" Sunny calmly replied, "It's genuine. I won it in a competition." She casually explained that she won it by playing games. Anthony couldn't help but complain. "It wasn't a piano competition?" Sunny narrowed her eyes and smiled. "It seems that you still miss me playing the piano." After she finished speaking, she walked to the sofa, sat down lazily, and motioned him to come over. "Do you want to learn? Come here. I will teach you." Chapter 117, A Bit Like a Girl. The soft sofa must have looked so tempting that he sat on it for some unknown reason. Sunny took his phone, asked for Anthony's account and password, and then quickly logged in. This was also her first time playing the mobile version of Prison 3. She clicked on everything that could be clicked and found that there were almost no changes from the online version, so she quickly got the hang of it. The online version has more functions and can accommodate a variety of different game modes. Some people like to watch the scenery, some like to push the plot, and some like to compete. But the mobile version of Prison 3 is mainly played in the several-on-several arena and the group monster dungeon. That is to say, fighting. Sunny directly started a 1v game. Sunny was playing the competitive mode of Prison of the Gods 3. She heard the scolding of a primary school student in her headphones. She quickly found the mute button, and the world was finally quiet. In the first game, she actually lost to the primary school student. Anthony couldn't help but remind him, the opponent is a primary school student. Sunny calmly responded, "Let's practice first." In the second round, she was still chased and beaten. Anthony was speechless. "Do you know how to play?" Sunny said nothing and started the third round. 5 minutes later, she won. Seeing her smug expression, Anthony poked the opponent's avatar on the screen. "You beat a primary school student. What's there to be proud of? Your level 8 account can only match you with elementary school students." Sunny laughed. "If you don't want to be abused, you have to change your equipment." Anthony asked her, "Where is your account?" Sunny shrugged. "I don't have an account for the mobile game yet." Anthony became happy. "Then you have to start from the beginning too. I finally have someone to accompany me. Sunny nodded. Okay. That night, after she finished her meal and returned to her room, messages flashed in the game. Yuz was looking for her help in playing the game, and Sunny replied calmly. The mobile game has just been released in the novice village, and the equipment is not complete yet. Yuz was anxious. The club will recharge your equipment. The level is not important. Sunny smiled slightly and sent Anthony's account and password. Yuz was puzzled. This account name, Sweet and Sour Pork Tenderloin, is the most delicious. It sounds a bit like a girl. Sunny replied lazily. Because the sweet and sour pork tenderloin I make is indeed the most delicious. Chapter 118, if you want to see me, just say it. Anthony rushed to Sunny's house impulsively. Sunny's mother said that she might be playing games with headphones on again, so she asked him to go upstairs to find her. Anthony opened the door without hesitation, but he didn't expect to see Sunny's half-naked upper body, holding pajamas in her hands, just about to come out of the bathroom. The two were silent for a moment, then quickly closed the door. Anthony's mind was full of Sunny's plump figure. He tried to remain calm on the surface, but his heart was already in a mess. He was annoyed. Why didn't she lock the door when she took a shower? And how can her waist be so thin? Just as he was about to slip away, the door was suddenly opened, and Anthony was dragged a few steps into the house before he could react. He quickly lowered his head, fearing that he would see any embarrassing scene again. Sunny looked at his red ears and deliberately teased him. What? You don't dare to look at me? Anthony suddenly raised his head and questioned. Why didn't you close the door when you took a shower? Sunny calmly replied. Why didn't you knock on the door? Anthony retorted angrily. I thought you were playing games again, and you couldn't hear me even if I knocked on the door. Sunny lazily sat on the sofa, wiped her wet hair with a towel, and asked, Why did you ask me? Anthony was speechless for a moment, completely forgetting what he came for. He paused and made up a story. I came to ask you if you want to go to the dinner party this weekend. Sunny chuckled. Can I ask on the phone? Or do you want to see me too much? Anthony's face flushed immediately, and he quickly found an excuse to go home. As soon as he got home, Sunny's WeChat followed him. If you want to see me in the future, just tell me. She also attached a screenshot of the monitor asking her about the dinner party at 9 in the morning. Anthony looked at the conversation 4 hours ago, lying on the sofa, speechless with anger. He wanted to resonate with Zhou, but she just said, Sunny is so good. Anthony had no choice but to remain silent and face the selfish thought in his mind at that moment. If Sunny could be as good at liberal arts as science, does she not have to choose science? But soon he shook his head and rejected this idea. Sunny is destined to become a scientist, and her shining future should not be influenced by anyone. Chapter 119, Confrontation with Class 2. Anthony and Sunny went to a weekend dinner together. The dinner location was coincidentally right next to Sue's father's company. Sue's father arranged for them to wait for her at the company after dinner and pick them up on the way home. When the two arrived at the private room, it was already bustling with activity. The boys and girls were playing games nervously, and the noise was so loud that it almost blew off the roof. In the game, a battle of honor between Class 3 and Class 2 was taking place, and the people from Class 3 were fighting a dragon monster for victory. Anthony found an empty seat and sat down. He couldn't help but ask the English class representative Sue when next to him, Why are you scolding Class 2? Sue explained softly, Because during the Class 2 dinner, someone said something bad about our class, and there was an argument, but no fight broke out, so we decided to decide the winner through a game. Anthony nodded, understanding that this was a childish but friendly way to resolve the conflict. He was not interested in the game, so he started eating the fruit on the table. Just as he was about to pick a small tomato, Sunny hit his hand and said lazily, Don't eat anything too cold on an empty stomach. Anthony pouted and teased, You are quite healthy. Sunny leaned closer and whispered in his ear, I don't have to pay attention to my period. Anthony froze instantly. He never expected that she would mention this. His expression was so stiff that he couldn't speak for a moment. He glared at Sunny and cursed her in his heart as a dead pervert, but he could only endure it silently. Suddenly, a scream broke out in the box. We won. But a few seconds later, everyone learned that they were not first. What's worse is that Class 2 was not convinced and wanted another 5v5 showdown. At this time, Anthony's phone rang, and it was a reminder about the successful recharge of Prison of the Gods 3. He thought it was a scam message, but Sunny raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he noticed something. Chapter 1, 20 Wind, God Purple Staff. Anthony received a series of text messages about the recharge of the game Prison of the Gods 3, but he did not play the game. He thought it was a scam message until his classmates mentioned the game recharge reminder, and he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Sunny's phone. IU, the equipment has been charged. Are you ready to fight the opposing club? Anthony immediately realized that something was wrong, glanced at Sunny silently, and began to suspect that there was something else behind these fraudulent text messages. In the class dinner room, the others were preparing for the upcoming 5v5 game match with Class 2. Everyone was discussing account levels and equipment, and Anthony suddenly discovered that his game account was inexplicably equipped with top-level weapons. He looked down at the screen of his mobile phone, and countless recharge rewards in the game popped up, and his heartbeat accelerated instantly. Anthony stared at the screen with a serious expression. People around him noticed his abnormality. Zhouing asked, "What's wrong, Tion? You look like you were struck by lightning." Anthony suddenly reached out and grabbed Sunny's arm, so hard that her phone fell onto the sofa. He handed his phone to her and asked in a low but questioning voice, "Did you do this?" Sunny smiled faintly, picked up the phone nonchalantly, and explained, "I didn't charge it, but it was definitely because of me." This sentence made Anthony speechless. He didn't understand the value of the game, but when the classmates around him looked at his phone screen, Wang Suin exclaimed, "Wind God Purple Staff?" The Purple Staff of the Wind God is one of the most expensive and hard-to-obtain top-level equipment in the game. Anthony then realized that Sunny had upgraded his account to the top level for this duel, and the cost might have far exceeded the amount of the 3 text messages. Chapter 121 Sunny, don't be modest. Anthony looked at his small account in bewilderment, and suddenly became the focus of the whole audience. Sunny calmly operated his account and explained slowly, "Your account now has the Wind God Purple Staff, and the equipment is also top-notch. You can dominate the whole audience." Everyone in the room focused their attention on Anthony's phone, and the boy's eyes were shining. The Purple Staff of the Wind God. I thought this kind of equipment could only be seen in legends. Class 2 next door was also in an uproar. Zhao Jie frowned as he looked at Class 3's lineup. How could this Wind God Purple Staff appear on a level 19 character? Class 3 is deliberately messing with us, right? Sunny just smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just wait and see." She used Anthony's account to easily put on her equipment, her fingers moving quickly as if all this was already a common occurrence. The battle started soon. With Sunny's flexible operation, Anthony's magician quickly became the focus of the whole scene. Every attack was accurate and deadly. As his character kept shuttling around the battlefield, the opponent's players were caught off guard. Damn, what kind of monster is this in Class 3? The players from the next class couldn't help but shout. Finally, Sunny used Anthony's account to wipe out the other team in the last attack, and the word victory flashed on the screen. Cheers broke out in the third class's box, and everyone wanted to put Anthony and Sunny on the altar. Is my account really that powerful? Anthony still couldn't believe it. Sunny glanced at him and said with a smile, "Would you like to play a few more games next time?" Chapter 122, Long Time No See. At the dinner, the private room of Class 3 was bustling with activity. Sunny's gaming teammates, a group of international friends, came online one after another, especially Yo's, whose halting Chinese drew laughter from the audience. As Yo's revealed that Sunny was once the core of the club, the people of Class 3 began to speculate whether Sunny was once a professional player. Just as everyone was discussing heatedly, the voice of the other team, Class 2, appeared in the game public channel, demanding a fair game. Sunny lazily cut off all the microphones and typed in the public channel, "Be polite every day and be civilized." Everyone in Class 3 burst into laughter, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Just as they were preparing for the game, the other team suddenly lost the connection, and the box was filled with a tense atmosphere until the head teacher, Lao Gao, suddenly pushed the door open. The students suddenly realized that it was the arrival of the head teacher of Class 2 that caused the other team to disappear collectively. After Lao Gao sat down, he smiled and said to Class 3, "You guys play first. I'm going to go out and talk to teacher soon next door." Chapter 123, The Mature Man Solution. As soon as Lao Gao left, the squad leader couldn't help but ask, "Are they online?" Sunny glanced at his phone and saw that the 5 seats across from him were empty, so he shook his head. Wang Suin was a little anxious, scratching his head and said, "Old Su is looking for old Gao. Isn't it because of the matter between us and Class 2? The squad leader sneered, "Don't worry. Even if we are discovered, those idiots next door won't be able to escape. It's not our fault." But Sunny still reminded in a deep voice, "After all, we started it first." A boy stood up and said unconvincedly, She said such harsh words, you can't stand it either. The opponent on the other side of the game was not online for a long time, and Sonny was too lazy to wait any longer, so he directly posted a message on the public screen. The opponent is scared. This game can't be won. At this time, teammate UC immediately jumped out. You change opponents. We can play with the people from the club. Are you free now? Sonny replied slowly. I've only played the mobile game for a week, and my condition is not as good as before. Yu said anxiously. It's okay. You are still the opponent they are afraid of. Sonny was helpless. To be honest, I've only played 5 games since the public beta. There was silence for a moment. Jin said, if Sonny doesn't want to fight, forget it. Wait until she is familiar with it. Anthony was watching silently and suddenly realized that Jin was actually a girl. He sighed softly, but he didn't expect Sonny to notice it. Bored, she tilted her head to look at him. Anthony was stunned for a moment and shook his head. Sonny smiled and said, I'll quit the game and return your phone to you. You continue playing. I want to eat, Anthony said in a low voice, lowering his head to pick up a piece of fruit. Unexpectedly, just as he tied up the fruits, his wrist was gently grabbed by someone and the strawberries were snatched away by Sonny. Anthony was stunned. Don't you have hands? Sonny chewed a strawberry and said lazily, there really wasn't any just now. Anthony was so angry that he almost threw the toothpick in her face. Just as the two of them were having a little quarrel, the monitor came over and reminded them, Chiyu, we probably need to make another appointment for class 2. Sonny agreed. Okay. However, they never expected that the matter had been exposed. The teacher of the next class, Lao Su, directly pulled Lao Gao to call all the students who had fought to the corridor, and the two teachers scolded them in public for more than 10 minutes. The owner of the hot pot restaurant, their former grade director, watched the show with melon seeds in his hand and interjected from time to time. The final solution was simple and crude. Everyone had to apologize and hug each other to resolve the grudge. The boys from the two classes looked at each other, neither of them willing to hug the other, until the head teacher coldly threatened, Don't want to hug? Then wait until school starts, and the whole school will review and hug each other. In the end, everyone gave in, and the scene was as funny as a comedy. At this moment, Sonny and Anthony were already standing outside the hot pot restaurant, chatting with a man in a suit. The man looked at his watch and said goodbye politely. It's getting late, I won't bother you anymore. Sonny nodded. Take care, Uncle Zhao. Anthony was confused. After the people left, he couldn't help asking, who is this? How come he knows us? Chapter 124, the serious people are here. Anthony ate too much fruit and just wanted to go to the toilet. Sonny also said she wanted to go, so they went together. As soon as they arrived at the toilet door, they noticed that a man's eyes were always on them. Sonny was nonchalant at first, but as she got closer, her expression gradually became serious. She walked up to the man and politely said, Hello, uncle. The man smiled and said, It's really you too. You've grown so much. This is Anthony, right? I almost didn't recognize you. Although Anthony didn't know the man, he greeted him obediently when he saw Sonny calling him uncle. The following conversation gave him almost no chance to interrupt, so he could only listen to their greetings with a smile. He knew that this uncle seemed to be an old colleague of his father, and was also familiar with Sonny as family. After the man left, Sonny explained, This is a shareholder of your father's company. When you inherit the family business, you will have to deal with her. Anthony looked confused. Why does a small company need such grand speeches? Sonny chuckled. You'll know later. She motioned for him to go into the ladies' room quickly. After entering, Anthony met Su Jiao, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Since Sonny rejected Su Jiao's invitation, the two of them occasionally greeted each other, but they always felt much more distant. Anthony greeted her politely, exchanged a few simple pleasantries, and then hurriedly said goodbye. When he walked out of the bathroom, Sonny was already waiting at the door. The warm yellow light shone on her, and her cold features softened a lot under this light. Anthony couldn't help but sigh again. This person is so beautiful. The two walked back to the box side by side. On the way, Anthony couldn't help asking, Does our family really have a cooperative relationship with yours? Sonny said calmly, Your family is in the retail business, and my family repairs computers, so of course there is a connection. Anthony was even more confused. How can computer repair and decoration work together? Sonny said seriously. Decoration requires the use of computers to draw pictures. If the computer breaks down, you naturally need to find someone to repair it. These drawings are confidential, so of course you have to find someone you can trust. Anthony suddenly understood, nodded in agreement, and said with a smile, Then I will inherit the company, and you will learn how to repair computers. We can cooperate and keep the secrets in our own hands." Sunny suppressed her laughter and nodded in agreement. When they returned to the private room, the students had already started playing Truth or Dare, and the atmosphere was very lively. Anthony wanted to quit, but Joey held him back, and the monitor next to him said seriously, "There are serious people here, and we are playing a serious game." Anthony had no choice but to be forced to join this seemingly serious game. Chapter 125. The atmosphere is heating up. As Anthony and Sunny sat down, the crowd playing Truth or Dare suddenly became lively. Anthony was originally worried that the game would be too extreme, but with Lao Gao present, he relaxed a little. Zhou smiled and asked Sunny, "Do you want to play?" Sunny smiled faintly. "Let's play." Zhou explained the rules. Whoever the bottle mouth points to, the person on the right will ask a question. If they don't answer or don't dare to play, they have to drink this. He shook a bottle of green juice, which smelled strange. The game started, and the first bottle was pointed at Anthony. Sunny chuckled and poured him a full glass of green liquid and asked, "Truth or Dare?" Anthony stared at the cup of strange liquid and had no choice but to tell the truth. Sunny asked slowly, "Is there anyone you care about in particular?" Anthony nodded generously. "Yes." Everyone started to make a noise. Sunny raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who is it?" Anthony smiled slyly. "I can only ask one question." Anthony's turn to spin the bottle, and this time he aimed at Huang Xiaoming. The monitor asked in a mean tone, "Have you ever been in love?" Huang Xiaoming blushed and stammered, "I've talked to 3 people." Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the usually shy girl was so talented. The next round of the bottle mouth was aimed at her again. The monitor asked seriously, "Is the person you like now the one you really like?" Huang Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and replied, "No, because I'm not in a relationship now." Everyone burst into laughter, and then it was the monitor's turn. She chose the big adventure. People around her gave suggestions, and finally decided on a bold challenge, confessing to Lao Gao. The monitor raised his glass and walked towards Lao Gao, saying affectionately, "Teacher Gao, I like you." The whole audience was excited. Lao Gao was stunned at first, then his eyes became wet. The monitor continued, "You are our best teacher. If I can still be with you next semester, I am willing to continue to be the monitor." "Thank you." Lao Gao patted the monitor's shoulder excitedly and said, "You are all good kids. I am willing to continue to guide you." The atmosphere instantly became warm, and many students quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes. D-126 Dong, because you are guilty. Lao Gao smiled, patted his belly, and stood up. All right, classmates, stop forcing me to drink more. If I drink more, your mistress will chase me and beat me up. Come on, let's have a drink together." All the students stood up and drank the pineapple beer in one breath. Although it was like juice and had a low alcohol content, Lao Gao was drinking real beer. After finishing the beer, Lao Gao smiled and said, "I'm going to the toilet. You guys continue eating." The atmosphere of the dinner became lively again. The class monitor returned to the sofa and smiled as she gave a thumbs up to the girl who had just given her a difficult question. The class monitor is the class monitor. She is very good at sensationalism. Everyone sat down again, and the squad leader turned the beer bottle, and the bottle mouth slowly stopped in front of Sunny. Anthony couldn't help but gloat. Things change. Sitting on Sunny's right cleared his throat and asked nervously and excitedly, "Sunny, is the person you like in this box?" The whole audience fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Sunny. She didn't answer, but picked up the glass of green juice and drank it in one gulp. The whole audience was in an uproar, and the booing became louder. That evening, the forum of Yangming No. 1 Middle School exploded again. A post titled, "Is the person you like present?" Sunny drank juice was forwarded crazily, and everyone speculated about the emotional truth behind Sunny's behavior, especially when her deskmate Anthony was also present. Anthony knew nothing about this. He went home and curled up in bed reading a book, with his phone ringing constantly. He knew who was looking for him, but he was too lazy to respond until Sunny called. On the other end of the phone, Sunny's voice was low. "Zhou asked you to reply to the message." Anthony responded coldly, "I don't want to pay attention to him." Sunny smiled faintly. "Anthony, you can't escape like this." Anthony was speechless, hung up the phone, and opened Zhou Ying's chat history. There were 99+ bombarding messages, all of which were blank. He knew why Zhou Ying was so crazy. It was because of the Truth or Dare game in the daytime. Sunny's series of actions of drinking juice completely ignited everyone's gossip fire. and for some reason his heart was also slightly stirred. Chapter 127, Looking Out the Window. The bottle mouth pointed at Sunny again. A group of classmates surrounded her and kept throwing various emotional questions. She always chose truth but never answered. She would rather drink one cup of punishment juice after another. Anthony watched her drink the strange liquid without changing his expression, and his heart was full of doubts. Out of curiosity, he poured a little and tasted it, but he almost vomited it out. It felt like drinking a mouthful of peanut oil. He didn't understand how Sunny could bear it. After coming out of the hot pot restaurant, Zhou began to frantically bombard Anthony with messages. Tian, don't you have any ideas? Sunny is so obvious. Anthony replied with a question mark, and Zhou sent a voice message. Everyone in school is talking about your relationship. If Sunny is not hiding anything, why doesn't she dare to answer those questions? Anthony calmly responded. Because the question is too personal. Zhou persisted. But she doesn't mind at all. She is just trying to fool you. Anthony was very calm and concluded. Sunny likes me? Impossible. He sent the message. He threw his phone aside and continued reading. However, the indescribable emotion made him turn a page in half an hour. The next day, the final exam results came out. Father Su looked at the report card and said to Anthony with a smile, You got first in the whole school in liberal arts and second in the Chinese class. Not bad. However, Anthony felt heavy-hearted when he saw that he had dropped one place in the overall ranking. Sunny was still the first, with full marks in almost every subject, except for the liberal arts, which was slightly lower than his. This made him feel a little complicated. He knew that Sunny had always been a genius, but every time he saw her grades, he always felt an indescribable sense of oppression in his heart. After returning to the room, Anthony flipped through the report cards several times, but accidentally received a message from Sunny. Look out the window. He raised his head and tried to stand up, but found that his feet were already numb. Chapter 128. You seduced Minister Song's sister? Anthony waited for the numbness in his legs to subside, rubbed his calves, walked to the balcony, looked out, and was stunned. Snow fell silently, and a thin layer of white gauze covered the sky and the earth. The snowflakes spun and danced in the air, and finally turned into transparent water droplets that melted in his palms. It is the first snow this winter. His heart seemed to be covered by snow. The cold emotion gradually dissipated, replaced by a trace of warm joy. The phone vibrated again, and a message from Sunny popped up on the screen. Did you see it? It's snowing. Anthony replied, I saw it. Then, Sunny sent another message. Let's go down and play in the snow. Anthony looked downstairs but didn't see Sunny. He smiled helplessly and replied, The snow is too light, and there is no snow on the ground. He returned to his room and wanted to continue studying, but Sunny's teasing was still on his mind. A few days later, the class organized a cleanup, and all the students who lived in the city came. The girls cleaned the windows, and the boys were responsible for moving heavy objects. They worked very hard. Anthony watched outside the classroom for a while, and then thought about going to the student union to find Song Yingjing. I heard that the student union was having a meeting, but I wondered if the meeting was over. He lingered at the door of the office, not daring to go in rashly. Just as he was hesitating, the door opened, and senior sister and Ran came out holding a pile of documents and nodded coldly. Go in, the meeting is over. Anthony pushed the door open and saw Song Yingjing sitting at the table, chatting with others. He looked across the room and suddenly saw Sunny lazily emerging from behind the table, looking at him with a relaxed expression. Why do you like to hide behind the table every time? Anthony complained in his heart, but he still walked over. Sunny looked at him and asked casually, Have you finished sweeping the class? Almost done, Anthony replied casually. He wanted to find an excuse to leave, but she blocked his way with a smile. Wait a moment, I'll leave with you after I finish packing. He sighed helplessly, turned and walked towards Song Yingjing, and whispered, Senior, can I talk to you? Song Yingjing smiled and nodded, and led him out of the office. Inside, Haning chewed a lollipop with a curious look on her face, muttering, This Anthony, is she Minister Song's sister? Sunny heard this and looked up and responded calmly, He is not her sister. Chapter 129, I want to book the theater. The deputy minister nodded and confirmed Han Ying's doubts. Yeah, I think I heard that too. The boy next to him continued. But it seems that they are not relatives. Their two families have some relationship. Minister should know. You can ask him when he comes back. Just then, Ran pushed the door open and walked in. The boy suddenly became nervous and didn't dare to ask directly. He just said weakly, The chairman asked if Anthony and Minister Song were siblings. And Rand glanced at Sunny and replied calmly, "No." After she finished speaking, she sorted the documents in her hands without pausing or explaining anything. Sunny seemed uninterested in the answer and continued to sort the things on the table casually. Haning couldn't help herself and asked, chewing her new lollipop, "Sunny, is Anthony your boyfriend?" "No, he is my desk mate." Sunny raised her eyes and glanced at him. "Stop chatting and write your year-end summary." Haning curled her lips, and the deputy minister quietly reminded him, "The news is out of date. Sunny and Anthony are childhood sweethearts." Haning opened her mouth in shock. This world is really a circle. Anthony and Song Ingjing stood in the hallway of the teaching building. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes, and his lips were a little cracked due to dryness. Song Ingjing noticed and suggested in a gentle voice, "Apply lip balm, and remember to apply it before going to bed at night. It is very effective." Anthony nodded. "I have it, but I forgot to use it." He asked in a low voice, "Brother Ingjing, why did you choose liberal arts?" "Because I am better at liberal arts." Song Ingjing smiled gently. "What about you? Do you want to choose liberal arts or science?" Anthony pursed his lips and said, "Mom has already contacted the head teacher of the liberal arts department for me." He paused and asked, "What do you plan to do in the future?" Song Ingjing smiled and said, "I plan to study law and become a lawyer." Anthony's eyes widened in surprise. "You? A lawyer? I thought you were going to be an angel in white or something like that. It seems more suitable for you. Everyone has his own path." Song Ingjing stretched out her hand and caught a snowflake, which melted into water in her palm. She said calmly, "Anthony, just choose what you like and don't lose yourself because of other people's expectations." Anthony nodded as if he understood, and when he turned around, Song Ingjing reminded him softly, "Sunny is waiting for you." Anthony looked over and saw Sunny leaning against the pillar at the end of the corridor. He quietly walked over, wanting to scare her, but unexpectedly Sunny turned around and scared him instead. The two of them left laughing and joking. Song Ingjing watched them leave. Just as he was about to leave, and Rand came over and said indifferently, "Talk to me." 10 minutes later, and Rand sat at the bar counter of the coffee shop, and Song Ingjing reluctantly prepared a drink for him. The huge coffee shop was empty, and only he stared at the coffee in front of him indifferently and did not speak for a long time. "You're not going home?" Song Ingjing asked, and Rand sneered, "Why go back? To tutor my brother? Her mother is always on guard against me fighting with her for the family property. It's ridiculous." Song Ingjing sighed. "I can't win against you. It's yours in the first place." And Rand said calmly, "Yes, if it doesn't belong to you, you can't get it even if you fight for it." He finally led to the topic he really wanted to talk about. Chapter 130, the product of a momentary emotion. And Rand was very upset. He didn't have anything special to talk about, but he just had no place to vent his emotions. As a child of a wealthy family, he rarely had anything he liked, especially people. However, he fell in love with someone, but that person didn't return the same feelings. "Do you like Anthony?" he asked suddenly. Song Ingjing shook his head calmly. "I just treat him as a brother." Her coldly, "If you deny it because he is the son of a benefactor, I can let our family support you." Song Ingjing smiled, his tone still gentle. "And Rand, you're talking nonsense." And Rand snorted and continued to drink the coffee. The sun-shaped latte art had broken a corner. He asked irritably, "When did you guess it?" Song Ingjing glanced at him and said calmly, "You showed too much hostility towards her. People around you speculated how powerful Sunny was, but even you couldn't deal with her. This emotion was too obvious." And Rand was silent for a moment, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "Indeed, my emotions suppressed my reason." Song Ingjing nodded. "In fact, it is appropriate to choose her rationally." "Not anymore," and Rand said coldly, as if declaring it to herself. On the other side, Anthony and Sunny were walking on the path in the campus. The snow was swept to both sides, making the road slippery. Anthony walked carefully, fearing that he would slip, while Sunny always kept half a step away, silently protecting him. "We may have classes in that building with the seniors next semester," Anthony said as he walked, looking back at Sunny from time to time. She responded lazily. "If you're with the senior class, I'll wait for you on the first floor," Anthony said jokingly. Just as he finished speaking, he slipped and almost fell. Fortunately, Sunny was quick to catch him. After stabilizing himself, Anthony was still a little scared. He heard Sunny's deep laughter in his ear. "I think you have been getting enough nutrition. You have grown taller." Anthony glared at her, but Sunny reached out and gently hooked his chin, teasing, "You've grown a lot taller." Hypocrisy. Anthony was not convinced and waved his hand to hit her lightly. Sunny smiled and took his attack with a doting tone. Okay, okay, our Anthony has indeed grown a lot taller." The two walked away laughing, their footprints in the snow gradually disappearing from sight. In the distance, behind a window on a higher floor, a girl drew the curtains expressionlessly. Chapter 131: Possessiveness. Holidays always go by quickly. It is already the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, and there are only 3 days left until the Spring Festival. The WeChat group of Class 3 is boiling. In addition to the upcoming Spring Festival, everyone is also excited because the list of liberal arts and science classes has just been released. The class monitor got a copy of the list early and sent it to the group in advance. 2/3 of the class chose science, including Sunny and Zhou Ying, while Anthony firmly chose liberal arts. After thinking for a while, he decided to stick to his strengths and choose liberal arts. After all, before getting to know others, he must first know who he is. Zhou Ying lay on the bed, quickly browsing the list, and found Anthony's name at a glance and shouted excitedly, "I found you." Anthony was taking a shower in the bathroom. He had just come back from a morning run with Sunny when he happened to see Zhou Ying standing at the door with a suitcase. Seeing that they were wearing the same color sportswear, Zhou Ying's eyes instantly became extremely obscene, and her teasing smile was clearly visible. When Anthony came out of the shower, Zhou Ying had already checked the class list and handed Anthony a screenshot. "You are in Class 10, and Sunny is in Class 11. It's amazing. The last class of arts and the first class of science. You two are destined to be together." Anthony was stunned. What a coincidence. Zhou Ying then showed her class. "I'm in Class 19, which is very far away from you, and there are only 3 people in my class, none of whom I know well." Anthony comforted her. "Don't worry, I will cross 9 classes to see you." As the two were laughing and joking, Zhou Ying exclaimed again, "Tian, you are in the same class as Su Jiao." Anthony instantly recalled the embarrassing scene when Sunny refused to go with Su Jiao. He didn't say much, but sighed in his heart. Zhou Ying teased Sunny. "She's worse off than me. She doesn't have a single acquaintance in the whole class." Anthony looked around and found that Sunny didn't have many acquaintances in the class. He sighed. "When she first started in our class, people started talking to her, but now it's back to the old days." Zhou Ying smiled and pushed him. "You think too much. She is beautiful, has good grades, and is the president of the student union. There are many people who like her." Anthony rolled his eyes at him and silently sent the screenshot to Sunny. Unexpectedly, the next second, his hand slipped, and he actually sent another message. Zhou Ying said that the male protagonist character is very similar to you. Realizing that something was wrong, Anthony's pupils instantly trembled, and he frantically clicked to withdraw. Zhou Ying, who was standing next to him, gloated, "Haha, you deserve it for having to do 2 things at once." Chapter 132: I promise you will fall in love with her. Anthony kept praying silently that Sunny didn't see his embarrassment, but the other party's reaction was as fast as 5G network speed. Sunny slowly sent a message. "Wrong person?" Anthony responded stubbornly, "Yes." She only replied with one word. "Oh." Anthony changed the subject, trying to hide the embarrassment. "We are in the same class, so it is more convenient for us to walk together after school." Sunny responded calmly. "I know that." Anthony thought she had read the list, so he sighed. "What a coincidence. It seems that God doesn't want us to have trouble going home." As a result, she replied casually, "Unfortunately, I changed it." Anthony was stunned and then asked, "You changed it? How did you change it? Does the chairman have this power?" Sunny explained, "The chairman didn't, but I used some connections." Seeing this message, Anthony couldn't help but smile. Zhou Ying saw his expression and joked, "Look, I just stick to you." Anthony quickly denied. "It's just to make it easier to get out of school." But he couldn't help asking in his heart, "How did you do it? Who helped you?" Sunny calmly replied, "Head of grade." She went on to explain that she had written an application letter specifically just to continue taking classes with her original math teacher. Anthony was stunned for a moment. "Are you crazy?" Sunny replied softly, "Fool." She took a photo of the class list and sent it to Anthony, but it was full of mosaics, deliberately making him run. Anthony looked at the photo and was so angry that he hung his phone on the bed, sat up cross-legged, and muttered angrily, "What a guy." Seeing this, Zhou Ying couldn't help but laugh. "This is called interest, don't be angry." Anthony was helpless. That's how you love brains are. Although he said that he didn't care, He secretly felt that this might not be as simple as making it convenient to get home from school. Chapter 133. Is your brain useless? Until the evening, after Zhou Ying left, Anthony still did not go to find Sunny. She spoiled me, he muttered to himself. He was bored and started to check the class group, but there was no interesting news. In desperation, he picked up the book The Devil School Bully Flirted and reluctantly opened the first page. But the shocking opening made him close the book and put down his phone. After repeating it several times, Anthony finally decided to watch it seriously. The next morning, Sunny waited for Anthony at the door of Sue's house, as usual. However, 5 minutes passed, and he still didn't show up. She couldn't help but ring the doorbell and followed the servant into the living room. Sue's father was also surprised, thinking that he had already left. Finally, Sue's father went upstairs and knocked on the door. Anthony rubbed his eyes and opened the door, looking like he hadn't slept well. Sunny is waiting for you, Sue's father reminded. Anthony walked downstairs slowly, looking depressed. Sunny teased him. "Ah, Panda." He looked at her helplessly and followed her out lazily. When the two walked out of the community, the atmosphere was relaxed and they chatted as they walked forward. Suddenly, Anthony's eyes fell on a figure in the distance. The man was wearing a thin jacket, and his hat was pulled down so low that his face was almost invisible. Anthony's pupils suddenly dilated, and he chased after the man without warning. "Anthony!" Sunny's face changed, and he quickly followed. But the man seemed to be aware of the footsteps behind him, so he sped up and quickly disappeared around the corner. Anthony stopped panting, and there was no one in front of him. At this moment, Sunny suddenly grabbed his arm and said angrily, "Are you crazy? Do you know how dangerous it is to chase after him like this? Where's your brain?" Chapter 134. Sunny. Sunny was really mad at Anthony. Her tone was as cold as ice. Staring at him closely, her eyes were as dark as ink, and her fingers were tightly pinching his arm, not letting up at all. Anthony wanted to get angry, but seeing her angry face, he immediately backed off and muttered softly, "She is not a bad person. That's why I chased her." Sunny sneered. "How can she be a good person if she runs away when she sees you dressed like that? Even if you catch up with her? Can you catch her? Do you know if she's going to harm you? Can you run away?" Seeing how angry she was, Anthony tried to lighten the mood. "When you first transferred here, you also dressed like a weirdo and wore a mask. You bumped into me and didn't even apologize." Sunny still didn't let go. "I haven't even touched you yet, and you can't even pry my hand open." Anthony struggled hard and finally shouted, "It hurts." Sunny then let go, and Anthony took the opportunity to escape, saying triumphantly, "Look, I broke free." She held back her anger and gritted her teeth. "Anthony, you just take advantage of the fact that I don't hit men." He apologized guiltily. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have chased after her. It's just that person." Sunny looked at him, catching the worry and regret in his eyes. "Who is she?" Anthony lowered his head. "No one." "Oh, no one?" "Someone who can make you chase after him regardless of everything." Anthony was silent. Sunny smiled coldly and turned away. Anthony stood there, looking at her back, feeling complicated. When he got home, Sue's father told him that the man was Wan Yu, who had argued with his mother, causing her to get emotional. Anthony felt even more depressed and had a lot of thoughts. After returning to the room, Anthony took out his phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally sent Sunny a weather warning as a sign of his surrender. But after the message was sent, the other party remained silent. On New Year's Eve, Anthony dressed beautifully but felt depressed. He looked at Sunny's chat box, smiled bitterly, and changed her note to asshole. However, the other party's silence made him feel even colder. Chapter 135. Did you really love me? Mother Sue came downstairs elegantly, with several thick red envelopes in her hand. She glanced at Anthony's angry face and said nothing more. She went to the nanny's room and distributed big red envelopes to the nannies who were not going home for the new year. When Anthony heard his mother coming downstairs, he immediately suppressed his resentment and sat up straight. Father Sue, dressed in formal attire, also came down from the building, answering the phone as he walked. "Tell the employees who are not going home to come slowly. Safety is the most important thing. I have prepared New Year's goods for them. If they can't come, I will send them directly." The couple looked like they were going to a dinner party, and Anthony sat on the sofa watching them. "Anthony, stay home and be good. We'll go to the company and be back before dinner." Father Sue said gently, and Mother Sue added, "I've ordered a New Year's Eve dinner tonight. Remember to open the door and sign for it." Anthony nodded obediently and watched them get in the car and leave. He did not rush back to the house, but sat in the pavilion in the courtyard in a daze. His eyes fell on the delicate flowers and plants that his mother carefully cared for, beautiful but fragile, and he dared not touch them. He accidentally saw a piece of porcelain on the ground. It was broken by his mother when she hit Ruanyu a few days ago. Anthony carefully picked up the porcelain, taped the sharp edge, and threw it into the trash can. Ruanyu, he sighed slightly in his heart. He had only seen her 3 times in the past 6 months. Every time she saw him, she turned and ran away, as if she didn't want to have any intersection with him. In the evening, the doorbell suddenly rang. Anthony thought it was the New Year's Eve dinner, so he ran to open the door. Unexpectedly, it was Sunny standing outside the door. The two looked at each other through the door, and she said unhappily, "Come out." Anthony walked out reluctantly. She glanced at him and frowned. "Go back and put on your clothes." He retorted, "I will come out if you let me out, and you want me to go back." The cold wind instantly weakened his momentum. Sunny sighed and said in a softer tone, "Go in and put on a coat." Anthony protested angrily. "We've been in a cold war for 2 days." Sunny lazily took out his phone from his pocket and sent a WeChat message. Anthony took out his phone and saw that it was a message with only... He asked angrily, "What does this mean?" She replied calmly, "The Cold War is over." Anthony was so angry that he jumped up and down. "I don't want to make peace." Sunny glanced at him and said, "Who said we should reconcile? The Cold War is over. It's too early to reconcile." Anthony was so angry that he almost exploded. Just as he was about to refute, she calmly urged him, "Go back and put on your clothes first, then come out and continue talking." Anthony had no choice but to go back to the house angrily, took his coat, and went downstairs, but saw Sunny standing in the living room, signing for the New Year's Eve dinner for him. Anthony was furious and glared at her. "Who let you into my house? The Cold War is not over yet." Sunny calmly reminded, "The Cold War is over. Now is the negotiation stage." The two looked at each other. The atmosphere was tense. The hero and heroine on TV were having an emotional entanglement. Anthony couldn't help but turn off the TV. Sunny couldn't help laughing and whispered, "What do you think?" Chapter 136. Cherish the people in front of you. Anthony was watching TV. The movie was recommended by Zhou Ying because the heroine was one of his idols. Anthony had watched it once before, but this time he was bored and watched it again. The hero actually doesn't love the heroine. She approached him just to get something from his father. After the heroine found out, they broke up. Later, the hero came to his senses and wanted to win the heroine back, but they were not able to be together in the end. Anthony explained calmly. Sunny chuckled. "You must be kidding, right?" The ending clearly shows that the male lead chased her to the airport and proposed successfully. Anthony glared at her. "You've seen it, and you're asking." "I've only seen the ending." Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. "But you're right, it's not that easy to get back what you've lost." Anthony looked at her and felt that this seemed to be a hint of something. Sunny continued softly, "So, cherish the person in front of you. Otherwise, you will lose me." This sentence completely ignited Anthony's anger. He grabbed the pillow and threw it at Sunny, but she easily blocked it and asked provocatively, "Nothing left?" Anthony was so angry that he saw several pillows piled on Sunny's sofa. He was about to attack again when the door suddenly opened. Father Sue and Mother Sue were standing at the door, witnessing the entire fight scene. Mother Sue's face darkened. "Anthony." Anthony was startled, turned around quickly, and stammered, "Dad, Mom." Father Sue watched the scene with amusement, while Mother Sue questioned, "Where are the manners we taught you? Are you bullying others?" Anthony defended himself aggrievedly. "She provoked me first." Sunny stood up at the right time and said with a smile, "Annie, don't blame him. It was me who made him angry." When Father Sue heard this, he asked with a smile, "What happened?" Sunny answered honestly, "Because I haven't replied to his messages for 2 days." Mother Sue sighed helplessly. "Why is it so urgent that you didn't reply to the message? Is there something urgent?" Anthony blushed and whispered, "No." This scene finally made Sue's mother realize that this was just a minor quarrel between the two children. Sue's father patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, let the children solve their own problems. Let's go change clothes and prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner." Seeing that Anthony was still sulking, Sunny gently hooked the hem of his cotton coat and asked, "Let's go out and talk." Finally, the two came to the gazebo in the yard. Sunny spoke first. "I'm sorry, I was wrong these days." Anthony didn't expect her to be so direct. He was about to forgive her, but she changed the subject. But you also have a problem. Don't you know how powerful a man is? If that man really wants to do something to you, can you escape? Anthony lowered his head and softened his voice. She is not yet an adult. Sunny frowned and thought to herself. It seems that things are much more complicated than she thought. Chapter 137, Little Anthony. Sunny sighed. When I asked you what your relationship was with Song Ing-jing, you didn't tell me. When I asked that black hat, you didn't tell me either. Anthony, are you hiding your identity as an agent? She asked, just wearing a black hat. There's no black person at all. Anthony could sense her depressed mood. He opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Sunny looked at him with a complicated expression. Anthony whispered, she won't hurt me. Sunny's eyes darkened slightly. Okay. Anthony's heart tightened when he heard her familiar, okay. She said the same thing last time, and then left angrily. But this time, Sunny didn't seem to intend to argue again. It's good that you know it in your heart. I won't ask any more questions. Sunny said lightly, standing up and about to leave. But Anthony, I'm waiting for the day when you tell me on your own initiative. She put her hands in her pockets and turned to leave, but when she reached the gate of the courtyard, she suddenly stopped, turned back, and smiled brightly. Oh, by the way, little Anthony, Happy New Year. Anthony looked at her brightly smiling face. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. It was midnight, and Anthony was sitting at his desk, replying to New Year's greetings one by one. Fireworks were banned in the city, and the room was well soundproofed, with only the beeping of the phone breaking the silence. Just as he was thinking about sending a message to Sunny, the screen lit up. It was a message from Zhou. Have you finished watching Nangong Huangyi? Anthony then remembered the book. He replied awkwardly. I read half of it and then forgot about it. Look, it's even more exciting later on. Zhou replied, full of excitement. Anthony agreed to it, but he was thinking about other things. He was not waiting for the book, but for news from someone. Finally, the cell phone rang. Are you asleep yet? Sunny's message popped up. Anthony replied unyieldingly. I was asleep, but you woke me up. Sunny smiled and sent a photo of several boxes of fireworks. Come down, Dot. Anthony saw the photo and complained. Isn't it forbidden to set off fireworks in the city? Sunny sent another photo, this time with a flash, showing a few small sparklers. Don't worry, it's okay. Anthony looked at the cow pattern on his pajamas, gritted his teeth, and decided to change into the new clothes he had prepared long ago. He sent a message to Sunny. Okay, I'll come down and play with you for a while. We adults don't want to watch fireworks. After getting dressed, Anthony walked downstairs carefully, and after making sure his parents were asleep, he gently opened the door. Chapter 138, Children. Sunny stood on the path between the two houses, wearing a black cotton coat, black hair, black clothes, black pants, black shoes, and a black scarf given by Anthony. She almost blended into the night. In sharp contrast to her, Anthony was wearing red clothes, which seemed to fit in with the atmosphere of the new year. She looked at him with shining eyes and a faint smile on her lips, and seemed to be in a good mood. Anthony walked over and glanced at the boxes of sparklers on the ground, but said, Sunny, how old are you? You still like to play with this. Isn't that childish? Sunny ignored his ridicule, instead glanced at him and smiled even brighter. You are dressed like a candied hawse. Anthony fired back. You dress like a coal boss. She snorted, not wanting to say more, and squatted down to start unpacking the fairy wand. Anthony also squatted down, holding his chin, and asked curiously, Isn't it forbidden to sell these things in the city? Where did you get them? My dad bought them to appease my mom, and I brought the rest out. Sunny answered casually. Anthony was speechless. Won't you be beaten when you go home like this? She replied nonchalantly. I have a thick skin and can handle it. Sunny tried several fairy wands, but none of them would light up. Anthony also wanted to try and reach for a lighter, but she slapped him on the back of his hand. Children don't play with fire. Anthony rubbed the back of his hand angrily and muttered to himself. You are only a few months older than me. As a result, Sunny couldn't light the fairy sticks no matter how hard she tried. Finally, she took a closer look at the packaging box, and her face darkened instantly. It's expired. Anthony couldn't help laughing. You seem quite happy. You have no conscience. Sunny picked up the garbage helplessly. Come out and breathe some fresh air. After the two of them finished throwing away the garbage, Anthony looked at Sunny's unhappy expression and said with a smile, Let's go buy it tomorrow. Sunny sighed and teased casually. Why? You can't bear to part with my face. Anthony looked at her calmly and nodded seriously. Yeah, it looks good. Sunny was stunned for a moment. Usually, they were used to bickering with each other, so this sudden praise made her feel a little overwhelmed. Anthony smiled and said, "In order to prevent your beautiful face from looking so ugly, I will give you a gift." Not long after, he took out a wine-red box from home and stuffed it into Sunny's hand. "Happy New Year!" Sunny held the box, his eyes softened, and he asked softly, "What's inside?" Anthony smiled and pushed her. "Let's go home and watch it. I have to go back to bed." Watching him leave briskly, Sunny couldn't help but smile and wave gently. "Happy New Year, Anthony." Chapter 139 by Chien. Sunny went home with the gift box. The two people in her family were still awake, sitting on the sofa in the living room to celebrate the new year. Actually, it means staying up late to watch movies, paired with a candlelight dinner and surprise gifts. When Zhang's mother heard the door open, she turned around to glance at Sunny and stuffed a potato chip in her mouth. "You're back so early." Sunny changed her shoes at the entrance and pointed to the clock in the room. "It's 1 in the morning now." Mother Jiang didn't take it seriously. She looked from her to her hands, then she pushed Father Jiang next to her in shock and said, "Look at our son. He's back with something." Father Jiang also looked over. "Who gave it to you?" Mother Jiang looked gossipy. Father Jiang said, "It was not thrown into the trash can, but brought home. It seems that this gift is not ordinary." Mother Jiang, "Sunny, Mom and Dad know that you have your own ideas. We don't care if you fall in love too early, but you must tell Mom if you fall in love too early. Mom will pick out some gifts that girls like for you. After all, you have such a bad temper. Even if you inherited all my good qualities, it's not easy for someone to tolerate you." Father Jiang was laughing beside him. Sunny closed her eyes and held back. She was in a good mood and didn't bother to explain so much. She took the gift upstairs and said as she walked, "You guys should go to bed early, or I'll have to cook again tomorrow." After the people left, Zhang's mother changed her disgusted expression, turned around, and patted Zhang's father's thigh, saying meaningfully, "Very good." Father Jiang nodded, and she also thought it was good. Sunny returned to the room and put the gift box on the table. She had touched a lighter and a firework stick in her hands, and there was a slight smell of gunpowder. So she went to the bathroom and washed her hands with hand sanitizer. Then she came out, sat at the desk again, and gently untied the bow on the gift box Anthony gave her. The ribbon slid onto the table. The square lid was opened by her. The things on the facade are wrapped with a piece of lining cloth. Sunny pinched a corner and lifted it up, revealing the pink thing inside. It's a pink fairy wand that little girls play with. It's the fairy wand from the cartoon that their generation watched when they were young. Made of plastic, with a pink flower bud appearance, there are 2 buttons on it. Sunny pressed the first one, and the fairy wand in her hand suddenly vibrated. Along with the recording of Balala Energy, Sarah Sarah, the little fairy's whole body changes. The head of the flower bud instantly lit up with colorful lights, illuminating her entire room. This thing is more powerful than her mechanical keyboard. Sunny was almost blinded by the light. She didn't move, the recording continued to play, and it had evolved to the transformation into the black magic fairy. Sunny was really overwhelmed and pressed it again, and the world became completely quiet. She was a little bit, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Since the sparkler fireworks failed to be set off, Anthony gave her a real sparkler. Judging from the degree of wear and tear, this toy must be quite old and must have been something he played with when he was a child. Fortunately, he found it in such a short time. Sunny curled the corners of her lips, prepared herself mentally, and pressed the second button. This time the effect was not so earth-shattering. Anthony's slightly distorted voice came from inside. "Hey, Sunny, don't be sad. Happy New Year." He spoke each word slowly, softly, tenderly, and sweetly. Sunny smiled unconsciously. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. Her usually stern face seemed to have melted away like ice and snow, becoming gentle and elegant. She pressed it again and heard Anthony's voice again. "Hey, Sunny, don't be unhappy. Happy New Year." "Who is unhappy?" Sunny whispered. She didn't expect that the thing she had searched for a long time would fail at the critical moment. A bit speechless, Sunny pressed it several more times, listening to Anthony's voice ringing in her ears again and again. No matter what the process is. Fortunately, the ending is good. The first day of the new year passed just like that. Mr. Su doesn't have many relatives here, so he took some time on the second day of the Chinese New Year to visit his hometown and pay homage to the ancestral temple. And that was all he had to do. The relatives are mainly concentrated on Su's mother's side. On the third day of the new year, Su's father drove them to the neighboring city of Yuten. "My grandpa's house is here." My grandfather used to be a member of the municipal party committee. He was passionate and upright, but unfortunately he was too stubborn and was suppressed until middle age. Finally, a new leader came and wanted to promote her, but my grandfather took it easy. He worked patiently until retirement age and went home to enjoy his retirement. But after all, she was an official who had retired and everyone called her Old Masterby. When Anthony was a child, he was a little afraid of her every time he went to his grandmother's house. She looks fierce and speaks coldly to her mother, which always makes people think she is a bad person. Later, when I grew up a little, I was no longer afraid, but I still felt a little unfamiliar. My grandpa and uncle lived together in a family compound. Anthony followed his father in and obediently called out to everyone one by one, wishing them a happy new year. Him warmly and asked him what he wanted to eat and drink. Anthony shook his head and saw his uncle pointed to a room and said, "Your sister Qian is in the room. If you are bored, go and play with her." Bai Qian is his cousin, 1 year younger than him. Anthony agreed, but did not go. He and Bai Qian are actually not very familiar with each other. He sat obediently on the sofa, watching his uncle eagerly reminiscing about the past with his father. As soon as my mother came into the room, she looked cold. She greeted me and then sat down without moving. "Hey, second sister, so you won't come this year?" asked my uncle. The temperature in the living room dropped to 0 degrees in an instant. Mother Sue raised her eyes suddenly. Her eyes were as cold as ice, staring at her fiercely. My uncle looked a little embarrassed and slapped his own mouth. "Look at me, I'm talking about something that's not relevant." Mr. Sue said a few polite words, and the atmosphere warmed up again. Old Master Bai sat in the main seat, only occasionally interjecting when Father Sue was talking about something. She paid little attention to her daughter and son, and seemed to like her son-in-law more. Her uncle's name is Bai Run, but his appearance and temperament do not match the name at all. Whenever Mr. Bai asked Sue's father about his work and life, she would stand by and laugh and flatter him from time to time. Anthony listened quietly beside him. It was almost time for dinner, and my aunt came back from buying groceries. She was also very attentive, doing this and that. Dad Sue wanted to go into the kitchen to help, but he wouldn't let her. He only went into the kitchen with my uncle. So the three of them and Old Man Bai sat together to watch TV. What was broadcast on TV was the Spring Festival Gala from a few days ago. A very funny skit was playing. When the performance reached the crucial part, all the audience in the TV studio burst into laughter, while those outside the TV were all silent. After the skit ended, Mr. Bai turned his attention to Father Sue and asked, "Tian Hong, how is your company doing?" Father Sue nodded. "Very good. It has been profitable." Mr. Bai nodded and said nothing more. Chapter 140, asking for 500,000. The meal is ready, with 6 dishes and 1 soup, 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and the soup is seaweed egg drop soup. They are all home-cooked dishes for entertaining guests, but they look very warm when served on the table. Byron carried the food to the table outside and said as he set the tableware, "Mother called Qian out to eat." My aunt responded from the kitchen, "Go ahead, I'll wash the chopsticks." Neither of them had time to spare, so Anthony looked at the room to his right and said, "I'll go call Qian." He walked to the door of Bai Qian's room and knocked. I didn't hear any sound from inside. This kid is still sleeping after lunch. Byron put down the tableware, wiped his hands with a towel, walked to Anthony's side, and knocked on the door very hard, his voice like a bell. "Bai Qian, get up. Your second aunt and your cousin Anthony are here." There was a noise in the room, as if something was thrown on the ground. Mr. Bai frowned. "What did he do last night?" Mr. Bai went to bed early and had no idea what had happened. "Dad." Byron looked a little embarrassed. He glanced at the guest at home and said vaguely, he went to visit his classmates last night and came back a little late. As soon as Mr. Bai saw her expression, he knew something was wrong and tapped her cane hard. "What time did you come back?" 10 o'clock. Byron said. "Bullshit." Mr. Bai was furious. "How can you sleep until now if you come back at 10 o'clock? Dad, you should give Qian some face. We are entertaining guests." Byron looked a little embarrassed. Mr. Bai said, "You guys spoiled him. You knew someone was coming to the house, but you still let him sleep until now." Mother Sue glanced at Mr. Bai and said nothing. Father Sue calmly poured a glass of Maojian tea and placed it in front of Mr. Bai, consoling him. "They are still children. We are all family. It's not embarrassing. It's okay." Mr. Bai snorted. Not long after, the door that had been tightly closed finally opened, and Bai Qian came out with messy hair and some sleep makeup on her face. There was no bathroom in his room, so he had to walk through the living room to wash up. When Mr. Bai saw him, He was not in a good mood and asked sternly, "What time did you come back last night?" Bai Qian was still half asleep, but his grandfather's might had already formed a conditioned reflex in him. He shuddered, looked at his father's mouth shape, and stammered, 7 o'clock. Mr. Bai slammed the table. Mother Sue was eating in an elegant posture. When she clapped her chopsticks, the rice in her chopsticks fell onto the table. He closed his eyes, put down his chopsticks, and said calmly, "Educating children also takes time." It sounded like he was pleading for Bai Qian. Anthony stopped eating silently, knowing that his mother simply didn't like people talking while they were eating. It even knocked the food out of his bowl. My aunt also said, "Dad, isn't it Chinese New Year?" Qian went out to play and accidentally forgot the time. Mr. Bai didn't say anything else and just lowered his head to eat. Bai Qian glanced at the faces of everyone sitting at the table, said nothing, and quickly ran to the bathroom to wash up. When she came back, there was only an empty seat next to Anthony, so Bai Qian sat over there and picked up the bowl to eat the chicken leg. He removed his makeup and combed his hair, finally revealing his original appearance. Single eyelids, an oval face, and lips as thin as two razor blades. Mr. Bai also believed in not talking while eating or sleeping, so no one spoke until the meal was over. My aunt cleaned up the leftover books on the table, and my uncle took the dishes to the kitchen. Father Sue took the initiative to go to the kitchen to help. Mother Sue wiped her mouth with a tissue, too lazy to pretend. She had never washed dishes at home, so naturally she wouldn't wash other people's dishes here. Bai Qian arrived late and ate a little slowly. She put down her bowl and chopsticks after they were busy for a while, then grabbed her hair with one hand and went to the bathroom again. Only Mr. Bai, Mother Sue, and Anthony were left at the dining table. Anthony looked at the dishes and chopsticks left by Bai Qian, hesitated for a moment, picked them up, and wanted to take them to the kitchen. To get to the kitchen, you have to cross the yard. My grandfather's house is a bungalow, and it has been newly renovated. Anthony didn't quite understand the layout, so when he got to the yard, he didn't know how to get around. There was a room on each side, and voices were coming from both sides. He looked around and heard conversations coming from the room on his left, so he walked over. As soon as I got to the door, I heard my uncle's voice. "Tianhong, your company is so big and profitable. Can you lend me some money?" Qian goes to a private college, and the tuition alone is more than 10,000 yuan a year. The school uniforms, books, and miscellaneous fees also cost several thousand yuan a year. I work as a security guard to make a living, and my childless mother worked as an accountant and was caught falsifying accounts for someone. Now she has been laid off. Life is really hard. Anthony paused. Then came his father's voice. "Brother, I told you last year not to be superstitious about private schools. The tuition is expensive and the atmosphere is not good. Look, Anthony has been studying in public schools all his life. Isn't that good? How much money do you need? I will definitely help you if I can." Qian is about to enter high school. I still recommend that she go to a public high school instead of a private one. "Oh, I can't do anything about it." Qian insisted on going to a private college, saying that several of his good friends are in private colleges. The uncle's voice was intermittent. "I just wanted to get in touch with the upper class and develop some connections in advance." Father Sue paused for a moment before he said, "Well, brother, how much money do you need?" Anthony felt that it was not a good idea to eavesdrop outside, so he took the bowl and planned to go back to the house. As soon as he turned around, he saw his mother standing behind him without him noticing that she had the same expressionless face as him, listening quietly. My uncle's voice was heard from inside the room. 500,000. Anthony suspected he had heard wrongly. Mother Sue rolled her eyes. He walked past Anthony, opened the door of the main hall, and said in a loud voice, "You're asking for $500,000. Why don't you just give a child to us to raise?" The room was silent. Anthony felt the embarrassment spreading from his feet to his head as he stood outside. Mother Sue continued domineeringly. "No matter how rich Su Tianhong is, even if she makes 100 million or 100 million a year, it is all earned by her own ability. 2 years ago, you said that the child's tuition was too expensive and you wanted to borrow money. You borrowed 30,000 yuan and haven't paid it back yet. It doesn't matter. I have money. Consider it a gift from me as an aunt to Qian. But last year, when you asked, you transferred Qian to an aristocratic college, which cost more money, so you borrowed money again, 50,000 yuan, and Tianhong borrowed again. This year, you asked for 500,000 yuan. Brother, why don't you and your sister-in-law come and live in my house directly?" In his impression, his mother has always been elegant, noble, and untouched by the world. He has always demanded the same of himself, although Anthony basically cannot do it. My mother would scold me and get angry, but she would never be so condescending or speak so harshly. Chapter 141. Cousin, is this your girlfriend? Anthony was a little stunned. He never knew that his uncle borrowed money from their family. I borrowed 30,000 yuan in 1 year and 50,000 yuan in another year, a total of 80,000 yuan. Now I need to borrow another 500,000 yuan. His brain was a little frozen. This is the adult world. It's normal for mom to refuse. Anthony felt that her family shouldn't just give out $500,000 to other people. He didn't leave, but stayed to continue listening. Mother Sue spoke for a long time before Father Sue said, "Brother, if you really have difficulties or something, we are all family. I will definitely help you." To be honest, 500,000 yuan is really nothing to our family, so we can just borrow it. It's just that it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. It's really not appropriate to spend ahead of time. Mother Sue continued to sabotage. All of Su Tianhong's cards are with me. It's just 100 yuan. If I say I won't lend it, I won't lend it. Hey, Xiaojing, don't be like this. Father Sue tried to save the atmosphere. Sue's mother's name is Bai Jing. The elegant Ms. Bai's tone remained unchanged. Also, you should stop borrowing money from my sister and pretend to be close to her. Don't think I don't know what you and your wife are doing outside. There was the sound of high heels, and Sue's mother pulled Sue's father out. Anthony was unable to dodge and looked at his parents a little embarrassed. Mother Sue let go of Anthony's hand expressionlessly, and Father Sue rubbed Anthony's head. Come and deliver the dishes? The kitchen is across the street. Anthony nodded slightly and put the bowl into the kitchen at his father's direction. The family of 3 returned to the house. Mr. Bai has the habit of taking a nap, so he went to bed after dinner. Bai Qian sat alone on the sofa in the living room, playing with her mobile phone. He had a curling bangs on his head, and his face was imprinted with the fluorescent light from the mobile phone screen. He smiled from time to time and tapped the screen quickly with his fingers. Anthony sat down on the sofa next to him, and out of the corner of his eye he saw him pull off his hairband and curling iron, tilting his face and pouting at his phone, taking a selfie. The powerful beauty function made his face look like he was wearing heavy makeup. After taking the selfie, Bai Qian started to add mosaics to the background behind him. After the mosaic, the whole photo changed. Bai Qian pressed the delete button in frustration and looked around the house, as if looking for a suitable background. Anthony watched TV while looking at him moving around the house. Finally, Bai Qian drooped her lips and returned to the sofa. Anthony guessed that he must have returned empty-handed. Her uncle came over at this moment, followed by her aunt. Both of them had strange expressions, but they continued chatting about family matters as if nothing had happened. It's just not as lively as before dinner. In the middle of the conversation, my aunt asked Bai Qian to go into the house to do her homework. Bai Qian resisted. We have guests at home. My aunt rolled her eyes at him and said nothing. My uncle asked, Anthony, have you finished your winter vacation homework? I remember that you always had good grades. Anthony paused. He had finished his winter vacation homework before the new year, but he still shook his head. Almost. Uncle, what's your ranking in the class this time? Anthony answered truthfully, 6th. Look at her. Aunt suddenly became furious and glared at Bai Qian. The girl next to him was chatting with someone with her head down. When she heard what was going on, her brows furrowed, and she looked full of anger. He rolled his eyes and continued playing with his phone. Anthony, give him tutoring during the summer vacation after the high school entrance exam. It is still uncertain whether to take tutoring or not. It is just a polite remark. But Bai Qian suddenly raised her head. Dad, Mom, how about we start tutoring now? Anyway, I'm learning junior high school content and my cousin knows it too. Bai Ren and his wife were stunned. Bai Qian looked at Father Su and said, Uncle, can I stay at your house for a few days? Everyone was stunned. Mother Su raised her eyebrows and looked at Bai Ren meaningfully. Since he said so, Father Su naturally had no reason to refuse and nodded. Of course. Bai Qian stood up. Now he looked very well behaved. Then Mom, Dad, Aunt, and Uncle, you guys chat first. I'll go pack my luggage. Anthony was watching from the side, also stunned. My uncle said, How come this child suddenly becomes eager to learn? My aunt smiled and covered her lips. I guess he was stimulated by knowing his cousin's grades. It was decided that Bai Qian would stay at the Sue's house for a few days. In the afternoon, Old Man Bai woke up and told her about it. Old Man Bai was also very surprised. As evening approached, the group returned home. There were 3 of them when they came out, and 4 when they went back. Apart from his aunt, Few people had ever stayed overnight at his house. Anthony looked at the girl playing with her cell phone next to him and felt a little uncomfortable. His cell phone suddenly rang, and he took out his phone. It was Ayu who sent him a WeChat message. Morning run tomorrow. After returning from the night of the fireworks, Anthony deleted the note he left for her, so her WeChat username was displayed on his side again. Bai Qian, who was standing next to him, came over and looked at his phone screen. Anthony noticed it and subconsciously wanted to put his phone away, but he felt it was too deliberate. Besides, they didn't have anything to talk about, so he paused and didn't put it away. Bai Qian asked beside him, "Cousin, is this your girlfriend?" Anthony didn't expect him to ask this suddenly and was stunned. Dad Sue was driving, and Mom Sue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was looking at him through the rearview mirror. Anthony felt a little guilty for some reason and explained dryly, "No, Sonny asked me if I want to go for a morning run tomorrow." Bai Qian retracted his gaze. He thought the name was written as, "Oh, it turns out to be a girl." Anthony didn't explain, just frowned slightly and put his phone away. Father Sue said, "Ah, you are quite self-disciplined. I haven't gotten up early for a while. The weather is too cold." Anthony stressed, "I am also very disciplined. When she runs, I run too. Let's find some time to go home and pay New Year's greetings." Sue's father said again. Mother Sue nodded. Anthony had no objection either. There was a bit of traffic on the road, and they didn't get home until 50 minutes later. Bai Qian started looking out the window as soon as the car entered the community, fixed her hair, and took a selfie with her mobile phone. After getting off the car, he was visibly happy and kept taking pictures. Father Sue took down his suitcase and walked into the house carrying it. After entering the house, the servant wanted to take the suitcase, but Father Sue waved his hand and said, No, it's quite heavy." The first thing Sue's mother did was to go to the bathroom on the first floor to wash her hands. Anthony and Bai Qian followed Sue's father upstairs. There is a guest room right next to Anthony's room. Chapter 142, this figure is Sunny. The guest room was large and decorated in a simple style. Anthony helped to get a quilt from the closet and placed it on the big bed. Father Sue put the suitcase next to the bed and said, Qian, you can stay here. There is heating at home. Just cover yourself with a quilt at night. The room on the right is the bathroom. There are disposable cups, toothbrushes, shampoo, and other things in it. If you can't find what you need, go next door." Father Sue said, pointing to the room on the left. "That's Anthony's room. If you have any questions, just ask him." Bai Qian nodded repeatedly. Anthony didn't stay in the guest room. After Sue's father went out, he followed him out. Back in his room, Anthony took a shower and changed into pajamas when he came out. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of his room. Anthony went to open the door while wiping his hair. Bai Qian was standing outside the door, looking inside through the small gap in the door, her eyes shining. Bai Qian seemed to be very curious about the layout of his room, so Anthony made way for him to come in first. "What's the matter?" Bai Qian looked around his room, unable to help but look at envy in her eyes. The Rococo-style decoration and pink European furniture make it look like the palace of a medieval European princess. Anthony asked again, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Bai Qian reacted, her eyes still lingering on the furniture. "Ah, cousin, can you lend me a set of pajamas? I forgot to bring my pajamas." Anthony has, and a lot more. But he doesn't really like other people wearing his clothes. It's still clothes-fitting pajamas. But you can't not borrow. He suppressed his slight displeasure and nodded, yes. As he spoke, he walked to the closet and opened one of the doors. "Wow, cousin, you have so many beautiful clothes." Bai Qian's eyes lit up, and her gaze was fixed on the winter clothes hanging in the closet. "Well enough. Anthony has 3 sets of winter pajamas." Anthony took out his pajamas and handed them to Bai Qian. "Here. They are of similar stature, so Bai Qian can definitely wear his clothes." Bai Qian happily took it, looked at the neatly folded pajamas, and rubbed her palms on the patterns. "It's really beautiful." After saying that, he left with the clothes in his arms. The door is not closed. Anthony closed the cupboard door and then went to close the door of the room. He was a little confused. After drying his hair, he took out his cell phone to check the time. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was a bit early to go to bed, so he washed an empty cup and wanted to go to the kitchen downstairs to pour some milk. When I went out, the door next door rang. Bai Qian had already changed into her strawberry pajamas and had 2 boxer braids. She was holding a mobile phone in her hand towards her face, as if she was chatting with someone. Anthony looked at his profile and suddenly felt that from a certain angle Bai Qian looked quite like him, especially since he was wearing his pajamas and had the same hairstyle as he usually did. Maybe this is the strong blood relationship. Bai Qian saw him and said to the person in the video, I have something to do. I'll get off first. Then she hung up the video call and looked at him with a smile. Cousin, where are you going? Anthony shook the empty cup in his hand. I'll go get a glass of milk. Do you want milk? I'll pour you one too. Bai Qian nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Bai Qian mainly wanted to take a walk around this palace-like house. Anthony took him downstairs and asked him to wait in the living room. Then he went into the kitchen and squatted down to find a clean cup in the cupboard. I found the cup, opened the refrigerator, and discovered that there was not much milk left, not even half a cup. He poured the remaining 3 sips of milk into his own cup and drank it, then threw away the box and asked Bai Qian, who was wandering outside, across the island counter. Qian, there is no more milk. I'll make some milk powder. Do you want some? All is fine. Bai Qian's voice came from afar. So Anthony went to look for powdered milk to make the formula. Anthony wanted to grow taller, so much that his father Sue asked a friend to buy him a few bags of imported high-calcium milk powder. He drank a few cups a week, and it tasted like milk. It's just that it's a little difficult to make when brewing, and it's easy to form lumps if the water temperature is not high enough. It's best to use freshly boiled water to brew it directly. Anthony went to warm water again. He was busy in the kitchen and didn't notice what was happening outside. Bai Qian was looking at the furniture and decoration of the living room, taking a few selfies from time to time. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Bai Qian turned her head, and the doorbell stopped ringing. He thought he had heard it wrong and didn't think much about it. He continued taking selfies in front of the extra-large, transparent fireplace in the living room. Outside the door, Sunny was carrying a box of fruit and nodded to the servant who opened the door for her. Happy New Year, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang is Anthony's family's nanny. She has been in the Su family for 7 or 8 years. If Sunny had not gone abroad, she would have watched her and Anthony grow up and is very familiar with both children. Happy New Year, Sunny. Are you looking for Anthony? Aunt Zhang happened to be in the yard watering the flowers and plants. She saw Sunny just as she stood at the door. He opened the door almost as Sunny pressed the doorbell. Sunny nodded. Yes, my relative sent some fruits, and my mother asked me to bring some over. Because of her morning jogging exercise with Anthony, Sunny was almost a frequent visitor to the Su family, and Aunt Zhang took her directly into the house. On the way, Aunt Zhang said, There are other guests staying at home. Mr. and Mrs. Anthony are upstairs. I'll go call them. You sit in the living room for a while. Sunny nodded in agreement. After entering the living room, Aunt Zhang saw no one and went straight upstairs. Sunny put the fruit on the table. She was planning to sit down and wait, but suddenly she saw the curtains right in front of her moving out of the corner of her eye. She took a closer look and realized that it was Anthony standing in the shadow next to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, holding a cell phone and pulling the curtains, his knees slightly bent in a strange posture. So she walked over quietly, wanting to see what stupid thing her childhood sweetheart was doing. Sunny could tell he was taking a selfie before he even came up to him because he made the scissors gesture. Sunny couldn't see his screen and found it a little funny. Suddenly, she took a big step over and entered his camera with her face slightly tilted. Click, the owner of the phone just pressed the camera button. Sunny also saw his mobile phone screen in an instant, realized something was wrong, and stood up straight. Bai Qian was startled by the sudden appearance of a head on her phone. She screamed ah and turned her head away in surprise. Anthony heard the shouting in the kitchen and ran out quickly. What happened? The living room was a bit big, and he couldn't find Bai Qian at first. He looked around and first saw the back of a tall and thin boy standing by the window. The boy was wearing a white cotton jacket with his hands in his pockets. Bai Qian, who looked shocked, was standing very close to him. For a moment, Anthony thought that a bad guy had entered the house and was planning to do something bad to Bai Qian. After a moment, I recognized the figure as Sunny. Chapter 143. Come and see for yourself. Anthony looked at Sunny, then at Bai Qian, not understanding what was going on. It couldn't be that Sunny was planning something bad to Bai Qian. But why are these two people so close to each other? The living room is so big. For the first time, Anthony felt that his home was so big. Sunny turned around when she heard the voice. Her expression seemed a little confused. She glanced at Bai Qian again and quickly reacted, taking 3 steps back. Now the two of them were far apart. Sunny straightened her lips and said to Bai Qian, I'm sorry I scared you. Sunny's face blankly. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up, and her cheeks slowly turned red. No, it's okay. Sunny turned around, returned to the sofa, and looked at Anthony quietly. Anthony took a few steps forward, and the three of them formed an equilateral triangle. Anthony looked at Bai Qian first. Are you okay? Bai Qian shook her head, her eyes still glued to Sunny, and shook her head blankly. It's okay. Anthony looked at Sunny again, and his tone was completely different from the polite one he used to Bai Qian. He spoke in a familiar, yet slightly angry tone. What are you doing here? Sunny raised her chin and pointed at the box of beautifully packaged fruits on the table. My relatives gave it to me today. My mother asked me to deliver a box to your house. Anthony looked at the thing on the table. What is this? Come and see for yourself, said Sunny. Anthony then walked over and looked inside the air vent for a long time, but he couldn't recognize what this thing that looked like a smaller version of an eggplant was. He looked up in confusion and blinked at Sunny. Sunny snorted, ignorance. At this moment, Sue's mother and father also came downstairs. Sunny is here. Sunny straightened her expression and said, Uncle, Annie, my relative sent 2 boxes of finger limes today, and my mom asked me to bring you 1 box to try. Father Sue smiled and nodded. Finger oranges, I remember your father really likes them. He can just keep them for himself, and he even came to give us a box. Mother Sue also smiled and said, I said I would find a time to come and pay you New Year's greetings today, but you came here first to deliver New Year's gifts. In Bai Qian's impression, her second aunt had always been a cold and ruthless character, and she had never seen her so friendly. He doubted his own eyes for a moment, and his eyes, which had been glued to Sunny, also fell on Sue's mother. Anthony was still confused. What is finger orange? Never heard of it. Bai Qian had never heard of it either. She walked a few steps closer to the sofa and looked at the fruit box on the table. It's sour, and the flesh inside looks a bit like caviar. It can be made into jam or mixed with sugar to make diced oranges. Sue's father explained. Anthony nodded, not quite understanding. When we have time later, our 2 families can have a meal together. Father Sue said to Sunny. Sunny smiled and nodded. My dad said the same thing. Aunt Zhang had never seen finger oranges before, so Dad Sue took out some and went to the kitchen to make orange cubes himself. Sunny nearby. Anthony went to make milk powder after the water temperature was ready, and Bai Qian sat next to them in the living room as a foil. He was a little afraid of this second aunt and originally wanted to go to the kitchen with Anthony, but after looking at Sunny, he felt hesitant to move. He didn't delete the photo just now. Bai Qian was so excited that her palms were sweating as she held the phone. This boy's name is IU? It turns out that the IU that my cousin was chatting with in the car was a boy. Coming here at this time, from what she said, the 2 families seem to be very familiar with each other, so they should be neighbors. Does that mean as long as he lives here, he will have many opportunities to see her all the time? Bai Qian heard her second aunt ask her. Sunny, I heard you chose science? Which class were you assigned to? Sunny said, Class 11, right next to Anthony's class. That's quite a coincidence. I didn't think of it at the time. If you want to be closer so that you can go to school together, I can find someone to switch classes. Sunny smiled and said nothing. She didn't say that being assigned to the next room was the result of her finding someone. Bai Qian quickly noted that she was in Class 11. Anthony came out with 2 glasses of milk, handed one to Bai Qian, and held the remaining one himself, taking a sip. Mother Sue sat on a single sofa. There was a long sofa on each side. Sunny and Bai Qian sat facing each other. Anthony looked at the ranking and sat down on Bai Qian's sofa. Why are you drinking alone? Why don't you pour a glass for your brother Sunny? Mother Sue said angrily. We ran out of boxed milk, so I made some powdered milk. Anthony explained, looking at Sunny. Do you want some? If you do, I'll make you a cup while the water's still hot. Sunny glanced at his milk cup in surprise. Anthony knew what she was thinking without even having to think about it. He said unhappily, student milk for calcium supplements. Sunny snorted and laughed. No, just drink it. Father Sue brought out a plate of diced oranges, placed it on the table, and served each person some on a small plate. Then he served another bowl for Aunt Zhang. Anthony has already started eating, and the sour and sweet taste instantly spreads through his taste buds. Very sweet. Bai Qian couldn't wait to take a bite and quickly finished the diced oranges on the plate. Really delicious. Bai Qian had never eaten such fruit before. He held the delicate porcelain plate and small spoon, and looked with a bit of envy at Anthony, who was eating orange slices obediently beside him. Why, they are sisters. Anthony was born in such a wealthy family. As for him, his father is a security guard, his mother is an accountant, and his grandfather was the city party secretary before retirement. However, he was inflexible and did not know how to adapt. Not only did he refuse to help his parents find good jobs, but after retirement, he just ate his pension and refused to accept any gifts. I'm not asking her to do anything that would harm the country. I'm just helping her out a little. If only he and Anthony could exchange their lives. Once this idea was formed, it intensified in his mind and soon occupied his entire thinking. Qian Qian. Father Su called him many times. Bai Qian suddenly came to his senses and found that everyone in the living room was looking at him. Ah, what's wrong? Bai Qian was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Father Su smiled and said, I see you've finished eating, so I'm asking if you want to eat some more. Bai Qian shook her head. No thanks, uncle. Although he wanted to eat more, he didn't want to appear unsophisticated. Chung Ding had almost finished eating, and Sunny also stood up to say goodbye. Father Su asked Anthony to see her off. Even though it's next door, the two men walked all the way to the yard, their steps very slowly. Anthony asked, Did you recognize the wrong person when you first came to my house? Otherwise, there is no way to explain her expression at that time. Sunny didn't say anything. Silence means consent. Anthony became angrier the more he thought about it. You can even admit your mistake? Do he and Bai Qian look alike? Looks like it? Not at all. Chapter 144, Do you like him? What? Anthony is jealous again. Sunny glanced at him lightly. Her words hit the nail on the head. Anthony immediately felt guilty and refused to admit it. Who is jealous? What is there to be jealous of? You're just being stubborn. Sunny sneered, then sighed softly and admitted it first. Anthony, if you saw someone in my house wearing my pajamas, with the same hairstyle as mine, and with a height and figure similar to mine, and her back was facing you, you would also make a mistake. The main thing was that she didn't think much about it. When she saw the little strawberry pajamas, she went straight over. This set of pajamas left a very deep impression on her. One Christmas Eve, Anthony was wearing this outfit and was held in his arms. The scent of the girl's hair still seems to linger in my nostrils. Sunny even remembered clearly how many small strawberries were printed on the piece of cloth on his shoulder. Thinking of this, Sunny got angry. She said a little accusingly, Why did you let him wear your pajamas? If he doesn't bring any pajamas, whose pajamas can he wear if not mine? Anthony had no choice. Sunny got even angrier. Why did you have to wear that one? Why didn't you let him wear the one you were wearing? This set is already on me. I can't take it off and let him put it on again. Anthony didn't understand why Sunny started to act unreasonably again, and why she was concerned about which set of his pajamas Bai Qian was wearing. Are both sets his? What's the difference between them except the patterns? Sunny made a tisk sound, as if he had nothing to say. He lowered his eyes, exuding a low mood and sulking to himself. Anthony had already walked her to the gate of the yard. I won't walk you the rest of the way. Just walk on your own. It's only a few steps anyway. After saying that, he covered his lips and yawned, then turned around and prepared to go back to the house. Sunny suddenly grabbed his arm, and when Anthony looked over in confusion, she said calmly, Going back now would be like giving up halfway. Anthony. Sunny continued, You have to take me to my doorstep. It's really just a few steps. Sunny is always childish in places he least expects. Anthony refused to let go unless she agreed. So he reluctantly walked a little further and finally sent her home. Just think of it as caring for mentally retarded children. When he got home, Anthony wanted to go back to his room. When he reached the second floor, he saw Bai Qian standing at the door of his room. It seemed she is waiting for him. Without waiting for Anthony to speak, Bai Qian came over shyly and said in a friendly tone, Cousin, let me ask you something. Anthony's mood was a little subtle. He seemed to realize something and pursed his lips. Well, you say. That person just now, is she your girlfriend? Bai Qian asked cautiously. No. Anthony shook his head. Bai Qian seemed relieved and continued to ask, Does she have a boyfriend? Anthony shook his head again. Bai Qian's eyes lit up a little, and she finally asked, Do you like her? Anthony was stunned. The moment he heard this question, his mind went blank. He reacted quickly, his expression calm. No matter what you like or dislike, the main task of high school students is to study. Anthony pinched the edge of his pajamas for the third time and shook his head. If Zhou Ying was here, seeing his slight reaction, she would come to some conclusions that Anthony didn't want to admit. But Bai Qian is not Zhou Ying. Seeing that Anthony's expression remained unchanged and he answered quickly, he really believed it. With an expression of excitement that could not be suppressed, Good night, cousin. Anthony lowered his eyes, said nothing, opened the door, and went back to his room. Bai Qian also returned to the guest room. He lay on his back on the bed, smiling for a while, then taking out his cell phone to look at the photos of him and IU. I forgot to ask my cousin what her full name was. Forget it. I'll ask again tomorrow. Bai Qian looked through the previous photos. In fact, he proposed to stay at Sue's house for a few days just because he wanted to take some photos and post them on WeChat Moments. Every corner of the Sue family can be used as a background wall. I didn't expect to gain this kind of thing. In his last post on WeChat Moments, he posted a selfie in the living room, deliberately standing far away to reveal a lot of high-end furniture. The comments were full of envy, saying that they didn't expect his family to be so low-key, and it turns out that his family is so rich. Bai Qian did not deny it, and he did not respond directly, using this ambiguous attitude to make others believe that this was his home. His vanity was satisfied, and he immediately changed his hairstyle, took off his thick cotton coat, and put on only a shirt to pose in the guest room. This way he could disguise the photo as one taken in another season, indirectly proving that this was his home. Bai Qian imported the group photo that Sunny accidentally entered into the beauty software and photoshopped her own photo. The boy next to her had deep and three-dimensional features, and his head was slightly tilted, and his expression was not broken, so there was nothing that needed to be edited. The more you look at him, the more handsome he becomes. Bai Qian twisted her body on the bed excitedly. He finally added a filter, and the whole photo looked much more harmonious. It looks like they have a close relationship. Bai Qian posted it on her moments. Ching Ching Zijin. Sometimes someone will intrude into your camera. Picture? Not long after I sent the message, my phone started vibrating continuously. The prompt sounded again and again. Bai Qian skipped to brush her teeth and wash her face, and then came back to check her moments. There is a long list of comments and likes. Basically, they are saying, "Your girlfriend is so beautiful." In one of the comments, one of his former classmates, Zhao Xiaoxiao, said, "This girl looks like Sunny from our school." Zhao Xiaoxiao moved to Yangming City in the second year of junior high school, so she also transferred to Yangming City. Sunny. Bai Qian read it carefully twice. He didn't reply to any of the comments, but clicked on this classmate's circle of friends. After scrolling through dozens of posts, I finally found a selfie of him in school uniform. The badge on it read Yangming No. 1 Middle School. Sunny from Class 11, Yangming No. 1 Middle School. The information was strung together. Bai Qian proudly returned to her circle of friends and saw that the number of likes and comments was still increasing. Everyone loves handsome men and beautiful women, let alone someone of Sunny's level. Bai Qian suddenly remembered her Weibo account, which had not gained any followers for a long time. He mainly posts his own selfies on Weibo and occasionally takes on an advertisement for cosmetics, but he doesn't have many fans and only earns about 100 or 200 yuan a month. Bai Qian did not hesitate. He felt that he would probably never see Sunny again after leaving Anthony's house, so he might as well make use of this photo to increase his followers. Sunny can't see it anyway. So Bai Qian logged into Weibo and posted this photo. He had a hunch that the reaction on Weibo would be similar to that on WeChat Moments, so he didn't read it and went to bed first. What he didn't expect was that while Zhao Xiaoxiao was commenting on him, she quickly saved the photo of the two of them and posted it on the forum of Yangming No. 1 Middle School. Caption: "Is this a drop from the sky? I saw it on my moments. Chapter 145 meeting is a good omen. First floor? WTF? It seems to be. Second floor. The class next door guarantees that this is a gift from heaven. At first glance, the girl looks a bit like her desk mate, but it doesn't seem to be him. Third floor. If it's not her desk mate, who is this? She has a girlfriend? Didn't she say she doesn't want to date? Fourth floor. With this atmosphere and the two of them being so close, they must be in a relationship, if not a couple. Fifth floor. No, she's not even as pretty as her desk mate. The sixth floor was posted by the original poster. The girl is my former classmate from Uton No. 3 Middle School and is not from Yangming City. Seventh floor. Okay, those who support UT on CP in the forum can declare it's over. Eighth floor. Help. I suddenly realized that this is the first selfie that has been circulated on the internet, and it is a photo with a girl. Ninth floor. At this moment, the fans who passed by were quickly saving the picture and then photoshopped the girl's photo into their own. 10th floor. No one cares? If the school leaders see this photo, they will remove her from her position as president. The student union president is also leading the way in premature love. 11th floor. It's just a group photo. It doesn't mean anything. Floor 12. But they were so close. And you have to know that Tianjiang's desk mate has never posted any photos with Tianjiang. 13th floor. Maybe he has it, but he doesn't send it. 14th floor. The person above, if you have it, wouldn't you send it out? The 13th floor commented on the 14th floor. Must. Post. The building ended at the 14th floor. The reason was that Zhao Xiaoxiao saw the comments on the 10th floor and was afraid that Tian Jiangjin would be removed from his post and then find out that the photos he posted on the forum were from him. He's a school bully who has beaten people up during the joint entrance exam. He sounds like someone who is not easy to deal with. With Sunny know that her title of school bully is just a coincidence. Although Sunny herself is aloof, she is actually very polite. But in the eyes of people from other classes, a school bully is a school bully. The fact that the school bully has not been punished for beating people in the examination room is even more telling. Although Zhao Xiaoxiao's post only existed for a short while before being deleted, it was of little use. Because on Weibo, which has more views, some people have seen the photos shared by a blogger named Qingqing Zijin. It's exactly the same photo as the one Zhao Xiaoxiao posted. During the winter vacation, everyone doesn't have to go to school, so they spend a lot of time surfing the internet. The first person who saw Qingqing Zijin on Weibo exclaimed, "Oh wow," and took a screenshot, copied the link, and shared it on the forum. At Qingqing Zijin, meeting someone is a good omen. Picture. Originally, when Zhao Xiaoxiao posted that post, those who supported UT on CP in the forum were still explaining that it was just a group photo, and the atmosphere was just brought about by the filter, and they did not say that a photo of opposite sexes must mean they are boyfriend and girlfriend. But after seeing the caption posted by Qingqing Zijin, everyone in the building fell silent. After silence, some people don't want to believe it. The blogger didn't say anything who said that meeting someone is a good omen is a copywriting for escaping being single. Well, after searching on Baidu, it is indeed true. Some people try to make the best of a bad situation. Oh, it's good to just talk about the friendship between Tianjiang and his desk mate who were childhood sweethearts. It doesn't have to be a love story. Some people also had wild thoughts. Why do I feel better? This Qingqing Zijin looks a bit like Tianjiang's desk mate. They both have two braids, and their heights are similar in the photos. Could it be that Tianjiang is in love but cannot get it? So he went to find a similar substitute. Someone posted a thread in a forum other than the CP shipping posts. I suggest you click on a certain CP shipping post in this forum. It's simply a scene of the most devastating reactions on Earth. Bai Qian woke up and found that her number of fans had increased by 15,000 overnight. He was stunned. There were also a lot of comments and private messages, most of which were asking if the boy in the photo was his boyfriend. Bai Qian still used the tactics she used in the circle of friends. She did not reply to any of the messages, but she liked the top comment. When he shows this ambiguous attitude, others will automatically assume the ideas they want. Anyway, he didn't lie. He spent an hour reading all the comments and private messages and found that most of the people following him seemed to be students of Yangming No. 1 Middle School. That is Sunny's schoolmate. It seems that Sunny is very famous in their school. Well, with a face like that, it would be strange if he wasn't famous. Bai Qian didn't take it seriously. He thought that even if Sunny heard about it and she was unhappy, he could just delete the photos then. He is a girl and Sunny is a boy. She would not go to Yuten City to find him just for this matter. What's more, there is the relationship of cousin. Bai Qian saw her new 1,500 fans and received private messages from several advertisers who wanted to advertise with her. She held on to a glimmer of hope and allowed netizens to speculate that they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. He even took on an advertisement selling couple rings. He didn't even have to take the photos himself. The advertiser sent him a few photos, and he directly posted them on Weibo. At Qingqing Zijin, I received a gift that I really like. Picture. In the two photos provided by the advertisers, only hands are shown, with two hands, one big and one small, clasped together, and both wearing rings. Bai Qian accepted a red envelope of 500 yuan from an advertiser, and then quit her Weibo account. Of course, he knew that the students of Yangming No. 1 Middle School would have wrong thoughts, but he didn't say anything. So how could they blame him if they had wrong thoughts? This soft advertisement was soon forwarded to the Yangming No. 1 Middle School forum. They really had the wrong idea. They never thought that this was an advertising article. Almost everyone linked this Weibo post to the photo he posted with Tianjiang last night. It almost proves that he is the boyfriend who fell from the sky. In the morning, Anthony had a slight cold when he got up, so he didn't go for a morning run with Sunny. Sunny said he was squeamish. Anthony said it was all Sunny's fault last night for forcing him to walk those extra steps to take her home. Otherwise, you won't catch a cold. He went to pour a cup of hot water, and when he passed by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, he saw Bai Qian taking selfies in the garden again. Bai Qian seems to have a special liking for selfies. Although Anthony didn't expect him to come to his house just to learn from him. Anthony thought that his uncle and aunt were too strict with him, so he wanted to move out and live out some fresh air. He leaned against the kitchen island, drinking hot water from a cup while watching Bai Qian take selfies. After watching for a while, I learned a lot of photo poses. Suddenly, Bai Qian seemed to feel that she had seen enough here and moved to the pavilion in the garden. On the stone table next to the pavilion, there is a patch of rare plants planted by Sue's mother. Mother Sue loves growing flowers, and the more valuable the flowers, the more she likes to grow them. The more precious the flowers are, the more delicate they are. Usually, except for Sue's mother and Aunt Zhang, Anthony and Sue's father hardly dare to touch these flowers. The value of the flower is one thing, but whether it can withstand Sue's mother's anger is another. Anthony wanted to go to the garden to remind him. As soon as he walked out of the living room, his view was blocked by the door. In a moment of distraction, when he saw Bai Qian again, he had already excitedly picked 3 harmony roses and put them in her hair. Anthony was shocked and stunned. Chapter 146, Harmony Rose. Mother Sue is a person who will never hold back her anger. He is not someone who is afraid of falling out. It is even more impossible to show mercy just because they are relatives. This can be seen from the fact that Sue's mother directly caught up with his nominal and actual brother and ridiculed him. Anthony hurried over and took the 3 harmony roses from Bai Qian's head. "What are you doing?" Bai Qian combed her messed up hair, a little resentful. "My hair is all messed up." He used a curling iron to give himself some wavy hair, and when Anthony pulled the flowers out of his hair, the branches lifted up, making his hair a little rough. "This flower cannot be picked," Anthony said anxiously. It's not poisonous, is it?" Bai Qian quickly retracted her hand and looked at Anthony with horror. "It's not poisonous." Anthony held the 3 flowers in his hands and looked at the flower pots on the stone platform. One of them had become bare. "What should I do? I've already picked them, and I cannot pick them back." Anthony wanted to go to his father to discuss how to prevent Bai Qian from being scolded. Bai Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not poisonous. He became curious again. "Why can't I pick it? It's very beautiful. You are quite good-looking, but there is a gap on the stone platform, which looks awkward no matter how you look at it." Anthony sighed and didn't explain too much. It took a lot of effort to grow this flower so big, and it has only been blooming for a short time. "Can't you just plant some more roses? Aren't they just a few roses? They're $2 a bouquet at the flower shop. If you're short of these $6, I'll transfer it to you." Bai Qian didn't think much of it and wondered why he was so stingy when his family was quite wealthy. Anthony looked at him strangely. He still didn't say much and went to find his father with 3 roses that died prematurely. He was afraid of being seen by his mother, so he ran very fast and didn't notice a red figure around the corner and almost bumped into it. "Fortunately, I braked in time, but the rose in my hand was thrown to the ground due to the force." Yu Guangli's skirt was red, and Aunt Zhang bought a pink skirt for the new year. He thought it was Aunt Zhang, and before he stood up straight, he said, "Aunt Zhang, my mother's flowers." The few words that were not finished were instantly stuck in my throat. Mother Sue was wearing a red velvet dress with a shawl on her shoulders. She was looking down at the 3 flowers in his hands. "It's over." Anthony opened his mouth hesitantly. "Mom." Ms. Bai's tone was still calm at this moment. "Are you preparing to bury the 30,000 yuan in your hand?" 30,000, 3 flowers, 10,000 each. Anthony's eyes widened when he came to the conclusion. So expensive? He only knew it was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageously expensive. "You did it?" Ms. Bai's tone fluctuated slightly. Anthony shook his head slightly. It can be seen that the flower stem was pinched off by someone. Everyone in her family knows that the flowers on the stone platform should not be touched, so it couldn't be done by their family members. Ms. Bai took a deep breath. There is only one answer. He looked towards the gazebo and saw that his niece had no idea what she had done. She was holding her cell phone and playing with her head down. Mother Sue took a step forward and prepared to go over. Anthony held the bodies of the 3 flowers in his hands, stood in front of them, and tried to say something good for Bai Qian. "Mom, he didn't do it on purpose. He didn't know that these flowers can't be picked." Mother Sue frowned slightly. "I didn't ask him to pay for it. But you look like you're going to fight." Anthony didn't dare to say this and spoke slowly. "A harmonious family brings prosperity." Mother Sue closed her eyes, took another graceful deep breath, and said softly, "I didn't say I wanted to argue with a junior who knows nothing." In fact, Mother Sue was already gritting her teeth. He had never seen such an unpleasant junior. He walked around Anthony, and Anthony quickly followed him with the flowers in his hands. When Bai Qian saw them coming, she quickly put away her phone, stood up, and called out second aunt. Mother Sue's expression was calm, and her tone slowed down, but her deliberately slowed voice sounded a little eerie. "Qian, you can't pick these flowers." Anthony quickly and was speechless. He went to complain just over $6. I am really impressed. Mother Sue continued calmly, because this flower cost 12,000 yuan each. Bai Qian was confused. He thought he had heard it wrong and that it should be 1.2 yuan per flower. 12,000. How is that possible? Huh. But when he remembered Anthony's expression when he saw him pick the 3 flowers. When he looked up again, he saw Anthony's villa. When he took another look at the 3 roses with full petals and elegant colors in Anthony's hands. It does seem to be more beautiful than ordinary roses. Come to think of it, there's no way Anthony would be that anxious about $6. Bai Qian was stunned and exclaimed again. His head was buzzing. Mother Sue continued in a soft voice. Pick these 3, and don't pick the rest. He spoke softly, as if in a gentle manner. Bai Qian felt scared. He recalled his mother's private comments about his second aunt, a lunatic, a vicious woman, and a vicious person. But God was blind and let him marry so well. Mother Sue only said 2 sentences in total, and then walked away lightly, with an elegant step like a European noble lady from the last century. Anthony placed the flowers he had picked on the table in the pavilion. Seeing Bai Qianru's expression as if he had been struck by lightning, he thought that he was feeling guilty, so he comforted her with a few words. Just pick them. The seeds can still bloom. Just don't pick them in the future. Bai Qian didn't listen to it. The only thing in her mind was that this flower cost 12,000 yuan each. Why? Why? Bai Qian clenched her hands at her sides. The flowers cost 12,000 each, but he remained indifferent even after losing 3 of them, as if he had thrown away $36,000. Then why do they have to pay back the 30,000 yuan they lent to his parents? Why didn't he lend me $500,000 when my dad asked him to? Obviously their family is so rich. Shouldn't relatives help each other? He never treated his father as a brother. Anthony sensitively noticed that he was in a bad mood, and he was not good at comforting people, so he stopped talking, put down the flowers, and went back to the house. Mother Sue walked faster and faster, and the first thing she did when she returned to the room was to lock the door. The bedroom is connected to Sue's father's study. However, Sue's father was not in the study, so she sat on the balcony in the master bedroom and read the newspaper. Hearing the sound of the door being locked, Mr. Sue looked up and pushed up his glasses that were about to slide down his nose. What's wrong? Father Sue looked at him with an unhappy expression. Qian picked my 3 harmony roses. Mother Sue took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet in the bedroom, poured some into the goblet, and drank it all in one gulp. The harmony rose. Father Sue knew that it was his favorite flower and the most difficult to grow. He didn't say anything good for Bai Qian. He just said, "Don't be angry. I'll buy you another one." The market price is 12,000 per plant. The room was well soundproofed, and Mother Sue did not suppress his anger. Even if you don't feel bad about the money, I do. Chapter 147. Sonny has a boyfriend. Money is earned to be spent, Father Sue added with a smile. Anyway, the company has already been on the right track, and the money earned by our family of 3 will never be spent in this lifetime. Mother Sue pursed her lips and said, "What are you buying? I don't grow flowers." "No, the flowers are so beautiful." Father Sue put down the newspaper and walked over. "Xiao Jing, you only have this one hobby. Lao Li and Lao Zhao and the company complain to me every day that their families love to buy all kinds of luxury goods, asking them for millions to buy a bag and tens of millions to buy a sports car. Look how lucky I am. My wife is so good. She never spends money recklessly. My daughter has taught me so well and never wastes. They didn't believe me when I told them. They said I was abusing you and your mother. If I restrict you from even this hobby of growing flowers, they should call the police to arrest me at the company." Mother Sue couldn't hold back her laughter and was amused by her. Father Sue put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Don't be so stern all the time. Fortunately, Anthony has a personality like me. Otherwise, my daughter wouldn't be a sweet little cotton-padded jacket, but a frozen cotton-padded jacket from the freezer." Mother Sue hit her. "You openly and secretly said that I have a bad temper, Su Tianhong?" Father Sue pretended to feel pain and took a few steps back. "Ah, you heard it. Su Tianhong." The 2 of them started playing childishly in the bedroom. After lunch, Anthony went back to his room to do his homework. Brother Ing Jing borrowed the books for next semester for him in advance, and he started preparing for the class early. I had just turned a page and was still concentrating when my phone started beeping. Anthony glanced at the screen and saw Zhou. "Are you okay?" "Anthony. Except that you interrupted her when she was just studying. Everything else is fine." Zhou. "Ah, yes, if you don't read the forum, you probably don't know." Anthony mentioned this thing. He knew that what he was going to say was related to someone. Anthony asked him to speak quickly. Zhou, I want to think about how to organize the language. Anthony, long story short, I want to learn. Zhou, Sunny has a boyfriend. Anthony slowly typed a question mark. Zhou sent a voice message directly. This is what everyone on the forum said, not me. The reason is that a blogger named Qingqing Zijin posted a photo of him and Sunny who looked very close together, with the famous quote, "Meeting is a good omen," as the caption. Someone asked him if he was Sunny's boyfriend. He didn't reply but liked it. Zhou, the girl seems to be from Uton number 3 middle school and looks a bit like you. I always felt that his tone of voice in the second sentence was cautious, like a remedy. Remedy? Remedy for what? Is it a happy thing that Sunny's boyfriend looks like him? Anthony was overwhelmed with emotion. He thought of the conversation he had with Bai Qian yesterday. Bai Qian asked him if Sunny had a boyfriend. He confidently said no without even thinking about it. Why would he feel that there was none? Because he has actually already incorporated some settings into his subconscious mind. Fan fiction can cause great harm to people. Anthony took a deep breath and slowly lay down on the table. Zhou, I have photos. Do you want to see them? He turned his face to the side and rested his head on his arm and replied to Zhou first. Look. Of course I have to look. Sunny has a boyfriend, and she didn't even tell me. Yesterday someone asked me, and I swore I didn't have one. After thinking for a while, he quickly added, You sent first, my dad is calling me. After saying that, he quickly exited WeChat. Then he uninstalled the forum he had downloaded from his phone. Anthony went on Weibo and changed the photo he had posted with Sunny from visible only to fans to visible only to himself. After doing all this, he quietly quit Weibo, put down his phone, put on his bathrobe, and went to take a shower. In the afternoon, his cold became more serious and he had a slight fever. Although Anthony still looked energetic, Father Sue drove him directly to the hospital. The doctor didn't prescribe any medicine, saying it wasn't serious and that he just needed to drink more water. He then asked him to put a fever-reducing patch on his belly button. After applying the patch, Anthony always felt weird all over. Shouldn't he have been given a fever-reducing injection? Putting the fever-reducing patch on his belly was like treating him like a baby. After applying the patch to Anthony, the doctor let them go back. Meanwhile, at home, he had thrown Bai Qian's hairband, and there was no such thing in the guest room. So he knocked on Anthony's door next door, wanting to borrow one from him. He thought to himself that Anthony must have a lot of beautiful hairbands and head ornaments, and maybe he forgot to return them when he went home, and he also forgot to ask for them, so they would just be taken away by Anthony. He knocked on the door again, but no one was there. Bai Qian walked to the railing on the second floor and looked down, but she didn't see Anthony. He didn't dare look for Anthony all over the villa for fear of running into Sue's mother, even though Sue's mother didn't say anything about him. So after knocking on the door again and hearing no one answer, I pushed down on the doorknob and the door opened by itself. If Anthony is not there, he can go in and get it himself. Just tell him when you see him. Bai Qian shrugged and went into the house, then closed the door again. Although it was not the first time he entered Anthony's room, he couldn't help but be amazed when he saw the panoramic view of the room. How can there be such a beautiful room? This time, Bai Qian discovered that there was a balcony in his room. He happily walked to the balcony to take a look, then took out his cell phone and excitedly took several selfies. After the photo shoot, he reluctantly retreated into the room and sat in front of the dressing table. The skincare products were neatly arranged on the table. Bai Qian looked at them one by one, but didn't recognize any of the brands. There was a small drawer on the table. He opened the drawer and found small things like hairpins and hairbands inside. Every hairband is so cute. Finally, he took out a small strawberry hairband and tied his hair into a ponytail in front of the dressing mirror. Selfies in front of the dressing mirror also look good. Bai Qian finished taking the photos and started looking at the other drawers in front of the dressing mirror. The other drawers were basically full of exquisite little items, except for the top drawer which contained a red velvet box. Bai Qian took it out, pressed a lock-shaped object on it, and the box automatically popped open. Inside was a white pen. The pen body is very ordinary white, but the pen has a strong sense of design. There is a transparent swan carved on the pen cap, which refracts colorful light under the light. So beautiful! Bai Qian opened her eyes wide and slowly stroked the pen. He wanted to uncap the pen and write a word, but for some reason the cap wouldn't come out no matter how hard he tried. Bai Qian remembered that his grandfather also had a fountain pen that looked very expensive, and it took a lot of force to uncap it. So he thought that all good pens were like this, and he tried even harder. With a snap, the pen cap slipped out of his hand, hit the wall, and bounced back to the ground. The 140 Ajong bad premonition. Bai Qian was frightened by the sound, and a few drops of pen ink splashed onto his hand, but he didn't care at all and quickly picked up the pen cap. Fortunately, the pen cap is not broken and there is not even a scratch. Bai Qian breathed a sigh of relief. But I always feel something is weird. Bai Qian looked at it for a while and slowly broke out in a cold sweat. Where is the swan on the pen cap? He bent over the ground and searched for at least 15 minutes. Where was the swan? Bai Qian wanted to continue looking, but she heard the sound of a car coming from downstairs. He quickly ran to the balcony and looked down stealthily. Her uncle was backing the car into the garage, and Anthony was standing by waiting for her. Anthony is back. This realization made Bai Qian completely panic, and his first reaction was to run. This pen looks so expensive. We must not let Anthony know that he broke it. Bai Qian put the pen cap back on, closed the box, and placed it in the top drawer. She also put back all the other things he had touched. He checked one last time, making sure there was nothing to see, and ran out quickly. He closed the door, just in time to hear Anthony and Sue's father walk into the living room. Bai Qian quickly returned to her room. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands that were stained with pen ink. Then he suddenly had an idea to get a basin of water and put his head in it. 5 minutes later, he had disguised himself as someone who had just come out of the shower and changed his clothes into pajamas. He was just thinking about going out like this to show others when there was a knock on the door. Aunt Zhang's voice rang out from outside. Qian, Mr. has bought some cakes outside and is eating them in the living room. You should come down and have some too. Bai Qian's heart was pounding. She walked over to open the door and said to Aunt Zhang, "Okay, I'll go down right away." Aunt Zhang said, "Did you just take a shower? Hurry up and wipe your hair. It's still dripping. Don't catch a cold." Anthony caught a cold today. He just came back from the hospital. It turned out that they had just gone to the hospital. Bai Qian nodded. "Okay, got it." He closed the door, simply wiped his hair until it was no longer dripping, and went downstairs in his slippers. In the living room, the 3 members of their family were all there. Bai Qian walked over, and Anthony moved over to the sofa next to him, leaving him a seat closer to the pastries. Father Su said, Qian, you must have never eaten our Yangming City specialty, Yungao. Come and try it." Bai Qian curled the corner of his mouth, picked up one, and started eating. The pastry looked delicate and delicious, but it tasted like chewing wax in his mouth. After a while of chatting, Bai Qian finished the cake in her hand and suddenly said, "Second aunt, uncle, I want to go home tomorrow." Father Su was stunned. "You have only lived here for a few days. Are you not comfortable living here?" Bai Qian shook her head and pulled the corners of her mouth stiffly. "No, I miss my parents and grandpa." "So you're homesick?" Father Su nodded. "Are you really not staying for a few more days? I was planning to visit some of the attractions in Yangming City with you guys after Anthony recovers from his cold." "No." Bai Qian put her hands on her legs and clasped them together. "I'll come again next time I have a chance." "Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow." Father Su agreed. "I could just take the bus back by myself. There are intercity buses." "That won't work. You'll have to sit for a long time." Father Su shook his head. "That's it. I'll take you there tomorrow." Bai Qian said nothing more. After eating the pastries and drinking a glass of milk, Anthony felt full. He rubbed his stomach and planned to go back to his room. Suddenly, he saw Bai Qian, who was sitting next to him, had a small strawberry hairband tied around her wrist. He has a similar one. Anthony didn't take it seriously. Bai Qian didn't notice his look and went back to her room after Anthony left. Watching the door close, Bai Qian touched her nose, feeling a little guilty. Anthony wouldn't have discovered it so quickly. At least make it through tomorrow. Bai Qian comforted herself and returned to the guest room. Anthony was in low spirits. He couldn't tell whether it was because of a cold or something else. He didn't do his homework, didn't change his clothes, didn't take off his scarf, and just lay on the bed with his legs spread out, facing the ceiling. "My phone has been out of internet for the whole afternoon." The phone, disconnected from the internet, lay quietly beside him as if it were dead. "Take a look. Look at what an outstanding girl she is to be favored by Sonny." Anthony figured it out, turned over, lay on the bed, and picked up his phone. He hadn't even connected to the internet, yet when he noticed a blue stain on the bed sheet out of the corner of his eye. His sheets were cream-colored, so where did the blue stain come from? Could it be that his desk is never beside the bed? Did he throw the pen up here? The desk is not next to the bed. Anthony picked up the bed sheet hanging by the bed and took a look and found that there was more than 1 point, 7 or 8 points connected vertically to form an arc. There is a hint of gold in the blue stain. The school requires the use of black pen. This blue with gold color belongs exclusively to a pen that he keeps in the drawer of his dressing table. Anthony suddenly had a bad feeling. He got up from the bed and took out the red velvet box from the top drawer. There was also a little blue stain on the outside of the box. This was the gift Sonny's parents gave him when they moved back home this fall. This gift is obviously very valuable. Anthony doesn't usually use it and always keeps it in a drawer. He only takes it out carefully and looks at it occasionally. Anthony pressed the lock and the box popped open, revealing the white pen still inside. But there is a part missing. The crystal swan inlaid on the pen cap is missing. It wasn't completely gone. There was a small sharp shard of crystal stuck in the cap, and it fell off when Anthony touched it. Anthony's heart sank. This was smashed to pieces. He suddenly remembered the little strawberry hairband on by Qian's wrist. Anthony put down his pen, opened all her other drawers, and began to search. No, none. He originally had two. All the blood in Anthony's body was rushing to his head. He went out with his father, leaving only his mother, Aunt Zhang, and Bai Qian at home. When he came back, his pen was broken, and Bai Qian happened to have the same hairband as the one he lost. There can't be such a coincidence. Bai Qian came to his room and went through his things. Anthony pursed his lips tightly, feeling that he was accumulating unprecedented anger, which was about to explode. He searched the room for a long time and finally saw the crystal swan broken into 3 pieces behind the foot of the bed. Anthony was so angry and sad that he wrapped the 3 crystals in toilet paper, took them together with the pen, and rushed out of his room. He knocked directly on Bai Qian's door. After a while, Bai Qian came to the door and paused when she saw him. "What's the matter?" Anthony's expression was cold. "Why did you just go through my things?" Bai Qian pinched the flesh in her palm fiercely, pretending not to understand. "Ah? What? When did I randomly rummage through your things?" Chapter 149, I didn't push him. You know what I'm talking about. Anthony went straight to grab his wrist. Bai Qian let him grab it, but there was nothing on her slender wrist. Fortunately, he discovered it early and took off the hairband on his wrist before returning to the room and put it in the bathroom on the first floor. Bai Qian breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect him to find the broken pen so quickly. Bai Qian clenched her teeth again, thinking that if he refused to admit it, what could Anthony do to him? Anthony held his empty wrist in a daze. Bai Qian withdrew her hand. "What are you doing? You hurt me." Anthony spread out the toilet paper in his hand, and inside was a crystal swan broken into 3 pieces. He forced himself to calm down, but his tone was still a little hurried. "I found this under my bed. Did you open the red box and smash the pen inside? You also took my hairband. It was tied around your wrist when we were having dinner downstairs just now. I saw it all. Stealing is illegal." Bai Qian spread her hands, her eyes innocent. "Hey, can you stop slandering me? I don't know what the red box, pen, or hairband are. I didn't touch your things. If you think I did it, show me the evidence. We live in a society ruled by law now, and spreading rumors is illegal. My mom wouldn't go through my things without my consent. Aunt Zhang would tell me in advance when she came to clean when I was home. When my dad and I went to the hospital, you were the only one left at home besides Mom and Aunt Zhang. Who else was there besides you?" Anthony was rarely so angry. He looked at the broken crystal in his hand and felt extremely distressed. He usually doesn't even want to use it once, so why does Bai Qian do that? Why? What? Mr. Su and Mrs. Su were walking in the garden when they heard a quarrel in the room. They looked at each other and walked into the house together. "What do you mean? Are you going to rely on me just because I live in your house? Fine. If you don't want me to stay in your house, just say so earlier. I'll just leave." Bai Qian rolled her eyes and went back to the house to pack her things. Anthony was unwilling to let him go and reached out to grab his arm. "No, just explain yourself before you leave." Bai Qian pushed him and said, "Let go. How else do you want me to explain myself? Are you forcing me to admit to something I didn't do?" The two of them were getting louder and louder. As they were pushing and shoving, Aunt Zhang heard the noise in the laundry room on the 2nd floor and ran out in a hurry. She watched them fighting from a distance and ran over in a hurry. "What's wrong? What happened?" Bai Qian saw Aunt Zhang, and out of the corner of her eye she saw a pair of leather shoes coming up the stairs. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. When Anthony pulled her arm, Bai Qian not only did not resist, but she also followed his force and deliberately fell forward, then fell sideways on the ground with her arms supporting herself. Aunt Zhang screamed, "Ah, sir, madam." There was no need for him to shout, because Sue's father and mother had already walked up to the 2nd floor and just happened to see this scene. Anthony stared blankly at Bai Qian, who was lying on the ground in pain, and then looked at his own hands. He simply didn't want Bai Qian to leave, so he didn't use so much force. Father Su is a man, so it is not convenient for him to do so. So he said to Aunt Zhang, who was standing there in a daze, "Aunt Zhang, please help me." "Oh, okay." Aunt Zhang hurriedly helped Bai Qian up. When she touched Bai Qian's arm, she suddenly cried out, "Ah," a face full of pain. Mr. Su's expression was a little gloomy. He squatted down and watched Aunt Zhang lift up his pajamas, leaving a red spot on his elbow. "Do your bones hurt?" asked Su's father. Bai Qian shook her head. "I can't tell. My elbow hurts." Mother Su stood nearby and frowned slightly. He looked up at Anthony. Anthony met his mother's gaze and opened his mouth. "I didn't push him." Bai Qian looked aggrieved, her eyes red. "It's you. Aunt Zhang saw it all. If you don't like me and want me to leave, just say so." Mother Su asked Aunt Zhang, "What's going on?" Bai Qian was an outsider after all, and Aunt Zhang liked Anthony more. But from his perspective, it was indeed a struggle between the two of them. Anthony pulled hard and Bai Qian fell out. Aunt Zhang still leaned towards Anthony. He pretended to be confused and didn't explain too clearly. He just said, "I don't know either." The two of them were pulling and tugging, and I don't know what happened and Qian fell. "My eyesight is not good, and you know that, ma'am." Bai Qian lowered her eyes to hide the hatred in them. Aunt Zhang clearly saw it. He is biased. Mother Su looked at Anthony again. "Then tell me what's going on." Anthony pursed his lips and spread out the broken crystal in his hand to show them. Bai Qian went through my things and broke my pen. I came to him, but he denied it and wanted to leave. I didn't let him go, so I pulled him. "And then you pulled him down?" Mother Su asked coldly. Anthony defended himself by saying, "I didn't use any strength. How could I have fallen like this without your strength? Could it be that I broke it by myself?" Bai Qian's voice was already filled with tears, sounding aggrieved. "I didn't rummage through your things. I didn't break your pen. Why are you accusing me? You blame me when your own things are broken. Why? I want to go home. It's you. There won't be anyone else." Anthony also felt aggrieved. "My strawberry hair band was on your hand before, and now it's gone. You must have picked it. It's right in your room. Do whatever you want. My room is right here. Go in and search whatever you want. You're saying that I just rummaged through your things, that I broke your pen, and that I stole your hairband. You're throwing all the dirty water into a bucket. Anyway, there's no way I'll admit it if it wasn't me." Bai Qian lowered her head, and her curled-up figure looked isolated and helpless. Father Su said, "Stop arguing. Qian, let me bandage you first. Xiaojing, go get the medicine box." Mother Su didn't say anything, just nodded and left. Anthony entered Bai Qian's guest room to look for the two hairbands he had lost. Aunt Zhang and Father Su helped Bai Qian downstairs and sat on the sofa in the living room. Mother Su brought the medicine box, and by then Bai Qian's elbow had swollen. The skin was scratched in some places. Dad Su used iodine to disinfect him. Aunt Zhang was unable to help, so she went upstairs to help Anthony look for it. Bai Qian was not panicked at all. It would be strange if he could find it, because the hairband was not in his room at all. After Mr. Su bandaged Bai Qian had stopped crying, but her eyes were still red. There was still no movement upstairs. Mother Su put away the medicine box and went downstairs to take a look in the guest room. Anthony was standing silently in the corner, and Aunt Zhang was still helping him look for it. "You haven't found it yet, right?" Mother Su said expressionlessly. "Come down first." Anthony stood for a while, then followed Mother Su downstairs, and Aunt Zhang followed. Bai Qian supported herself on the ground with her hands when she fell just now, and her hands were a little dirty due to sweating, so she asked to go to the bathroom to wash them. Chapter 150, You're hard to please. Aunt Zhang helped him in. The family of three in the living room fell into a brief silence. The silence was soon interrupted by Bai Qian's shrill voice. "Scrunchy. Is this the scrunchy you were talking about?" Bai Qian pushed open the bathroom door and walked out, her hands still wet, with two hairbands with small strawberry metal buckles hanging on them in her palms. Aunt Zhang hurriedly followed out, looked at the two hairbands, and then looked at Anthony. Everyone looked at Anthony. Anthony opened his mouth, but said nothing. "It's true." Bai Qian suddenly burst into tears again. "You are wronging me. You are the one who is wronging me." Anthony suddenly thought of a possibility. "You have been carrying this with you and just put it in the toilet. You still want to frame me." Aunt Zhang went in with me. He saw everything. Bai Qian looked at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang couldn't say anything this time, so she could only nod and said, "As soon as I walked in, I saw it on the stand in front of the mirror." Things seemed to be falling into place. No matter how you look at it, it was Anthony who wronged Bai Qian. Father Su asked them to each recount what had happened. After both of them finished speaking, Father Su asked Anthony first, "Did the swan crystal break as soon as you came back?" Anthony nodded. "I'm sure it was fine the last time I opened it." Father Su asked Bai Qian again, "What were you doing before we came back?" Bai Qian said, "I was taking a hot bath and washing my hair at the same time." Aunt Zhang knew about it. Aunt Zhang saw it. Everyone looked at Aunt Zhang again. Aunt Zhang did have the impression that he opened the door in his pajamas and wiping his wet hair. Aunt Zhang hesitated for a moment and nodded. Bai Qian continued, "My hair was wet when I went downstairs to eat cakes. You all saw it." That's true. Mr. Su himself has this impression. The infrastructure around the community is well developed and the hospital is very close. In addition, the doctor did not prescribe any medicine, so they were not out for long, and the round trip took less than an hour. Just enough for him to take a bath and wash his hair. Father Su sighed softly and looked at Anthony. Anthony already knew who she had chosen. His eyes instantly turned red, his lips were tightly pursed, and he took a step back. "Anthony, I'm sorry for you because your pen is broken, but there's a saying that goes, 'He who makes the claim must provide evidence.' This matter involves a person's reputation, so you have to provide evidence." Father Su said slowly. Anthony didn't respond. Father Su said, "Besides, no matter whether you did it on purpose or not, Qian did fall because of you. If you apologize to her, Qian won't say anything anymore, right?" When he said the last sentence, Father Su looked at Bai Qian. Bai Qian paused and nodded. "I'm not such a stingy person." He raised his eyes to look at Anthony and added, "I understand that you were sad about the broken pen. Apologize to me, and I will let bygones be bygones. Just pretend nothing happened today." Anthony looked at him fiercely. "You did it. I didn't wrong you." Anthony. Sue's father's tone was still gentle, but he sighed. Anthony thought his father was disappointed in him. Unprecedented grievance and sadness instantly overwhelmed him. Anthony's vision was a little blurred. He suddenly took a step back, turned around, and rushed out. Aunt Zhang tried to grab him but failed, so she chased him a few steps. "Hey!" He turned his head and looked at Sue's father and mother. "What should I do? It's dark outside." Mother Sue shook her head. "No need to chase him. There is only one place he can go. Just stop for a while and let Tianhong go find him." Aunt Zhang obviously knew about it as well. She sighed and said nothing. After sending Bai Qian back to the guest room, Father Su returned to the living room and said to Mother Su with a wry smile, "He may not be willing to talk to me if I go to him this time." Mother Su took a sip of coffee and said, "I was the one who always pissed him off before. I never thought that there would be a day when you would piss him off." Father Su sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. Whoever advocates must provide evidence. That's the way it is. Since you kept silent, I have to be the bad guy." Mother Su glanced at her and said softly, "Is he leaving tomorrow?" Father Su nodded. Mother Su frowned, lowered her eyes, and took another sip of coffee. Although her voice was low, it was clearly heard by Father Su. "Tomorrow is a really good day." Father Su said nothing, but looked at his watch and said, "Okay, it's almost time. Are you going? Let me be a good person for once. I'm not very familiar with this business." Mother Su frowned slightly. "Why don't you go? I think this time is a little different from the past." "Anthony has a soft temper and is easy to coax," said Sue's father. "He is just too soft-tempered." Mother Su said coldly, "If it were me, I would just throw the cup in his face. The worst that can happen is that he will have to pay some money. Then let's do this." Father Su took out his cell phone. I remembered someone. A tall and thin young man stood in front of the freezer in the convenience store, holding a box of onions, a box of ginger, and a bottle of soy sauce. She put the things on the freezer and freed her hands to answer the phone. Yeah, okay, sure, it's okay. Where is he?" The other party said something, and the young man raised his eyebrows, looked around, and looked a little surprised. "I'm right here," she said. The other party said something again. She said, and then hung up the phone. Sonny took the things to check out, and when he was about to pay, he suddenly stopped, scanned the rows of items in the warming cabinet, and then took out 2 bottles of milk. 1 bottle of strawberry and 1 bottle of mango. Exactly 20. She carried the shopping bags and did not go out. Instead, she walked to the customer lounge by the window at the door. She saw a small figure sitting in the innermost area, with his arms on the counter, his hands on his face, looking out the window expressionlessly. She didn't know that this little girl would run away from home after quarreling with her family. Still a little brat after all. Sunny lowered her head and smiled. then restrained her expression and walked straight over. Anthony was looking up at the dark sky at a 45-degree angle when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a bottle placed in front of him in the lower right corner of his vision. Anthony turned his head and was stunned. Sonny placed the strawberry-flavored milk in front of him and took the bottle of mango-flavored milk. With a light twist, the lid was off. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and stole her mango milk. The bottle of pink milk was pushed over slowly. Anthony whispered, "I eat strawberries, but I don't drink strawberry-flavored milk." Sonny, you're quite difficult to please." Anthony didn't say anything, but just drank the mango milk silently. When he was grabbing the milk just now, his little finger touched the back of Sonny's hand, which was cold. Sonny reached out and pinched his hand, frowning slightly. "Why are your hands so cold?" Anthony pulled his hand away and moved to the side, farther away from her. His voice was still soft, as if he had no strength left. "It's none of your business." Sonny saw that his eyes were swollen like peach pits. On the phone, Sue's father only said that he had suffered some grievances, but did not say why. Chapter 151, How Could There Be Such a Person? Sonny rolled up her sleeves and put the onion, ginger, and garlic seasoning her mother asked her to buy on the table. "Who bullied you?" "He looks like he's going to fight." Anthony shook his head slightly. "No. Who can bully me in my home?" "That means you were bullied at home." Sonny asked quietly. Anthony paused and shook his head again. "I'm just a little sad," Anthony said, slowly taking out a ball of toilet paper from his pocket and placing it on the table in front of her. The toilet paper hit the table and made a slight sound. From the sound, I knew there was something in the toilet paper. Sonny unpacked the toilet paper outside and saw several broken crystals. She didn't recognize what it was at first glance. Sonny pieced the pieces together roughly and recognized that they were from the pen her parents had given him. Anthony was very sad. His voice was filled with tears, and his eyes slowly turned red again. "It was originally broken into 3 pieces, and when I ran over, I fell down, and the 3 pieces became 5 pieces. Oh." Sonny heard this and cut off the beginning and the end of it. "You fell? Where did you fall?" Anthony kept sobbing and talking about his own things. "Isn't this pen very expensive? I couldn't bear to use it. I didn't write many words before it broke." He looked like he was crying. His eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. But he was stubborn enough not to let them fall. Sonny asked again, "Where did you fall?" Anthony looked at his legs. "Knees." Sonny looked down along the line of sight he had laid at night, and indeed saw a lot of dust on the knees of his beige pants. She reached out and pressed it, and Anthony couldn't dodge and screamed, "Ah!" Seeing the pain on his face, Sonny stood up from the chair and ordered directly, "Go to the hospital." Anthony pouted and said quickly, "No. Why don't you go?" Sonny's expression was a little gloomy. She suppressed her anger and tried to reason with him. "It hurts so much. Aren't you afraid of breaking both legs and making them useless? It's not as serious as a fracture. Anthony can still be distinguished. He probably just had some scrapes at best." Anthony glanced at her quickly and lowered his voice. "I'm not going with you. I'm going by myself. Why are you being so rude to me? Are you planning to crawl over there by yourself?" Sonny said angrily. "Besides, do you have money with you?" He didn't say anything, but Sonny knew he had hit the point. He did after taking the milk was to warm his hands. If he had money on him, he would have gone to buy hot milk himself. Sonny went to pull his arm. "I'll support you." Before her hand touched his clothes, Anthony dodged it. Anthony had been avoiding her touch like the plague since they'd met at the convenience store. Sonny's tone became colder, and he looked down at him condescendingly. "What are you making a fuss about?" Anthony pursed his lips and said, "Don't get too close to me. If your boyfriend sees us, our friendship will be overturned in an instant." Sonny suspected that she had heard it wrongly and repeated, "Boyfriend." "Yeah." Anthony tried to break the weird atmosphere between the two of them and made a joke very hard. "You didn't even tell me you had a boyfriend. Someone asked me about it yesterday." Anthony remembered who this person was, paused, and then continued, "I swore to him that I didn't have it, but now I've been wronged right after I said it. Sonny, I just came out to buy some soy sauce." Sonny, got arranged a boyfriend for me." She looked at Anthony, who was hiding from her, and narrowed her eyes slightly, because she was not very happy about Anthony's reaction after he thought she had a boyfriend. "Where's my boyfriend? Pull him out and show me what he looks like." Anthony didn't bring his cell phone with him, and after Zhou said she wanted to send him photos, he disconnected from the internet and never looked at them. So he actually still doesn't know what Sonny's boyfriend looks like. But Sonny denied it. Is it a rumor? But from what Zhou said, it seemed very convincing. Anthony hadn't seen the photo, but he knew where to look. So he asked, "Did you bring your phone?" Sunny nodded, but didn't give it to him. She looked at his legs and said, "Come with me to the hospital first." "It's okay, it was just a scratch. I'm wearing thick clothes in winter, so I can't fall too far." Anthony paused. "Can you lend me your phone?" Anthony probably won't go with her until this matter is resolved. Sunny was also very curious about how she was suddenly rumored to have a boyfriend. She didn't say anything else, took out her phone from her pocket, unlocked it, and handed it to him. Anthony downloaded a piece of software with ease, opened it, and looked up. "Do you have a forum account?" "What forum?" Sunny raised his eyebrows slightly. Anthony said nothing and entered his forum account. He directly chose to sort by popularity, and the second most popular post directly read, "Suspected lover fell from the sky." Anthony clicked it. The main post was a Weibo sharing link, and Anthony clicked on it. A Weibo post popped up. Anthony glanced at it casually, then suddenly stopped and slowly opened his eyes. Sunny leaned over and looked at her phone screen. The boy in the photo is really her. Inside, Sunny didn't recognize him at first, but based on the background and his clothes, she immediately realized what was going on. Anthony was confused. "Why is it him?" He looked at Sunny, and his first reaction was, "What's that?" Yesterday, Bai Qian didn't look like she knew Sunny. But where did Bai Qian get the photo of Sunny? Sunny pinched the bridge of her nose. No exaggeration, really. Anthony was unable to react. Sunny sorted out the cause and effect, thinking and explaining to him. "I went to your house last night to deliver some fruit, and I thought you were taking a selfie by the window, so I leaned over. He should have pressed the camera button at that time, and I thought he had taken the wrong photo and would delete it." Who knew that it was not only not deleted, but also posted online? Anthony also remembered. He heard the scream and came out of the kitchen yesterday. Bai Qian had already put away her phone, so Anthony did not see what happened. But he saw Sunny and Bai Qian were very close. So that's how it is. I didn't expect it to be like this. Anthony frowned, pointed at the words "meeting is a good omen" on the screen, and asked her, why did he use this sentence? "Now everyone in the school thinks he is you. How should I know?" Sunny explained clearly, and then he became lazy again. "Your sister is not my sister." In fact, she could roughly guess it, but because of the relationship with Anthony, Sunny didn't say it. Anthony actually thought of this, but he just didn't believe that there would be such a person around him. She rummaged through his things without his consent, stole his hairband, and broke his pen. It would have been fine if she didn't admit it and she didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, but now she's posting other people's photos online to deliberately cause misunderstanding. How could Bai Qian be such a person? Chapter 152. Want to do something bad to me. After all, he was his relative, so Anthony gave him face and didn't make any comments. But it is precisely because he is a relative of his family. Anthony apologized silently. "I'm sorry." "What kind of apology are you offering?" Sunny reached out and pulled his face, forcing the corners of his drooping mouth upward. This time Anthony didn't shy away from her touch. He just slapped her hand away. "It hurts." Sunny loosened her hand and saw some red marks on his face from where she had pinched him. "TSK, why is it so soft?" "It's like tofu and breaks when you pinch it," Anthony said angrily. "He is my relative. He caused all the rumors about you to spread everywhere. I have to apologize." "Let him do it himself. I've never seen you so stupid as to take the blame on yourself," Sunny said in a lazy tone. Anthony thought of some disputes that happened at home before, and he became listless again. He drank milk weakly with drooping eyelids. "I'm not going. You go by yourself." Sunny watched his reaction. Her eyebrows jumped, and she had a guess. "Did he break the swan on your pen?" Anthony looked at the fragments on the table. His throat choked, and he began to feel sad again. No evidence. No wonder Sue's father said on the phone that he felt a little wronged. She probably guessed what was going on. Sunny took back his phone and looked at Anthony's forum account. This is basically an initial account. There is nothing on it. The nickname and avatar are all default, and the gender is written as unknown. She changed her account nickname to Sunny. Anthony was still staring at the crystal fragments in a daze. Sunny posted a message while saying, "We school bullies don't like to be taken advantage of without saying anything. Usually we beat up such people when we meet them. But I am a civilized school bully, and my way of solving problems is also more civilized." Anthony tilted his head to look at her. This guy is really addicted to playing the role of school bully. After Sunny finished posting, he immediately exited the forum and put his phone back into his pocket. "Just clarify the rumors. Now you come with me to the hospital." "Can I not go?" "It doesn't hurt now." Anthony really didn't want to go to the hospital. He just came back from the hospital. Anthony continued. Going to the hospital is an overreaction. Sonny glanced at the high stool he was sitting on. He should be fine since he was able to get up and walk here after falling down and sit on such a high stool. It's not impossible. She took a step back. Then go home first and see what happened when you fell, and then go to the hospital. Go home. Anthony fell silent again. He doesn't want to go home. Don't want to see Bai Qian. But the convenience store is about to close. Sonny knew that he didn't want to go back, so she originally wanted to suggest that they go to my house. But think about it, it doesn't feel very subtle. So she didn't say anything. The next second, Anthony looked up and looked at Sonny pitifully. Can I stay at your house for one night? Sonny didn't expect him to take the initiative to propose this plan. She repeated implicitly, go to my house. Anthony thought she was unwilling, so he added, I can sleep on the sofa or on the floor in your room. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Anthony was stunned. I just came out to buy some soy sauce. She spoke slowly. How come I'm being relied on by others? Before Anthony could say anything, Sonny said, you still want to sleep in my room? She raised her chin and said, have you been planning to do something bad to me for a long time? Bullshit about any evil intentions. But I didn't remember that she had a guest room. Anthony looked at her coldly. Sonny touched his milk bottle, which was still warm. Drink your milk first. Anthony obediently gulped down the rest of the milk, threw the bottle into the trash can, then got down from the high stool and waited for her to come home with his face tilted up. Sonny didn't move, but crossed her arms across her chest, rubbing her chin thoughtfully with her thumb and index finger, staring at him. After staring at each other for 3 seconds, Anthony couldn't hold it anymore and avoided her sight. What are you looking at? Nothing. I think it's nice to have a daughter. Sonny thought of some scenes that might become reality in the future, and smiled with her eyes curved and the corners of her lips raised. She rewrapped the crystal fragments on the table and put them neatly into her cotton coat pocket. If it breaks, it breaks. I'll buy you another one. Anthony shook his head. I won't buy this again. He was still a little unhappy, pouted his lips, and muttered. You are a person who likes novelty and dislikes old things. I'm fickle. Sonny was so angry that she almost laughed. You are such a heartless person. The convenience store closed early, and the clerk was already cleaning up. Anthony walked out. His knees didn't hurt when he sat, but he limped a little when he walked. It hurts. It really hurts. Anthony tried to look like nothing was wrong. Let's go. Sonny said, lightly, but did not move. She reached out and held his arm steadily, then said, let's go. The two of them went home together. As soon as Sonny entered the password and unlocked the door, a voice of anger erupted from inside the house. I asked you to buy soy sauce. You don't know where the supermarket is, so you went to a foreign country to buy it. Sonny ignored Zhang's mother shouting and helped Anthony sit on the sofa. Mother Zhang came out of the kitchen with a large shovel in her hand. Anthony was blocked by the sofa, and he only saw his son standing in front of the sofa with nothing in his hands. Where are the things I asked you to buy? Mother Zhang pinched her waist and stared with her beautiful eyes. Sonny picked his ears, looked around, and suddenly became silent. TSK. I forgot to get the soy sauce, onions, ginger, and garlic from the convenience store. The only reward was saving a person. Sonny told the truth. I bought it and forgot to take it. Mother Jiang took a deep breath and was about to lose her temper when she saw a furry little head pop up from behind the sofa. Its big eyes blinked, and it said, Aunt Jiang, don't blame her. His hair was loose, and his bangs hadn't been cut for a while. The hair gathered together made his face look even smaller. With only half of his face visible due to the sofa, he looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. Jiang's mother recognized Anthony. She stroked her chest in fear and said, Oh my God, I thought my son had an illegitimate daughter somewhere. Sonny. Facing Anthony, Jiang's mother's tone suddenly softened. She pushed Sonny aside, came over with a big shovel, and sat next to Anthony. It's Anthony? Hey, what's wrong with your leg? Mother Jiang noticed the dirt marks on his knees. I didn't look at the road and fell down, said Anthony. Did you fall? Roll up your pants, and I'll show you. Mother Jiang turned away and put the big shovel in his Sonny's hand. Put it in the kitchen and wash it while you're at it. Sonny. She had no choice but to go to the kitchen with a shovel. Chapter 153. 2 bruises on the knees. It's too thick and I can't roll it up. Anthony tried it, but it didn't work. You have to take it off. Zhang's mother also said, Is there no one at your house? How about I ask Sonny to go to your house and get a pair of pajamas? Someone is there. Anthony hesitated. Aunt Jiang, can I sleep at your house for one night? Mother Jiang only saw his red and swollen eyes at this time, and suddenly realized what was happening. She nodded without asking any questions. Okay, of course. No wonder that brat came back so late after buying soy sauce. It turned out he went to pick up someone. Mother Jiang stood up and said, I'll find you a set of my clothes. Wait here for a while, dear. Anthony nodded. Mother Jiang turned up the indoor temperature a little before going upstairs. Sunny stood in the kitchen. She quickly washed the shovel and put it in the cupboard. She didn't go out, but called Sue's father back first. He briefly explained Anthony's condition, and then said that he wanted to stay at her house tonight. Mr. Sue thought for a while and said okay. Sunny didn't hang up in a hurry. She leaned against the closet and lowered her voice. Uncle, can I know why Anthony doesn't want to go home? In the next 5 minutes, Father Sue briefly recounted everything that had happened tonight. Sunny listened and said nothing. He politely replied with a few words and waited until the other party hung up before putting down the phone. She stood there for a while, lowering her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow under her eyelids. Sunny, are you so slow in washing a shovel? Sunny then stood up nonchalantly and walked out. I'm coming. Anthony had changed into a set of Sue's mother's pajamas. The pajamas were loose and large, exposing a part of his fair neck, and the sleeves were rolled up several times, still covering his hands. The trouser legs were rolled up at the knees, revealing the beautiful curves of his calves. Sunny had no time to appreciate it. As soon as she came in, her eyes were drawn to his knees. There were 2 bruises on the knees. Sunny was standing a few steps away and felt shocked. She paused and said, Is this okay? Anthony also looked at his knee and said hesitantly, It just looks scary, but it doesn't really hurt that much. Sunny looked at him coldly and said nothing. Mother Jiang rubbed medicinal wine on her hands and said, Don't go to the hospital during the new year. I used to be a school doctor. I'll rub it on you, and it won't take long. There won't be any scars left. Anthony nodded obediently. It will be a little painful, just bear with it. Mother Jiang said, putting her hand on his knee and slowly rubbing along the bone. Anthony didn't feel anything at first, but after a while, his knee slowly became numb, and after a while, the numbness was replaced by a stabbing pain. He clenched his teeth tightly. Sunny looked at him for a while, then opened her thin lips and said, Why are you acting as the 5 warriors of Langia Mountain here? Anthony didn't understand. Sunny continued, If it hurts, just scream it out. Why hold it in? Mother Jiang turned her head and said, Stinky boy, can you be gentler? How did your father and I give birth to you? Sunny stopped talking again. Anthony didn't scream in the end. He just gritted his teeth and endured it. When the medicinal wine was almost dry, Mother Jiang applied the matching plaster on him. That's it, it's been dealt with. Anthony, sit here for a while. Watch TV if you're bored. Here's the remote control. Your Uncle Jiang is visiting relatives and won't be back tonight. You can sleep with Annie. Anthony nodded again. Mother Jiang pulled Sunny and said, Sunny, come with me to get a new quilt for Anthony. Sunny said, and followed Jiang's mother upstairs. Anthony didn't turn on the TV. He pulled his trouser legs down and rolled them up a few times at his ankles. Anthony saw the plaster that Jiang's mother had put on his knee. He remembered that he had forgotten to remove the fever-reducing patch on his stomach. There was no one in the living room. Anthony looked around, lifted his pajamas a little, and went to tear off the fever-reducing patch on his stomach. As soon as Sunny entered the house, he received a call from Sue's father, saying that Anthony had a fever today and asked him to remember to tear off the cooling patch and replace it with a new one. She hung up the phone, thinking that she had never seen Anthony put a fever patch on his head. It should have been torn up long ago. She planned to go to Sue's house to get a new one. Just as I reached the stairs, I put my hand on the railing and glanced around the living room. I saw him lifting his clothes, revealing a little bit of his porcelain white skin, and his hands were struggling to tear off a blue thing from his belly. Sunny reacted, looked away instantly, and retreated to the corner. Little girl, you like eating meat so much, but your waist is quite thin. TSK. Sunny stood there for a while before looking back into the living room and going downstairs. Anthony sat on the sofa, keeping the same posture as when she left, staring at her intently. Sunny continued to walk outside, and when passing by the trash can, he glanced at it calmly, and sure enough, he saw a blue fever-reducing patch inside. It turned out that the fever-reducing patch was stuck on the stomach. She turned her back to Anthony and laughed silently. When I reached the door, I finally heard a weak voice behind me. Where are you going? Sunny turned around and pointed in the direction of his house. Uncle Sue asked me to go to your house to get a fever-reducing patch. Anthony pouted. How did she know I was at your house? You broke your leg and your head? Sonny snorted. How dare I take you home without telling your parents? If not, the police will come and arrest me tomorrow, accusing me of child trafficking. Anthony looked down and said nothing. Sonny went out. 5 minutes later, Sonny came back with a rabbit stuffed animal that was taller than her. She kicked the door shut and placed the rabbit next to Anthony as he stared at her in shock. Sonny took out a cooling patch and a cell phone from her pocket and handed them to Anthony. Anthony took it and realized the phone was his. He was still stunned, looking at the bunny doll that was supposed to be on his bed. Why did you bring this here? Your father said you were a bit attached to your bed. Sonny explained. Anthony was silent again. He lowered his head and opened his phone. He had been offline for the whole afternoon, and there were a lot of unread messages and push notifications accumulated on his phone. Anthony was in no mood to read them. He just clicked aimlessly. Sonny continued, I just called after-sale service for the fountain pen. If it's not broken into pieces, they said they could try gluing it together. Anthony raised his head sharply. Really? Why would I lie to you? I have so much free time. Sonny rolled his eyes at him. Anthony suddenly perked up and asked again, Really? Sonny nodded, her tone very indulgent. Yeah. That's great, Anthony said happily. But it's impossible to be exactly the same as before. Cracks can still be seen, so lower your expectations. Sonny reminded him. Anthony nodded vigorously. It doesn't matter, as long as they can stay together. As long as it's complete. Chapter 154, The Man with Sweet Talk. Sonny went to pour him a cup of hot water. Anthony sat on the couch, scrolling through his phone. He now had the energy to delete all the useless push notifications and open Zhou Ying's chat box. This person sent him countless messages throughout the afternoon, including but not limited to various Chinese symbols and Arabic numerals. There are only a few that are truly meaningful. Zhou Ying. Oh my God. You are not so upset that you would disconnect from the internet to avoid this matter. I called you 3 times at different times and said you were offline. Zhou Ying. To be honest, that girl is not as pretty as you. Sonny must have had shit in his eyes. Zhou Ying. What the hell? Zhou Ying. Sonny is such a great guy. Zhou Ying. Share link. Zhou Ying. Share link. Anthony was stunned, unable to tell whether the word absolutely was praising Sonny or scolding her. According to the semantics of the previous sentence, this just should be an insult to her. Anthony responded to him first. You are wrong. This girl is not Sonny's boyfriend. She is my cousin. After replying, he clicked on the link sent by Zhou Ying. It's a Weibo post. At Yangming No. 1 Middle School Student Union. Our school does not advocate premature love. Investigating premature love will be one of the main tasks of the student union in the next semester. We hope that the students of No. 1 Middle School will develop harmonious, mutually supportive, friendly, and pure relationships with their classmates. Pay attention to the scale and do not overdo it. In addition, at Qing Qingzijin, please pay attention to the advertising money earned from using the photos. Anthony read it twice and clicked on the second link sent by Zhou Ying. This link is a forum post with no title and was shared directly to the Yangming No. 1 Middle School forum via Weibo. The post shared was the one posted by at Yangming Yi Zhong Shuixinghui. Anthony didn't understand what the difference was. Wouldn't it still jump to Weibo when he clicked it? He looked at it for a while and suddenly noticed the ID of the person who shared it, Sonny. Is this Sonny's forum account? He looked up and saw Sonny walking towards him with a glass of water. Anthony held out his phone. Is this from you? Did you send this? Sonny glanced at his video screen and shook his head calmly. No, this is you. What do you mean this is me? Is this ID Sonny your account? Sonny still shook his head. This is your account. Anthony knew every word, but why he couldn't understand them when they were put together. Anthony was stunned. Sonny reminded him. Open your forum app. Anthony did so. The moment he logged onto the forum, his cell phone suddenly started beeping. Messages popped up and scrolled quickly above the screen. Anthony was stunned and turned on the mute button. The phone was silent, but the messages were still scrolling quickly. Users Baby Loves You, Tiandi Yanshin, Hokiki, and 369 others liked you. User VideoE11, Wokov, Yajiang, and 566 others replied to you. Anthony looked at it for a while, then realized it belatedly and asked slowly, Is this Sonny my account? Did you change it? Sonny. Correct. Anthony was not angry at all and asked calmly, Why don't you use your own? Sonny. Too lazy to create. If you just share it on the forum using this ID, they will definitely think that it was you who posted that Weibo, Anthony added. It was me, Sunny explained. The school asked us to create a Weibo account before the holiday, and they also asked us to increase our followers. I just took it and used it. It killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Anthony counted on his fingers. Clarification counts as 1. Gaining followers counts as 1. What's the other one? Sunny gave him a meaningful look and continued slowly. Making Anthony happy also counts as 1. Anthony. Men who are good at sweet talk are not good people. Zhou. I thought this Weibo post was quite straightforward and official. How come it is full of flowery words? Under Zhou Ying's questioning, Anthony recounted the whole story, putting aside some of the disputes between him and Bai Qian. Now it's time for Zhou Ying to express her thoughts. Zhou Ying, Mr. Chairman, this is really amazing. It's really amazing. To deal with this kind of green tea girl, you have to hit her face hard to hurt her. Zhou Ying, Sunny has a sharp eye. I didn't even realize that the second Weibo post was an ad for selling rings. Anthony. She said she confirmed it after seeing the store selling the ring in Qingqing Zijin's Weibo follow-up list, but the hand in the picture was not hers. Zhou Ying. A top student is a top student. His thinking is different from ours. Who has nothing better to do than to look through Bai Qian's mutual connection list? Zhou Ying. From what you described, I feel your cousin is not a good person. You should be careful of her. Anthony replied with a yeah. Although his fever had subsided, Anthony was still afraid of infecting Zhang's mother, so he insisted on sleeping in the guest room. Mother Zhang agreed and told him to go next door and knock on Sunny's door if he had anything to do at night. Then she turned around and reminded Sunny not to sleep too deeply at night. Sunny, When she was at Anthony's house, she always wondered if the two of them were taken away by mistake when they were children. No words were spoken that night. Anthony was indeed a little picky about his bed, but maybe because he had a bunny doll to hug. He slept very well. I also get up very early in the morning. Anthony got up, washed up, opened the door, and went out. As soon as I took a step out, I saw Sunny leaning on the railing on the second floor, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and I didn't know what he was looking at. Sunny heard the voice and put down the phone. It's pretty much what I thought. After one night, Anthony's leg had gotten much better, and he no longer felt pain when walking, but he couldn't run. What are you thinking about? Anthony walked over and asked. Thinking about your wake-up time. The temperature rose. Sunny took off her down jacket and changed into a black cotton jacket. She leaned against the railing casually, with a smooth jawline and a cold profile. Because her head was slightly tilted, she looked a little bit cool. Anthony muttered under his breath, "Rogue." Sunny didn't hear it and looked at the time. Just in time, can we go downstairs? Anthony nodded. Yes. It was possible yesterday, let alone today. Okay, come with me. Where are you going? Anthony held the railing and followed her downstairs. You'll know when you get there. Sunny didn't say much. As they walked out the door, Anthony looked in the direction she was going, thinking she was going to ask him to go home, and slowly stopped. Sunny turned his head and paused. This is fine too. She pointed to a trash can on the side of the road. Hide behind that. There's a chair behind it. Anthony was confused. Sunny glanced at his phone again. Don't ask, just sit in the back and watch secretly, or I'll move a chair over and you can sit next to me and watch. What are you looking at and what are you peeking at? Anthony wondered if he had lost a day's memory. Otherwise, why couldn't he understand what she was saying at all? Chapter 155, I'm protecting you. But he still did as Sunny said, walked behind the trash can, and sure enough, he saw a high stool. The community is very well cleaned. The trash cans on the roadside are only for passersby, and there is a special place for throwing household garbage, so it is very clean and there is no odor. There was a billboard on the trash can. Anthony was sitting there and could just see where Sunny was standing through the gap between the billboard and the trash can. Sunny was standing right in the middle of his field of vision. Anthony had a very subtle feeling. He would often marvel at the tiny details that Sunny showed unintentionally. It takes into account both that his knees cannot sit on a chair that is too low and also the range of his vision if he sits on a high stool. But after considering so much, could you please consider that he really looks like a fool sitting here? Anthony looked at the trash can in front of him, speechless. He looked through the gap and suddenly saw Sunny holding a cell phone towards him. Anthony. He was about to go out when he suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that the door of his house opposite was slightly opened. Anthony quickly hit himself again. Sunny must have seen his reaction, as she put away her phone and turned to look at the person who came. It turned out to be Bai Qian. What is Sunny going to do? Anthony was a little nervous. Sunny, with mixed feelings. Last night, after he saw the Weibo post from the Yangming No. 1 Middle School Student Union, he was angry and ashamed. Is this Sunny a boy? How could he be so cruel to a girl like him? Him a private message asking him to delete the photos. He would have deleted them. Why did he have to announce it to the world in this way? The Weibo account he had operated for a long time instantly became a laughingstock. How her classmates would look at him when she returned to school. Bai Qian cried angrily. He went to wash his face and think about remedial measures. When he came out, he suddenly heard some noise outside the door. He thought it was Anthony who came back and wanted to pretend to be a loving sister. When I opened the door, I saw Sunny. Sunny glanced at him and actually walked over. Bai Qian held the door nervously. Unexpectedly, her first words were, "I'm the president of the student union. I can't let others know that I'm in a premature relationship. Can you understand?" Bai Qian was stunned. Sunny added, "I'll wait for you downstairs of your house at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Her tone was light, almost gentle. Bai Qian didn't expect this to happen. He was still in a daze when Sunny entered Anthony's room, brought out a large stuffed toy, and left Anthony's house. Bai Qian could hardly sleep that night. He thought about it and felt that what Sunny said made sense. The student union president really cannot have rumors of premature love. Otherwise, he will be removed, right? What does the second sentence mean? Make an appointment with him? The tone is still so gentle. Bai Qian struggled for a long time about whether to go or not. In the end, I dressed up carefully and went. He walked up to Sunny and tried to look nonchalant. "What?" Sunny held out her hand. "Give me your phone?" As the plot develops, contact information is usually left. Bai Qian's heart beat faster and faster. She took out her cell phone from her bag and handed it over. Sunny took his phone, turned it around in her hand, lowered her eyes, and commented nonchalantly, "It's quite new. I just bought it not long ago." Bai Qian replied. He had been completely immersed in the plot of the idol drama. His whole body seemed to be floating, and his tone became involuntarily light. Sunny said nothing, flipped his wrist, and let go. With a bang, the phone fell to the ground, and the screen shattered into pieces in an instant. Bai Qian screamed, and looked at the scene in disbelief. "What are you doing?" Not only him, but Anthony behind the trash was also dumbfounded. Bai Qian was about to pick it up, but Sunny got there first, stepped on the corner of the phone, and kicked it lightly to the side, and the phone slid directly into the viewing channel on the side. The viewing channel built next to the stone steps is only a foot wide and can just accommodate a mobile phone. Bai Qian was so angry that her whole body was shaking. You have to compensate me for my phone." "What cell phone?" Sunny withdrew her hand. She stood casually, but the feeling of oppression only grew stronger. She looked in the direction of Bai Qian's finger and suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean the one in the ditch? Didn't you accidentally fall in while walking and playing with your phone?" "What nonsense are you talking about? It was obviously you. I saw everything." It was the first time that Bai Qian encountered such a thing, and she almost collapsed. Sunny's face turned cold. "Don't say anything without evidence. Defamation is also illegal." Bai Qian suddenly realized something and asked in a trembling voice, "Anthony asked you to come, right? I'm going to tell my aunt and uncle. I'm going to tell Grandpa. I'm going to call the police. What are you suing for? I asked you to meet me in the morning, but I snatched your phone and threw it into the gutter." Sunny chuckled. "Just listen for yourself. Who would believe it?" She was smiling, but in Bai Qian's eyes, she looked like the devil Satan. "Call the police. Do you have evidence?" "There is no surveillance here. My fingerprints on the phone have been washed away by water. You can't even prove that we have met." Sunny slowly stopped laughing and said coldly, "You don't have evidence, but I do. Anthony wrapped up the broken crystal yesterday. No one has touched it except him. As long as we take it to the testing center, we can find out who else has touched his pen. Do you think they didn't check it because it's too expensive?" Every word she said was heart-wrenching. Bai Qian had not thought that there was a way to check fingerprints, and the blood drained from her face. In addition to the pen, there are also fingerprints on the table and the door handle. As long as your fingerprints are found anywhere, it can prove that you entered Anthony's room. I didn't check because I was still thinking about this thin blood relationship. Bai Qian couldn't speak at all under the double pressure of her gaze and words. Her lips trembled, and she said nothing. "Anthony, before you go home. Otherwise, the fingerprint test report and the Public Security Bureau filing record will be sent to Uton No. 3 Middle School. The value of his pen is enough to initiate an investigation." Sunny said. Bai Qian still didn't say anything, but after all, she was still young and couldn't help but burst into tears. He lowered his head and sobbed. Sunny turned and left. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something, stopped, and turned slightly. "Since you are Anthony's cousin, I'm giving you a piece of advice. Before you provoke someone, check whether you can provoke them. Not only am I the student union president, I'm also a school bully. We school bullies are straightforward and don't play the fancy tricks of parents. Please understand. Although you didn't provoke me directly, Anthony, I'm protecting you. After hearing this, Bai Qian held her face and started crying. Chapter 156, I'll protect you. Anthony sat behind the trash can and watched Bai Qian run back to his house crying. I don't want a cell phone in the gutter either. Sonny came over with a calm expression. Let's go back and have breakfast. Anthony stood up, and Sonny automatically took the chair he had been sitting on. The two people walked towards the Jiang family. No one spoke along the way. Walking to the door of the house, Sonny pressed his fingerprint, and the door opened with a ding sound, followed by a soft thank you. Sonny raised his eyes, opened the door, and walked in. He didn't look back, and his voice was steady and without any ups and downs. Remember this. You know what to do next time, right? Anthony followed her and closed the door. Huh? Sonny stopped and said, if someone bites you, you bite back. Remember, I'm not a school bully. I'm more civilized, Anthony said in a low voice. Sonny was annoyed. I didn't hit him or curse him. I was reasoning with him the whole time. Am I not civilized enough? Your civilized way of solving the problem is to swallow your anger and not go home. She poked Anthony on the head. Learn from me. Then I didn't think of the fingerprint method. Anthony lowered his head. Besides, he quickly raised his head, glanced at Sonny, and said in a low voice, aren't you protecting me? His voice became smaller and smaller. Then I can come to see you next time. Sonny didn't know what to say. She just wanted this little girl to learn her lesson and not be bullied again. She got bullied this time. But what about next time? She didn't think too much about it and asked directly. Then you can still look for me forever, Anthony? If I go to Kyoto to attend university next year or the year after, are you still going to take a train for more than 10 hours and come to me crying and complaining? Anthony shook his head. I can take a plane and get there in 5 or 6 hours. Sonny, you are quite familiar with the voyage to Kyoto. Anthony seemed to be joking and didn't continue the topic. He walked past her into the house. There were sounds of cooking in the kitchen. It should be Zhang's mother who got up and was making breakfast. Anthony walked over slowly, wanting to see if there was anything he could help with. When he reached the kitchen door, he heard Sonny say behind him, okay, I've got you covered. Not long after Anthony finished breakfast, Sue's father came to pick him up. In fact, Anthony had figured it out long ago. Mom and dad are adults, and adults always have to consider a lot of things. They can't solve problems directly in a civilized way like Sonny. But after Sue's father called Anthony, Anthony still remained awkward and didn't say anything. Dad wants to apologize to you first. I'm sorry for wronging you in this matter. Your mother, and I know it. Anthony looked at her. There were only a father and daughter in the side hall. Father Su said, Qian is still young after all. Your mother, and I can tell whether she is lying or not. However, as elders, we cannot judge someone based on their eyes without any evidence. Besides, the reputation of stealing is not good. After all, Qian's father is your mother's eldest brother, so we cannot be so ruthless. Although we will not repay evil with kindness, we should still be more lenient to others. Anthony was no longer angry. If he was angry, Sonny had already expressed his anger for him. Sue's father said a lot that day. She was gentle by nature, and her reasons were gentle too. Some of what she said was understandable to him, but some of the reasons were beyond his understanding at his age. Anthony did not refute her, but just kept them in mind. The father and daughter chatted for a whole hour. After the chat, Anthony picked up his rabbit doll and followed Sue's father home. Aunt Zhang had been waiting for him to come back for a long time and squeezed a cup of her favorite mango sago just for him. Lunch at Sonny's house. Seeing him, Zhang's mother bought some fresh meat to make sweet and sour pork ribs. But she didn't expect Anthony to leave before noon. She asked Sonny to run an errand to call him back. Anthony came back from dinner and passed by the guest room on his way upstairs. Bai Qian was standing silently at the door with her glasses red and swollen. Anthony didn't look at him and closed his door. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Su drove Bai Qian back home. Bai Qian had just got into the car when she suddenly said that she had forgotten to take something and ran back. Instead of going to his own temporary room, he knocked on Anthony's door. Anthony knew he would come, so he opened the door without saying a word. Bai Qian moved her lips and said in a very low voice, I'm sorry. Are you really mistaken? Anthony asked. Bai Qian didn't expect him to ask this, so she pursed her lips and said nothing. Anthony said, Sonny said she won't pursue the matter if you apologize. You said you're sorry, so I won't check for fingerprints. But Bai Qian, I won't forgive you. Bai Qian was stunned. You have no idea what that pen means to me. Its value does not lie in how much it costs to buy it. Maybe one day in the future I will forget about this. But until that day comes, I will never forgive you. Anthony said word by word, lowered his eyes in disgust, and closed the door of the room again. Bai Qian was in mixed feelings. She looked at the closed door for a long time, and finally left the Su family reluctantly. Zhouing said, well, Sunny has become famous again in the whole Yangming city with her cool actions. Even a friend of mine who is not in school asked me who Sunny is and why she is so arrogant. I said, compared with Sunny's ability, she is really very low-key. After seeing Bai Qian off, Anthony's mood improved. He talked to Zhouing on the phone, chatting about random things. He thought of what Sunny had said to Bai Qian, and he lay on the bed, shaking his feet back and forth, holding his face and laughing. School bullies, all of you should be a little arrogant. You know, after Sunny posted a statement on the Weibo account of Yangming No. 1 Middle School Student Union yesterday, the number of followers of this account instantly increased from single digits to 4 digits. And the ID of Sunny in the forum, I checked last night, the number of followers was also in the 4 digits. Of course Anthony knew, because that was his account. He said nothing. Zhouing suddenly said, alas, I felt like I didn't do anything during this winter vacation. School will start again in just a few days, and then we will be separated. Anthony was very calm. It's okay. I will come to see you often later. Zhouing, don't look back, let's do it now. I have a lot of questions that I haven't finished yet. I'd like to lend you my winter vacation homework for reference. Anthony disagreed and calmly said the name of a 2-character senior. Zhouing really paused for a moment, then stubbornly resisted the urge to copy the homework. Okay, then I'll just write it myself. Anthony hung up the phone, took out a copy of Exam 53, and started doing exercises. School is about to start, so he has to work harder. Chapter 157 Su Jiao. After the 15th and 16th, Yangming No. 1 Middle School officially opened. Anthony arrived very early because he had to go to his new class. Sunny was the president of the student union and naturally knew where each class was located in the teaching building. So when most people were still looking for their classes in front of the bulletin boards on both sides of Sakura Avenue, she had already led Anthony around the crowd, walked to the first floor, and took him straight to the door of Class 10. They came early, and there was no one in the class yet. In other words, Anthony has the right to choose his seat. He walked to the first row near the window at the door and put his school bag there. Sunny stood outside the classroom and raised an eyebrow. Sit here? Aren't you afraid of the cold? It is still winter now. There is heating indoors, and the doors and windows are usually closed. But when someone opens and closes the door during class breaks, cold air rushes in. When they were still in the 3rd shift, they could hear complaints from people sitting at the door every day. Anthony nodded calmly. Chill out, and you'll be more energetic. Sunny didn't say anything. Anthony continued. And once everyone is here, they will definitely rearrange the seats. They won't let you sit anywhere you want. Not easy to manage. Sunny didn't say anything, then I'll go to my class. Class 11 is right next door. Anthony nodded and watched her out of his sight. Not knowing when everyone in her class would be there, Anthony simply took out an exercise book and started doing it. He was so focused on his homework that he didn't notice a middle-aged woman in a business suit push open the door and walk in. She put something in her hand on the podium, and her eyes swept around the empty classroom, finally falling on him. It is rare to find such self-conscious students. Wang Ruomei took a roster, walked over to him, and tapped the table gently. Student, please tick your name. Anthony looked up and guessed that this should be their class teacher. He quickly agreed, put down the exercise book in his hand, picked up the roster, and started looking for names. His name is at the first one. There are generally only 3 ways to arrange the roster: by grades, by first letter of name, and randomly. Below his name was a person named Jiang Yao, whom Anthony did not recognize. But the next person was Han Guangyuan, the monitor of their 3rd class. Go a lot further down, and you will find Wang Suan. Well, in last semester's final exam, his score in liberal arts combined was 1 point higher than the class monitor. It should be sorted by grades. Sunny said, let's get first place to show her, and he seemed to have really achieved the first step. Anthony put a check mark after his name with mixed feelings. Wang Ruomei raised her eyebrows and thought that he was Anthony. Anthony, who had been specially transferred to his class after notifying him in advance. He came so early and took the initiative to sit in the first row. He did his homework when he had nothing to do. Wang Ruomei had a good impression of him at first sight. He didn't take the roster away and said to Anthony, "My last name is Wong, and I will be the head teacher of Class 10 from now on. I have to go to a meeting soon. If anyone from our class comes, ask her to tick their name on the roster." Anthony nodded. Okay. He was the Chinese class representative in his previous class. Since the homeroom teacher, Lao Gao, taught Chinese, Lao Gao would sometimes hand things over to him when he saw the monitor was not there. He was very familiar with this kind of chores. After Wang Ruomei left, people from her class gradually came over. Half an hour later, most of the people had arrived, including Wang Suan. She looked around the classroom with her school bag on her back, and sure enough, she didn't find anyone familiar, so she simply sat behind Anthony again. Wang Suan checked the names and kept talking. Yu Biao, who else is assigned to our class? Anthony, squad leader. Wang Suan. I looked, Sunny is in the next class, right next to ours, what a coincidence. Anthony recalled Sunny's move to write a letter to the head teacher to request a class change, and felt a little complicated for a moment. It's quite a coincidence. Just as he finished speaking, another person came into the classroom door. She was a short girl. Anthony saw the person and exclaimed, Su Jiao. Su Jiao was carrying her school bag, and when she saw Anthony, she curved her eyes. Come here and tick your name. Anthony handed him the pen and pointed to his name on the roster. Anthony had just been helping others find names, and after seeing it so many times, he knew where Su Jiao's name was without having to look for it. Su Jiao ticked the name, looked at the few empty seats left in the classroom, and lowered her eyes to look at the seat next to Anthony. Anthony, is anyone sitting next to you? Anthony shook his head. No. Then should I sit here? Su Jiao smiled sweetly. Of course. Anthony pulled the stool away for him. When a stranger came, Wang Suan stopped talking. After a long time, almost all the names on the roster had been checked, except for Han Guangyuan's name, which was still blank. Wang Ruomei came back from the meeting and stood at the door of the classroom and asked Anthony if everyone had arrived. Before Anthony could say anything, a tall boy ran over breathlessly, stood at the door, looked at the class sign, and came in. The class was already full, with only one empty seat in the last row and next to Wang Suan in the second row. Wang Suan mouthed to her, "Class monitor, here, here." Han Guangyuan quickly picked it up and sat over. Anthony checked Han Guangyuan's name and nodded. Everyone is here. Okay. Wang Ruomei took back the roster and walked up to the podium. The people in Class 10 gradually quieted down on their own. In the first class of the semester, Wang Ruomei introduced herself on the stage and then asked the students in her class to take turns to introduce themselves. Anthony took the brunt of it, the first one. He was used to it and was not nervous standing on the podium. He introduced himself confidently and then went down. Next is the second Han Guangyuan. Han Guangyuan. My name is Han Guangyuan. I am from Class 3, Grade 1. I am from this city. I don't have any hobbies. My specialty is class management. I have 10 years of experience as a class monitor. My classmates can come to me if they have any difficulties, because helping others solve problems has become my habit. Everyone in the class laughed. Wang Ruomei also smiled and said, That's perfect. I'm short of a class monitor. Since you have so much experience, you can continue to do it for the time being. When the students are familiar with you, we will elect a new class monitor. Wang Suan was the first to applaud. She livened up the atmosphere in the class, and since this teacher didn't seem too strict, everyone felt a little more relaxed. After each student introduced themselves, the first class was over. The bell rang, and the class relaxed completely. Anthony heard Wang Suan chatting with the monitor in the back. It's great that you're the monitor again. Monitor, to be honest, I was stunned when you said your name was Han Guangyuan at first. In the past, everyone in Class 3 called you monitor, and I even forgot your real name. Han Guangyuan also said, Fuck me too, especially when Teacher Wang called me later, I didn't react. Lao Gao used to call me class monitor directly. Anthony laughed. It's great to meet familiar people in the new class. Chapter 158. Been waiting for a long time? In the next few classes, the teacher did not teach any new knowledge, but simply chatted with them. After class, Anthony wanted to get some water, but Su Jiao suddenly held out her hand to him. Let me get some water for you. I also need some water. Anthony subconsciously wanted to refuse, but it happened that Lao Gao walked by the door leisurely with a thermos cup and said leisurely, Anthony, collect the winter vacation Chinese homework. In the new semester, Lao Gao was assigned to Class 10 to teach Chinese. After Anthony agreed, he handed the cup to Su Jiao. Thank you for your help. Su Jiao smiled. No trouble. Anthony started collecting winter vacation homework. Everything went smoothly until the last row. A curly-haired boy was sleeping on the table. Anthony knocked on her table, but failed to wake her up. Anthony looked at her desk mate. Her desk mate was a girl. She shook her head and lowered her voice. She was very grumpy when she woke up. I didn't dare to call her. Then can you help me get her Chinese winter vacation homework? The girl shook her head again, looking a little embarrassed. I'm not familiar with her. I'm just in the same class with her, and I just know her name. Anthony glanced into her desk pocket. She was completely blocked by the curly-haired boy. He was in a bit of a dilemma. In the past, when I was in class 3, no one in the class was particularly grumpy when getting up. And if someone was sleeping, Anthony would usually ask her desk mate to help get it. Otherwise, he would have to wake them up. Anthony looked at the girl again. What's her name? The girl paused and said, Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, the one whose name was below his on the roster. Anthony was impressed by her name, but I didn't see her go on stage to introduce herself. After he finished his introduction, the squad leader went straight on stage. Anthony poked Jiang Yao's school uniform. Student Jiang Yao. No response. Anthony poked her again, this time with more force. The back of Jiang Yao's head moved, and then he slowly climbed up from the table. Her curls fell over her eyes. He looks very evil. The facial features are obviously delicate, but when combined into a face, they look aggressive. She looked very impatient. What's the matter? Anthony was stunned. This voice. Jiang Yao narrowed his eyes and looked at him without saying anything for a long time. Suddenly, he came closer, raised one hand, pinched his chin, and looked at him carefully. Anthony was stunned. Jiang Yao, why? Have you never seen a girl like me? Girl. Jiang Yao is a girl. Anthony looked dumbfounded. Yes, sorry. I have to hand in my Chinese winter vacation homework. Whether it was the name Jiang Yao or his hairstyle and clothes, Anthony thought it was a boy. Jiang Yaosong opened his chin and said nothing more. The impatience on his face faded a little, and he took out an exercise book from the drawer. Anthony said something like, thank you, as he left. Jiang Yao glanced at him and continued to lie back on the table to sleep. When Anthony returned, there was a full cup of hot water on his table. Anthony thanked Su Jiao again. Suddenly, someone poked him from behind. Anthony turned sideways, and the squad leader and Wang Suin were both looking at him. Anthony paused. What's wrong? Wang Suin had the look on his face, as if he was about to start gossiping. The latest news is that Zhao Jie and Sunny are in the same class. Zhao Jie. Anthony was a little confused. Wang Suin knew he had forgotten as soon as he saw his expression. So he reminded him, last time at our class party, the guy from the next door spent a lot of money to buy equipment for their 5 accounts, but they didn't use it. Anthony had a vague impression. Wang Suin continued, I heard that she kept harassing Sunny after she went back, wanting Sunny to play a game with her, but Sunny refused. Now that they are in the same class, it seems that Sunny can't hide away. It's just a game, Anthony said. It's not a fight. Wang Suin spoke quickly. That's hard to say. Those idiots in class 2 refused to acknowledge our victory in the last game. Anthony quickly glanced at her, and then glanced at Su Jiao, who had her back to them. Wang Suin covered his mouth and asked silently, Is he from class 2? Anthony nodded. At this moment, Su Jiao suddenly turned around, smiled, and said generously, It's okay, you guys can talk. I also think it was childish when we quarreled at the dinner last time. What's more, we are in the same class now. Even if Su Jiao said so, Wang Suin would never call those people in class 2 idiots. She swallowed and said, Sorry, sister, I spoke too quickly. Su Jiao smiled and said nothing. He showed no intention of turning around, so Wang Suin had to continue. Zhao Jie's family is quite wealthy, and he knows a lot of people. Although Sunny is also quite impressive, Yu Biao, you should still tell Sunny to be careful. Anthony nodded. Su Jiao interjected. It's actually okay. Although Zhao Jie's family is rich, her father is very strict with her. She doesn't even dare to bring her cell phone to school. Is this true? Wang Suin was surprised. There is a saying that when people are all saying bad things about the same person, they will form a certain alliance. He took the initiative to expose Zhao Jie's shortcomings and easily broke into their 3-person gossip group. So the gossip of 3 people turned into the gossip of 4 people. Su Jiao began to talk about the stupid things Zhao Jie had done. Anthony listened for a while, and when the laughter wore off, he stopped listening and turned around to continue doing the questions. So the gossip of 4 people turned into the gossip of 3 people. Finally, it was time to go home from school. Anthony packed his things 5 minutes in advance and took his English vocabulary book, memorizing words while waiting for school to end. When the school bell rang, Anthony left the classroom with his school bag and went to wait for Sunny at the door of the next class. Sunny was also sitting in the first row by the window. Their class hasn't finished yet. Sunny lowered his eyes and looked at the book, holding a pen in his right hand, turning it from time to time. The teacher on the stage should be speaking English, and the blackboard was full of English letters. Her desk mate was a boy wearing glasses, who was holding an English textbook and comparing the grammar on the blackboard word by word. And the book in Sunny's hand. At first glance, it's full of densely written Chinese. Anthony couldn't see what book she was holding. But judging from the thickness of the book, it is most likely an extracurricular book. They should be some famous works from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. He waited quietly for Sunny to finish school. 5 minutes later, the English teacher finally finished explaining the last knowledge point and stood on the stage and said in English that they could end the class. Hearing this, Sunny raised his eyes and looked out the window. There was a figure standing outside, quietly waiting for her. Sunny curled her lips, glanced at the page number, closed the book, and stood up and walked out without taking her school bag. Have you been waiting for a long time? Only 5 minutes. Anthony shook his head and looked at her empty hands. Aren't you going to take your school bag? No homework. Actually, Anthony didn't have any homework today. It's just that he was used to carrying the school bag, and he always felt weird without it. Chapter 159, Is His Family Rich? The two of them went home together. I didn't notice that behind me, batch after batch of students from class 11 were peeking out of the window. Oh my God. This is the legendary school bully and his childhood sweetheart, my desk mate, my lovely wife. I finally get to see them in person. Don't mention it. From the back, they look quite a good match. The faces are also a good match. Anthony is so handsome. Wow. I really want to pinch his face. You should beat a certain chairman first. Life in the new semester is not very interesting. Anthony hardly spoke during class and buried himself in a sea of homework every day. Occasionally during breaks, he would listen to Wang Suin and the squad leader gossiping or chatting with each other. Lao Gao is used to him, and he is still the Chinese class representative in this class. The advantage of this position is that although he does not take the initiative to socialize, he still quickly becomes familiar with the people in the new class. The class monitor got to know the people in the class earlier than him. In the last class, the head teacher had just talked about the issue of duty groups, and she had already drawn up the list after class. Anthony took it and looked at it. He was still assigned to be on duty on Wednesday. That was the case last semester. The monitor took a sip of hot water and said, I'm afraid you might forget it, so I'll just postpone it to Wednesday. Anthony nodded. You can be on duty any day. This arrangement is also good. He returned the duty roster to the monitor. Su Jiao, who was doing the test, turned her head and went to the monitor to look at the duty roster. Let me see where I am. Monitor, it's Wednesday too. I thought you two were familiar with each other, so I put them together. Su Jiao nodded and smiled at the monitor. Thank you, monitor. After spending these days together, Su Jiao has become very familiar with the two people behind her who were originally from class 3. Probably because no matter what gossip they were discussing, Su Jiao would always come over to listen. All right. Su Jiao took out 3 small boxes from her school bag and gave them to the two of them. My mother bought these flour cakes. These are for you. Anthony finished looking at the duty roster and went to collect the Chinese homework, but he was not at his seat. Su Jiao placed one of them on Anthony's desk. Wang Suin exclaimed, How come you bring all kinds of things to school every day for us to share? It seems like your family is very rich. Su Jiao tucked the strand of hair that was obstructing her vision behind her ear, smiled shyly, and asked casually, Didn't Anthony give you anything? His family is really rich. Wang Suin shook his head. No. Is his family rich? I rarely see him eating snacks. Su Jiao said, His father seems to be the boss of a listed company. I've been to his house, and he lives in a big villa. Wang Suin exclaimed wow again, with a shocked expression. Su Jiao lowered her eyes and said half-jokingly, Maybe it's because his family is too rich, and the food and drinks are the most expensive, so he doesn't like our junk food. Wang Suin didn't say anything, just muttered, I guess maybe my family is strict. The squad leader didn't say anything and just ate the flour cake. The next day was Wednesday. Anthony told Sunny in advance that he would be on duty, so she could read a book in their class first and not leave in a hurry. The team had a clear division of labor. Su Jiao was responsible for cleaning the windows, and Anthony was responsible for pouring water. You can leave after pouring the water, but there are 3 buckets in the class. The buckets have been used for a long time and are a little dirty on the outside. Many times, when different types of water are mixed together, there will be a peculiar smell. Many people would rather leave a little later than pour the water. Anthony offered to pour the water because he didn't want Sunny to wait too long. There was actually not much water in the 3 buckets. Anthony mixed the water in the buckets together and carried the buckets out. When he came back, Sunny was waiting for him at the back door. Anthony put the empty bucket down and wiped his hands with the toilet paper. "I'm fine. Let's go." Sunny glanced at the bucket he had placed at the back door, then looked at the other 2, raised his chin, and motioned him to look at the ground. "Don't you need to empty those too?" Anthony followed her gaze. Next to the empty bucket he had just emptied, 2 buckets filled with black juice were placed side by side. Anthony was stunned. "Strange. It was empty just now." Sunny said, "I remember it wrong." Did he remember it wrong? Anthony began to suspect that there was something wrong with his memory. In any case, the 2 buckets of water had to be poured out. Anthony rolled up his sleeves and carefully picked up a bucket of black water. But the water is too full, and it might splash out if you move a little. He was a little worried. It makes sense that others don't choose to pour water. Anthony glanced down at his white clothes. Sunny walked into their class, holding the bottom of the bucket with one hand and the handle with the other. "Let go." "Anthony, are you sure? It's very heavy." So Anthony let go. He watched Sunny steadily lift the bucket of black water and pour some into the empty bucket next to him. Then he did the same thing again and poured some of the black water that was about to overflow from the other bucket into the bucket. Now, the water levels in all 3 buckets are equal. Anthony's eyes lit up. This way it won't splash. He happily picked up a bucket in one hand and walked towards the toilet. Sunny smiled and followed him, carrying the remaining bucket. The 2 of them poured water together and went home together. Su Jiao cleaned the windows and watched them walking on the Cherry Blossom Avenue. He lowered his eyes, looking a little depressed. When he left school, he threw an ink box into the trash and that could be found everywhere on campus. The head teacher, Wang Ruomei, teaches politics. She looks very amiable, but is actually very strict in managing the class. During the self-study class, Wang Ruomei came to check on the class. Anthony saw a figure outside the window out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't look up and continued to work on his questions. Wang Ruomei pushed the door open and stopped in front of him. Anthony saw him standing there motionless for a long time, thinking that he had accidentally done something illegal, and looked up blankly. But Wang Ruomei was not looking at him, but at Su Jiao next to him. Wang Ruomei said, "Wake him up." Anthony was stunned and leaned over to take a look, only to find that Su Jiao was supporting her cheek with one hand and holding a pen in the other, unconsciously making several black marks on the notebook. Anthony shook him awake. Su Jiao was half asleep. She slowly saw her head teacher standing in front of her. She suddenly woke up, stood up from her seat, and looked at Wang Ruomei. "Teacher," Wang Ruomei said, "send the 2,000 words self-criticism to my office before tomorrow." After saying that, he left. Su Jiao stood in his seat, not daring to sit down. He frowned in annoyance and said in a somewhat complaining tone, "Anthony, you didn't even tell me that the teacher was here." He seemed to have accidentally amplified his voice, and it was very loud in the very quiet class after the teacher had just left. After saying this, he realized it and looked a little embarrassed. When Anthony was in the 3rd shift, he was often caught by Lao Gao's surprise attacks, so he just glanced at Su Jiao and said nothing. He thought Su Jiao was doing the test with a propped-up face. Chapter 160, Unless You Become My Sister-in-Law. The self-study class finally ended. As soon as the get-out-of-class was over, Su Jiao sat down, rubbing her sore calves, with the corners of her mouth turned down, looking unhappy. When Anthony and Zhouing sat at the same table, they were caught sleeping in class many times. It was hard to guard against the teacher checking the class, so they didn't care much. When they were caught, they could only consider themselves unlucky and get away with it after a lecture. But Wang Ruomei would also punish people by making them write self-criticisms. Although Su Jiao didn't ask the teacher to remind him in advance, Anthony didn't think he had done anything wrong, but he was not as familiar with Su Jiao as he was with Zhouing. After hesitating for a while, he still explained, "Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were sleeping." Su Jiao shook her head. "It's okay." Anthony stopped talking. He took the cup and tried to get some water. Su Jiao glanced at his cup. Anthony walked to the water dispenser and just inserted the water card when the squad leader came in from the back door. When he saw him, he suddenly stopped and said, "Anthony, Lao Gao asked you to go to the office." "Why are you calling me?" Anthony pressed the hot water button and pinched the top part carefully for fear of burning his hands. "I guess, considering the time, it might be the time for the Chinese language test." Anthony nodded. Okay, I'll go right away. The squad leader pointed to the clock on the back wall and reminded him. Lao Gao asked you to hurry up. She will have a meeting soon. Okay. Anthony took a nearly full cup of hot water and screwed the lid on. The monitor was about to go back to his seat. Go ahead. I'll get your seat back for you. That works too. Anthony handed her the water card and cup. Be careful with the hot water. Squad leader. A mature man is not afraid of hot water. Yes. Anthony was obviously used to it. He didn't respond, glanced at the time, turned around, and left the classroom. As he turned the corner, he seemed to hear a crisp pop coming from the classroom. Anthony felt inexplicably uneasy, but he didn't look back. He suppressed this sudden emotion and ran towards Lao Gao's office. The class monitor guessed correctly. It was indeed the Chinese class that their class had subscribed to. The Chinese language newspaper did not require everyone to subscribe, so there was only a not-too-thick stack. After confirming the number of copies in Lao Gao's office, Anthony took the newspaper away. When he returned to the classroom, he put the newspaper on the podium, took out the subscription list, and called out their names one by one for them to come and get theirs. After a while, the next name was Han Guangyuan. Anthony looked up at the class monitor's seat and saw no one. He looked around the class but couldn't find the monitor. So he took out one and thought about bringing it back to her himself. Finally, all the newspapers were distributed, and Anthony brought Han Guangyuan's newspaper to her seat. He casually asked the girl sitting behind the monitor, "Where is the monitor?" She went to the infirmary. The girl pointed to the ground at the back door. Her water cup suddenly exploded. Hot water splashed out, and her hand was burned. Anthony was stunned, and the uneasiness in his heart came back. He walked to the corridor and saw that the floor at the back door was in a mess, and the boy on duty that day was sweeping up the broken glass on the floor with a broom. That's his water cup. He suddenly remembered the pop he heard when he went to Lao Gao's office. Anthony's face changed, and he rushed out of the classroom. Student Union office. When Haning came in with a stack of documents, she glanced at Sunny and Song Ingjing respectively. Are you two okay? Haning said. Before Haning came, there were only two of them in the office, so needless to say, the you two he mentioned were referring to them. Song Ingjing lowered his head and wrote something quickly with a ballpoint pen in his hand. I have something to do. I'm very busy. If you are free, come and help me sort out the forms. The new student has crashed the iFlyTech system. What the hell? Haning couldn't help but swear. What did they do? They can make iFlyTech collapse. The iFlyTech system is a multi-person collaboration system left behind by a computer genius from previous classes of their school. It has been used by the student union for office work and is very easy to use. Song Ying kept working. She asked her to make a list of the boarding students. When she copied, I don't know what she clicked and copied all the files left by the student union over the years. After pasting for a long time, she said that it didn't come out. When I went to show it to her, I thought it was a system jam. It turned out that she pasted dozens of copies and the system couldn't accommodate them, so it crashed. Now, everything is a mess. Oh my God. How long will it take to sort this out? Haning walked over and looked at Song Yingjing's computer screen. Song Yingjing was dealing with the matters at hand and had not yet sorted out the messy forms in the air traffic control system. Haning took a quick look and frowned. I don't think it will work. Even if we call all the students and teachers who know this system, it will take a long time to sort it out. It's not easy to unravel several years of knowledge mixed together. Where's the intern? Song Yingjing sighed. And Rand scolded her and made her cry. Haning paused, said tisk, and didn't know what to say. She may have meant it unintentionally, but the trouble she caused was too great. Most people have an undo button if they click the wrong button, but the problem is that this person crashed the system, the data was mixed up, and the undo button was completely ineffective. Haning forgot what she was going to say for a moment, went back to her desk, turned on her computer, and started helping Song Yingjing organize the documents. Sunny, on the other hand, had nothing to do. She had just joined the student union, and because of her position, she had to deal with a lot of paper-based work and didn't come into contact with the iFlyTech system very often. So Song Yingjing didn't ask her for help. After listening to the whole story, Sunny, with a dedicated attitude, made a suggestion. Why don't you consider hiring a computer repairman? Haning took a break from her busy schedule and said, it's useless. The iFlyTech system is an independent system. Only people who have learned it can use it. It's a software problem, not a hardware problem. Sunny nodded and suggested again. Why don't you consider calling the founder of iFlyTech to come over and take a look? Where are you going to shout? The founders are probably already graduating from college and looking for jobs. Haning said, Chairman, the only way you can help me now is to get me a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator. I want it to be sugar-free. Sunny was a little speechless, but still walked to the small freezer, took out a bottle of Coke for him, put it on the table, and opened the lid for him. Hani took a sip and burped with satisfaction. He had comforted himself and calmed down. It's okay. At most, we'll just have to keep her for a few months. If the department is short of people, we can hire more. We'll let the veterans do the computer work, and the newbies will be led by the chairman to handle paper documents. Sunny groaned and returned to her seat. The two of them were busy, and then Ran went to the school leaders to explain the situation. Sunny was actually too lazy to care about these things, but she still had a dedicated attitude towards work. After thinking for a while, she asked, "How about one of you appoint someone to take me in? Just tell me the basic operations." "Chairman, do you want to help with the documents?" Hanning looked up. "You are quite lazy, but you actually took the initiative to meddle in other people's business." Hanning was the first person in the entire student union to recognize her true nature. Sunny didn't deny it, nor did he say anything. Hanning continued, "Then come and watch me operate it. If you have any questions, just ask me. Just learn some basic functions, and then you can help organize it on your computer." Sunny walked over and looked behind him for a while. After watching for about 5 minutes, Sunny nodded. "Okay, I got it." "So fast." Hanning was surprised. A child prodigy. Sunny remembered something and smiled. "My dad is a computer repairman. He knows a little bit." Hanning gave her a thumbs up and said, "Go ahead, Chairman. Just sort them out one by one like I did just now. Only keep the one with 100% matching degree and delete all other copies." Sunny said nothing, returned to his seat, and turned on his computer. She did not open the iFlyTech system, but right-clicked to create a new TXT file. She stared at the computer screen and thought for a while, then logged into QQ, found the contact with the note cousin, typed a line, and sent it over. "Are you there? Can you send me the source code of the iFlyTech system?" After a while, her cousin sent her a question mark. "Sunny, the iFlyTech system at Yangming No. 1 Middle School." "Cousin, it was such a long time ago. Why do you suddenly need this?" "I have to go find it." "Cousin, oh, now I remember my little cousin is still in high school." Sunny didn't reply. 15 minutes later, her cousin sent her a compressed package. Sunny downloaded it, browsed through it, and sent an OK message to his cousin. End of conversation. She deleted the blank TXT document she created and started to modify the source code directly based on the one her cousin sent her. Half an hour later, Sunny sent the updated iFlyTech system installation package to the student union cadre group. All the computers in the office clicked shut. Hanning opened the group chat and asked, "Chairman, what did you send?" Sunny rubbed his fingers and said, "After you install the installation package of iFlyTech System 2.0, there is a time limit on the toolbar. If you find the time period before you made the mistake, you can directly return to the state before the chaos." "Hanning, is this true?" "That's impossible. I've never heard of such an awesome function." Hanning didn't say anything, but he was almost going to collapse because of the chaotic tables in the system. With the mentality of trying everything possible, he downloaded and installed it quickly. 5 minutes later, "Hanning, oh my God, Chairman, no, Lord God, where did you get it? It's really good." Upon hearing this, Song Yingjing looked up at Sunny, who was still rubbing his fingers, and returned to the computer to download the installation package. Hanning has successfully restored it with one click, and the system has returned to its previous state. She was a little surprised. Sunny said, "My cousin has the source code of the iFlyTech system." Hanning was a typical liberal arts student. She didn't really understand what source code meant, but she thought it sounded very impressive. "Your cousin? Who is your cousin? Is he also a computer repairman? So awesome. Can you give me your contact information? I'll look for her when I need my computer repaired in the future." Sunny deleted the source code on the computer and said calmly, "The founder of iFlyTech." Hanning paused. "Sunny, it's probably impossible for you to ask her to fix your computer. She's too expensive. I can't afford her unless you become my sister-in-law." Chapter 161. Went to the infirmary to see Anthony. Hanning didn't react for a long time. "That's awesome. It's really awesome." The computer genius senior, who was said to have left the iFlyTech system, was actually the cousin of their genius chairman. "This is a strong bloodline. It's amazing." Hanning swallowed. The problem was easily solved. Song Yingjing smiled with his eyes bent, and the work at hand became unhurried. She twisted her sore wrist, rested for a moment, and continued to work with her head down. Hanning was still immersed in shock. Sunny only said half of the sentence and didn't mention that the problem was actually solved by her. So he subconsciously thought that it was Sunny's cousin who solved the problem and launched the 2.0 version of the iFlyTech system. If he knew that it was actually Sunny who wrote the program on the spot, he might be even more shocked. After all, she is only a few years old. Han was idle at this time, and suddenly remembered what she had not finished saying, and continued. I asked if you were okay, not if you two were busy. I bumped into Anthony running to the infirmary on the way here. His little face was pale. I thought one of you two had an accident. As soon as he finished speaking, Han saw the two boys stop what they were doing at the same time. Look at him with frowns. A rhetorical question? Infirmary? A rhetorical question. Your face is very pale? Ah. Han Ying's heartbeat quickened under the gaze of the two boys, who were ranked in the top 3 of the school's most handsome boys. After all, she was still a virgin, and no matter how shameless she was, she would feel embarrassed to be stared at intently by 2 handsome guys at the same time. Han Ying said weakly. He ran pretty fast, so maybe he's not in trouble. He's not sure either. The 2 handsome guys turned around at the same time, walked out one after the other, and left towards the infirmary. Oh my God! Han Ying stood up and looked through the window at the 2 swift figures, and couldn't help but click her tongue. Is this my brother-in-law and my uncle, or a love rival? And Rand pushed the door open and saw him looking out the window with a gossipy look on his face. He followed her and looked, but saw nothing, so he looked around the office again. You know the system is down, right? The teacher said that he would try to contact the founder of the iFlyTech system to see if it can be solved. Where are they? Han Ying retracted her gaze and said, just left. I went to the infirmary to see Anthony. And Rand paused. What happened to Anthony? I don't know. Maybe something happened to Anthony's friend. He looked very unhappy and ran to the infirmary. Then these two heard about it and got the point wrong. When they heard the words Anthony's infirmary, they also ran over. And Rand frowned, said nothing, and returned to her seat to sort out the chaotic system. Oh, Minister, and Han Ying remembered the system has been restored. There is no need to contact the founder anymore. Recovered? In the half hour I was away. And Rand was suspicious. How did you do it? Han Ying said excitedly. The chairman did it. The founder of the iFlyTech system is her cousin. She directly asked for the source code and sent the installation package of the iFlyTech system 2.0 to the group. Just click to withdraw it. What's the point of just releasing the source code? Was 2.0 also developed by her cousin? And Rand thought, if that's the case, Sunny's cousin is really a talent. The problem was solved in half an hour. Han Ying really didn't understand. I don't understand. You touched upon my blind spot in knowledge. And Rand didn't ask any more questions. He subconsciously thought that it was the founder who wrote and produced 2.0. After all, there could be no one else except her. He called his teacher and briefly described the incident. Infirmary. Anthony is peeling an apple for the monitor. The squad leader's left palm and fingertips were covered with ointment. His whole hand felt numb and cool, which felt quite comfortable in the heated room. The squad leader said, I'm actually fine. It was just that the water cup leaked and scalded me. I threw the cup on the ground, but it didn't explode. We mature men are thick-skinned and are not afraid of hot water. Seeing that she was still smiling, Anthony gradually felt relieved. The girl behind her said that the water cup exploded, and Anthony subconsciously thought of the water cup exploding in the class monitor's hands and other bloody scenes. He even thought that if he went to the infirmary and found that the class monitor had been transferred to the hospital, he would call his father first and then go to Teacher Wang to ask for leave. After all, it was his water cup that caused the injury. When they arrived at the infirmary, they found that their squad leader was sitting on the bed in the infirmary chatting with the doctor. The doctor gave her an apple, and she seriously asked if he could peel it for her because she really couldn't swallow the apple peel. Phew, it was a false alarm. This is the best outcome. Anthony came in, took the knife and apple, and sat on the sofa next to her to help her peel the apple. The monitor was quite embarrassed. No, I can swallow it. Anthony sighed. I feel very guilty now. Please let me do something. The squad leader waved his hand and said, Okay, you go ahead and cut it. She could have left after applying the ointment. She reacted quickly and threw the cup away quickly, so she didn't get burned too badly. It was just that the next class was English, and she wanted to skip a class, so she stayed in the infirmary until now. Anthony was thinking about things while peeling the fruit. Why did his water cup suddenly leak? Without any warning. Thinking to no avail. It leaked, and we can only blame the brand's poor quality control. Fortunately, it didn't cause any serious consequences. Anthony peels the apple skin very completely, making it evenly thick and not breaking in the middle. Just as the last 2 cuts were about to cut to the end, the door of the infirmary was suddenly pulled open with great force. The roller shutter hit the door with a dull clatter. Anthony's hand tilted and the apple peel broke. There's only one last scrape left. It feels so uncomfortable to be defeated at the last minute. People with obsessive-compulsive disorder will become silent after watching this. Anthony took a deep breath and looked at the person who came. Six eyes met. Why are you two here? Anthony was surprised. It turned out to be Sunny and Song Yingjing. These two people usually only appear together when they have official business. Anthony subconsciously looked towards the infirmary. Come to check for truancy? The monitor timidly placed his injured hand on the table. Conspicuous. Song Yingjing looked at him and then at the boy next to him, whose hand was covered with white ointment. Is your friend injured? Anthony nodded. She helped me get the cup back to my seat, and it leaked and I got burned. Song Yingjing seemed relieved and said nothing more. Sunny glanced at Han Guangyuan and nodded. Squad leader. Although the class monitor is not a very serious person, he is indeed very prestigious in their class 3, because she was really working hard for the whole class. A well-deserved squad leader. Shook his injured hand at her and said, Watch out, I'm not skipping class. Sunny didn't say anything. Song Yingjing did not deny it. They all agreed with Anthony's statement. They came here to check for truancy. Chapter 162. Anthony, do you like me? The break is only half an hour, and the class has already started. Anthony said, Don't look. There are no other students here. It's just the two of us. Sunny nodded and looked at Song Yingjing beside him. Let's go. Song Yingjing nodded. The two of them went out together. Anthony bent his head and peeled the last piece of skin off the apple. Sunny and Song Yingjing walked out of the infirmary side by side. Although classes were in session, there were still students wandering around the campus. One alone is enough to attract attention, let alone walking together. Every student passing by would steal a glance. Neither of them spoke, but what was interesting was that their pace was almost the same, and they were walking side by side the whole time. When he reached the floor where the office was, Song Yingjing didn't stop. He went up 2 more steps and pointed to the rooftop. Let's go up and talk. Sunny paused, then turned and followed her all the way to the rooftop. Although there is a high protective net around the rooftop, it has always been closed just in case. Unfortunately, both student union bosses have the key. Song Yingjing walked to the protective net, rested his fingers on it, and looked down at the huge campus. Sunny walked over and stood casually with one hand in his pocket. Tell me, what's the matter? Aren't you curious about the relationship between me and Anthony? Song Yingjing turned sideways, looked at the lazy-looking Sunny, and asked in a gentle voice. Sunny looked at her and said, Aren't you curious about the relationship between me and Anthony? Song Yingjing bent his eyes and said, I know. When I went to Anthony's house during the Chinese New Year, he pointed out your house to me. Sunny's expression remained unchanged, and the emotions in her dark pupils were unclear. She paused for 2 seconds and said, Oh, Anthony came to see me once during the winter break because he was hesitating between liberal arts and science. I was very happy that he chose liberal arts in the end. This seems to have a hidden meaning. The two people on the rooftop, one is a scholar and the other is a scientist. Sunny narrowed her eyes, feeling that the words were meant to pick a fight, but she also felt in her heart that Song Yingjing was not such a boring person. I have complicated feelings every time I see Sunny. I have to admit that she is indeed a very outstanding person. If Song Yingjing came here to cause trouble, she would be very disappointed. Sunny suppressed his annoyance and asked, Anything else? Song Yingjing said, He has been very determined to choose liberal arts since junior high school. Even before he came to me, I thought he would choose liberal arts without hesitation. If the scores of arts and science are equal, then it is another matter to choose arts or science, but his performance is obviously better in arts than science. Take the class division, for example. If he chose arts, he would directly become the first in the new class, but if he chose science, he would only be in the middle of the class. Song Yingjing didn't expect him to hesitate. Sunny's mind worked quickly. She thought of something, her eyebrows twitched, and suddenly she raised her eyes and stared at Song Yingjing. Song Yingjing continued, He came to me to get some support. I can feel that as long as there is one person's encouragement, he will give up some things that he has been holding on to for many years. It's a pity that he almost did it, because I told him to be himself and not care about others. I heard that you wrote a letter to the head of the grade to ask for a class change. You really did it, but it's still a pity. Maybe if I hadn't said that, you should still be assigned to the same class. After listening to this, Sunny gradually stood up straight, his eyes like sharp blades. You did the right thing, she said deeply. Song Yingjing's eyes curved. In a family like that, he is far more sensitive and careful than you think. Sensitivity comes before attentiveness. Sunny turned around and tried to leave, but Song Ying-jing stopped her. Student Jiang. I am a poor student sponsored by Anthony's father. Uncle Sue paid for my tuition and living expenses from junior high school to high school. Sunny stopped walking suddenly and turned around in disbelief. Song Ying-jing continued. I'm not from Yangming City. My hometown is in a very poor mountain area. One year, there was a mountain flood and the disaster was severe. At that time, many people, including me, were about to drop out of school. Uncle Sue happened to come to donate money that year. My principal at the time took a group of us children who had no money to study and shamelessly found Uncle Sue to ask if she could provide some money. Sunny didn't expect it to be like this. It turned out to be like this. Her eyes moved slightly, and she remained silent. At this moment, Sunny finally understood why Anthony remained silent when asked about his relationship with Song Ying-jing. Song Ying-jing thought of the past, his eyes looking into the distance with a gentle expression. Uncle Sue agreed. The amount of money she provided was 10 times what the principal had asked for. However, the education level in the mountains was not good. At that time, the other two and I could not learn anything there, so Uncle Sue took the three of us out of the mountains and sent us to a junior high school in the city. I am the youngest among them. The other two have already graduated and are now attending university in Kyoto. Also because I am the youngest, about the same age as Anthony, and I often help him with his homework, so I interact most with Uncle Sue's family. Song Ying-jing looked at her again and smiled. You are tired of guessing. Anthony will definitely not tell you. I will just tell you. It's not something that cannot be said. Sunny felt even more complicated. She was a little amused at how immature she had been. She has always regarded Song Ying-jing as an imaginary enemy. The most childish time was when he secretly followed Anthony to where Song Ying-jing lived. It would have been fine if I had gone there, but she found out about it. Song Ying-jing. Okay, that's all. Sunny took 2 steps back, nodded to her, then turned and ran down the rooftop. Song Ying-jing stood on the rooftop for a while. She saw Sunny running out of the teaching building and heading straight to the infirmary. There was a faint smile on her lips, and it was hard to tell what emotion it was. The breeze brushed across her cheek, and it was fleeting. That was the time it took the monitor to eat an apple and go to the toilet. The chairman who had just come to check on students who skipped classes came back again. How come there is a sudden comeback? Are the checks on truancy so strict now? The squad leader wondered. Sunny was panting slightly, with a few drops of sweat on her head. She looked around and saw no one. So she asked, Where's Anthony? Oh, the monitor understood. He has gone back to class. He can't just stay here without attending class. Sunny glanced at the monitor's hand, which was covered with ointment. The squad leader suddenly bent down, covering his injured hand with an exaggerated expression. Ah, it hurts. Sunny, I am not responsible for checking for truancy. The monitor perked up instantly and waved his hand. My hand is fine. I just burned it. Anthony felt embarrassed to peel the apple for me. I really don't want to go to this English class, but I can't delay other studies, so I let Anthony go back to class. Sunny nodded and ran out again. This time she went straight back to class. Teachers of various subjects all knew that she was the president of the student union, so they didn't care if she occasionally missed a few classes. Her grades were stable anyway, and she would get the first place even if she didn't attend class. Sunny did not go back to her own class. She stood at the door of Anthony's class, leaning against the railing. Through the first window at the front door of the classroom, she saw Anthony, who was listening to the class attentively. He pursed his lips. His expression was indifferent. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt that he had grown up a little after the class was divided. He became taller, and his little face made people want to look at him for a while longer. Like a flower bud, it was quietly blooming in a place she couldn't see. Does he know how good-looking he is? It's not stunning, but it's very comfortable to watch, and the more you watch it, the more you want to watch it. As I watched, I was drawn into it unconsciously. Tinder trap. Sunny standing outside the door and started whispering with her deskmate. Soon, more and more people in Class 10 looked at her outside the window. Anthony didn't notice as he was concentrating on copying the English grammar. The English teacher of Class 10 saw that all the students were looking out the window, so she also looked over. The two classes do not have the same English teacher, but Sunny is the president of the student union, and her appearance and academic performance are so outstanding that almost all the teachers know her. The English teacher subconsciously thought that she came as the president of the student union, so he opened the classroom door and walked out. Student Jiang, what can I do for you? Sunny nodded. I'm looking for Anthony. I need to tell him something. Anthony was sitting in the first row. The English teacher walked back into the classroom and stood at the door. Anthony, come out for a moment. Anthony raised his head and looked out the window, and immediately saw Sonny standing outside the classroom door and looking at him. He put down his pen, walked out, and closed the door behind him. The English teacher resumed his lecture. There was a sign in the class. Su Jiao withdrew her gaze, lowered her eyes, and the palm of her hand holding the pen turned pale. Anthony looked at Sonny, who had a strange expression on his face, and asked, "What do you want from me?" Sonny wanted to ask him why he ever wanted to choose science. Is it because of me? But once the words were spoken, they became a more straightforward sentence. Sonny, Anthony, do you like me? Anthony was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. His mind was a little blown, but his face remained calm. Do you want me to go to the infirmary with you? Sonny smiled, a beaming smile, and her whole person instantly brightened up. Someone from class 10 was watching them through the window. The sentence was so simple that she could guess what was said by looking at the lip movements. She imitated the lip movements again incredulously and suddenly became excited when she came to the conclusion. The word spread quickly, and the whole class suddenly became excited and looked out the window. Anthony, do you like me? Should the next sentence be a direct confession? They were all waiting for the next moment. The English teacher glanced at the audience and then followed their line of sight to look out the window. He was also an experienced person, and everyone had a youth. The English teacher sighed with emotion, and without saying much, he patted the table and said, Okay, don't act like you haven't seen the world. There are so many handsome guys, and there are many in the English book. The people in class 10 restrained themselves a little, but still glanced out the window from time to time. Wang Suin patted Su Jiao on the shoulder and said, Sister, come on, you can see it most clearly. Help me see what Sonny said next. Su Jiao looked out the window, motionless. Chapter 163 Abnormal. Anthony was getting more and more embarrassed by her smile. He remembered that he was still in class, so he interrupted her with dissatisfaction. What are you laughing at? Tell me. I still have class to go to. Sonny suddenly looked up at the class sign on the front door of the classroom behind him and murmured soon. Anthony glanced back. What? Why is Sonny acting so abnormal today? Anthony looked at her suspiciously. Or maybe go directly to the mental hospital instead of the infirmary? Sonny curled the corners of his lips and looked away. Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that there will be a monthly exam next month. Anthony was speechless. Brother, the teacher notified everyone in the grade yesterday. You are not a good enough chairman. Sonny smiled and continued to speak word by word. When the time comes, show me how you can get first place in the exam. Not normal. Definitely not normal. Anthony held the pen and poked small dots on the paper, supporting his chin with one hand, thinking about the fundamental reason why Sonny went crazy today. Thinking is fruitless. After the two were separated into different classes, they didn't know much about each other, and Anthony didn't know who to ask when he wanted to ask. So, Sonny is really annoying. She was abnormal. She had to come to him and make a scene, making him abnormal as well. Anthony tore off the piece of paper that he had wasted, folded it up, and placed it on the table next to him, ready to throw it into the trash can at the back door when he went to get water after class. Oh, by the way, his water cup is broken. Have to buy another one. Anthony sighed softly. He had just bought this water cup. There was only the last one of this type left in the mall, and it was gloriously sacrificed just a few days after he snapped it up. Su Jiao turned her head and asked, Is the squad leader okay? It's a burn, not serious, but I need to apply ointment for a few days. Su Jiao nodded and asked, Anthony, Wei Xiqing's birthday is next Thursday. Are you going? Anthony was stunned. I didn't expect Su Jiao to suddenly mention Wei Xiqing. He hasn't seen Wei Xiqing for half a year. Is your birthday next week? Anthony calculated the date, and it was indeed. He, Zhou, Su Jiao, and Wei Xiqing were in the same class in junior high school and had celebrated their birthdays together in recent years. Su Jiao continued, If you want to go, we can buy gifts together after school tonight. Anthony didn't say anything, but just said, You buy it first, I'll ask Zhou. That's fine. Su Jiao didn't say anything else. Before school was over in the evening, Anthony went to look for Zhou. Zhou was stuck in a pink bubble about a certain two-character senior all day long and couldn't extricate herself. Apparently, she had just remembered Wei Xiqing's birthday and was as surprised as Anthony. Anthony was a little restless. Zhou looked at his expression and slowly drank the milk tea that Senior 2 words gave her. I've said it before, things that run away will come back to you one day. Anthony glared at him. Zhou, why are you so flustered? It's not like she hasn't rejected others before. Anthony, based on my understanding of Wei Xiqing, she looks tall and strong, but she is a coward in this regard. Otherwise, she wouldn't have held it in for several years before she dared to speak out. By then, she will definitely pretend that she knows nothing. Anthony was a little tired. You want me to pretend to be ignorant even though I know the truth? Zhou said, it depends on you. In fact, a short pain is worse than a long pain. Let's talk about it later. I've been to birthday parties for so many years, I can't skip it this time. Anthony said, we'll talk about it when we get there. Before Anthony left, classmate Zhou came to call him. Zhou, someone is looking for you. Zhou Rin was just outside the classroom. He looked around and saw a tall boy looking into the class. Look at the back. Zhou nudged the person next to her with her elbow, signaling him to turn around. Look, the thing that escaped has come to find you. Anthony turned around and saw Wei Xiqing. Wei Xiqing happened to be looking over here and was stunned for a moment when he saw him. Then he saw Zhou next to him. She came to her senses and walked over to them. After not seeing her for half a year, she seemed to have grown taller, and her skin had become whiter after a winter, and she looked very heroic. What a coincidence you two are together, saving me from having to make another trip. Zhou looked her up and down with a look of surprise on her face. Great, Brother Wei. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've completely changed. Wei Xiqing smiled awkwardly. The training camp is indoors, and I didn't go out much during the new year, so it's a bit pale. Anthony was standing nearby, not saying a word. Wei Xiqing said, I have booked a private room. It's my birthday next Thursday. Let's get together. Zhou pulled Anthony's arm and said, Anthony and I were just talking about this. Don't worry, I will definitely go. Anthony met Wei Xiqing's expectant gaze and nodded. Wei Xiqing smiled, revealing a little bit of her fangs. Okay, I'll wait for you. She handed Zhou a business card. This is the address of the KTV. Zhou took it, glanced at it, and nodded. Okay, I know where this place is. Wei Xiqing looked at Anthony and said, I heard that you are in the same class as Su Jiao. Then please tell him directly for me. I won't go. Anthony agreed. Okay. After school that day, while walking on the road, Sunny asked about the class monitor's hand injury. Anthony explained the whole story. It must be because it was a glass cup. I don't know when the crack appeared, and I didn't notice it when I was collecting water. In the end, the squad leader just happened to catch up. Sunny, without me, you are really unlucky. Be more careful. When buying things, pay more attention to quality rather than appearance. If I ask you to choose a boyfriend, one is good-looking but has a bad health, and the other is in good health but looks like Ruhua, which one would you choose? Anthony asked. Sunny suddenly called out, Ruhua. Anthony didn't understand and said, subconsciously, what do you mean? Sunny looked at him and smiled. Su Ruhua? What are you hinting at me? Anthony wanted no attention from her. But every time I don't want to pay attention to her, I have to pay attention to her. Anthony thought of Wei Xiqing, so he said, it's my classmate's birthday next Thursday. He'll treat me to dinner tonight. I'll go with Zhou and Su Jiao, so I won't go home with you. Sunny seemed to be in a very happy mood today, so he didn't ask anything. Okay, come back early. Anthony twisted his neck strangely. Come back soon. I should pay attention to safety. She said this as if they were from the same family. Soon it's next Thursday. On the weekend, Anthony and Zhou went to choose gifts. Zhou bought a set of wrist guards and he bought a basketball. They brought the gifts to school. As soon as school was over, Zhou was waiting at the door of class 10. Anthony went out with the gift box. He had finished his homework, so he didn't need to take his school bag. He stood by the railing and said to Zhou, wait for Su Jiao. He will go with us. Zhou nodded and suddenly said, I haven't seen Su Jiao for a long time. I feel like he's a little different than before. Chapter 164. Much more quiet. Why is it different? Anthony looked at Su Jiao, who was packing her school bag in her seat, and asked, did you cut your hair short? Zhou shook her head. No, I feel like he has become much more gentle. Su Jiao used to be very sunny and cheerful, and she seemed to have matured a lot after entering high school. Anthony looked at Su Jiao's profile and paused. She has become much quieter. Neither of them spoke. Su Jiao came out with a school bag on her back, holding a gift box in her arms. She smiled at them and said, let's go. In order not to waste time, the three of them took a taxi. At the entrance of Yueshang KTV, Wei Xiqing was sitting on the steps without wearing his school uniform. The birthday boy came out in person to wait for people. She watched the taxi stop at the entrance of the KTV and followed it with her eyes. Su Jiao was the first to get off. She was a little disappointed. Then she saw Zhou also get out of the car. Finally, there is Anthony. Wei Xiqing's eyes lit up, He stood up and went over to him. Su Jiao smiled at her. Wei Xiqing, why are you standing at the door? Wei Xiqing said, I suddenly remembered that I didn't tell you the room number, so we can only wait outside. After saying that, she took a few steps forward, past Su Jiao, and looked at Anthony. Come on, I'll take you in. The smile on Su Jiao's lips froze and slowly turned into a straight line. For people went in together. The box was well soundproofed, and the corridor was not noisy. But as soon as they opened the door, a voice that tore their eardrums, love them all, instantly shocked them so much that they stopped outside at the same time. There were already more than a dozen people sitting in the box, both men and women, some familiar-looking and some unfamiliar. A fat boy held a microphone in his hand, staring at the screen with bloodshot eyes. He shouted out the half-sentence, I'll love you until I die, and then bent over sadly and started singing Happy Breakup. Wei Xiqing yelled, fuck, and asked the three girls behind him to go in. He closed the door of the private room and looked at the boy who was singing. What are you doing, Fatty? You almost scared my people away. A boy on the sofa laughed and pointed at Fatty. She broke up today. Anthony and the other two found an empty sofa and sat down. There were already several gift boxes piled on the table, and they also placed the gifts on the table. The boy who just laughed at Fatty's breakup came over with a playful smile and said, 3 beauties. What would you like to drink? Go, go, go. Wei Xiqing walked between them and brought over a few cups of milk tea and juice. Don't pay attention to her. Drink yourselves. Anthony glanced at the milk tea. Wei Xiqing took out a cup without even looking at the label and handed it to him. Here, all the ingredients for the roasted milk. The boy suddenly understood and laughed at them mockingly. Anthony shook his head. No, I'm not thirsty now. Su Jiao's hand, which was originally stretched out in the air to take the cup of roasted milk, froze for a moment. Then she turned away without saying a word and took the cup of juice next to it. No one noticed his embarrassment at this moment. No one's eyes were on him. It's like this every time. Every time. Su Jiao opened the juice, inserted a straw, and took a sip. Kiwi flavor, very unpalatable. He put the juice back on the table. Birthday parties aren't really that interesting. They're just a bunch of friends getting together and talking a lot. Fatty had already put down the phone. She sat back on the sofa, wiped the sweat off her head, and patted her thigh domineeringly. Let's break up. Yes, the one who suffered the loss of such a good man like me. A girl picked up the microphone and requested a song called Because of Love. As the prelude sounded, Fat Brother suddenly burst into tears. Had just laughed at her was called Yuan Xiao, and he was in the same class as Wei Xiqing. She patted him on the back and said, Brother, do you really have to cry like a fool on Wei's birthday? The waiter will come in and think that the birthday boy is your son. Wei Xiqing kicked her and said, Get lost. Fatty wiped his tears and said, Sorry, I'm feeling a bit emotional. I need to go to the bathroom. The girl who ordered the song was called Sun Xiao. After she finished singing, she glanced at the 3 girls sitting on the sofa opposite her. Most of the dozen people in the box were classmates of Wei Xiqing. Only the 3 of them had never met before. So she pulled Yuan Xiao next to her and said, Yuan Xiao, do you know these 3? Yuan Xiao. I haven't seen her, but I heard from Xiqing that she was her junior high school classmate, and they have been friends ever since. Sun Xiao looked at the girl in the middle and felt something was wrong. From our school? Why do I feel like the girl in the middle looks familiar? Xiqing has had a screensaver for a while. Sun Xiao. Ah, internet celebrity. Yuan Xiao was speechless. Sister, your train of thought is too complicated. Seeing that Sun Xiao still didn't react, she took a sip of her drink and said, Didn't you see Gang Xiqing personally go down to pick her up and hand her milk tea? Sun Xiao understood and nodded, but still felt something was wrong. He had never looked at Wei Xiqing's cell phone, but he thought the girl in the middle looked familiar. Definitely seen it somewhere. He secretly took a photo and sent it to his sisters in the student union. Do you know him? I think this person looks familiar, but I can't remember who he is. Wei Xiqing made a phone call, and soon the KTV waiter knocked on the door and pushed a cake in. The candles are already lit on top. Wei Xiqing walked to the cake with a plastic cutter. Everyone in the box stopped playing and looked at the birthday boy. I don't have much to say, except to thank you all for coming and spending my birthday with me. Before anyone could say anything, Wei Xiqing blew out the candle. Sun Xiao paused while taking the photo. No, brother, you are too fast. No one reacted. The candle was blown out just like that. Yuan Xiao also said, Comrade Wei Xiqing, is your birthday wish a fart? Wei Xiqing laughed and said, I promised. What are you wishing for? It's coming so soon, said a girl. You can't tell me your wishes. Sun Xiao said hurriedly. Wei Siqing glanced at Anthony quickly, lowered his eyes, and began to cut the cake. It's nothing actually. I just hope that this day will come every year. That's enough. After eating the cake, Yuan Chao's proposal for a cream fight was rejected by everyone present because they had to go to school the next day and couldn't get their school uniforms dirty. Everyone decided to change the game. Play pass the flower while beating the drum. Whoever the flower is passed has to go up and sing. After hearing this, Anthony's forehead twitched. Sing. He is tone deaf. The flower used was an empty beverage bottle. Wei Siqing stood in the living room and turned around to play the drum. As she turned around, she suddenly remembered something, turned sideways, and looked at Anthony. Why don't you come? Yuan Chao thought his brother was going to take the initiative, so he winked and asked, Yo-yo, what are you doing? The birthday boy is the referee. Anthony originally wanted to go over, but when he heard this, he didn't stand up and shook his head. What song are you singing? I'm almost deaf from hearing the fat guy singing a few songs just now. Sun Xiao said, how about changing it? Let's play pass the parcel. Whoever gets the parcel gets to play truth or dare. Okay. Anthony. He suddenly felt that it would be better to sing. Zhouing was texting with Han Shua, so he didn't hear what they were talking about. He had a good impression of this girl, so he just said sure. Several other people also agreed one by one. Anthony took a bottle of juice from the table, thinking that if he drank some now, he would give others the illusion that he had drunk a lot of water, and then he would go to the bathroom after playing for a while. He didn't even look at what drink he had. Just as he was about to unscrew the lid, Su Jiao suddenly held his hand and said softly, This is awful to drink. Drink this instead. He pushed over a glass bottle. There are large lace characters in a foreign language, and there is blue liquid in the transparent glass bottle. What is this? Anthony asked. It's a kind of fruit wine, Su Jiao said. Although it's wine, it's similar to pineapple beer and tastes good. My mom doesn't let my dad drink, so she drinks this as wine. You see, they're drinking it too. Su Jiao pointed at several boys and girls opposite. Oh, Anthony agreed. He looked across and saw that someone was indeed drinking. So he lowered his eyes slightly, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a sip. It doesn't smell like alcohol, he said. Su Jiao smiled and said nothing. The first round of passing the flower began, and the person passed the flower to was Sun Xiao. Yuan Chao took a deck of truth or dare playing cards prepared by the KTV, shuffled them, and placed them in front of Sun Xiao. The first round is easy. Miss, you pick 3 cards, and then choose one to complete it. Sun Xiao directly took out the top 3 cards. 3 playing cards lay slumped on the table, all big dares. Kiss the person on your right. Stand on your head for 10 seconds. Find a member of the opposite sex, and look at him/her for 10 seconds. Sun Xiao chose to do a handstand. Tisk, Yuan Chao leaned back in boredom. Standing on your head, this is a piece of cake for our Taekwondo black belt sister Sunday. 10 minutes is probably enough. Sun Xiao walked to the wall, raised his legs swiftly, and easily completed the 10-second handstand. Good. Yuan Chao began to applaud crazily again. Sister Sun is awesome. Sister Sun is awesome. Sun Xiao walked over and pinched her. Don't think I didn't hear you say, let me stand upside down for 10 minutes. Everybody laughed. The game was played for a few more rounds, but Anthony didn't get a turn once. He felt a little relieved and couldn't help but take a few more sips of his drink. I drank half a bottle. I originally wanted to slip away and pretend to go to the toilet, but now I really need to go to the toilet. Another round passed, and the person passing the flower didn't hold the bottle well, and it rolled to Wei Siqing's feet. She just called out, stop. A girl started to make a noise. Brother Wei, the bottle is at your feet. It's God's will. Yuan Chao whistled and pushed the playing cards forward. What a coincidence. Birthday boy, please come in. Wei Siqing smiled indulgently, actually walked over and drew a poker card. Anthony felt that the time was about right, and before she spread out the cards, he stood up and said, Aye. His head suddenly felt dizzy, and Anthony held on to the table to steady himself. Wei Siqing looked at him with a startled expression. Why is your face so red? Are you okay? It's the heater. Su Jiao glanced at the air conditioner behind them, whose vent was facing them. Why don't you lower the temperature? I'm feeling hot too. When he said that, everyone thought it was true, so they found the remote control and adjusted the temperature and wind direction. Chapter 165, A1. Anthony was just interrupted. He touched his hot cheek and continued. I'm going to the bathroom and get some fresh air. Wei Siqing also thought it was the air conditioner and nodded. Go ahead. Anthony closed the door of the box. Although there was heating in the corridor, it was much cooler than the box. Anthony exhaled and still felt dizzy, but not as uncomfortable as before. After going to the toilet, he washed his face again and squatted in the corridor, not in a hurry to go in. I feel so dizzy. It feels like walking on clouds. Anthony stroked his forehead. It wasn't hot, but a little cold. Suddenly, a figure walked towards him. Anthony looked up in a daze and saw a familiar face. Anthony, what's wrong with you? Su Jiao asked with concern. Anthony whispered, the bottle of wine. What did you say? For wine? Everyone is fine after drinking it. Su Jiao said innocently. Anthony wanted to stand up, and Su Jiao helped him up. He leaned against the wall, his head lowered limply, as if he had no strength to support himself. Su Jiao said, wait here, I'll go call someone over. Anthony was dazed, staring at the ground. The floor reflected light, and he only saw Su Jiao's leaving figure. Su Jiao walked into the box, walked over to Wei Xiqing, and tugged at her sleeve. Anthony is calling you. Wei Xiqing was stunned and pointed at himself. Call me? Su Jiao nodded. Wei Xiqing let them play first and went out. She didn't see Anthony outside the box. She walked a few steps towards the bathroom and saw Anthony leaning against the wall, very quiet, with his eyes lowered. Wei Xiqing pursed his lips and walked over. Anthony. She actually has a lot to say. Before they could open their mouths, there was a sudden commotion in the corridor, and a group of gangster-looking young men with dyed hair came out of a private room with grins on their faces and approached them. That idiot surnamed Li wouldn't dare to come again, even if she had 10 times the courage. They won't be happy unless they do it once. Arwan, do you want to go to the hospital? I see the wound on your face is a bit long, but don't let that jerk disfigure you. The boy called Erwin was the only one with black hair. His hair was very long and tied into a small bun at the back. His bangs in front covered his eyes, but they could not hide the gloomy and cold light in his eyes between his hair. There was a blood streak on her face, from the corner of her eye to her mouth. She didn't speak. Wei Xiqing glanced at them, frowned, stood aside, and stood in front of Anthony calmly. A group of people passed by them in a mighty procession. The yellow-haired man next to Arwan glanced at the two of them, then suddenly thought of something and looked at the person next to him. Brother Arwan, where is your girlfriend? We broke up. Arwan frowned. It's annoying. Huang Mao didn't say anything else. Arwan side-glanced at the man and woman in the corridor. As they passed each other, the girl leaning against the wall lowered her head, and Arwan saw her crystal white chin. Her eyes flashed. She glanced at the boy again, then looked away indifferently. After everyone walked over, Wei Xiqing took a step back. She looked at Anthony and felt something was wrong, so she called out to him, Anthony? Anthony moved his head, opened his eyes that were about to close, and tried hard to look up. All the sounds and images seemed very far away from him. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. Anthony whispered, I seem to be drunk. Can you help me call the police? The police will send him home. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and fell forward limply. Wei Xiqing hurried to help him up. No, where did you get the alcohol? I didn't dare ask the waiter to serve any alcohol except pineapple beer and fruit wine. Anthony had lost consciousness and was sitting on the ground with his legs bent. Wei Xiqing supported his upper body to prevent him from falling. They didn't notice that someone in the corner raised a mobile phone, pointed the camera at them, and took several pictures. Wei Xiqing wanted to carry him back, but he paused as soon as he stretched out his hand. He then retracted his hand and touched the tip of his nose, then helped him lean against the wall. Stay still, I'll go call Zhou Ying. After all, it's the opposite sex, which is not good. The box was not far away, and in less than a minute, Zhou Ying and Su Jiao ran out with Wei Xiqing. But where are the people? Wei Xiqing suddenly took a step forward and looked around the corner. Zhou Ying and Su Jiao were confused. Wei Xiqing's face became serious, and he pointed to the corner in a panic. He was just here. Where is he? Did you go to the toilet? Su Jiao said. What kind of wine is this damn girl drinking? Zhou Ying was a little panicked by Wei Xiqing. I'll go to the bathroom to look for it. Su Jiao followed Wei Xiqing in the corridor to look for him. Wei Xiqing, I'm sorry. I was the one who recommended that bottle of fruit wine to Anthony. I thought it tasted very good. I didn't know that he had such a poor alcohol tolerance and could get drunk from fruit wine. Su Jiao bit her lower lip. Wei Xiqing shook his head. I don't blame you. She thought that everyone had to go to school tomorrow, so she deliberately withheld all the beer and liquor that Yuan Chao and the others had ordered, and only served pineapple beer and a fruit wine with a very low alcohol content. She also didn't expect Anthony to be drunk. Also asked her to help call the police. Wei Siqing felt amused and worried at the same time. He walked around and didn't see anyone, so he went back to meet Zhou. It should be in the toilet. Wei Siqing felt subconsciously. After a while, Zhou came out of the women's restroom with a serious expression. No one. Su Jiao? Maybe. I didn't see it clearly. And ran to the men's room. Wei Siqing came out of the men's room and also shook his head. She held up her phone, which showed a chat box with Yuan Chao. He's not in the box either. Anthony was small and still drunk. Wei Siqing's lips trembled, not daring to think too much. Surveillance. Check the surveillance. Outside, KTV. Huang Mao was playing checkers on his phone in the passenger seat of the car. The rear door made a noise, and after a moment, the door slammed shut and the car body shook. Brother Juan is pretty fast. The yellow-haired man walked away and glanced at the rearview mirror of the car. Almost scared me to death. Fuck. The yellow-haired man threw his phone away and turned around suddenly to look at the back seat. The boy in the driver's seat also turned his head to look over. In the back seat, besides her brother Juan, there was another girl who was unconscious. Looks a little familiar. I think I saw him in the KTV corridor just now. Brother, we can't do this. The yellow-haired man looked terrified. Fuck you. Juan opened the car window and lit a cigarette with scarlet spots of light dancing on his fingertips. She gave an address and said, "Go here." The boy in the driver's seat didn't dare to drive and looked at the yellow-haired man. Huang Mao plays better with Juan and is a bit bolder. No, brother. Do you know him? The wind blew in from the car window, and the hair of the boy smoking in the back seat was blown up a little, revealing a pair of fox eyes with slightly upturned corners. For a long time, she snorted perfunctorily. Huang Mao, did you knock that guy out? Arwan looked over, expressionless. If you say another word to her, I'll knock you out. The yellow-haired man paused. She didn't dare to ask any more questions and nodded to the person in the driver's seat. Chapter 166 ID, Suksu. After watching the surveillance video, Zhou was about to call the police with shaking hands. Wei Siqing took Anthony's cell phone and called his father. Don't call the police. Su Jiao didn't expect things to turn out like this. Her face turned pale, and she held Zhou Ying's hand. Him a strange look? Why? Su Jiao couldn't say anything. His hands were shaking as he made up an excuse. Don't. The police will only accept the case if someone is missing for 48 hours. Zhou Ying. Is this the same? The surveillance clearly showed that someone took him away. Wei Siqing did not dare to be careless. She recognized that the boy who took Anthony away was one of the gangsters who passed by them at that time. She told Su's father directly, and then took a photo of the surveillance video and sent it to him. Mr. Su hadn't replied yet. Wei Siqing put down his phone and said to Zhou Ying, call the police. The store owner stared at the screen for a while, afraid that the incident would escalate and affect the reputation of their store. So she quickly held him down and said, don't call the police. Don't call the police. I know this guy. They come here often. He's a good man. A good man. The phone in Wei Siqing's hand vibrated. She took a look and was stunned. Mr. Su also said, don't call the police yet. I'll be there soon. She let Zhou Ying take a look, and Zhou Ying frowned slightly. The shop owner said, I know that long-haired boy. Her name is Erwan. I have her friend's contact information. They come here to play together. They came earlier than you. Human traffickers don't do this. Could it be that she actually knows your friend? The group looked at each other. I don't know. Wei Siqing looked at Zhou Ying. Among them, Zhou Ying should have the best relationship with Anthony. Zhou Ying shook her head. I've never seen him, nor have I heard him mention him. He suddenly thought of someone, so he picked up his phone. I'll ask Sunny. They grew up together. Maybe they know something. Zhou Ying originally wanted to send her the surveillance screenshot of the long-haired boy taking Anthony away. But when she opened the chat box, she hesitated. He changed the photo to a single surveillance camera screenshot of a long-haired boy walking out of a KTV and sent it over. Zhou Ying. Sunny, do you know this boy? Sunny. I don't know him, why? Zhou Ying pursed her lips, afraid that she would miss some details. She gritted her teeth and simply sent the intercepted surveillance video. It was Wei Siqing's birthday. Anthony came out to play with us, accidentally got drunk, and was taken away by someone. We suspect that she knows Anthony, so we came to ask you. The other party didn't reply for a long time, probably watching a video. Zhou Ying added, don't worry, Anthony's father already knows about it. He didn't let us call the police. He must know her and is on his way here. Sunny only said 2 words. Address. Zhou Ying sent the location. Everyone else was still looking at him. Zhou raised her eyes and shook her head. She doesn't know either. The shop owner had already found the contact information of a Ruan's friend and called him in front of everyone. Hello? Hello? Bro, are you with your handsome friend? Yes, nothing much. I just wanted to ask if there is another girl next to your friend. Yes? Yes. The shop owner looked at the people around him and continued to ask, Brother, where are you now? The girl's friend thought she was lost, so she checked the surveillance camera and asked me to call and ask. Send her home? To the security guard? Okay, thanks, brother. But next time you send her home, change the way you do it. It's like carrying a drunk girl away in the corridor. Huh. Okay, I'll tell them. The shop owner hung up the phone and said, The man has been sent to the security guard of his community. Do you want to call his family again? Fuck. Huang Mao hung up the phone. She looked through the car window at the boy sitting on the side of the road smoking and said to the driver, Brother Juan is really... She went to the bathroom and saw the girl passed out in the corridor, so she brought her back. The KTV owner called me and thought we were human traffickers. Their car was parked at the gate of an upscale residential area. A Ruan carried the girl to the guardroom. After coming back alone, he squatted on the roadside and started smoking. A very gentleman. Definitely not a human trafficker. There was no one else in the car. The boy in the driver's seat was named Chun-Yi. He asked, Who is this girl? Is she Brother Ruan's first love? Have no idea. Huang Mao looked at the magnificently decorated gate of the community and couldn't help but say a few more words. Maybe it's by Yue Guang or something. Look where he lives. In a villa area in the city center. His family is rich. How could he be interested in people like us? Chen nodded. Maybe this is why Brother Juan broke up with that guy. Huang Mao didn't say anything, thinking that it wouldn't be necessary. Their Brother Juan is the most heartless and ungrateful. Huang Mao looked out the car window again and saw a silver car speeding past them. Stopped at the door. A man and a woman got out of the car, probably a couple, and hurried to the guardroom. The rear door slammed and the car sank. Huang Mao was still looking at the couple. When he heard the noise, he glanced at the rearview mirror in surprise. When did you come here? The boy in the back seat didn't say anything. His eyes were slightly cold. She lowered her eyes and turned on her phone, and more than a dozen missed calls popped up. There are also several text messages. She took a quick look without clicking on any of them and simply deleted them all. Let's go, she said. Chun-Yi started the car and turned away. Before the car drove away, Huang Mao glanced at the guardroom through the rearview mirror. The couple just came out holding the girl they had brought with them. The yellow-haired man slowly widened his eyes. Mother Sue came down from the second floor with a sullen face and dialed the phone again. This time the call went through. Mother Sue held the phone tightly and said viciously, Don't let me see you again. After saying that, he smashed the phone to the ground. With a pop, the screen shattered into pieces in an instant. His whole body was shaking, and his anger and hatred turned into pain, drowning him in an instant. He pressed his forehead, staggered back to the living room, picked up the medicine on the table, and swallowed it. Wei Xiqing, Zhou Ying, and Su Jiao stood in the community reception room and watched Su's father hurried in. Her expression was relatively calm, and she nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Anthony is indeed at the gate and has been sent home. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Wei Xiqing asked, Who is that boy? Hanging out with a bunch of hooligans. Wei Xiqing recalled the conversation between them as they passed through the corridor. Frowned. Zhou Ying also looked at her. Father Su said, He is a relative of our family, don't worry. She did not elaborate. About the man who simply took Anthony away. Girls are always careful. Zhou Ying was sensitive enough to sense that Father Su was hiding something from them. He didn't show it and nodded. That's good. We were scared to death. Uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't know Anthony could drink so little. Wei Xiqing was very annoyed. Father Su did not blame her. Anthony knows that he can't drink much. He usually doesn't take the initiative to drink. This time it was an accident. Su Jiao lowered her eyes. Also, I hope you don't tell Anthony about this. Father Su rubbed his hands. He will forget everything after getting drunk and sleeping. If he knew, he would definitely blame himself for ruining his classmate's birthday party. Then just say he fell asleep in the box and I picked him up. Several people agreed. Father Su said nothing more and picked up the car keys. Let's go. It's too late. I'll take you all home one by one. It's late at night. The petite girl with a school bag came to an internet cafe. No one asked her for her ID card. She went to the front desk to pay, found a seat, and sat down. On the Yangming No. 1 middle school forum login page, he skillfully entered his account and password, clicked post, and shared a few photos. My friend sent this to me. I was so upset. I've been obsessed with him for a long time. After sending it, he logged out of the login page and clicked shutdown. The blue fluorescence shone on the girl's face. He lowered his eyes, pulled the corners of his mouth silently, stood up, and left. The last screen before shutting down was his logout interface. ID, Sukso. In the aisle of his row, a girl with short curly hair came over, holding a can of ice cola, and sat down in the seat next to him. The game was still downloading in the background. Out of boredom, he remembered the scene he had just seen, so he opened the forum. Without even refreshing the page, Su Shushu's post was at the top of the homepage. This post is about to explode in popularity. There are 3 photos in the main building, all of which show Anthony and a boy standing in the corridor with an intimate posture. The girl snorted, took a sip of Coke, and said mockingly, "We're sitting at the same table together." Anthony didn't go to school the next day. The first thing the monitor and Wang Suin did when they arrived at the class was to look at each other. "Have you seen the photo?" "Not. Is this true or false? Why don't you go to the next class and ask Sunny? Isn't that a poke at the heart of people's hearts?" Wang Suin looked at the empty seat in front of him, turned around and patted Su Jiao next to him. "Hey, Su Jiao, did you see the photo in the forum?" Su Jiao sighed. "I see. I don't know who is so boring. We're just going to celebrate the birthday of an old classmate. We are taking random photos." Wang Suin. So it was taken from a candid angle. It's not real. After all, she had sat behind Anthony and Sunny for so long, and she felt that Anthony was completely controlled by Sunny. Even if they were separated into different classes, there was no way he could escape from Sunny's control. Su Jiao's expression was a little subtle, and she turned away unnaturally. "I don't know. Don't ask me." Wang Suin saw his reaction and slowly sat up straight. She looked at the monitor again, opened her mouth wide, and lips synced in disbelief. No way. The monitor was also a little stunned. She looked at the back of Su Jiao's head and said nothing. After the Chinese class was over, Lao Gao saw that Anthony was not there, so his eyes fell on Su Jiao and asked him to collect the homework. Su Jiao nodded, with the corners of her lips curled up, and walked back from the first row in the aisle, just like Anthony had done countless times before, until the last row is received. The girl with short hair slowly climbed up from the table, glanced at him, took out the test paper from her school bag, and handed it to him. Su Jiao collected all the papers and was about to leave through the back door to go to Lao Gao's office. The girl suddenly called him and asked casually, "Has the Chinese class representative changed?" Su Jiao pursed her lips and turned around. "No, he asked for leave, and Lao Gao asked me to collect it." The girl leaned back on the table again and hummed in a whisper. Chapter 167 Madness. Anthony did come to school in the afternoon, but he was not in a good mood. He didn't go with Sunny. Su's father drove him here. Someone saw him coming alone and remembered that post, so he also posted a post. Breaking news! Tianjiang's desk mate did not leave with Tianjiang. The two of them came separately. The popularity of Su Shushu's post last night has not yet subsided. Everyone was discussing who dumped whom, and soon her post was pushed to the top. Most of them are saying that it seems that this pair of childhood sweethearts are really doomed. The rest of the people were scolding Anthony for being fickle, two-timing, and only liking to hang out with boys. Last week, she seemed to have agreed to Sunny's confession, but this week she was hugging another boy. Anthony walked back to class amidst inquiring and disdainful looks. Su Jiao arrived early and was bending over her desk to do her homework. She saw him out of the corner of her eye and quickly stood up to offer him her seat. "You're here, Anthony." Anthony nodded, said nothing, and looked listless. "I'm so sorry about last night. I didn't expect you couldn't drink so much. I really thought that fruit wine was delicious, so I recommended it to you." Su Jiao sat down, looking guilty. Anthony shook his head. "It's okay." Su Jiao didn't say anything else. After a while, "Have you read the post on the internet?" Su Jiao bit her lower lip and looked at Anthony with concern. Anthony looked at him. "I see. Don't listen to their nonsense. They just randomly snap a few pictures and start writing about them. After a while, when new gossip comes out, they will forget about it." Anthony nodded perfunctorily. He looked very tired and didn't want to talk. Su Jiao secretly observed him for a while, gradually put her mind at ease, and stopped talking. During a break, Zhou came to see him once. She didn't tell him about the incident in which they almost called the police. She just told him to drink more water and rest early, not to play with his cell phone for a few days, and never drink alcohol next time. Anthony agreed one by one. This continued until school was over. There was no class with Lao Gao in the afternoon. She didn't know that Anthony had already returned from leave, so she asked Su Jiao to temporarily take over as the Chinese class representative and go and get the corrected homework. Su Jiao didn't suddenly remember it until after school, so she went to Lao Gao's office first. When I brought the papers back, most of the class had left. Anthony was still sitting in his seat, his school bag packed and placed on the table. Su Jiao put the test paper on the podium and began to pack her things. She asked casually, "Anthony, aren't you leaving?" Anthony shook his head. "Sunny is on duty today. I'm waiting for her." Su Jiao's hand paused almost imperceptibly, and she continued to pack her things as if nothing had happened, and said, "Oh," softly. He put all his homework into his school bag, zipped it up, and was ready to leave. Anthony suddenly called him, "Jiao Jiao?" Su Jiao turned her head. "I had nothing to do at home this morning, so I packed up some of my old stuff and suddenly realized that we were in the same class in elementary school." Su Jiao suddenly froze in place. Anthony was a little embarrassed. "You've changed so much. I only recognized you today when I saw old photos." Su Jiao pulled the corners of her mouth with difficulty and said, "Yes, I was fatter at that time." Anthony counted on his fingers. "So, 6 years in elementary school, 3 years in junior high school, and almost 1 year in high school. We have known each other for almost 10 years. Su Jiao nodded. He didn't want to recall the past, so he said to Anthony, "Anthony, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." He turned around and took 2 steps. Had just been gesturing to him. How many years they had known each other, suddenly said softly, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Su Jiao paused again. "I asked you to call Zhouing over. Why did you call Wei Xiqing?" Anthony looked at his thin back. "I just can't connect her to that fat girl in elementary school." "You remembered it wrongly, didn't you?" Su Jiao turned around with a smile on her face. "Anthony, you were really drunk. You clearly asked me to call Wei Xiqing over and said you had something to talk to her alone." "Su Shushu, is that you?" Anthony asked directly. Su Jiao lowered her eyes, hiding her gradually gloomy look. "Are you talking about the Su Shushu who posted the message? How could it be me? You can't just guess just because my name also has the pronunciation of Su." He looked up, half smiling. "Besides, we are good friends. Why would I post something like that?" "We're good friends. How could I post something like that?" "Yeah, how could that be?" "I didn't drink," Anthony said suddenly. Su Jiao didn't react. "Huh?" Anthony said word by word. "I didn't drink the bottle of wine you gave me." Su Jiao's expression completely froze. Ordinary fruit wine is indeed very low in alcohol content. The other girls in the box were drinking this kind of fruit wine at the time. "The bottle of fruit wine you gave me has the same packaging as the one they drank, but the alcohol content is much higher. This is thanks to a Korean drama that Zhou-ing once forced him to watch, in which these 2 bottles of fruit wine appeared with almost identical packaging, but different alcohol content. That's why Anthony was able to recognize it at that time." "Really?" Su Jiao tilted her head and thought for a moment. Since the packaging is the same, maybe the waiter made a mistake. Anthony looked at him quietly, without saying anything. He suddenly felt very tired. He could tell exactly how many bottles of such fruit wine Wei Xiqing had the waiter bring, who drank them, and even produced the receipt that Su Jiao received for buying the fruit wine. Su Jiao asked, "Did you see me buying fruit wine?" Anthony shook his head. Su Jiao groaned, and he stopped pretending. His expression quickly darkened. "Look, you're sitting next to me, but you don't even know when I went out to buy the fruit wine. You're all like this, never, never. You never pay attention to me. The teachers are like this, the classmates are like this, Sunny is like this, Wei Xiqing and Zhouing are like this too." There was a poetry recitation contest in elementary school. Each class had 1 spot. I was obviously chosen, but the teacher said I was too fat and my image would affect my score, so you were chosen instead. All the classmates in the class liked to play with you. I never had any friends, and finally someone got to play with me. And you celebrated your birthday, so you distributed snacks to win over the class, and my only friend started to stick to you. Su Jiao came over. Her eyes were red, and her expression was becoming more and more crazy. "And there's Sunny. She is so pretty and smart. We're obviously the same age, but she thinks we're childish. She likes to play with older boys. Even the teacher asked her if she found it boring. She could apply to skip a grade. Which girl in the class doesn't like someone like her? But she, even she, likes to hang around you. Obviously, you're the most childish one in our class. I sat behind her for 3 years, and I've liked her for 3 years. But if you ask her, she'll definitely not remember there's someone like me." Chapter 168. Get treatment if you are sick. Anthony, who was stunned in his seat, and sneered. "What? Didn't you expect it?" A fat guy is so bold as to like the school hunk. In fact, I didn't particularly hate you at that time. After all, people tend to be beautiful, and I'm really not good looking. So I lost weight like crazy during the summer vacation before entering junior high school and finally became as thin as I am now. I thought I could finally leave your shadow, but when school started, we were actually assigned to the same class again. Sunny transferred to another school before finishing elementary school, and Su Jiao gave up the idea of staying with him long ago. When he was in junior high school, the seats were arranged by the teacher. Anthony and Zhouing sat at the same table in the first row, and he and Wei Xiqing sat at the same table in the last row. At that time, Wei Xiqing was very good at playing basketball, and there were always girls who went to watch her play. Su Jiao just watched from afar and never went down. But when Wei Xiqing returned to class, he would always pretend that he was going to get some water, and then naturally get her a cup as well. Sometimes he would deliberately gossip with Wei Xiqing during class, and then the teacher would find out, and both of them would be pulled outside to stand in the corner as punishment. When they were talking outside, they could be seen at a glance. The two of them stood side by side. Neither of them spoke, but raised their heads and looked at the sky together. The sunset was so beautiful at that time. All the changes happened after the head teacher resigned, arranged a new class teacher for them. In order to take care of the students in the last row, the new class teacher changed the seats in the class every month. The people in the last row were moved to the first row, the people in the first row were moved to the second row, and so on. The head teacher also set up a 4-person study group, with 2 tables in front and back. After changing seats, Su Jiao turned her head and found that Anthony was sitting behind her. The 4 of them formed a group. Because she lost weight, some boys started pursuing her. Also, Sunny had left their side a few years ago, so Su Jiao started to like Anthony more. They also became friends, sitting in front and behind each other, gossiping together and going home together since they were on the same route. He still helped Wei Xiqing fetch water as usual, but gradually, Wei Xiqing stopped letting him help. She started answering it herself. Before answering the call, she would knock on their tables one by one and jokingly say, "Sisters, I'm going to get some water. If you need help bringing water, please bring your cups." As she said this, her eyes were on Anthony. Just like when he looked at Wei Xiqing, he deceived himself that it was all an illusion. In the blink of an eye, junior high school is over. The Chinese Valentine's Day was during the summer vacation. On that day, Wei Xiqing asked him to meet at the amusement park. He went over with great joy. Wei Xiqing was sitting on a public bench outside the playground with a bouquet of flowers at hand. The first thing he said to him after seeing him was, "Anthony is in this playground. Do you think I should go and confess my love to him?" At that moment, Su Jiao felt like her world was falling apart. Su Jiao came back to her senses, her eyes still full of enthusiasm. "Why? Just because your family has a few stinky money. Everyone is surrounding you. They flatter you, fawn over you, and even snatch things that belong to others and give them to you. If you want it, you take it. If you don't want it, you act condescending and give it to others like you're pitying a dog. Everyone's eyes are on you. Everyone. I broke your water cup. It was me who made the water bucket full every time I was on duty. I also wanted to lock you in the toilet, but I never got the chance." He stomped over and put his hands on Anthony's shoulders, his expression gradually distorted. "Can you please just die? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be living in such pain. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. You've ruined my life. Anthony, I beg you to just die." The class was empty, with only him and Anthony left. For some reason, Su Jiao moved her hands to Anthony's neck, staring at his slender neck in fascination, and her hands suddenly tightened. "If you are sick, get treatment." Someone suddenly grabbed his arm and threw him backwards. Su Jiao fell to the ground with a scream. The pain from the friction between his body and the ground made him sober instantly. He supported himself on the floor and looked up at Sunny, who was standing at the door. Anthony was protected behind her. He looked down at him with a complex look mixed with pity. Him fiercely, "Don't look at me. Don't look at me like that. Who do you think you are? Without money, you are nothing." Sunny glanced at the camera in the classroom, deftly turning the USB flash drive in her hand, and said calmly, "These days, everyone is more stupid than the other." Last time she made up a story about there being no camera, and people actually believed it, but this time she was so blind that she didn't even see the camera hanging right above her head, even though it was as thick as her arm. She turned her head to look at Anthony. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. "Go home?" Anthony nodded slightly. No one paid attention to Su Jiao anymore. He was the only one left on the entire floor, lying on the ground at the door of the classroom, spitting and crying. Anthony got out of the car and found that Sunny didn't take him home. They were standing in front of 113 Shan Street. Sunny took out the key, pushed the rolling door upwards, went in, and turned on the light. The voice-controlled colored lights that were decorated last Christmas are out of power, and the only lighting available is the store's dim, energy-saving bulbs. Anthony came in, took off his shoes, and sat down on the blanket under the Christmas tree. Sunny closed the door, stood next to him, and pointed to the gift box on top. You still have one gift left to open. From last winter to now, Anthony comes here once whenever he is unhappy, and each time he only opens one gift box. The moment he opens the gift, no matter what is inside, whether it is expensive or cheap, whether he likes it or not, he will be happy. I have unpacked all the boxes until now, and only one gift box is left, hanging on the top of the Christmas tree. Anthony looked up for a moment. He shook his head and looked down at his phone again. I won't open it today. The post that was slowly published still appeared on the screen. This ID first posted photos of the two of them on the day Sunny transferred to it. At that time, Su Jiao had set her eyes on him. Anthony sighed. Sunny sat down next to him and tilted her head slightly to look at his neck, where there was only a circle of barely noticeable red marks. The chairman was not happy. Just let him pinch you if he wants to. How would I know he would go crazy and strangle me? I didn't let him strangle me. I blocked it. Anthony raised his hands. I'm not stupid. What kind of physique do you have? You always attract weird things. Sunny thought of something and laughed, but this time I got a little more sperm. As early as yesterday. It should have been longer ago. It was the squad leader who enlightened Anthony for the first time that he realized something was wrong. One day, he and the squad leader went to Lao Gao's office to move some documents. On the way, the squad leader suddenly asked him, Does Su Jiao like me? Anthony was stunned. All the words he had to say merged into one huh. The monitor analyzed with him as they walked. Does he still suspect that I like you? Chapter 169, he is a bit weird. He's a little weird. The monitor's straight male brain was working fast at this moment. She analyzed it based on what she had heard before. He is too good to me, right? He brings me food and drinks at least 3 days a week. He also helped me get water several times. Anthony reminded her tactfully. Monitor, Jiao Jiao also brought snacks for your desk mate and me. You're not the only one. The squad leader waved his hand. No, he gave it to you guys to cover it up. Otherwise, it would be too obvious if he only gave it to me. Anthony said tactfully. Why can't it be brought specifically for Wang Suan? Maybe Jiao Jiao likes Wang Suan. The monitor waved his hand again. You don't understand. Wang Suan is always chattering. I've seen Su Jiao get annoyed by her several times, but she still endured and continued to listen. So, it can only be me. Anthony didn't know what to say, so he asked casually, Then why do you think he thinks you like me? That's what I want to say. Is he a little extreme in hiding his personality? The monitor asked. You may not know that when you were not around, he seemed to be dragging you down every time he talked to me. It was as if he wanted to isolate you with me and Wang Suan. Anthony was stunned. That's how I feel. It could also be that I'm just gossiping too much and have a habit of imagining things. The squad leader scratched his head. Anyway, I don't like him. I have my goddess. You'd better hint at him, but don't confess to me. I'll be so embarrassed that I want to jump out of the window. Anthony agreed in a daze. From that day on, he began to observe Su Jiao slowly. Every time he saw Su Jiao's innocent smile, he felt it was impossible. How long has he known Su Jiao? Besides, the class monitor has a straight head, and he even said that Jiao Jiao likes her. It is obvious that he is just imagining things. But until one day, after school in the evening, as Sunny stood by the wall and watched him pack his school bag, she casually said, You have bad luck. Anthony looked at her in confusion. I just passed by the back door of your class. Sunny pointed to the back. There are 3 buckets and only one has water in it. It's not full yet. Anthony paused for 3 seconds and said, It's a coincidence. He remained calm, but in his heart he was paying attention. Once doubts arise in your mind, all the details that you never cared about before will now be magnified infinitely. He rarely drank. One time, Anthony went to the toilet and forgot to bring paper. So he turned back and saw Su Jiao pouring out most of the cup of water. It happened to be their group's duty day that day. Also, he discovered that Su Jiao had 2 cell phones. One is a smartphone, and the other is a very small phone for the elderly. His school bag fell to the ground and 2 mobile phones slipped out at the same time. Su Jiao's first reaction was to pick up the old phone and put it in her pocket, and then she picked up the smartphone and threw it directly into the school bag. As the days of observation increased, Anthony discovered that Su Jiao seemed to be targeting him, but he never understood why. He even began to believe what the monitor said. Su Jiao likes the class monitor and thinks that the class monitor likes him, so she targets him. Finally, it was Wei Xiqing's birthday. Su Jiao didn't let him drink the juice and handed him a bottle of fruit wine. There was a familiar, innocent, and simple smile on his face. He said the alcohol content was not high, and several girls across from him were also drinking it. But Anthony actually knows how to look at the alcohol content. Not to mention him, anyone present would probably get drunk after drinking this bottle of fruit wine. At that moment, his heart sank. Why did Su Jiao get him drunk? Anthony felt that he would soon understand why Su Jiao wanted to isolate him. So he took a sip in front of Su Jiao, and while Su Jiao wasn't paying attention, he threw the bottle under the sofa and replaced it with a bottle of ordinary fruit wine. He pretended to be drunk again, wanting to see what Su Jiao was trying to do. As expected, Su Jiao followed him out. Anthony asked him to call Zhou, but the person who came was Wei Xiqing. At that moment, Anthony still didn't understand what Su Jiao wanted to do. He was afraid that Wei Xiqing would really say something to him, so he pretended to be drunk. Then he heard Wei Xiqing tell him to stay while she went to call Zhou. The only thing I didn't expect was that Yu arrived before Zhou. Anthony half squinted his eyes and was stunned when he saw her squatting in front of him, thinking that he was really drunk. Otherwise, how could I see her? Otherwise, how could she not run away when she saw me? His silly look might have made Yu really think that he was drunk. Yu stared at him for 3 seconds, then squatted down and picked him up. It must be in a dream. He was still thinking this when he was sent to the guard room. He pretended until late at night, when his parents should have gone to bed. He then climbed out of bed and wanted to report his safety to Zhou and the others. He saw that Wei Xiqing had sent him a long explanation, saying that the photos in the forum were not taken by her, and so on. Following Wei Xiqing's words, Anthony browsed around the forum and saw the post. He suddenly understood why Su Jiao wanted to get him drunk. However, he still didn't understand why Su Jiao targeted him like this. At this point, they should all be asleep. Only one person is still tirelessly sending him messages. You were kidnapped? Are you sick? Why are you drinking alcohol at such a young age? You were home, right? You fell asleep, right? Anthony, you will have to wait for me tomorrow. Anthony replied directly. Don't mention tomorrow. You haven't gone home yet, right? Do me a favor. A long time, Ayu replied. Are you me? Anthony. I'm not drunk. I was just pretending. You can scold me tomorrow. Now, please run an errand for me, Brother Sonny. It was a long time again. Ayu. Speak. Anthony. Go and help me check the surveillance. Anthony sent the link to the post. I want to know who took the photo. Sonny didn't reply to him. But at noon the next day, Sonny came to see him and handed him a USB flash drive. Su Jiao stood at the corner and found an angle to secretly take pictures of him and Wei Xiqing's actions clearly. The phone screen was also photographed. Sonny had already watched the surveillance video and knew that the girl was his desk mate, so he rarely refrained from scolding him. He just stayed at his house for a while and then left. Anthony felt upset. He began to look through old photo albums, trying to find the image of Su Jiao in his memory. Then I suddenly discovered that there was also Su Jiao in the elementary school photo. He always thought her name was Chun Jiao. It's just that she was a very fat girl, standing at the very edge and inconspicuous. Anthony stared at the two photos of elementary and junior high school for a long time. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. It was clearly the same person. During the 3 years of junior high school, Su Jiao never mentioned a single word to him. In the afternoon, he went to school with mixed feelings. Su Jiao still smiled at him innocently and purely. She also took the initiative to talk about the post, asking him to relax and that it would pass over time. There was no trace of shame on his face. Anthony thought about it for the whole afternoon, but still couldn't figure out why Su Jiao became like this. Why on earth did it turn out like this? Chapter 170 this forum is quite interesting. Without asking clearly, Anthony would never be able to greet Su Jiao with a smile again. So he asked directly after school. I didn't expect to get such a reply. So many years have passed in a flash. His former best friend hated him for so many years. Seeing his blank gaze, Sonny couldn't help but call him back to his senses. Do you want to post it? Anthony lowered his eyes and looked at Sonny's phone screen. I just registered a forum account and have uploaded a video waiting to be published. He and Sonny agreed. If you do something wrong, you will pay the price. But when the moment really came, he couldn't help but hesitate. Why? Are you feeling soft-hearted? Sunny asked. Not really. If this video is released, he will be ruined. The video was a combination of two surveillance videos. Su Jiaoran stood behind a corner, with one hand extended, holding up an old-fashioned phone, taking pictures of the corridor. The surveillance camera could see his phone screen, and on it was one of the 3 photos Su Shushu had posted. The following part was recorded by another surveillance camera, which proved that he was about to faint, and Wei Xiqing just helped him sit on the ground. It's not what they say on the internet, they just hugged each other. Besides, what does it matter even if they hug each other? Anthony thought absent-mindedly. What is two timing? The classmate who showed up from nowhere seemed to have agreed to the confession from nowhere. It sounds like the truth. There was no confession, and even less promise. The 2 videos are clear and concise. Su Jiao clearly knew the truth, but she deliberately took photos from different angles to mislead the public. The most important thing is that Su Jiao and Anthony are desk mates. Stabbing someone in the back is the most shameful thing. Sunny sighed and put the phone away. So you don't feel anything if he gets you scolded, right? Anthony nodded. No, they're just guessing and spreading rumors anyway. Just don't read it. Sunny stared at him with a half smile. Should I still praise you for your inner strength? She stared at me for a while. Anthony was defeated. Well, I'm still a little angry. But what made me angry was what Su Jiao did. Rather than online rumors. He really doesn't care about these things. Since the first day Sunny transferred here, rumors have been surrounding him. If he hadn't adapted yet, he would probably have suffered from depression by now. Sunny clicked publish directly. Anthony saw it and said nothing. She finished sending the message but did not exit, tapping the screen with her fingers from time to time. Anthony watched for a while, and seeing that she was still watching with relish, he moved closer and asked, "What are you looking at? I didn't notice last time." This forum is quite interesting." Sunny tilted the screen. Anthony looked closely and sat up straight. God, his face was red as if blood was dripping out. "Why are you looking at this? My name is already written on it, and I can't read it?" Sunny raised an eyebrow, lowered her eyes, and continued browsing. Sunny was reading a fan fiction about the 2 of them written by someone in the forum who had nothing better to do. Anthony felt ashamed and embarrassed, but the phone was Sunny's, and he couldn't do anything to her. Out of sight, out of mind. Anthony stood up from the carpet and said angrily, "I'm going home." "Why are you leaving?" Sunny smiled softly, raised her head slowly, and pulled his clothes. "There are still some things that haven't been made clear." Anthony stared at her. "What else is there to say? Didn't I tell you everything about Su Jiao's incident? Even Zhou Ying doesn't know what happened. What's up with that surveillance video at the back?" Sunny hinted at something. Anthony played dumb. "What?" "Don't pretend. I've watched that surveillance video about 100 times. Is that guy the one you chased after without explanation 2 or 3 times?" Compared to the last time they met, her hair had grown longer and her clothes had changed, so Sunny really didn't recognize her at first. Anthony said, "It was a relative of mine. She happened to see me sitting by the wall and sent me home." "Is it possible? No normal person would do this. I happened to see my relative sitting on the ground drunk. Without saying a word, I just squatted down, picked him up, and walked out of the door. As if it was premeditated. The problem is that the explanation Su's father gave to Zhou Ying and the others was that he was a relative of his own. Sunny guessed that this was probably their family matter, and it was inconvenient to ask more questions. Who doesn't have things that are not told to outsiders? Sunny knew very well that if she asked any more questions, she would be crossing the line, but she was really annoyed. She had finally figured out the relationship between Song Yingjing and her family. And then here came a man whose name she didn't even know and whose face she had never seen, but who had a very strong presence. It can be said that Song Yingjing has no blood relationship with her. This time both Uncle Su and Anthony said they were relatives, which means they were related by blood. Sunny didn't know why she was jealous. She weighed her tone and asked tentatively, "At least tell me the name. I have a good relationship with this relative of yours." Anthony's big eyes were looking at her. "It's a bit difficult." She suppressed her anger and closed her eyes in frustration. When she looked at Anthony again, her emotions had calmed down. She also stood up and didn't ask any more questions. "Let's go back together." It's fate. On Monday, Sunny met this relative again. She didn't expect it to be this way. As usual, the national flag is raised after morning self-study. In the second half of the semester, senior high school students entered the sprint stage. The school's discipline of senior high school students has also become increasingly strict. The student union was also instructed to strictly investigate disciplinary issues in the 3rd year of high school. The Discipline Inspection Department investigated a person last week for smoking on campus and criticized him more than a dozen times during the lunchtime radio broadcast. Then it was checked again this Monday. The reason was that he was late, climbed over the wall, and was not wearing a school uniform. Disciplinary issues were mainly handled by the Discipline Inspection Department. Sunny had no intention or desire to interfere in matters assigned by various departments, so she didn't pay much attention to it at first. As a result, in the office in the morning, she heard Ran and Song Ingjing talking about this matter. And Ran was still cold, with a frown on her face. You know I don't like gossip, but as a friend I still have to ask you. Did you do anything to provoke her? I think she is very hostile to you. Sunny listened attentively for a while, because she strongly agreed with Ran's self-evaluation. He really isn't gossipy at all. At least Sunny had never seen him gossiping. This is the first time. Song Ingjing didn't say anything, not really caring. Maybe she is often mentioned by the Discipline Inspection Department, so she blames me. And Rant's brows did not relax. He directly requisitioned Song Ingjing's computer, typed a few words in the system, and pressed the enter key. Song Ingjing looked at his actions, feeling a little helpless. It's really okay. She can still beat me up. Let's go. The flag-raising ceremony is about to begin. And Ran pursed her lips and looked at the long list of violations on the screen. Why hasn't this person been fired yet? They are about to take the college entrance examination. The school will not easily expel senior high school students. And Ran said nothing more. Several student union members went downstairs to the playground together. The people from the Discipline Inspection Department do not have to stand in the classroom when the national flag is raised. There is a table behind the leadership seats. After checking the discipline, they gather directly there and collect the information of each class together. Chapter 171. Are you pretending to be a ghost? When Sunny returned to the class team, she saw Anthony standing at the front of their class, holding a school flag in his hand. He happened to be wearing a red suit and had two pigtails, just like Neza. A new trick in the school is that every time the flag is raised, one person from each class has to stand in front of the team and hold the flag. The people holding flags around are all tall boys. There is no one from their class left. So should Anthony be asked to hold the flag? Sunny glanced at him, then walked to the front of her class and said to the boy holding the flag, "Let me hold it." The boy had also heard the rumors. When he thought about who was holding the flag in the next class, he immediately understood, okay. So Sunny took over the flag. In fact, it's not tiring to hold it up. The flagpole is very long, so just hold it and stand it on the ground. But when the wind blows, you have to hold it tightly. Unfortunately, it was windy this morning. Sunny herself didn't feel anything. She turned her head to look at Anthony. Anthony was tense all over. He was holding the flagpole with both hands. His palms were pale, and he looked very tired. She frowned, retracted her gaze, turned her head, and asked the boy in the first row, "Can you help me lift it?" The boy was stunned and walked over. Okay. So the flagpole, which had just been warmed up in the hands of the chairman for less than 2 minutes, was held by a different person. Sunny walked to the next team of Class 10 and held up the shaky flag in Anthony's hand. When Anthony saw that it was her, he breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. With one hand still holding the flagpole, he let go of the other hand and shook it. Sunny's face darkened slightly. "Where are the boys in your class? Are you here to check the class?" Anthony became alert again. He looked at their empty class with only 2 rows of girls. He felt that it didn't matter whether he checked or not, so he told the truth. "Too many boys in our class slept during the morning reading. The dean dragged them out to run laps, and they haven't been pulled back yet. The flag-raising ceremony has just officially begun." Sunny nodded. "You should return to the team." "Can you lift it for me?" Anthony asked tentatively. "Where else should I put my hands now?" Sunny looked at him calmly. Anthony walked towards the team with a sly smile and pulled out a folded piece of paper from his sleeve, muttering, "It's a good time to memorize some words." "Sunny." She exhaled, turned around, stood up straight, and looked at the flag stand. Anthony has grown rapidly in the past 6 months and has moved from standing in the first row to standing in the middle. But the team is already lined up, and if he cuts in, he'll disrupt the formation. So Anthony went straight to the last row and stood there. There was an empty seat in the last row, so he filled it. Zhang Yao was standing next to him. He glanced at the very tall Zhang Yao and enviously wondered why he could be so tall. Anthony looked at him secretly for a while, and there was always a flash of light in his sight. He suddenly reacted and moved his eyes down to look at Zhang Yao's ears. Zhang Yao wore a pair of Bluetooth headphones inlaid with diamonds that sparkled in the sun. Anthony opened his mouth slightly, so bold. "Want to listen?" Zhang Yao suddenly asked. Anthony was startled. He thought Jiang Yao didn't know he was peeking at him. Something cool was suddenly stuffed into his ear, and there was a beep sound in his earlobe, followed by high-decibel, heavy metal music exploding in his ear. Anthony was really scared this time and took off his headphones. Jiang Yao laughed out loud. The two of them made quite a noise. The direct result was that the head teacher who brought the boys from their class back to raise the national flag took them away again. So Anthony didn't see that the next second after he left, a group of boys lined up in the middle of the playground, under the national flag stand, to read their self-criticisms. There was a girl who was too eye-catching. She was not even wearing her school uniform and was standing in the middle. Her hair was a little long, and she had her eyes downcast, with no expression on her face. The boys from Class 10 arrived. Sonny handed the flagpole to the class monitor, took out his student union ID, and hung it around his neck, and walked unimpeded all the way to the place where the discipline inspection department usually collected the lists. There was only one girl there, holding down the list on the table with one hand, fearing it would be blown away by the wind. Sonny stared at the boy under the flag stand and asked him, "Who is the boy in the middle?" "Ah!" The girl was new. She squinted her eyes and looked at it for a while, then said blankly, "I don't know." Sonny pursed his lips. "Give me the list of violations from last week and today." Oh. The girl searched on the table, pulled out a few pieces of paper, and handed them to her. Sonny directly found out the punishment results by dragging 5 people to the flag-raising ceremony last Monday to read their self-reviews. Zhao Dongying, Su Tianjing, Ma Wei, Ruan Yu, and Chen Fei. There is no one with the surname Su, and no one with the surname Bai. Sonny recited the names silently and memorized them. Look back at the flag stand. Which one could she be? The boy in the middle wrote his self-review very sincerely. Compared with the 4 boys before and after her self-criticism was like an argumentative essay, the kind that can get full marks. Also, because she wrote so well, which did not match her last-place grade, everyone else was dismissed after the flag-raising ceremony, except her, who was taken away by the head of the senior grade. Sonny tore off a blank piece of paper, took a pen, and wrote down the names of the 5 people one by one, and chased after the 4 boys who were let go by the director. She said to the 4 of them in a very businesslike tone, "Check the names." The 4 people looked at the work ID card around her neck and believed it to be true and crossed out their names one by one. Only one person is left. Sonny let out a soft click. When you are surrounded by mountains and rivers and think there is no way out, you will find another village beyond the bends and flowers. Ruan Yu. Anthony and Jiang Yao were punished to stand outside the director's office. Jiang Yao's cell phone earphones were all taken away, but he was still able to laugh, tapping rhythm with his fingertips beside his legs and humming a song. Anthony was completely implicated. Before he could react, the earphones were stuffed into his ears, and when he took them off, he was seen by the director. So much so that now he has to stand in the corner as punishment. Anthony wasn't very familiar with Jiang Yao. He only knew his name because of a mistake during the first homework collection at the beginning of the school year. He didn't know what to say, so he just stood at the door silently, waiting for the dean to let them go back to class. Jiang Yao hummed a song for a while, then felt a little bored and wanted to find someone to talk to. He looked at Anthony and remembered the video post he saw in the internet cafe this week, so he asked, "Your desk mate didn't come today?" At the same time, he remembered some other CP posts, so he added, "It's not your girlfriend, it's the one you have now." Anthony glanced at him. He was afraid that the teachers in the office would hear him, so he said softly, "I don't have a girlfriend." Jiang Yao said, "Oh," he was not interested in this and continued to ask, "You posted the video online, right?" Anthony said nothing and just nodded lightly. "Great." Jiang Yao gave him a thumbs up. "I thought you girls would just cry when you encounter something like this." Anthony looked at him suspiciously. "You're not a girl?" "Oh." Jiang Yao corrected himself. "I thought little girls like you would just cry when encountering something like this." Anthony didn't respond. He doesn't cry much. The book says that crying is the most useless thing in the world. He hasn't watched the forum much since posting the video at 1:13 Shonda Street last Friday. Boring. When Su Jiao posted a photo of him and Wei Siqing, others accused him of being fickle and pretending to be innocent. He posted a video saying that Su Jiao was Su Xiuxiu, and the situation turned around. In addition, someone revealed that they were in the same class in junior high school and were still desk mates. The group of people who had originally scolded him started to scold Su Jiao for being disgusting and vicious. In order to gain attention, they even did something to discredit their longtime friend. Then, As if she had never scolded him before, she turned around and started to feel sorry for him again. Under all the posts Su Shushu had posted, there were comments like, I checked the timeline and found that the OP has been touting them since he first transferred from heaven. A modern version of sleeping on straw and tasting gall? My God, it's too scary to have a friend who stabs you in the back. Su Jiao never responded. Before morning reading today, Anthony went to his homeroom teacher to ask for a seat change, saying that he always sat in the corner and it was very tiring for his eyes, so he wanted to move to the other side. The head teacher had not heard of the online controversy, so after agreeing, he casually asked, by the way, your deskmate Su Jiao is transferring to another school. Do you know why? Anthony was stunned, silent for a moment, and shook his head. Okay, fine. Go to your morning reading. The head teacher didn't ask any more questions, waved his hand, and let him go. Anthony came to his senses when he heard footsteps approaching. The corridor was dim, and he could only see the head of the senior class walking towards them, followed by a tall and thin boy in the distance. Zhang Yao had already stood up straight, with a solemn expression like the flag raiser. Anthony also stood up straight. The head teacher walked up to them and stopped, staring at Zhang Yao with a cold look in his eyes. What did you do? Zhang Yao seemed a little afraid of her, and his voice became weaker. We sang at the flag-raising ceremony, and our grade director heard us. What song are you singing? Director Senior 3 continued to ask. Zhang Yao's voice became weaker. The most dazzling ethnic style. Director. Anthony. Don't say. When Zhang Yao mentioned it, Anthony, based on that little bit of faint impression, seemed to think the tune of the song he heard at the time was really the most dazzling ethnic style. It's just a remade version with a lot of crackling sounds and sounds very heavy metal. The head teacher didn't say anything else. He glared at him and then looked at Anthony. What are you doing? Anthony didn't dare to give Zhang Yao's cell phone to him, even though it was already on the desk of the head of the first grade, so he could only say with difficulty, I sang with him. Zhang Yao chuckled. In his laughter, there seemed to be another laughter belonging to a boy. Anthony looked at the head teacher of Senior 3, and she had a serious expression on her face. So he looked at the boy who was following the director. The boy stood there in the darkness and didn't move. Anthony couldn't see her face clearly. The head teacher didn't say anything else. He turned around and shouted at the boy. Can't you see the light? Why are you standing in that dark corner pretending to be a ghost? Come over here. The boy looked at her reluctantly and walked over. The moment she walked out of the darkness, Anthony's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 172, Civilization You, Me and Her. Anthony subconsciously took a step forward, but the boy walked around him expressionlessly and followed the head of the senior class into the office, not forgetting to close the door. Zhang Yao heaved a sigh of relief, and his whole body relaxed, leaning lazily against the wall. He glanced at Anthony's expression, then followed his gaze to the closed office door. Handsome, right? Anthony turned his head, realizing something. You know her? Ruan Yu, who is in his third year of high school, looks like a very Yandera and is also a very Yandera person. He jumped over the building and criticized someone madly. Zhang Yao marveled. Jump over the building? Anthony's heart suddenly tightened. Well, I didn't see it. I heard from a friend that she had offended some gangster. He wanted to compete with her in high jump. He dragged her to the second floor and asked her to jump. If she didn't dare to jump, she knelt down and licked his shoes. Ruan Yu directly dragged her to jump from the third floor. Damn, blood was seen on the spot. Ruan Yu climbed up and asked her with a smile that since both of them jumped, it was a tie. Should we go to the fourth floor to compete again? Anthony broke out in a cold sweat and said dumbly, It must be a rumor. The third floor, that must be 8 meters high. Is it true that no one will die if they fall down? My friend told me. Her brother is also a gangster and knows something. Zhang Yao said, I'm responsible for your being punished. I only told you this secret. Now we're even. Anthony, why don't you say something more? You can implicate me again. Are you interested in her? Zhang Yao raised his eyebrows, and before Anthony could answer, he nodded. Girls like her are indeed popular. Anthony hesitated. No. Zhang Yao suddenly took a step closer to him, leaned down, looked at Anthony's face closely, and quickly grabbed his neck with his hands. He pulled the corner of his lips strangely and asked in a low and slow voice, Do you like me? Zhang Yao's hands on his neck were not strong enough, and Anthony looked at him in confusion. Zhang Yao stretched out a hand, tapped his temple twice with his index finger, and said in a soft voice like a ghost from hell, I'm sick, don't bother me. Where are you two here at Cosprey? Oh my God! The two girls were startled by the sudden sound and both fell against the wall with frightened faces. Arrested them stood at the door with his hands behind his back, staring at them with dismay. I made you stand there as a punishment so that you could reflect on your mistakes. But what happened to you too? You were so bored standing there that you started acting out a TV drama? If you really want to act out a drama, you two can go on stage and perform at the school's cultural performance next month. Zhang Yao quickly said, Don't, director. We have really reflected on this. I shouldn't have brought my phone or listened to music. It's all my fault. I won't dare to do it again next time. He gave in pretty quickly. Anthony looked at him blankly. It seemed that Zhang Yao's true character was not consistent with his impression of him. The head of the first grade said, It's useless. Zhang Yao and Anthony, right? I won't watch the art performance next month without you two. Let's go, class is over. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and went back to the office. Zhang Yao scratched his head in annoyance, took a deep breath, turned around and said to Anthony, I haven't finished yet. The part one just performed was what Wanyu did. She pinched the neck of the girl who confessed to her and frightened her to tears. Why haven't I heard of it? Anthony asked in a daze. Maybe she's from outside the school? She doesn't seem to come to class very often, and the teachers don't care about her. The seniors are very secretive about her, let alone the freshmen. If you ask the sophomores if they know Wanyu, almost no one will know. Then how do you know? Zhang Yao pointed to the office door and said, The head of the senior class just pulled Wanyu in. He pointed at himself again. My dad. Anthony's eyes widened. After the punishment, they were able to go back to class. On the way, Anthony pestered him and asked, What else do you know? Tell me more. Zhang Yao shook his head. No more. Really gone? I won't tell you if I have any. Say something more. You're annoying. Anthony shook his arm. Say more, just a little. Zhang Yao said nothing and stopped. Anthony also stopped. You don't want your childhood sweetheart anymore? Zhang Yao asked. Anthony shook his head. It wasn't mine in the first place. Your childhood sweetheart has punished me several times, and I want to take revenge on her. If you scold her, I will tell you something else. Zhang Yao suddenly said. Anthony immediately exclaimed, Sonny is a big idiot. After that, he asked again, If I curse again, can you tell me two things? Zhang Yao raised his eyebrows and suppressed a smile. It's not impossible. Anthony said, Sonny is stupid and bad. Zhang Yao glanced behind him, then ran away immediately. Okay, you stay here. I'm going back to class first. Well, I'm going back to class too. Anthony followed him for 2 steps and suddenly stopped slowly. He had just scolded was standing in the corridor with his arms folded across his chest, staring at him with a half smile. Zhang Yao glanced back. The gloating on his face was too obvious. Anthony reacted and shouted at Zhang Yao's back in frustration. Zhang Yao, you are so annoying. His hand behind his back and ran away. Anthony and Sonny were the only ones left in the corridor. Sonny still had the student union sign hanging around his neck. The word chairman seemed to carry a sense of oppression, silently weighing on him. I'm stupid and bad? Sonny lowered her arms and walked towards him. Anthony took 2 steps back, then suddenly turned and ran. Before he had run a few steps, he suddenly felt a strong force behind him, pulling his arm, turning him 180 degrees, and pressing him against the wall. The wall was hard, and even though he was wearing thick clothes, it still hurt his butterfly bones. What's worse than the pain is that the student union president in front of me looks like he's collecting protection money. Sonny grabbed his school uniform jacket at the collar and pressed his shoulder blades, repeating in a low voice, I am stupid and bad? There is nothing more embarrassing than being caught bad-mouthing someone. He even took the initiative to ask for one more curse. Anthony stuttered a little. No, it's not. I'm stupid and bad. Sonny scratched his chin with her free hand, her eyes falling on his lips. You are indeed stupid and mean. It is wrong to say bad things about people behind their backs. Anthony apologized quickly. I'm sorry. Just say sorry. What do we need the police for? Anthony blinked. Then take me to the police station. Send you to the police station. Then what? Sonny's eyes fell on the lower half of his face, and his voice became lower and lower. Lock you up, tie your hands and feet, interrogate you day and night, and wake you up with a feather duster when you want to sleep. How about that? Anthony shuddered, feeling that she could really do this. He swallowed and said, We live in a civilized society now. This kind of thing is no longer accepted. He pointed at his clothes that were held by Sonny and said meaningfully, Speak civilized words, do civilized things, be civilized for you. Me and her civilization depends on everyone. Chapter 173, Su Jiao's Mother. Sunny had no intention of letting go. Instead, she placed her entire forearm across his shoulders and neck and moved closer so that there was only half an arm's length between them. The feeling of oppression increased suddenly. Anthony tried to tilt his head back and push her away. If someone sees us, the director will take us to the office again. Sunny stared at his lips and whispered, "Your lips are chapped." Anthony licked his lips subconsciously. Dry. Sunny's eyes suddenly became deep and her Adam's apple rolled. She paused for a few seconds, as if she had figured it out, and loosened her hand and let him go. She stepped back and turned her back to Anthony. Anthony immediately rubbed his shoulder blades and moved away from the wall. Seeing that she let go so quickly, he slowed down his voice and said, "I'm sorry. You can tell that Jiang Yao deliberately told me to say that. Although I scolded you, I didn't think so in my heart. I was praising you." Sunny turned around. Heh. She didn't ask Jiang Yao. As early as the first week of school, she used her position to get to know all the good-looking boys in Class 10. Jiang Yao was the first person she checked. I spent a long time looking at the publicly available information and finally came to the physical examination report, which showed gender. Female. So, she was very impressed by Jiang Yao. Class is about to start. You should go back. Before Sunny could finish her sentence, the school bell rang throughout the teaching building. Ah! Anthony's face changed. He screamed and started running towards the classroom. Sunny pinched her hips with one hand and watched with amusement as his running figure gradually disappeared at the end of the corridor. Anthony was late as expected. The first class is Lao Gao's. Lao Gao still remembered how he was late every day last semester because he couldn't get up and joked, "Are you late again? Did you sleep during the flag-raising ceremony?" The class burst into laughter. Anthony remained silent. I secretly cursed Jiang Yao. This bad guy. Jiang Yao raised his hand at the back. "Teacher, don't blame Anthony. He sang the most dazzling national style with me at the flag-raising ceremony and was pulled to stand in the corner by the director. It's my fault." There was another louder laugh in the class. "I'm awesome. I never knew that under such a quiet appearance, she was so passionate inside. Give us a passage in the language table." Anthony glared at Jiang Yao. He actually came. Lao Gao also laughed after hearing this and waved to him. "Go back to your seat." Anthony went back feeling aggrieved. The Chinese class is over, and the next class is self-study. Halfway through the self-study session, a middle-aged woman suddenly walked to the window and looked inside. He seemed to be looking for someone. After looking through the window for a long time without finding anyone, he pushed the door open a crack and looked inside. Anthony was sitting at the door, looked up, and asked softly, "Who are you looking for?" The middle-aged woman whispered, "Anthony, I'm looking for Anthony." Anthony was stunned. He closed the door and walked up to the middle-aged woman. "Who are you?" The woman wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "I am Su Jiao's mother." He looked thin, with sunken cheeks, and half of his hair that fluttered in the wind was white. The woman sobbed and said, "Anthony, I know Su Jiao was wrong in this matter. I was busy with the tavern business and had no time to take care of him. I don't know how he became like this. He said he wanted to transfer to another school, and I agreed. Can you delete the post? It has been kept." The woman wiped her tears again. "If we keep this video, it will accompany him for the rest of his life. He is still so young, and he has to start his life over again. I apologize to you on his behalf. Can you delete the video?" Su Jiao's mother said a lot outside the classroom, saying that Su Jiao was not like this before, that Su Jiao's father died early and opened a barbecue restaurant at the doorstep to earn some money to support his family, and that he got up early and went to bed late every day and had no time to take care of him. She said that Su Jiao was just neglected in discipline, and that he had learned his lesson this time and would change in the future. Anthony listened to the whole thing from beginning to end, but did not agree. He just told Su Jiao to come to him herself. Su Jiao's mother looked embarrassed. Look, Su Jiao might not even know that his mother came to see him. Anthony insisted that Su Jiao come in person. Finally, Su Jiao's mother left reluctantly, and he returned to class. After the self-study class, Zhouing came to Class 10 to find him. The two of them walked to the railing facing the basketball court and stood there. Zhouing pointed at a figure on the playground and said, "I saw Wei Xiqing." Anthony looked over and said, "Hey, Wei Xiqing asked me to come and apologize to you. She didn't dare to come because she was afraid that the message would start to spread again, saying that it would be better if she didn't invite you over to play." Anthony shook his head. "What nonsense. I should apologize to her. It was a nice birthday, but he ruined it and made everyone unhappy. It's all Su Jiao's fault. Zhou Ying couldn't believe it when she talked about it. How is it possible? He disguised himself so well. The three of us played with him for 3 or 4 years, and no one noticed. Last Friday, when Su Jiao asked him why, he only talked about elementary school and didn't mention anything about his 3 years in high school. Anthony was silent for a while. Maybe he is just too good at acting. After you told me about this on Sunday, I also talked to Wei Xiqing about it. Her first reaction was that it was impossible. They had been desk mates for 3 years, and she was the first to know Su Jiao. She also refused to believe that Su Jiao was such a person. Anthony pursed his lips, feeling the corners of his mouth dry and tight, probably cracked. It hurt a little when he spoke. I went to the teacher to change seats during morning reading today, and he said Su Jiao was going to transfer to another school. Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment, then slowly reacted and was no longer surprised. It's normal. If I did something like this and was found out, I wouldn't be able to stay in this school. Anthony asked gently, "Do you think I did something wrong? Post the video online?" Zhou Ying asked herself and answered herself, shaking her head. "He wanted to strangle you to death in class. We didn't even release this video. You've been merciful enough." Yes, he was just restoring the truth. He could tolerate the fabricated online violence before, so why couldn't Su Jiao accept the consequences of doing such a thing herself? Anthony changed the subject. "I will go to Wei Xiqing to apologize next class." Zhou Ying, "She probably doesn't dare to see you." Anthony looked at him quietly. "So?" During the break, Zhou Ying called Wei Xiqing out. Wei Xiqing asked, "How is it? Did Anthony say anything?" "He said he wanted to come and apologize to you," Anthony said slowly from behind the two people. Wei Xiqing turned around abruptly, looked at Anthony, then looked at Zhou Ying, who was shrugging innocently, and turned around to go back to class. Anthony stood in front of her and said, "Why are you hiding? Are you planning to break up with me and never see me again in this life?" Wei Xiqing looked at him and didn't move. Zhou Ying said, "Okay, I've completed my mission. I'm going to find my husband now. You two can chat." The two of them went to the playground and found a seat in the audience seats. Wei Xiqing handed him a bottle of lychee soda. "There is no milk tea sold in the school. I saw you often buy this in the supermarket, so I bought a bottle." Anthony took the soda and paused for a moment, not saying that he always bought this for Sunny. He unscrewed it and took a sip. Sickeningly sweet. Wei Xiqing rested his elbows on his knees, clasped his hands together, and said slowly, "I'm sorry." Anthony frowned slightly and said, "It's not your fault. I came here to apologize to you. You apologize first." "It's not just this." Wei Xiqing lowered his head and pursed his lips. "I have caused you a lot of trouble." Anthony gradually realized what she was talking about, paused, and shook his head. "No, I was so impulsive during that league match that I just—" Wei Xiqing didn't say it out loud, "but I don't regret it. I've been holding it in for years." Anthony listened to her without saying anything. Wei Xiqing said, "Actually, there is something I didn't tell Zhou Ying." Wei Xiqing glanced at him, then lowered his head again. "Su Jiao came to see me last night. He said he was transferring to another school and probably wouldn't see me again, so he wanted to make some things clear. He said he liked me, and he fell in love with me not long after he sat at the same table with me. And he's been in love with me for 3 years. Anthony, Su Jiao might really blame me for doing this to you. When we graduated from middle school, on Valentine's Day that year, Zhou Ying played with you in the amusement park. I felt sad because we were no longer in the same class in high school, so I bought a bunch of flowers and stood outside the amusement park, wanted to go in and confess my feelings to you. But when we got outside, I got scared again." Wei Xiqing didn't dare to look at him. His head hung low. My brain suddenly went blank, so I called Su Jiao out, and the first thing I asked him was, "Do I want to confess to you?" Anthony was stunned. Su Jiao said that he liked Sunny, and Anthony thought that he was hostile to him because of this and some extreme ideas. Anthony's mind was racing. Yes, Sunny went abroad before finishing the 4th grade of elementary school. He almost forgot about this person, let alone Su Jiao. How sincere can the love of primary school students be? So, in fact, Su Jiao once liked Sunny, but Sunny always played with him. Sunny left. They went to junior high school. Met Wei Xiqing. Su Jiao liked Wei Xiqing, but Wei Xiqing liked him. Then in high school, Wei Xiqing was in the physical education class. Su Jiao was in class 2. Zhou Ying and he were in class 3, and Sunny happened to have transferred back from abroad and also transferred to class 3. Moreover, on the first day Sunny arrived, Su Jiao saw him and him getting into the car. This day was less than 3 months since Wei Siqing asked Su Jiao if she wanted to confess her love to him. New hatred plus old hatred. Under multiple stimulations, this kind of thing happened. So, perhaps, the reason Su Jiao spent 3 years in junior high school with him was not because he had good acting skills and could hide it deeply, but because he felt relieved after Sunny left and really became friends with him for 3 years. 3 years, then another 3 years, all in vain. Anthony asked himself, if it were him, would he become like Su Jiao now? Won't. He will feel uncomfortable, depressed, and hate this girl, but she won't really target him. Call him cowardly or weak. In this matter, no one is wrong, and no one can be blamed. Anthony didn't know what to say. Wei Siqing continued, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I had discovered it earlier and not asked him out last year on Valentine's Day, things might not be like this now. Chapter 174, This piece of land belongs to her. Anthony shook his head. No, what happened has already happened. There are no ifs and wheres. They didn't talk about anything else and walked towards the teaching building together. When he returned to the classroom, Anthony found that his deskmate's seat was filled with messy books and a head of messy curly hair was visible from behind the desk. Anthony leaned over and watched Jiang Yao stuffing something into his desk pocket. He asked curiously, What are you doing? I changed my seat. Jiang Yao didn't look up. My dad went to find the teacher and asked him to be strict with me. He moved me to the first row. Su Jiao just left, leaving a vacant seat. Anthony stared at him for a moment. So I'm going to be your deskmate from now on? Him a cold look. You're not happy about it, are you? Anthony nodded simply. Of tricking him into scolding her in front of Sunny just happened. Jiang Yao snorted and suddenly raised his eyebrows. As long as I am happy, it's fine. Anyway, you are easy to bully, but you can't beat me. Anthony pinched his waist in anger and said, We're just deskmates for a few days. I told the teacher I wanted to sit on the south side of the classroom, and he agreed. Jiang Yao thought he had farted and continued to pack his things while humming a rap. He was sitting inside, and Jiang Yao was sitting outside, blocking the way. He couldn't get to his seat and could only stare and watch. Just then, Wang Suin waved to him from behind and silently mouthed, Anthony, come here, come here. Anthony went over and sat in the monitor's seat first. Wang Suin lowered his voice. Are you familiar with him? Anthony shook his head. Not familiar with him. I only knew his name before today. Wang Suin asked again. There's a question I have wanted to ask for a long time. Why can he perm his hair? Wang Suin picked up a piece of his short hair and sighed. I want a perm too. Anthony, because it's natural to me. Jiang Yao suddenly turned around and said. Seeing him take over, Wang Suin also relaxed. Then can I get my hair permed and then tell the teacher that it's natural? Jiang Yao sneered. You can say that I was electrocuted. Wang Suin was heartbroken. This new sister has a very sharp tongue. Student Union Office. Sunny searched Ruan Yu's name in the system and came up with a long list of disciplinary records. Being late, leaving early, skipping classes, smoking, fighting, drinking. It's strange that Yangming No. 1 Middle School has strict discipline, and there are very few students who have not been expelled after so many violations. These students usually have connections at home, and the school has to keep them out of favor. Whose favor could it be? What are you looking at? Haning came over to look at her computer screen. Before Sunny closed the web page, Haning shrank back. TSK, I thought the chairman was secretly watching a movie in the office when no one was around. Sunny, Haning is from the dormitory inspection department, and half of Ruan Yu's violations were found in the dormitory. Sunny turned off the computer and watched Haning return to her seat and start eating a lollipop. She paused and asked casually, Ruan Yu, who was reading her self-review on the flag stand today, did she do very well? Haning turned her head and looked at her in disbelief, with the words, What bullshit are you talking about, written all over her face. Sunny said calmly, I heard she wrote a good review. That one ranked last in the 3rd grade. Haning recalled the name Ruan Yu. She was a big disciplinary offender, a complete gangster. She had a backer at home, and the school didn't expel her. They just waited for her to graduate from the 3rd grade and leave. As soon as I heard the self-review, I knew it wasn't written by her. Backstage, who's that? Haning shrugged. How would I know? He suddenly put his hand to his mouth and said in a mean way, I'll tell you in secret, the rumor that Minister and is the daughter of the school director is true. If you really want to know, go ask him. What will Imran say if I ask her? Sunny didn't comment and said nothing more. Anthony grabbed Jiang Yao's arm and shook him. Just tell me, I haven't settled the score with you for making me say bad things about Sunny. You owe me a favor. Jiang Yao kept humming and groaning, but refused to say anything. The last class was mathematics. Before class, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered that he hadn't done his homework yet, so he wanted to copy the homework of his new desk mate, who was easily bullied. Anthony was very smart and suggested exchanging a homework for a piece of gossip. Let's change to another gossip about Ruan Yu. The math teacher was very fierce. He used to sit in the last row without fear, but now he sat in the first row and became very timid. So he agreed, and after copying the homework, he told him a little story about Ruan Yu. Ruan Yu seldom comes to school. Anthony asked, "Do you know why?" Jiang Yao. This is the other price. So we have the current situation where Anthony pesters him with questions. Jiang Yao didn't take up the topic he wanted to bring up with Ruan Yu, but instead asked gossipingly, "After I left just now, did Sunny do anything to you?" Anthony. "She grabbed me by the collar and pinned me against the wall and nearly strangled me." Jiang Yao. Is it the legendary wall bang after the male protagonist gets angry? Is it to an indescribable degree? What a wall bang! It's indescribable. His shoulder blades are still hurting. Anthony had a blank expression on his face and asked him to look at his wrinkled collar on one side. "No, I can call the police and report her to the school bullying level." Jiang Yao sighed. "So you kept asking me about Ruan Yu because you really fell in love with her at the first sight at the door of the office?" Anthony thought about it for a while and felt that this was a good excuse, so he nodded seriously. Jiang Yao had a complicated expression. "You would rather not have your childhood sweetheart than like this one." Anthony said, "Everyone has their own aspirations, understand? Kids, stop daydreaming. You two are not from the same world. You will cry when the time comes." Jiang Yao suddenly said. Anthony continued to argue with him. "Then if you tell me more, I won't be able to back off." Jiang Yao was carried away by his thoughts. "Ruan Yu is such a bad person. Do you know why she hasn't been expelled from school yet?" Anthony knew it and still felt guilty. But he still dutifully played the role of an ignorant girl who had a glimpse of Ruan Yu and shook his head. "I don't know. She has a backer. She's not a school director, but she's more powerful than a school director." "What's her name?" Jiang Yao thought hard. "I forgot. She's in real estate. Anyway, this piece of land in our school belongs to her family." Anthony. He didn't know whether what Jiang Yao said before was true or not, but this thing was definitely false. The land belongs to Ruan Yu's family. Isn't this nonsense? After listening to this, Anthony felt that what Jiang Yao had said before was probably not very true. He was shocked by the absurdity of the incident. He didn't know what to say for a moment, so he turned around and sat back. Jiang Yao thought he was shocked by this incident and looked at his reaction with satisfaction and advised, "Your childhood sweetheart is quite handsome. That's enough. People should be content." Chapter 175 Heartbeat. R1. After school, as soon as the gate of Yangming No. 1 Middle School opened, students filed out. 2 spiky guys with dyed hair stood at the school gate and waved towards the school under the vigilant gaze of the security guard. The boy in school uniform walked towards her from a distance. She was wearing the hood of her hoodie, with her head lowered and her bangs covering her eyes. The thin lips are pale. Before I reached the door, I was suddenly stopped by a boy wearing glasses. Huang Mao watched them from a distance and didn't pay attention at first, but after waiting for a while, the two were still standing there talking. Under the cherry tree, the two figures looked somewhat harmonious. Brother Ruan also dusted the collar of the uniform of the boy with glasses. Huang Mao looked at them strangely and wondered how Brother Ruan could have friends in school. After a while, Wan Yu pushed the boy away and continued walking towards the school gate. The moment she left the school gate, Wan Yu took off her school uniform jacket. Huang Mao followed her and asked, "Oh, Ruan, who is she?" Wan Yu had no expression and got into the car driven by Huang Mao. No one. Song Yingjing watched Ruan Yu leave with a group of young people from outside the school. She had just gone to the security room to get today's list of students who had violated discipline. On the way back, she lowered her head and looked at the list as she walked. Just as she stepped out of the security room, she accidentally bumped into a figure coming from the side after only a few steps. She raised her eyes. Yes. Before she could finish the word, "I can't bear it," the other party took a step away. Through the messy hair on her forehead, Song Yingjing saw her dark eyes narrowed. Song Yingjing looked at the school gate, then at her, and put down the list in his hand. "Classmate, it's not time to finish school for the 3rd year of high school, right?" They had just met this morning. It was also here that Ruan Yu climbed over the wall and was caught by her. Ruan Yu looked at her and said, "I'm in the 1st year of high school." The school uniform she was wearing was indeed that of the 1st year of high school. "I don't know where I borrowed it from." Song Ingjing slightly bent his eyes, flipped a few pages forward in the disciplinary record in his hand, and pointed to her name written by Ruan Yu on it. Senior Ruan, you said this morning that you were a senior. You remembered it wrongly. Ruan Yu didn't want to cause trouble at this time. She glanced around calmly and frowned slightly. After school, more and more people flocked to the school gate. Bother. Song Ingjing turned to the latest page of the record. The meaning was self-evident. Seeing her movements, Ruan Yu's lips moved under the hat, and she took a step closer to Song Ingjing, reaching out to brush her collar. She had no expression, and her voice was low, like a cold wind that made people's spines cold. Junior brother, please don't let me see you again. Okay? I'm afraid I can't help it. She didn't say anything and just pushed Song Ingjing's shoulder away and walked out of the school gate. Song Ingjing acted as if he didn't hear the threat and calmly wrote Ruan Yu's name in the early leave column. The two people left in opposite directions. In the blink of an eye, April is here. As the weather gets warmer, take off your thick down jackets, wear thicker inner clothes, and just wear your school uniform on the outside to keep warm. The monthly exam for the first year of high school just ended last week. Anthony performed very stably and is still the first in the class and the first in the grade. When the results were announced, he went to the bulletin board downstairs to look. There were 2 red lists for liberal arts and science, with the first, second, and third year high school students listed in order. On the first year high school list, his name and Sonny's name stood side by side. Anthony took a deep breath. Get first place. He really did it. He looked at the red list of high school liberal arts students again. Song Ingjing was first, and Ran was second, and Han Shua was third. The first 3 are all acquaintances. About her. After he finished reading, he moved aside so as not to affect the people behind him from viewing the list. 2 girls gathered together and secretly took photos of the red list. One of the girls pointed at Sunny's name and said, "Look, the boss is always the boss. She has been number 1 on the red list ever since she came here. Now we're divided into arts and science, and there's one more person." Another girl looked along the line and suddenly exclaimed, patting the girl walking with her. Look, isn't this the name of the little wife sent from heaven?" Anthony paused and silently pulled the scarf around his neck towards his face. "Is it the same name?" "No way. I remember his grades were pretty good too." "Ah, so they were separated into different classes? One for arts and one for science." "Yes." The 2 stopped discussing. Anthony was about to leave when he heard one of them say, "What do their names look like when put together?" "It's quite similar to that." Another voice interrupted. "What?" "It's a wedding invitation. Don't you have to use a brush to write the names of the newlyweds on red paper? They look quite similar. Like a ghost, like a fart." Anthony's face turned red when he heard this. "Really? With such a rich imagination, why don't you write a book?" Anthony shook his head, walked around the notice board, and wanted to go to the supermarket to buy a bottle of yogurt. I hadn't walked 2 steps when I heard a commotion behind the notice board, and then a familiar male voice repeated, "Yes, it looks alike." Anthony paused. He stood behind the bulletin board and did not move forward. The familiar male voice stopped talking. Then a girl said, "Chairman, you are really shameless." After another moment of silence, Sonny said coldly, "So who has caused me to stand here without going back to work?" The girl stopped talking immediately. There was a sound of paper rustling. A strange boy asked, "Classmate, why did you tear up the red list?" Sonny said, "The list of senior high school students is wrong. We are changing it." Anthony was afraid that they would see his feet motionless under the notice board, so he walked away and stood in a crowded place to watch them. Standing next to Sonny and helping her was Haning. Anthony knew him. He was a very interesting senior in the student union office. The 2 men posted the correct red list again and left with paste and brushes. Anthony stood there and touched his chest. Plop, plop. My heart started beating faster. After the monthly exam, Class 10 rearranged their seats. Students chose their seats according to their ranking in the monthly exam. Anthony was the first one to choose, and it was right in the middle, neither too far nor too far, with a wide view. Although Jiang Yao looked like a poor student, he was actually in the top 10 in his grade and second in his class. He was the second one to choose a seat and sat down next to Anthony without hesitation. The 2 of them stared at each other. Jiang Yao snorted and said evilly, "Woman, you can't hide away." Then the class monitor chose a seat fourth. She had a decent relationship with everyone in the class and had no particular desire to sit next to anyone. Based on the learning philosophy of following the leader, she sat directly behind Anthony. Wang Suin was more pitiful. Her grades were not good, and she found a seat in the third from the bottom row. After choosing their seats, The class was almost over, and there was not much to say, so Wang Rumei did not open the lesson plan and sat down to chat with her classmates. He suddenly remembered something. Anthony, Jiang Yao, I heard that you two have signed up for the art performance? They were both stunned. Wang Rumei looked at their reactions and said, the director suggested it. He said that you two volunteered to perform a play. Jiang Yao remembered and sighed. God wants to kill me. God wants to kill me. Anthony was still confused and asked Jiang Yao, What? You forgot? Last time you and I were punished to stand outside her office. She asked us to perform on stage at the cultural performance this month. Anthony remembered, but he always thought that the director was just joking when he said she wouldn't watch the art performance without them, and he forgot about it within 2 days. Actually, let them act. I even took the initiative to sign up for them. When the class heard that they were going to perform on stage, they all started to make a noise. With the height difference between Jiang Jie and Yu Biao, one of them must play Snow White. Jiang Jie plays the prince. Disney princesses come in a whole set. Tom and Jerry too. Anthony looked at Jiang Yao with a bitter face. Is there no room for maneuver? Jiang Yao had already accepted his fate and said calmly, don't even think about it. I've been defeated by the director more than a dozen times. She keeps her word. Okay. With Sunny in the evening, she also mentioned this matter. She saw it from Song Ingjing. Song Ingjing also saw it from a junior schoolmate in the arts and literature department. Anyway, the entire student union office knew about this. Because it's really funny. Anthony and Jiang Yaobao's program was the drama Snow White. There are 3 actors. Jiang Yao played Snow White, Anthony played the prince, and the head teacher of the first grade played the dwarfs. Anthony explained helplessly, because we really didn't want to perform on stage. We went to the director to plead for mercy. One of the excuses was that we couldn't act at all. The director said that she used to be in the art team and took the initiative to help us write the script. She also said that for the sake of novelty, she wanted me to play the prince and Jiang Yao to play the princess. And she volunteered to be the dwarf. What else could I do? Sunny laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Anthony was worrying about himself. He tried to ask for help from the student union president next to him. Aren't you the president? Aren't you very powerful? Cancel the cultural performance. The chairman said, it is impossible to cancel it, but the chairman can let all the spotlight shine on you, and the audience will be completely dark. You can pretend that there is no one in the audience. Anthony suddenly became even more worried. The head teacher was very concerned about the first drama she planned in her life, and during the break, he took the 2 of them to the drama club to borrow clothes. There really was a Snow White costume in the drama club, but there was a small problem when trying on the clothes. The drama club of Yangming No. 1 Middle School is very good and has won several domestic awards, so the budget has always been sufficient. The costumes were made by the drama club themselves, an adaptation of the movie, still in the classic yellow, blue, and red color scheme, only more gorgeous and beautiful. When Jiang Yao saw the big European-style puffy skirt that the princess had to wear, his face changed instantly. He would never wear such a sissy skirt. He refused to wear a skirt, so after some argument, the role of princess fell to Anthony. Anthony actually didn't want to play the role of a princess. This skirt is nice, but Anthony glanced at the chest of the dress again and sadly found that he probably couldn't support it. Chapter 176 Ron, you didn't come to class today. They went in separately to try on clothes. Anthony didn't know how to wear this big skirt, so the girl from the drama club helped him put it on. The bust is a bit big. The young lady skillfully found an invisible clip and put it on the back of the clothes, and the collar instantly fit. Anthony looked at himself in the mirror. The costume has a square collar, revealing a large area of graceful shoulders and neck. The little sister took out Snow White's necklace and put it around his neck. It's really beautiful. The young lady couldn't help but exclaim, it makes plastic look like high-end fashion. The necklace is indeed made of plastic. It looks very high-end from a distance, but it is actually very shoddy when you look closely. The glue that fixed the gems flowed out and turned into bumps after solidifying. It was a bit prickly when worn around the neck. The heater was on in the room, so he didn't feel cold even with his neck exposed. The young lady helped him hold his skirt and walked out of the dressing room. Jiang Yao's clothes were comfortable to wear, and he was already dressed. He didn't even need to take care of his hair. With his short curly hair and a crown, he looked like a handsome prince. The prince said, this dress is so fucking second-rate. The filter was broken into pieces. Anthony walked up to him and looked at Jiang Yao in the mirror. Don't say that. You look pretty handsome in men's clothes. Jiang Yao immediately turned his head. Brother Jiang is the most handsome. After he finished speaking, he looked Anthony up and down. The room was full of girls, and the director was still in the fitting room. So he said, "Your breasts are so small." Anthony's face flushed instantly, and he grabbed the hem of his skirt and hit him. Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao was wearing long sleeves and long pants, which made it easy for him to move around, and he easily escaped from his clutches. "Hey, don't be so angry. I'll tell you the truth. It will actually grow longer." The young lady laughed secretly beside them and reminded them, "You two should keep an eye on it. The director will come out soon." After waiting for a long time, the director finally came out, but he didn't change into costumes. With her to get dressed, had an expression on his face where he was trying to hold back his laughter. The director coughed and said, "I'm sorry, this costume doesn't have a size that fits me. I guess I can only work behind the scenes." Zhang Yao asked tentatively, "Then why don't we just move behind the scenes? Acting should be done by professional drama club members." Director, "Impossible." Director, "You two should believe in yourselves. I saw that the scene you performed at the door of the office that day was really good. Come on, perform another one for me on the spot." Anthony was depressed and desperate. The next second, Anthony's face was held by Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao recited the script affectionately. "Oh, my princess, you are so beautiful, so lovely. You are like the last rose in the world. All the nectar and morning and evening are eclipsed when you bloom." Anthony was infected by him and said bitterly, "Oh, but I am dying. I ate the poisonous apple, and I will never see you again." The director replied at the right time, "No, Snow White will not die. She just fell asleep temporarily. Only the prince's sincere kiss can wake her up." Zhang Yao seemed to have found some kind of happiness. He forgot what the next line in the script the director gave them was, and he improvised on the spot. "I am the prince. My kiss can save you. Dear princess, are you ready?" Anthony had a strange expression on his face, him expectantly and prompted. The next sentence is, "I'm ready." Anthony's expression became even weirder, and he repeated dryly, "I'm ready." Zhang Yao held his face and really wanted to kiss him. Anthony didn't know where he got the potential from, dragging his skirt and teleporting away with a horrified expression. "What are you doing? Are you really kissing me?" Zhang Yao was having a blast. "They're all girls, so what? Aren't you handsome, brother Zhang?" The people in the drama club were all laughing nearby. Anthony obviously didn't think so and hid behind the table, afraid that he would really come over. Anthony's skirt was quite breathable, so he didn't feel hot at all. Zhang Yao's prince costume had 3 layers, and he couldn't stand it anymore after a while, so he took off his coat because of the heat. No, I don't want to play with you anymore." Anthony remained alert. The director flipped through the script she had written. A kiss is definitely not allowed. Zhang's outfit is too realistic. What if the classmates really think Zhang is a boy? That would have a bad influence. So, let's change it to a scene where he put his hands together and made a wish next to the princess. And then the princess woke up. Anthony remembered the dwarf's part, so he asked, "Who will play the dwarf?" There were only 3 actors in their play from beginning to end, and the queen and the king only appeared in the narration and lines. It sounds impossible, but the director did it miraculously. Since it's all messed up anyway, why not add some more people? The director said unconvincingly, "I'll go to the student union and find them to catch a few more people who violated the rules. Whoever violated the most rules will play the role of the poison queen and the dwarf for me." The director still wanted to be an actor and show his face, so he touched his beer belly and asked, "Are there any king's clothes? Is there anything I can wear?" Who helped her change clothes thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, can you wait a few days? I'll see if I can borrow a set from another school." The director nodded. "Okay." The director didn't stay any longer. She went back to the office to revise the script. Anthony and Zhang Yao went to change back into their clothes. Anthony was quite happy. Instead of him and Zhang Yao embarrassing themselves on stage alone, it would be better if there were more people embarrassing themselves together to distract the audience's attention. Before returning to his office, the director went to the student union office first, where Song Yingjing was. She was the one they were looking for. The director said, "Give me a list of the violations from last week." The papers were in a mess, so Song Yingjing directly selected one on the system, printed it out, and handed it to the director. The director took it and looked at it for a while, then took a pen from Song Yingjing's desk and circled the 2 names who had violated the most disciplines. Just the 2 of them. "Tell them to go to the drama club on the 3rd floor of the activity building tomorrow at noon." Song Yingjing was stunned. "Ah." The director repeated, "On the 3rd floor of the activity building, the drama club. I want to influence them with love." After the director left, Song Yingjing looked at the list she had circled in red pen. Two people, Wan Yu and Zhou Kong. This guy named Zhou Kong should be easy to deal with. Going to inform Wan Yu is a bit of a headache. Song Yingjing frowned slightly, but she went anyway. It's not easy to let others go. In order to provide the college entrance examination candidates with the quietest environment possible, the third-year building is not in the same place as the first and second-year buildings. There is no corridor in between, so students can only go down from the second-year building to the third-year building. Song Yingjing put on her student union badge and came to the door of Class 9 of Senior 3. It was break time, so she called out to a boy from Class 9, "Classmate, please help me call Wan Yu." The boy was stunned, looked at the work badge in front of her, agreed, and went back to class. After a while, she came out again and said, "Wan Yu didn't come to class today." Chapter 177 Sunny, to play the role of the queen. Song Yingjing said in a gentle voice. The director asked her to go to the drama club on the third floor of the activity building during the break tomorrow morning. Please tell her. The boy hesitated and stammered. Well, I may not be able to notify her. Song Yingjing smiled and asked softly, has she never come to school? The student union work badge on the front of her school uniform was glowing, and behind the position column, it was written, Director of the Discipline Inspection Department. A few words are clearly visible. How could the boy dare to tell the truth? No. She didn't come today because she was not feeling well, but she must have asked for leave. Song Yingjing didn't ask further, as if he believed it, and nodded. Then thank you for your help. The boy looked at her leaving and felt a little worried. Where could she go to tell the plague god? When the school bell rang for the second year of high school, Song Yingjing simply packed up his things and pushed his bicycle out of the school gate. A white car slowed down slowly beside her on the road. The window rolled down, and Ran knocked on the window glass, her cold face expressionless. Do you want me to give you a ride? I'm passing by the coffee shop. Song Yingjing shook his head. I'm not going there. That cafe has been acquired, and they want to build a bar. Build a bar there. And Ran seemed to smile. Okay. He closed the car window. The white car slowly accelerated and soon disappeared from sight. Song Yingjing found a new part-time job a few days ago. The job is located at the midpoint of the line connecting her home and the school, which is very convenient for going to school or going home. She parked her bike in front of a wood carving shop. The owner was eating instant noodles. He greeted her and then said nothing more. There was a sound of kinyu coming from the old staircase in the store. Song Yingjing had just found a seat to sit down when he heard someone behind him say coldly, Tao Xing, did you move the bar into the store last night? Song Yingjing turned his head. The stairs stopped making noises. I. Did I tell you not to let me see you again? When Anthony returned to class, he felt uncomfortable around his neck. When he got home in the evening, he took a look and found a red circle, which should have been caused by the glue that had solidified on the back of the necklace. He scratched it and didn't care. Continued to rehearse the next day. Because the director was in charge, and it was semi-forced, people from the drama club took them in rehearsals and taught them how to act. During the break that morning, the head teacher actually caught a boy who had violated the rules. He was short and looked confused as he was taught how to act the role of a dwarf. There was also an actress who played the queen, but she didn't show up after waiting for a long time. So the three of them went to the auditorium to rehearse first. The director also asked about the king's costumes in the drama club. The boy in the drama club called several neighboring schools, but was unable to borrow a size that the head teacher could wear. The director was very regretful. It seems that I can only give this opportunity to someone else. Who should I give it to? Song Yingjing knocked on the door of the drama club director. Two boys were standing at the entrance of the drama club. Both of them looked very eye-catching. The director's eyes lit up, and he suddenly stood up. It's just you two. Are you serious? Are you really serious? Han-ing tilted her head in confusion as she looked at the list of art performances that had been revised by the director of the art department and sent to her in the group. How did the director manage to get Wan Yu, who was in his third year of high school, to come here? And the song department. Why would the song department agree to perform a play? Sunny was also convinced. Anthony, Song Yingjing, and Wan Yu at the end of the Snow White program list are particularly eye-catching. TSK. They really are a family. She stood up and walked out. Where are you going, Chairman? Han-ing asked. It's a rare scene for the song department to perform a play. Sunny turned his head and said, I will go and encourage them on behalf of the student union. Normally, the auditorium was not open at this time, but the director used a back door to let them in for rehearsal. Only the lights were on the stage, and the audience seats were dark. Sunny walked to the front door and found it locked, so he went around to the back door. The back door was opened a crack, and someone was standing at the door, and intermittent conversations could be heard from inside. You want to see me so much? Think, but I don't want to see you. Whispering softly, don't be sentimental. It sounds like a scene where a confession is rejected. Sunny didn't want to eavesdrop on other people's conversations, nor did she want to wait outside, so she just opened the door and went in. The sunlight shone on the two people at the door. They both subconsciously turned their faces to the side and blocked the sunlight with their hands. Sunny calmly closed the door again and returned to darkness. She hadn't adapted to the darkness yet and couldn't see clearly, but the two people inside had adapted. The girl turned her head and saw him and exclaimed a little, "You." He suddenly stopped talking. But this word was enough for Sunny to hear something. Sunny turned slowly and looked at the girl's silhouette in the darkness. Two familiar braids. She called out the girl's name word by word in a cold voice. Su Tion. Anthony trembled at her cold and hard tone. His hand was still holding Ruan Yu's sleeve, and he subconsciously wanted to let go, but hesitated. However, Ruan Yu shook off his hand, looked at Sunny expressionlessly, and turned away. Anthony stared blankly at Ruan Yu's leaving back. He lowered his head, his palms empty. It doesn't matter, he said to himself. At least this time I caught it. He collected his thoughts and looked at Sunny again. Why are you here? Sunny said in a chilly tone. I can't come? You blame me for disturbing your good time, right? She spoke in a sarcastic tone, as if she was squeezing or mocking him. Anthony frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? So, what were you doing just now? Anthony was stuck. Sunny looked at his reaction and sneered. Why are you silent? Is she really your relative? I'm kindly reminding you that close relatives cannot get married. Anthony was irritated by her. Why should I report to you? Sunny, don't you think you are being too controlling of me? After he finished speaking, he looked at Sunny intently, then turned and left. The next class was about to start. Zhang Yao was waiting for him at the door, and the two returned to class together. Before closing the door, Anthony looked around the huge auditorium, but did not see Ruan Yu. Sunny was still standing in the shadow of the back door, motionless. Looks a bit lonely. Anthony paused and closed the door. He thought that the two of them would be in a cold war for 2 or 3 days again. But after the class, Anthony took his cup to the back door to get water. But before he could insert the water card, someone grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the classroom. Sometimes the difference in strength between boys and girls is really shocking. Anthony yelled, "What are you doing?" Sunny still had a sour expression on his face and uttered 2 words, reconcile. Anthony gave her a strange look and said, Are you a switch? Can you just make peace with me? Sunny repeated in a hoarse voice, stubbornly, reconcile. Sometimes she is really childish. Anthony took a deep breath and repeated stubbornly, You said reconciliation, so reconciliation? Anthony, don't you really understand why I am so lenient with you? Sunny looked at him deeply, her eyes moving slightly. Anthony's heart skipped a beat. In his mind, he thought of countless possible sentences that Sunny might say next, and how he should respond. But the next second, Sunny continued, Don't you know how stupid you are? Anthony's face gradually became expressionless. He mercilessly pulled Sunny's hand down. Goodbye forever, and we will never make up in this life. He was about to turn around and leave, but was pulled back halfway. At the same time, he heard Sunny sigh. Can you please consider my feelings as well? She ran away when she saw you in the neighborhood. I asked you who she was, and you said there was no one. It was Wei Xiqing's birthday. You pretended to be drunk, and she sent you home. I asked you who she was, and you said she was a relative. Today, I heard your conversation again. She asked you if you wanted to see her so much, and you said yes. She said she didn't want to see you, and asked you to stop being so sentimental. That's all I've seen. How many more are there in private? From what I know, this person often skips classes, smokes, drinks, and fights. I don't mean to say there's anything wrong with her, but Anthony, you, and she looks so different. Even if Zhou Ying were here, she would ask you who she is. Do you think we were just being curious? Anthony, I'm worried about you. I'm worried that you'll be kidnapped by bad guys. Anthony was stunned. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. From the moment she said, I'm worried about you, his heart suddenly softened. But even so, Anthony pinched the corner of his clothes, lowered his eyes, and said, She is really a close relative. She won't hurt me. He stopped talking, and Sunny understood what he meant. Only these 2 sentences, the others cannot be said. These 2 sentences are enough. The class bell rang. Sunny raised his chin. You go now. Anthony looked at her sideways. The bell was still ringing, and students were entering the classroom one after another. "What are you doing?" Sunny saw that he was still not leaving. Anthony took 2 steps forward reluctantly, turned back to look at her, and said slowly, "Reconcile?" Sunny curled the corners of his lips and nodded. Reconciliation. Anthony has been busy with rehearsals during this period. Although I was forced to perform at the beginning, I later started to rehearse seriously and found it quite interesting. The only sad thing was that he never saw Ruanyu again during rehearsal. It turned out that Ruanyu was caught by the director to play the role of the queen. Their first-year high school director is really a fresh and unconventional person. It is said that just as she started thinking about who to cast as the king and queen, Song In-jing and Ruanyu appeared in front of her. This is God's will. Given their good looks, it will definitely be a hit if we put them in this drama. The director excitedly reported the list of the remake to the art department immediately. Anthony, who was returning from the bathroom. That day, Anthony finally grabbed her sleeve and wanted to talk to her, but he was unexpectedly seen by Sunny. It all seems like God is joking. Ruanyu left without fear of the director's threats and never came back. Song In-jing was forced to stay and play the king. The ridiculous thing is that Sunny was caught by the director again, and she was forcibly brought in to replace Ruanyu and play the queen. Chapter 178, the chairman wants to wear women's clothing. The Minister of Culture and Art held the third revised list with a complicated expression. Their student union group exploded. It's absolutely amazing. It's truly amazing. Their student union president has to wear women's clothes. Not only that, they also have to play husband and wife with the Minister of Discipline Inspection. Anthony also had a complicated expression. He looked at Sunny, who was calmly reciting her lines under the director's guidance, and turned to ask Song In-jing, "Is the director threatening to remove her from her position as chairman if she doesn't play the role of the queen?" Song In-jing smiled faintly. Maybe she volunteered to sacrifice herself for art. Has she never seen a queen's costume? Anthony still couldn't believe it. A big skirt. She also has to wear a wig, and makeup, and a bunch of miscellaneous necklaces and rings. Song In-jing laughed. She probably hasn't seen it yet. She will change her clothes for the formal rehearsal later. Her expression might be very interesting then. Because Sunny was going to wear women's clothes, the entire student union was in an uproar, and the heads of various departments squeezed into the rehearsal site through connections. Then Sunny called out their names one by one and kicked them out ruthlessly. The director has put all his focus on Sunny and has been instructing her on how to act. Anthony can't even talk to her, so he can't ask her what she thinks. Until the first official rehearsal. This rehearsal is just about walking through the positions. No performance is required. Their play was the last one to be performed because it was too troublesome to put on makeup. Other shows came first, and they left after they were done. The students who wanted to stay and take a look at the chairman's beauty in women's clothing were driven out by the people from the Arts and Literature Department. The minister did not give any order. The chairman gave the order beyond his authority. The makeup for the female characters in their play is the most difficult to apply. So everyone else put on their makeup and went to the auditorium first, but Anthony was still putting on his makeup. After finally finishing his makeup, he fell asleep. He looked at the person in the mirror. The person in the mirror was also looking at him. He blinked. The person in the mirror also blinked. Innocent and simple. The makeup artist was packing up her things. Seeing that he didn't react, she said, "Your appearance is quite suitable for playing this kind of innocent role. You have a good foundation, so you don't need to put on too much makeup. But I put on a bit more makeup to make it look better on camera. Actually, I want to make it a little thicker." The makeup artist stood behind him, looking at the mirror, and couldn't help but sigh. "I did your makeup for the joint entrance examination summary meeting last semester. You have such a good foundation. Putting on a flirtatious and heavy makeup will make you look absolutely beautiful in another style." Anthony thought, no wonder this makeup artist looks so familiar. The makeup artist continued, "I really want to put heavy makeup on you. You should play the role of the queen. The queen's makeup is very glamorous." Speaking of the queen, Anthony blinked. The men's and women's dressing rooms are separate. He puts on makeup here, and although Sunny plays a female role, she is still in the men's dressing room. I don't know what she is like now. Anthony stood at the door of the boys' dressing room, holding up the hem of her skirt. He knocked on the door. The door opened a crack by itself, and there was no movement inside. All gone? Anthony looked through the crack in the door in confusion. Breathing stagnated. Sitting in front of the makeup mirror was a person dressed in a queen's costume. She was facing sideways, with curly hair hanging behind her head. From the side view, she has already put on makeup. "Sunny," Anthony shouted, opened the door, and walked over slowly as if possessed. The face in the mirror slowly appeared before his eyes. Sunny closed her eyes, leaned her head against the makeup chair, and breathed shallowly and evenly. She looked like she was asleep. Anthony gasped. Really? Really? It's so evil. How can someone look like this? She was already extremely beautiful, with a face like a sculpture and distinct features. At this moment, her eyes were closed, and red eyeshadow was drawn along the corners of her slightly upturned eyes. Her thick and long eyelashes were also brushed with colorful mascara, sweeping a circle of shadows under her eyelids, looking somewhat charming. Her thin lips, which were as light as water, were also painted red, just right to outline the lip shape, dignified and elegant. Combined with the queen's costume she was wearing, she looked like the Poison Queen herself. Would you like an apple? She suddenly opened her eyes. Then his expression gradually froze. Eyes meeting. It's hard to say which one is more amazing. The moving Poison Queen looks even more charming. Anthony's little heart was pounding. My hands are shaking. Sunny's heart beat faster too. The two looked at each other. Are thinking. She finally understood why ancient emperors were reluctant to attend court early in the morning. Anthony looked at her for a long time before he managed to calm down and praised her sincerely. Sister, you are so beautiful. Princess, why else do you think I could be your stepmother? Sunny also gradually calmed down. She was still in the mood for jokes. Anthony looked at her and couldn't help asking, what did the director threaten you with to stay and wear women's clothes? This is what I call dedicating myself to art. Sunny looked at herself in the mirror and just raised her chin slightly, looking a bit arrogant like a queen. After staring at himself for 3 seconds, Sunny couldn't stand it anymore and looked away calmly. Anthony noticed and laughed, poking her puff sleeves. You showed up for art, but you can't stand it yourself. So Sunny turned his gaze back to his face. Anthony also looked at her. After being stared at by her for a while, he couldn't stand it anymore and looked away unnaturally. Why are you looking at me? Look. Sunny also looked away at the same time and snorted. What? I looked away because the face was so pretty. You can't stand being stared at by me for 3 seconds. Anthony clapped his hands expressionlessly. You're absolutely right. He turned to leave. Let's go. They have been waiting for us for a long time. The hem of her skirt was gently pulled by someone. Anthony turned around. The Poison Queen raised her eyes slightly. Her pupils were dark, but Anthony could see himself in them. But this time look away, because I can't stand being stared at by you for 3 seconds. The director got several more mobile phones that day. The moment Sunny followed him out from the backstage, everyone in and out of the venue went wild. They subconsciously took out their phones to take pictures. Some of them forgot to turn off the flash and were caught by the director on the spot. There were also a few people who secretly raised their mobile phones to take pictures, and they were also caught on the spot by the chairman. There are also quite a few boys among them. The noble queen slowly walked off the stage in her costume and expressionlessly extended her hand to a boy who had come in through connections from the arts department. Give me your cell phone. Tell me your name. And if you bring a cell phone, you have to write a 3,000-word self-criticism and hand it into the student union within a week. The boy nodded obediently, and when the chairman went to take someone's phone, he blushed and asked, Chairman, can you please leave me your phone number? The whole audience burst into laughter. There were only 2 pairs of eyes in total, and it was impossible for all those who had their cell phones taken away by them. A few photos that were out of focus were still sent out. The people in the photo don't know yet. Sunny put away her phone. She stood at the edge of the stage and waited for the director to come back and instruct them how to go on stage. Chapter 179, Raising a Daughter is Tiring. Zhang Yao and Anthony stood together, looking at Sunny from afar. Not only him, but almost half of the eyes in the auditorium were on Sunny. Anthony was in a trance when he was slapped on the shoulder. Anthony, has your childhood friend ever considered entering the entertainment industry? Anthony came to his senses and shook his head. She wants to be a scientist. Zhang Yao looked at him and was about to ask why he didn't consider it, but when he saw Anthony's face, he suddenly changed the subject. Did you put on too much blush? Anthony was stunned and touched his face guiltily. Probably. Anthony began to daydream again. The rehearsal was just a walkthrough of positions and ended quickly. Everyone went to the dressing room to remove their makeup. Sunny came out after removing her makeup and wanted to find Anthony to go back to class together, but she saw him hurriedly running out with Zhang Yao. TSK. It's not worth praising. When they arrived at the class, it was in an uproar. After looking around, Wang Suan blinked obscenely and took out his phone from under the table to show him Sunny porn photos. On the screen was a blurry behind-the-scenes photo of Sunny wearing the Queen's costume. Anthony's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that the director and Sunny had collected so many mobile phones together, but there were still some that slipped through the net. Is it that serious? You've seen the real person, so you don't think it's a big deal when you look at the photo. Wang Suan winked at him. Yu Biao, take me over to the next rehearsal. Be careful, or Sunny will send you away as soon as you enter. The squad leader passed by with a thermos cup, but the monitor turned around, looked at Anthony, and asked in a low voice, Sunny actually agreed to wear women's clothes? Devote yourself to art. Anthony actually didn't expect this. He could only blame his own narrow-mindedness. Maybe those who return from overseas are more open-minded. The squad leader sighed. Look at how high their thinking is. We are so vulgar. In fact, Sunny and Song Yingjing met in the corridor and walked towards the office together. Song Yingjing was holding the script of Snow White in his hand, talking and laughing, and seemed to be in a good mood. Sunny's face became more and more ugly as he laughed. Why do you want to play the Queen? Song Yingjing asked. Others didn't know, but she was present at the time and knew about it. After Wan Yu ran away, the director did choose Sunny to replace her to play the Queen. However, the director did not forget that she was the president of the student union, and considering her authority as the president, he was actually a little hesitant at the time. As long as Sunny strikes while the iron is hot and says she doesn't want to act, she can completely turn down the role of the Queen. After all, cross-dressing is indeed a bit difficult. But the director was still hesitating, so Sunny agreed first. Devote myself to art, she said lazily, and always used this excuse to fool people. Okay. Song Yingjing curved his eyes, his gaze clear, and said something irrelevant. Raising a daughter is tiring. Sunny glanced at her. No words. Song Yingjing is too smart. That Wan Yu really doesn't look like a good person. Even though Anthony said they were relatives, Sunny still felt uneasy. She couldn't just skip classes every day and find excuses to go to the drama club to watch their rehearsals. It's easy to skip classes, but it's hard to think of a reason to watch their rehearsals. The director's suggestion of letting her play the role of the Queen was a godsend. Sunny's eyes calmly slid across the script in Song Yingjing's arms. Snow White. Really? Normally it was like raising a daughter, and now she has really become a daughter. She sighed silently. Taking away mobile phones will not solve the root problem. During the second rehearsal, high-definition photos of Sunny wearing the Queen's costume began to circulate in the school. During the third formal rehearsal, a video of Sunny in full costume and makeup was uploaded to the forum. Help, red eyeshadow kills me, who knows? Fuck, I want to marry the Queen too. Why do I need Snow White? The Queen is the most beautiful woman in the world. Does Tianjiang have sisters? I'm so greedy for her beauty. Upstairs, she is an only child, so her sisters probably won't be able to wait. You can wait and see if she has a daughter in the future. I want to give her a daughter. Isn't anyone paying attention to this? The one who plays the king is Senior Song, and they're playing a couple. It's killing me. Upstairs, both of them have official partners. Please don't tear them down. Thank you. Someone held a vote. Which annual cultural performance do you like best? This year's cultural and artistic performance has not even started yet, but it has already been voted first. Amid everyone's anticipation, the cultural performance finally began. Anthony used Sunny's connections to get Zhou in a volunteer spot. He borrowed a camera and was responsible for taking some promotional photos that could be put on the official website. Zhou Ying was so excited that she went crazy. Before going on the court, he took countless selfies with Anthony. Sunny, who was sitting in the makeup chair. She had already put on her makeup, and because her wig was the heaviest and her skirt was the biggest, the only free chair was given to her. Zhou Ying pushed Anthony over and said to Sunny, Sunny, let me take a photo of the two of you. Sunny turned around and didn't say yes or no. Zhou Ying has already given the order. Tian, stand behind Sunny and hold on her chair with both hands. This set of photos will be called Stepmother and Princess. Sunny, Anthony. After Zhou Ying took the photo of the two of them, he moved his face closer and made a yeah gesture with his hand. Before the two behind him could react due to their inconvenient clothes, he had already taken several more photos. In order to treat everyone equally, after the photo shoot, he went straight to Song Yingjing and said, Senior Song, let me take a promotional photo for you. After he took the photo of Song Yingjing, he took advantage of the situation and asked Song Yingjing to take a photo with him. After running, he went to find Jiang Yao. The Minister of Culture and Art was also there, and he also had a camera, so he filmed a vlog of this cultural performance. After interviewing the students who were preparing backstage, The focus naturally fell on Snow White's stepmother. With the expectations of all the ministers of the student union and the murderous gaze of the chairman, he resolutely put the camera forward and said, "Chairman, your drama performance will start soon. How do you feel now?" "Sonny, I want to replace the Minister of Arts and Literature." Anthony was laughing beside him. I don't know if it was because Sonny's eyes were too cold or what, but the next second, the Minister of Culture and Arts focused his camera on Anthony. "I heard that your drama performance this time has many cross-dressing roles. What do you think of this arrangement?" Anthony subconsciously looked at Sonny. Anthony pointed at Sonny and said, "Look at her expression now. She is the stepmother. This role suits her very well." The Minister of Culture and Arts skillfully moved the camera over there. Sonny looked very arrogant. "It really looks exactly like the Queen." Queen Jiang glanced at the Minister of Literature and Art with a cold look. "If you keep filming, you'll be prepared for your deputy minister to usurp the throne." The Minister of Culture and Art ran away with the camera. Anthony looked at him going to interview Song Ingjing again, and suddenly said, "The relationship between your student unions is pretty good." Although Anthony went to the student union office often, everyone was busy with their own things every time he went there, and he rarely saw them chatting. "How?" "I watch TV and see that student unions are usually full of intrigue and deception. They will do anything to become the president." Sonny scoffed. "What's there to argue about?" After Sonny was elected as the chairman for academic credits, she found out that the position had been vacant for a long time before her. No one wants to be that. The chairman had a lot of things to do, and the student union was very bureaucratic at the beginning, so it was really chaotic. And Ran was so annoyed that she directly handed a letter to the principal, requesting that the student union be reorganized and that the position of chairman be reselected. The atmosphere is much better now. Whether it is a newly elected minister or a minister who can stay, they're all capable of doing things. There are no bad people. Everyone is in the same office, and the relationship will naturally be good after working together for a long time. Anthony thought for a moment and said, "You seem to have always gotten along better with older students." Hot fact. Except Sonny, everyone else in the student union office is in their second or third year of high school. Sonny hadn't paid much attention to this. "Huh? Really?" "Yeah." Anthony put his hands together and gave her an example. "When you were in third grade, you liked to play with the fourth graders. You even had a fight with them. After the fight, you probably felt that they couldn't beat you, so you went to play with the fifth graders. You fought with them again. You didn't win this time, so you had to come to play with me." Did she do such stupid things when she was a child? Sonny was a little silent. She tried to recall what Anthony said in her mind. "I remember." She didn't deliberately avoid playing with people of the same grade. The fact was that she always went to the internet cafe to play games at that time and got to know a few fourth graders. Because they helped each other to avoid the teachers who came to the internet cafe to check on people, it seemed as if she only played with fourth graders. At that time, she was the only playmate near Anthony's house, so he stuck to her both at home and at school. With them happened because Anthony secretly followed her after school one day. She went to the front desk to pay the bill and didn't know there was a follower following her. When she came back, she saw the fourth grade students who were traveling with her and asked Anthony to call them brothers one by one, and then choose one of the brothers to be her boyfriend. Anthony was a polite child. After calling each of them brother, he asked them what a boyfriend was. Someone lied to him and said he was almost the same as his brother. As soon as she finished speaking, Sonny threw her coat on Anthony's head and started fighting with her. The final result, of course, was that Anthony was sent home by the amiable policeman, and the group of fighting kids were taken to the police station for a lecture. Similarly, it's a similar story when I play with those guys in the fifth grade. When she was a child, she was good at playing any game, but her parents were very strict about pocket money at that time. She had no money to buy equipment, so she helped the wealthy seniors in the fifth and sixth grades to level up and earn their money. They usually have computers at home and no longer go to internet cafes. Sometimes Sonny would go to their house to play for them, and at the same time, he would also use other people's internet to play games. There are fruits, air conditioning, and no strange smell. It is much better than that crappy internet cafe. For senior boys, using computers is no longer just about playing games. They have broken into a new field. Chapter 180, It's Going to Rain, and My Father Wants to Marry Again. Sometimes when Sonny went to help them play, she would see several boys gathered together watching TV with great interest with the curtains closed, all in the absence of adults. She should have been in fourth grade at that time. Sonny knew what they were looking at. She didn't even look at them when she passed by. She thought to herself that they were all idiots and the game was not more interesting than this. One day, when Sonny was passing by, he was suddenly stopped by one of them. She was good at playing the game, and that group of people basically knew her name. Sunny, do you want to watch it? Today's movie is the best. Absolutely the best. Sunny took a look, his expression calm, and shook his head. I'm going to go into the house to play games. What are you asking her to do? She is only a few years old. Don't lead the child astray. They play the game 100 times better than you. No, you don't understand what I mean. Sunny heard the person who just called her defend herself. I called her because the heroine of this movie looks like Sunny's little follower, pure and innocent. The look in her eyes is exactly the same. Fuck, you're a pervert. That girl is only a few years old, but you can tell she's pretty? Ha ha. This is how Sunny's second fight in his life began. Of course, we didn't win this time. After all, our age and number of people were there. Later on, her parents decided to develop abroad. She was unable to refuse and felt sad at the thought of leaving her little follower, so she just played with Anthony. The memories end here. Anthony hadn't brought it up today. Sunny wouldn't have known that the 3 things she had done to impress herself were so stupid in his eyes. Sunny tried to pull his braids, not knowing what to say. After a long while, she was speechless and could only curse fiercely. You little heartless man. Anthony was very angry and brought up the past again. You have no conscience. When I was a kid, I gave you all my snacks and you bullied me. Sunny couldn't refute this, she chuckled. Who made you cry like that? What? As soon as her little mouth pursed, tears poured down like a rainstorm. And as she cried, snot bubbles and saliva also came out. Sunny pretended to purse her lips and said in a thin voice, Dad, Sunny brother bullied me. Anthony's face flushed instantly, and he interrupted her. You are talking nonsense, Sunny continued. I don't want to play with brother Sunny anymore. Anthony was so angry that he covered her mouth. How could I do that? Sunny tilted her head back and grabbed the hand he waved at her. You're still the innocent and kind Snow White. You're just a pirated copy trying every possible way to murder me. It's because you, the stepmother, are so vicious that Snow White wants revenge. What did I do? You stole my father. Why? It's going to rain and Dad is going to remarry, and you still want to interfere with your parents' love. Anthony was so angry that he couldn't speak, so he started fighting again. The two of them started fighting childishly. The Minister of Culture and Art looked at the scene recorded on the camera and swallowed. This chairman really the same person as the chairman he knows? He just wanted to take a panoramic photo of the dressing room QAQ. Why did he get fed so much dog food? Song Ingjing stood beside him, looking at the two people with a faint smile, who would rather take action than talk. The Minister of Literature and Art pressed the save button and asked weakly, Minister Song, do you think the chairman will kill me if I send this out? Song Ingjing blinked. You are only responsible for shooting the material, and editing is someone else's job, isn't it? The Minister of Culture and Arts understood immediately and nodded frantically. Finally, all the previous performances were over. Even in the dressing room, Anthony heard the host's announcement. Anthony tensed up, his lips trembling a little, and he unconsciously grabbed the skin between his collarbone and chest. A group of people walked towards the stage in a mighty procession. The more I scratched, the more itchy it became. Suddenly, someone next to me grabbed my hand, and I stopped scratching. Sunny looked at the red rash around his exposed collarbone, frowned and asked, Are you allergic? They walked last. Anthony also lowered his eyes to take a look. The light was dim, and he couldn't see clearly, but he remembered that he felt itchy under his neck when he tried makeup for the first time. So he nodded. It seems to be an allergy. It should be the problem of the necklace. The workmanship is not good, and there is solidified glue on the back. I suddenly felt a chill under my neck. The necklace was taken off by Sunny. What are you doing? Anthony watched her movements. You're about to go on stage. Sunny didn't say anything, took off the necklace from her neck, and put it on him. The necklace was still warm, and the part that touched the skin was clean and smooth, with no excess glue. Mine, put it on. He could feel Sunny fiddling with the clasp of her necklace behind his neck, her fingertips brushing against his skin. Anthony's face turned red for some reason. Fortunately, the light was enough to hide his expression. After putting it on, Anthony looked down. The two necklaces are similar, just the colors are different. However, when they are really on the stage, how can the audience see it so clearly? It doesn't matter if you change it. They found their positions as the director had planned and stood behind the curtain. Sunny doesn't need to appear in the first scene. She was looking at Anthony from the audience, who was puffing out his cheeks and taking a deep breath. The boy who played the dwarf was standing next to her and suddenly muttered, She's so pretty. She spoke in a low voice, but it was so quiet around them that almost everyone waiting could hear it. Sunny glanced at her, and the latter shuddered under her gaze and stammered. You, you look good too. There was a sound of people trying to hold back laughter all around. Sonny withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the stage. The curtain slowly opened, and along with the narration, the stage spotlight shone on Anthony. He sat on the ground and performed some dance moves of sniffing flowers and teasing birds. On the big screen behind him, there were corresponding special effects of butterflies swarming and birds circling. When she raised her eyes, with the help of the light, her face was white and transparent, as beautiful as a god. The boy just now said that he was really handsome. Indeed, it is really beautiful. She thought again of the childhood events that Anthony had mentioned in the dressing room. She couldn't remember when and where she first met Anthony, but she had the impression that they had been together as long as she could remember. By the time she became aware of beauty and ugliness, she had already known Anthony for a long time and was accustomed to his appearance, so she had not deliberately studied his beauty or ugliness. But she had always known that Anthony had been a target of attention since he was a child. He has a soft appearance and a soft personality. Childish little boys like to bully him to get his attention. After making him cry, their name will be remembered. Of course, she is also a bit vulgar. The only difference between her and others is that she is more selfish. Although she enjoys bullying Anthony, she never lets others bully him. So for quite a long time, Anthony was conflicted, fearing her yet relying on her. Chapter 181, because he is his Sonny brother. Sonny sometimes wonders what her life would be like now if she had not gone abroad. She couldn't think of it. Going abroad is something that cannot be changed. Even if she has to do it again, she will still have to go abroad. She is back after 5 years. It's good like this now. Act 2. The Queen and the King enter. The moment the curtain opened, the whole audience screamed. It's just like a big stars concert. In the last row of the auditorium, a boy wearing a hat bent over and kept saying "excuse me" to everyone present and moved to the back. The whole place was in an uproar and no one paid attention to this corner. The boy lifted his cap, revealing a few strands of yellow hair. She sat next to the boy at the innermost position. Brother Juan. Juan paused, glanced sideways, and saw her, frowning slightly. Why are you here? I borrowed a school uniform and put on a scarf and hat before coming in. The yellow-haired man sat down, looked up at the stage, and exclaimed, Wow! No wonder they were all shouting, beautiful girls and handsome guys, wow. Juan sneered, two sissies. Before the yellow-haired girl understood what it meant, she saw the girl sitting in front of her taking photos of the stage crazily. This is absolutely amazing. I will die without regrets. Is it really something I can watch for free when the student union president wears women's clothes and plays a couple with the head of the discipline inspection department? After hearing this, Huang Mao was completely stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed, A man dressed as a woman? Huang Mao. Brother Juan, you guys are really wild at school. Juan said nothing, his dark eyes fixed on the stage. Affected by the atmosphere, Huang Mao couldn't stop talking. No wonder when I asked where the Juan people were, they said they went back to school to watch the art performance. Oh my God! I was shocked at that time. Juan didn't even like to watch beautiful women pole dancing, but he went back just to watch the school's art performance. It turns out that the world in school is more colorful than the outside world. Her expressionlessly, Huang Mao slapped his mouth and said, I'll be quiet. I'll shut up. The second act ends, and in the third act, Snow White comes on stage and stands with the king and queen. Huang Mao looked at it for a while. She rubbed her eyes and looked for a while. Fuck. The yellow-haired man turned his head quickly and suddenly stopped when he saw Ruan Yu's expression. At that moment, she saw that her brother Ruan's eyes seemed a little fanatical. It was just a moment. The yellow-haired man immediately shut up, turned around, and kept thinking about her look. It's not fanaticism, it's more like jealousy? Anyway, this is an expression that shouldn't appear on Brother Ruan's face. Huang Mao was a little flustered and looked up at the Snow White on the stage. Brother Ruan, isn't this that person? Not the one you sent to the guard room last time. Ruan Yu pursed her lips. He didn't know if it was because of the light, but Huang Mao always felt that her expression was gloomy and her whole state was depressed. Do you think they look like a family of 3? Ruan Yu did not answer, but asked in a low voice while looking at the stage. Aren't they just acting as a family of 3? Yes. Ruan Yu sneered and lowered his eyes, with unknown emotions hidden in them. The corners of his cold lips slightly raised, with a bit of self-mockery. We are just spectators. The light and shadow flickered on the stage, and the curtain closed again. In the next scene, Snow White is about to eat the poisoned apple, and then the prince appears and comes to save her. One, you stood up and walked outside. Erwin, aren't you going to finish reading it? What's so interesting about other people's affairs? The cultural performance ended successfully. Amidst thunderous applause and the director's tears, the group bowed and the curtain closed again. In darkness, Anthony finally let out the breath he had been holding. It was such a large-scale performance, and he was made the protagonist. Although everyone's attention was on Sunny, he couldn't help but feel nervous. They walked down the stage via the left staircase. It was very dark around, and the only light was the light from the stage lights shining through the curtain. People could not be seen more than 3 steps away, so everyone was extremely careful as they walked forward. The clothes Anthony and Sunny were wearing were not convenient for walking, so they fell behind without realizing it. Slowly, Anthony could only see silhouettes of people in front of him. All you can see is a slowly moving outline, like a ghost swaying back and forth. Once the idea came up, I can't stop. All the ghost movies, ghost stories, and ghost paintings that Anthony had seen before were slowly playing in his mind like a slideshow. All kinds of monsters and demons were having a party in his mind. Anthony looked around and caught a glimpse of Sunny walking behind him. So he stopped for a few seconds and grabbed the hem of Sunny's skirt when she passed by. Sunny tilted her head, looked at him, and said nothing. Anthony coughed lightly and said, "I'm afraid you're not used to wearing a skirt. Don't fall." Sunny turned her head again, held the hem of her skirt like a big shot, revealing the jeans underneath, and continued walking forward. This posture made it easier for her to walk, but it looked very unsightly. Anthony was wearing pants under his skirt, but he hesitated for a long time and couldn't do the same movements as her. I had no choice but to give up and hold the hem of my skirt with one hand, being careful not to step on it. Sunny had been paying attention to his movements out of the corner of her eye. Seeing him pulling at his own costume with one hand and grabbing her costume with the other, she smiled with her eyes curved. "Princess." Anthony was concentrating on his feet and didn't hear clearly. "What?" "Princess." Sunny held his hand that was on her clothes. When Anthony paused and looked over, she still looked at the road ahead calmly. "Hold on, stepmother. I'm afraid I'll fall." Anthony snorted, but didn't take his hand away. She walked like this all the way to the stairs, and only let go when she reached the light. The two of them went to their respective dressing rooms to remove their makeup and change their clothes. The cultural performance ended here. When they packed up and were about to go back to class, school had just ended, so they didn't need to go back to class and went straight home with their school bags. When they arrived at the community, Sunny took Anthony to the community clinic first. After Sunny exchanged necklaces with him, his neck no longer itched, so he forgot about it. Unexpectedly, she still remembered it. The doctor took a look and said it was just a mild allergy. He prescribed some medicine, and it would be fine after a few applications. The cultural performance is on Friday, and there is no school the next day. Anthony went back to his room after dinner. After finally relaxing, he didn't do his homework first. Instead, he lay on the bed and started browsing on his phone. When it came to Class 10, the class monitor took the lead in setting up a group and appointed administrators for each class committee member. Anthony watched her jumping between the original Class 3 and the current Class 10, chatting happily. Most of the people in the group were reminiscing about today's cultural performance, and Anthony saw several people at ING him. He replied to each one, and then opened the chat box with Zhouing. Zhouing sent him a picture with the caption, "Save to album, turn up the brightness, and watch. There is a surprise." The picture was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Anthony initially thought it hadn't been loaded. He clicked save, opened the editing mode in the album, and directly raised the brightness to the highest. A photo of them holding hands instantly appeared in front of him. Anthony jumped up from the bed. This photo was taken from behind. The short girl lowered her head, holding the hem of her skirt with one hand as she walked down the stairs, while holding the hand of the tall girl next to her with the other hand. The tall girl tilted her head and looked at the shorter girl's feet. Judging from the clothes, these two people, one is him and the other is Sunny. Anthony typed quickly, "Where did you see that?" "Zhouing. I took the photo." "Zhouing. I just wanted to cherish the moment before Sunny took off her women's clothes, so I kept holding the camera by the stairs." "Zhouing. I'm not saying that when you two passed by me, neither of you noticed that there was someone next to you. Am I too dark? No, it was the sweet pink bubbles that blinded you too." Anthony breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the album, and looked at the photo for a while, then slowly explained to Zhouing. "It was too dark around, and it was inconvenient for both of us to wear big skirts, so we just helped each other." "Zhouing. Forget it. Go look at that photo again. helping each other? The chairman's eyes are almost glued to your feet, and he is just about to carry you downstairs. Anthony curled his lips, thinking that it was Sunny who took the initiative to ask to support her. But he clicked on the photo again and looked at it. It seemed real. No matter how you looked at it, the tall person was carefully helping the shorter person down the stairs. Short people are like a burden to tall people. Zhou sent several more photos, all of which were large files directly from the original camera. But these were much more normal, with perfect lighting and composition, and they could be dragged out to be used as posters with just a few lines of text. All of them were photos taken by Zhou of them performing on stage, and there were also a few photos taken in the dressing room. Anthony clicked save on all of them. Zhou didn't send him any more messages. She must have gone to chat with his wife. Anthony held his phone and looked at the stills over and over again. Finally, I returned to the dark one. He exited without saving the changes, so the photo remained black. If you don't adjust the brightness, no one will know that there is actually a picture in this photo. Anthony had forgotten how he felt in the photo. Sunny always did it naturally, putting necklaces on him, pulling his braids, grabbing his arms, and pulling his hands. Polite and just the right amount, never causing him to feel bad. In fact, he had already gotten used to Sunny's touch. Anthony exhaled softly. He logged into his Weibo account and uploaded this dark picture, still setting it to be visible only to fans. At sweet and sour pork ribs are the best because we are childhood friends. Picture. After sending the message, he put his phone on the bedside table, turned on the silent mode, and walked to the desk and sat down. There was a red velvet box in front of me. Sunny returned the pen she had taken to be repaired last week, and it has been placed on his desk ever since. As she said, even though it was glued together, the cracks on the crystal swan were still visible. Anthony picked it up and looked at it for a while, then put it back gently. He took out his homework from his school bag and started doing it. Because we were childhood friends. Because we have known each other for many years and grew up together. Because he is his Sunny brother. So you can do this. At least for now, that's all. Chapter 182. Afraid that he'll fall in love with me? Weekend. When Tao Xing came to the store, Song Yingjing had just finished correcting the last question on the comprehensive liberal arts test paper. Tao Xing came over to take a look. There were very few questions marked in red pen, and almost all of them were correct. What a college bully! Tao Xing exclaimed. Song Yingjing smiled and said nothing. She put all her study materials into her school bag and went out to set up the stall with Tao Xing. The city is holding an event, and this cultural street has recently welcomed a tourist boom. Every store has to set up a small stall at the door and display some of the store's small items to attract tourists. What time did you get up? There aren't many people here in the morning. You can go upstairs and take a nap. Tao Xing said. 4 o'clock. Song Yingjing shook his head. No, I'm not sleepy. What's more, there were people upstairs, and there was a 100% chance that she would be chased down if she went upstairs. Tao Xing said, Xiao Jing, let me discuss something with you. My daughter is in the 3rd grade of primary school this year. Her handwriting is terrible. I'll bring her over on the weekend. Can you teach her how to write? Song Yingjing agreed. Okay. Tao Xing laughed and held out a 2. I'll give you double the salary. Why don't you let me teach you? A deep male voice sounded behind them. Oh my God! Tao Xing was startled, looking at the boy with a mess of hair and wrinkled pajamas walking downstairs. Erwin, look at you like this. Do I dare to let my daughter see you? Ruan Yu raised his eyes and said, Are you afraid that he will fall in love with me? Fuck you. Tao Xing cursed with a smile. Song Yingjing also laughed. Ruan Yu seemed to have just seen her, narrowed his eyes, and stopped at the stairs. What are you laughing at? I just feel that you think differently than I do. Song Yingjing curved his eyes. Tao Xing followed up, Yeah, I think so too. When I first met her, I thought she was some gangster who came to collect protection money. Who knew she was looking for my technology to invest in me? Ruan Yu ignored them and took out a can of iced cola from the refrigerator on the first floor. He opened the lid with his index finger, took a sip, and then walked upstairs. Erwin, can your leaky stomach handle drinking iced Coke on an empty stomach? Tao Xing watched her move smoothly without any hesitation, and couldn't help but act like a mother. If you were my daughter, I would have beaten you up by now. Ruan Yu turned around nonchalantly and said, So you are still a single-parent family now. Tao Xing stroked his chest and said, Brother, I am heartbroken. She is not very old, only 26 years old. She couldn't control herself when she was young and had a child with her boyfriend. After the child was born, her boyfriend didn't want to raise the child anymore. He threw away the diaper and ran away overnight. Tao Xing dropped out of school and inherited the wood carving shop passed down from his parents. He has been raising the children as both a father and a mother for many years. Song Yingjing watched Tao Xing chase after Wan Yu and snatched the coke from him. According to Tao Xing, Wan Yu came when her wood carving shop was about to go bankrupt. Wan Yu had no money, but he was very skillful, and the wooden lumps he carved were many times better looking than those she had. So he invested in the shop with his technology, and the shop was able to come back to life. The unwanted bad high school student was picked up by a single uncle. Even if your heart is frozen into stone when it is left in the ice and snow, as long as there is a little bit of human warmth, it will eventually melt. Song Yingjing watched their figures disappear in the corridor, lowered his head and smiled, then went to the kitchen to cook porridge. Not long after the cultural performance, the sports meeting followed. Zhou climbed on the table, mumbling, "It's just that our class is unlucky. We had the provincial basketball game last semester, and this semester we have the art performance. Although the art performance is held every year, we also caught up with a sports meeting that is held every 3 years after the art performance." Jiang Yao said beside him, "Isn't that good? We don't have to go to class anymore." Zhou said with a bitter face, "I would have thought it was good in the past, but I volunteered in the cultural performance last time, so the person in charge remembered me and asked me to volunteer in the sports meeting this time. Sports meeting volunteers are the hardest, as they have to stand in the sun all the time. The sports meeting lasts for 3 days, and I was tan like a coal ball by the end of the 3 days." Jiang Yao said, "You are stupid, just pretending to be sick. Excuses like aunt's cold, fever, relative's illness, and wedding have all been used up by others. The person in charge directly said that I can ask for leave, but the reasons cannot be repeated. What other excuses can I use? Just say that you lost your ID card and need to go back to your hometown to get a new one." Jiang Yao thought about it. Zhou paused, her interest visibly rising. "Jiang Yao, you are so smart." Jiang Yao raised his head and said, "I often use this excuse. On average, I lose my ID card more than 10 times a year." Zhou, "I catch a cold and have a fever once a month on average. My teacher once asked me if I wanted to go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. He was always worried. Have you two finished your chat?" Anthony looked up from between them sleepily. During the break, Zhou came to find him to go to the supermarket. At that time, he was working hard on a math problem. Zhou was waiting beside him, and while waiting, she started chatting with Jiang Yao. "Zhou, just do your homework, I'll go by myself." Jiang Yao nodded. "I'll go with you. I just need to buy a box of chewing gum." The two clapped their hands and reached an agreement. Girls' friendship is so simple and wonderful. Anthony didn't know when they first met, but they suddenly became familiar with each other today. "Is there anything you want to buy?" "I'll bring it to you," said Zhou. "Yes." Anthony rummaged through his pencil case. "Buy me 3 black pens." "I'm running out of pens." Zhou was a little speechless and nodded. "Okay, college bully, let's go." Anthony waved to them and went back to doing his homework. Thanks to these two people, he spent a long time calculating this problem, but became more and more confused. Finally calming down, he marked the steps and started counting from the beginning. Suddenly, a figure came over and patted him. Anthony thought it was Zhou or Jiang Yao, and looked up. "Did you forget to bring money?" The boy in front of him was stunned. "What?" "She is the sports commissioner of their class." Anthony put down his pen and shook his head. "I was wrong. Is there anything wrong with the sports committee?" The sports committee member held up a roster and said, "Anthony, this is it. Isn't it almost a sports meet? Each class has to sign up for an event. Do you have any specialties?" Anthony leaned over to look at the project form in her hand. Not to mention the basics like long-distance running, short-distance running, relay running, high jump, long jump, and shot put. There is also swimming and diving. Anthony pointed at the last two and said, "Did anyone really report these two?" The sports committee member said, "In the past few years, there were people who signed up for swimming, and there were also a few diving events, but it is said that diving is always the funniest event. They sign up just to be funny, just like making dumplings." Anthony didn't really want to sign up for the project, he just wanted to practice questions in class. Before I could say anything, the physical education teacher said, "In the past, you always ranked first among the girls in the 800-meter race in physical education class. Why don't you sign up for the 800-meter race and bring first place to our class?" Chapter 183, You Must Be Careful When You Come of Age. Anthony politely declined. "I can be the first in my class, but I may not be able to compare with other classes." The sports committee member looked pitiful. "You can sign up. Actually, I had almost asked all the girls in our class before I came to you. Only 2 of them signed up, and now we are short of 2 spots. The most important thing is participation. We are a liberal arts class, so we don't care about ranking. Anthony agreed. It's just running 800 miles. It's not certain whether you can get first place. What's important is participation. After a class in the afternoon, Anthony went to the toilet and passed by Class 11 and passed by Sunny's seat. Anthony stopped and leaned over the window of Class 11 to ask her, "Did your class sign up for the sports meet?" Sunny was doing math problems. She didn't look up, but she knew who it was. She calculated the answer in her head and answered, "As I said, girls in the science class are willing to take one, but boys must take one." Anthony laughed out loud with gloating. "So, what did you report?" Sunny wrote down the answer on the rough paper, put down the pen, and finally looked up at Anthony, who was lying on the windowsill and peeking at her math problem. "I am the chairman." Anthony turned his eyes away from her information book and said, "So you set an example by reporting all of it?" Sunny shook his head. "The chairman has to personally take charge of the opening ceremony. I can only regretfully give up the opportunity to participate." Anthony stood up and said, "Tisk. There's no competition at the opening ceremony." Sunny paused and changed his words. "The chairman is also responsible for the fairness, openness, and impartiality of the entire competition. The teachers who grade the competition all know me. What if they give me a high score?" "Anthony." Sunny raised an eyebrow slightly. "You didn't sign up for the project?" Anthony nodded. "I signed up for the girls' 800-meter race because no one else signed up." Sunny's expression gradually became strange. "How? Didn't you see when the sports meet was?" Sunny asked calmly. "Yes, it's next Monday. What happened on that day?" Anthony said, "Don't you know what day it is?" Sunny seemed to be irritated by him. She took a deep breath and waved her hand. "First go find your class sports committee to change people, then find a calendar to check what day the sports meet is." Anthony didn't understand. Just then the bell rang. Anthony returned to class and asked Zhang Yao about the matter. Zhang Yao thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. I only know what day it is today. How can a high school student remember what day it is today?" Yeah, he's like that too. High school students only need to know what day of the week they have classes. Who can remember the date? What's wrong? Is it a holiday? Zhang Yao asked. Anthony shook his head. "No, it was Sunny who scolded me because I didn't know what day the sports meet was. Tisk, it's normal for her to be angry with you, but your childhood sweetheart is such a pervert. Do you know what I saw when I passed by her class last time? I saw her doing calculus." Zhang Yao couldn't believe it. "We are both human. Why is she so showy?" Speaking of which, Anthony had just seen her doing math problems that he couldn't even understand. He was quite happy. Sunny is so awesome. The fact that he can make friends like this shows that he is also pretty awesome. Anthony went home that night, and before going to bed, he thought about the date again, so he checked it on his phone. Those days were not any holidays or anniversaries, but there is still a red circle on it. Anthony fell silent for a moment. The 3-day sports meet coincided with his menstrual period. He buried his face in the quilt and kicked the bed with his feet. Why does Sunny remember this more clearly than he does himself? When Anthony went to the sports committee the next day to ask for a replacement, it was too late. Sports committee. The list has been submitted, and now the groups have been announced. He had never felt that the school was so efficient. So Anthony had no choice but to go find Sunny. With a sense of shame, anger, and indescribable emotions, he came to the first window of Class 11. This time Sunny happened to see him and raised his eyebrows slightly. "That list," Anthony said stiffly. "Our class sports committee said that it has been reported and the group list has been released." Sunny looked as if he had known this was going to happen. "Don't worry about it. There's no one in there for you." Anthony blinked. Sunny continued to explain. "I went to the office before school was over yesterday and replaced you." "Who did you replace him with?" Anthony asked curiously. No matter who is replaced in their class, they will be dissatisfied. She shouldn't have failed to think of this. "How about I wear women's clothes and run the errand for you?" Sunny held her chin, raised her head slightly, and looked at Anthony outside the window. Her eyes were moving, and there was a hint of charm in them. Anthony was stunned, feeling that her look was naked seduction. It didn't last more than 3 seconds. Sunny lowered her eyes first and spoke in a more normal tone. "I found your desk mate and he agreed." Anthony's expression changed. "What did you tell Zhang Yao?" "Tell the truth." So, in other words, Sunny told Zhang Yao that her period was coming and hoped that Zhang Yao could help him run 800 yuan. Zhang Yao agreed. Thousands of words gathered in his throat. Anthony didn't expect her to be so shameless. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Anthony felt that Zhang Yao would laugh at him when he returned. "Why don't you let me say it?" Anthony gritted his teeth. Don't you find it troublesome to transfer so many times, Mr. Su? When did you say that? I checked his phone last night and asked him directly. He returned to the classroom with the urge to beat Sunny up. Zhang Yao was sleeping, and Anthony didn't wake him up. Zhang Yao is usually an easygoing person, except for when he has a bad temper when he sleeps. He was woken up by the bell during class. He sat there expressionless for at least half the class before he began to take notes following the teacher's writing on the blackboard. By the end of the get out of class, Zhang Yao had completely woken up and was noticeably more alert, drawing go bang on his textbook. A bit abnormal. Would come to laugh at him early this morning after answering Sunny's call last night. Anthony waited for another class, but Zhang Yao still didn't take the initiative to talk to him about running for him. So Anthony couldn't help but ask first, Zhang Yao, how was your 800-meter run? Zhang Yao would always try to avoid physical education classes whenever possible. Every time, Babai was too lazy to run and always ran at the end. Anthony didn't know whether he was willing to run for him or not. Zhang Yao yawned. It's more than enough to get first place. Anthony couldn't help but ask, one down. He doesn't usually look like he can come in first. Don't worry, we won't bring shame to our class. Zhang Yao said lazily. Sunny called you last night? Anthony asked again. Zhang Yao suddenly turned his head and looked at him. Anthony was prepared for the ridicule. Zhang Yao asked in surprise. You're not jealous because of this, are you? Anthony was stunned. What? Why should I be jealous? Who should I be jealous of? You don't want Sunny to call other girls or something. Zhang Yao said, I can't possibly like Sunny. I don't like people like her. Too perverted. Standing next to her makes me look like a waste. Anthony was speechless. You think too much. He continued to ask curiously. I just want to know what she told you. Just say that your period happened to come during those days, and you couldn't escape it. Zhang Yao was a little confused, not knowing what he was struggling with. Anthony blinked. Zhang Yao suddenly realized. Do you think I'm embarrassed for a boy to say this? Anthony nodded. He felt that all three of them should be embarrassed. But except for him, the other two people seemed to feel nothing at all. Zhang Yao said, Oh, I remember Sunny has been abroad. In fact, it is not shameful for women to have their periods. There is no need to be embarrassed to mention it. I grew up among boys, and when I forgot to bring sanitary napkins, I would ask them to run errands to buy them for me. I don't feel embarrassed about it. Sometimes facing the truth is a form of respect. There is really nothing to be ashamed of about physiological characteristics. Zhang Yao patted Anthony on the shoulder and said earnestly, I think it's good that you are a childhood friend. Open your eyes and see the world, Anthony. Anthony nodded, not quite understanding. Zhang Yao suddenly gave a wicked smile. It is precisely because they have opened their eyes and seen the world that such boys can easily become dissolute. There is nothing much to say now, but you must be careful when you grow up. Anthony, wait, why should he be so careful? If he continued asking, it would be the wrong car for him to get on. Anthony pretended to be selectively deaf and ended the topic. When the day of the sports meet really came, Anthony was extremely grateful to Sunny for reminding him about his period. On the first day of the sports meet, Anthony curled up like a cocoon in his seat because of a stomachache. Zhang Yao poured him a cup of hot water. Damn, your life must be too painful if you have this pain once a month. Anthony explained weakly. It wasn't like this before. This time it might be because I caught a cold these days. The opening ceremony was about to begin, and their class was preparing to move their chairs downstairs. Are you still going to the opening ceremony? Zhang Yao asked. Go. Of course he had to go. The teacher was not there, and he didn't know who to ask for leave from. Anthony's face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. It's windy outside. Zhang Yao looked out the window. The physical education teacher came into the class at this time. Let's go. We can go down now. The class carried their stools downstairs. Now they had to squeeze in the corridor to go down. Anthony lay on the table, not moving. Zhang Yao did not move. Don't you know the head of the discipline inspection department? When she comes to check on you, will she selectively skip your name when she mentions it? No. Besides her, there is another person in our class who checked our class. We can't do it without a leave note. If you cause the class to be deducted points, you will have to write a self-criticism, at least 3,000 words. Writing a self-criticism is much more difficult than writing an essay. The reason for the deduction can be explained in one sentence, so why expand it to 3,000 words? Anthony has never been punished to write a self-criticism, and he doesn't want to write one because of this. When most people had left, Anthony stood up, carrying the stool, and said, Let's go. I didn't feel anything when I sat down, But when I stood up, my ears suddenly buzzed. If you faint, I'll carry you to the infirmary. It's a good thing I don't have to attend the opening ceremony of that thing. It's freezing so early in the morning. Before Anthony fainted, his last thought was that Jiang Yao was really a jinx. Chapter 184, 1,000 Boys. It only takes a moment to faint. In fact, he regained consciousness very quickly, opened his eyes vaguely, could not see or hear clearly, his hands and feet were numb, and his whole body was shaking. He felt someone carrying him on his back. Anthony buried his head in her neck. When his mind was not quite clear, he was still thinking that Jiang Yao's wish had come true. The rocking of his steps was like the swing of a cradle, lulling him to sleep again. He was not fully asleep, and everything around him was fuzzy and buzzing. He felt himself being placed on a soft, flat surface, and something cold pressed against his wrist, slowly tightening. After a vibration, it released. Blood pressure is 80. Menstrual cramps are a world problem. Keep warm. There was silence for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Anthony felt better and slowly opened his eyes. There is still numbness in my hands and feet. He wanted to get up, but just as he made a move, someone supported his back and helped him sit up. The glass was pressed against his lips. Anthony couldn't lift his hands, so he took a few sips of hot water from her hands. Drink some more. Anthony shook his head, and his vision slowly cleared. Sonny put the water glass on the table next to her. His lower abdomen still hurt, but maybe it was because his brain nerves were still paralyzed, so it didn't hurt as much as before. Anthony remembered something and said hoarsely, "Opening ceremony." Jiang Yao went with the sick leave note given to you by the infirmary. He shook his head. I mean you. Sonny glanced at him, but said nothing. Is it okay if you don't go? Anthony continued to ask. I'm not a leader or host. I don't need to stand out and show my face. Anthony choked up and said, Aren't you responsible for the opening ceremony? Worry about yourself before you worry about me. Sonny said coldly. I'm fine. Anthony's voice weakened. It wasn't like this before. I don't know what happened this time. Sonny didn't say anything else. She helped him lie down again and covered him with the quilt. I'll go buy you a can of candy. Not long after Sonny left, Jiang Yao came over. He held a jar of candy in his hand. Anthony looked much more energetic than before. Why are you back? I don't know why no one checked on the class today. I gave your note to the monitor and told her I was coming over. Jiang Yao sat on the accompanying chair beside the bed, unscrewed the lid of the candy jar, and handed him 2 candies. Here, I ran into your childhood sweetheart on the way. She went to the opening ceremony and asked me to pass it on. Anthony picked up one and put it in his mouth. The sweet taste explodes in your taste buds. Lychee flavor. Anthony held the candy in his mouth. How did Sonny know that I fainted? You fainted in front of her. Jiang Yao also grabbed 2 candies and threw them into his mouth. I don't know what happened. I was just getting my school uniform, and when I lowered my head and raised it again, you fell straight down on me. Luckily, you didn't sink. Otherwise, we would both be lying here now. Then Sonny suddenly appeared and carried you to the infirmary. Jiang Yao pointed to the sky. Doesn't she have a nickname? Anthony didn't react for a moment. It really is like, Jiang Yao gestured, like it fell from the sky. By the afternoon, Anthony had almost no feeling. Thanks to his regular exercise, he usually doesn't have cramps during his menstruation. Why was it so painful this time? After thinking about it over and over again, Anthony felt that it was because of a cold. He had originally planned to spend the entire day doing exercises in the classroom, but he was distracted by the loudspeakers cheering in the playground, so he finally gave up. Zhou Ying took him to watch the sports meet. Zhou Ying, who originally wanted to take a leave, regretted her decision immediately after hearing that swimming and diving were also events in this sports meet, and agreed to stay and be a volunteer. The women's 800-meter event was in the afternoon, and the two of them went to cheer for Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, who had a boy's hairstyle, stood out among the girls. He was tall and handsome. Anthony heard many people asking whether this person was a boy or a girl. They all stood in the girls' team, so of course they were girls. While other contestants were warming up, Jiang Yao yawned lazily, moved his arms and legs twice, and then stopped moving. He has a number on his back, 44. Zhou Ying asked. This number is really? How about he usually runs 800? Anthony, down 1. Zhou Ying opened her eyes wide. Your class really focuses on participation? Our class always sends the students who run the fastest. Anthony talked about how he had originally signed up, but was forced to change. After listening to this, Zhou Ying gave Sonny a thumbs up and said great. With a whistle, the 800-meter race began. Zhang Yao was the first to run out, and in less than half a lap, he had left the others far behind. The audience murmured. Zhou asked stupidly, "Why did he start sprinting right after he started running? This isn't 100 meters, it's 800 meters." Anthony was silent for a moment. Participation is the most important thing. After the main group finished running a lap, Zhang Yao was still far ahead of them. The audience was incredible. Zhou Ying was stunned. Am I blind? Did he run 1.5 laps or half a lap? Anthony was silent for a moment. About 1.5 laps. After another half lap, Zhang Yao easily reached the finish line. He ran forward a few steps to offset the inertia, holding his thigh to catch his breath. The second place on the track was still half a lap away from the finish line. No one responded for a long time. Suddenly, someone stood up behind him and shouted at the top of his voice, "Sister Jiang, awesome!" Still a boy. Anthony turned around and found that it was the physical education committee member of their class. Zhang Yao heard it and snapped his fingers in this direction in a very cool manner, causing the girls in the audience to scream. Zhou Ying took Anthony to bring some water to Zhang Yao, which they had bought on the way here. After registering the results, Zhang Yao can leave. They walked to the audience and continued walking forward. Zhou Ying stopped and said, "Anthony, aren't you staying to watch Sunny's game?" The two turned around at the same time, and Anthony looked confused. "What project?" "She has a project. 1,000 for boys." Zhou Ying was even more confused than him. "Did I remember it wrong? She didn't tell me she had registered for the project." Anthony became more and more confused. "Her name on the schedule," Zhou Ying said. "Then stay and watch." Zhang Yao grumbled and drank half a bottle of water and decided, "Anyway, the next item is 1,000 for boys." So the three of them sat back in the audience. The three of them looked around the field and saw the male 1,000-meter race participants walking onto the playground. Before Anthony found Sunny in the crowd, he heard the girl next to him screaming, "I saw her! That one fell from the sky. So cool!" They were sitting quite back a little far from the playground. Anthony looked carefully for a long time before he found Sunny in the crowd. Well, he felt that he was not a competent childhood friend. Chapter 185, Demonstrating the Queen's Status. Anthony couldn't understand why Sunny had clearly signed up for the project but told him that she hadn't. Could it be that she was terrible at running the 1,000 meters and was afraid of being embarrassed if she told the truth? However, for someone who gets up early every day to run regardless of the cold or heat in spring, summer, autumn, or winter, it is obviously impossible. Anthony stared at Sunny on the playground. She had a number tag on her back, 19. People around him pointed and said, "19, is that 19, the school hunk?" "I bought some water. Do you think she'll take it?" "I don't know. I've never seen her participate in any sports activities before, nor play basketball or anything like that. There's no precedent for her delivering water." "I'll forget it. I won't go. It would be so embarrassing if I get rejected." "Just try it, you're pretty." "I don't want to. I don't dare." A burst of laughter. Anthony with her elbow and lowered her voice. "Will you go and deliver water later?" Anthony. "Why should I deliver water?" Zhang Yao came over. "To show your status as the queen." Zhou Ying. "You should know that there are many people in our school who don't read the forum. Sunny is famous, but there are still many people who don't know you." Zhang Yao. "For example, I only heard of Sunny's legend before, and I only knew about your legend after the Su Jiao incident." Anthony. Zhou Ying put the 2 remaining bottles of water into Anthony's arms and said, "Choose one." Anthony shook his head. "I'm not going." "If you don't go," Zhou Ying glanced at the audience holding various drinks and eager to go, and continued, "In about 10 minutes you will see a group of girls delivering water to the chairman." Anthony said nothing. There are 5 minutes left for warm-up, and the game is about to begin. Anthony stood up. "I want to go back to class to practice questions." Zhou Ying and Zhang Yao both looked at him as if he were a fool. Anthony seemed unaware and said calmly, "Nothing to see. She must be first. She usually ranks first in running." He still remembers Sunny's naughty words. For the top student in the grade, the only classes he can go to are Class 1 and Class 11. It's absolutely amazing. Zhou Ying looked at Zhang Yao. "Do you know what is the best way to deal with his avoidant personality?" Zhang Yao shook his head. Zhou Ying also stood up, and in order not to block the people behind him, he stood in the aisle like Anthony. Anthony looked at him in confusion. Zhou Ying took a deep breath, then looked in Sunny's direction and shouted, "Come on, Sunny!" Zhang Yao laughed out loud, slapped his thigh, and gave Zhou Ying a thumbs up. "Awesome." Anthony was completely stunned and subconsciously wanted to run. The moment Zhou called out Sunny and the other three, he felt that the entire audience was looking at them. There was no way he could run away. Zhou was 1.7 meters tall. She stood behind him and put her arms around Anthony, who was struggling to escape, and pulled him into her arms. What's more, there was a 1.73-meter-tall Jiang Yao watching next to him. Anthony was forced to turn around and face the playground. He saw Sunny's eyes were fixed on him. It was difficult to be seen when he was sitting, but now that he and Zhou were standing in the aisle, there was nothing blocking them, and they could be seen clearly. Anthony stopped struggling and looked at Sunny, who was looking at him from across several rows of audience seats. Jiang Yao also stood up. He didn't look at Sunny, but shouted loudly, "Come on, Class 10!" Originally, he wanted to call out the names of the boys from their class who were participating in the competition, but Jiang Yao looked at them for a while and couldn't remember the names of the two boys. So, we could only call for Class 10. Zhou thought about it and shouted again, "Come on, Class 19!" It was like they were covering something up for him. It's nothing. For crying out loud, it's nothing. That he stopped running. Zhou let go of her hand and poked his elbow encouragingly. Many eyes turned to him, but he only looked at that one. Anthony's heartbeat quickened. His fingers pinched the corner of his clothes unconsciously, and like Zhou, he shouted, "Come on, Sunny." He almost never shouted like this before, and the tail end of his voice trembled. On the playground, the referee signaled them to get ready at the starting line and was about to blow the whistle. Sunny seemed to smile, and from a distance, raised one hand and made an okay gesture to him. She walked to the starting line and squatted, her back arched, her school uniform clinging to her body, outlining her waist. "Wow!" the audience screamed. Whoosh! A whistle sounded. She was like an arrow on a string, shooting out suddenly. The atmosphere on the field also became lively, and as if inspired by them, cheers for each class rose one after another. Anthony's face was still hot, so he didn't stay to watch. After saying something to Zhou and Jiang Yao, he turned around and went back to class. Jiang Yao asked Zhou if she wanted to leave. Zhou shook her head. "No, I will go and deliver water to Sunny and Anthony's name later." Jiang Yao nodded. He had watched too many palace dramas recently. The queen should show her aura. She doesn't even need to show up in such scenes. Neither of them thought there was anything wrong. Until the end of the boys' 1,000-meter race, Sunny, like Jiang Yao, left the second-place runner-up half a lap behind. He stood next to the volunteers to record the results and occasionally looked towards the audience seats on their side. Zhou stood up and said, "Where's the water? Give me the expensive bottle." Jiang Yao looked back and forth and suddenly said, "Isn't it with you?" Sunny had already looked over and was looking at them, his eyes still scanning. Zhou paused, lowered her head, and searched around their seats. "It's over." Zhou looked up. "I gave those 2 bottles of water to Anthony." Anthony held 2 bottles of drinks and walked proudly along the basketball court towards the classroom. Last semester, Zhou asked Sunny to fetch water in his name. "I will definitely come again this time." Anthony could even imagine Zhou Ying's expression when she found out that the water was gone. He lowered his eyes and smiled. He felt a little silly walking with his head down and smiling, so he looked towards the basketball court next to him where a high jump competition was going on. Anthony glanced at the sign and saw that it was the competition venue for the senior year. The smile on his lips faded. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still slowed down his pace and peeked inside by clinging to the iron net. Lower your expectations, and you'll be pleasantly surprised. Anthony saw a familiar figure draw a beautiful arc in the sky and then stand firmly on the cushion. After the dance, the man didn't even look back, picked up the school uniform jacket thrown on the ground and left. Anthony held onto the iron net and followed quickly. He didn't expect Ruanyu to come back to participate in the sports meeting. She hardly even attended classes. Ruanyu walked to the sink outside the cafeteria, stopped, turned on the faucet, and washed his face. Then he walked to the stone bench under the shade of a tree, threw his school uniform on it, and took out a tissue to wipe the water droplets off his face. After wiping my face, there was already another person next to me. Ruanyu paused and bumped into him again, but this time she didn't run away, because the school uniform that was originally on the stone bench had already moved into his arms. Anthony held her school uniform tightly with one hand and handed her a bottle of drink with the other hand and asked carefully, "Would you like some water?" Ruanyu's eyes fell on the white peach soda in his hand. "I don't drink soda," she said. Anthony frantically took out the juice that he had stuffed into his coat pocket. "I also have this. Mango juice." Ruanyu just glanced at him and then looked away. She didn't say whether she wanted a drink or not, but leaned forward slightly, as if to cater to Anthony's height. She looked at him coldly with her dark eyes and said with a slightly tempting tone, "I want to drink mineral water. Are you going to buy it for me?" The supermarket was next to the playground he had just left, quite far away from here. Anthony looked back and asked expectantly, "Will you wait for me here?" "I can wait for you for 5 minutes." Ruan Vayu said. "It is almost impossible to run 800 meters in 5 minutes." Ruan Yu looked at his slightly frowned brows, stood up straight with satisfaction, moved away from him, and his emotions faded. "If you can't do it, get out of here." Anthony handed over 2 bottles of water along with the school uniform and asked again, "Will you wait for me?" Ruan Yu looked at him for a while. "Start now." She took what Anthony handed her. Anthony turned and ran. Ruan Yu stood for a while, watching the girl's back gradually running away until she disappeared. "Fool, who wants to wait for you?" She sneered, threw the 2 bottles of drinks in her hand into the trash can next to her, picked up her school uniform, turned around, and left indifferently. When Anthony ran back, sweating profusely, there was no one under the big tree. He was holding 2 bottles of mineral water and standing where he had just left. He saw the 2 bottles of drinks he had brought lying quietly in the trash can. There were also 2 bottles of mineral water in his arms. One bottle is iced, and the other is at room temperature. The breeze blows the fallen leaves, and the ground is filled with silence. After Sunny finished the 1,000-meter test, she went back to class, of course not her own class. It's the class next door. The sports meet lasts for 3 days, and all classes in the school except for the senior high school students will be suspended for 3 days. There are basically no people in their class. Sunny stood outside the window and saw Anthony lying on the table, one hand covering his stomach and the other arm under his cheek as a pillow. Sunny frowned and walked straight into their class, stopping in the aisle next to Anthony's seat and tapping his desk with her knuckles. Anthony tilted his head and looked over. His face looked a little pale and his lips were bloodless. "Stomach ache?" she asked. Anthony shook his head and said lightly, "It's okay." "Where's your water cup?" Sunny looked at his table, but didn't see a water cup, only 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 bottles of drinks. Each bottle was unscrewed, and judging by the level, it looked like each of them had taken a sip or 2. She touched it and it was cold. They went home together at noon, and Anthony was already as lively as a monkey. Sunny's temples twitched. "Did you drink the drink?" Anthony shook his head again. "No." "Give me your water cup." Commanding tone. Anthony took out an exquisite glass from his desk pocket. Sunny looked at the glass for 3 seconds and wanted to say something, but held back and said, suppressing his anger, "Give me the water card." Anthony took out another water card from his school bag. Chapter 186, What You Want. Sunny went to the back door and got a cup of hot water. She originally wanted Anthony to use the water to warm her stomach, but after getting the water, she found that the straw on the lid of the cup could not be pulled off, and if it was placed horizontally, the water inside would flow out through the straw. She stared silently at the glass in her hand that was shining with colorful light for a while, took a deep breath, poured out some of the water in it, and filled it with some cold water. The tabletop trembled. Sunny put the water cup in front of him, looked at his listless appearance, and raised his chin. "Drink." After saying this word, she left. Anthony suddenly felt a little sad. He hung his head and sucked a little water through the straw. The water temperature was just right. He then picked up the cup and started drinking. He didn't drink too much, and then he leaned over the table, holding his aching abdomen. "Someone touched my arm again." Anthony looked up and saw that it was Sunny again. "Keep it warm in your hands." Still in a commanding tone. She was holding a water glass, her own. Anthony saw her use it last semester. So Anthony took it in his hand. She looked at it for a while, then said, "Put it on your stomach to keep it warm." Anthony hesitated. Sunny was a little impatient. "Hurry up, it will get cold soon." Anthony then pressed her water cup against her stomach through her school uniform. The warmth came, and the pain seemed to ease a lot. Anthony let out a small, comfortable sigh. Like a little animal, Sunny looked at his furry head, and her eyes gradually softened. "It's time to be a little bit better. Go to sleep," she said. Anthony nodded and closed his eyes. Sunny didn't leave either. She didn't sit directly in Jiang Yao's seat. Instead, she moved the stool that the teacher usually sat on from the podium and placed it in the aisle next to Anthony's desk. She gently picked up a book of real joint entrance examination questions from his desk and started to look through it. Students from Class 10 came back one after another and found the class as quiet as a chicken. They thought the teacher was there. After looking around, the teacher didn't see it, but the student union president sitting under the podium saw one. The two girls sitting at the back of the classroom covered their faces with books and whispered to each other. What the hell? What is she doing? She's just standing by while Anthony is asleep. You were bored and took out Anthony's homework to correct it? My mom is like this even in class. I have no doubt that she is a wife-loving man after marriage. Wow, I envy Anthony so much. Why don't I have a childhood sweetheart like him? So sweet. I understand why there are a couple posts about them on the forum. Sunny didn't sit there for too long before Jiang Yao returned to class. He was stunned when he saw that the class was quiet and thought that some teacher was there. So he quickly slipped to his seat and sat down. After I sat down and turned my head, I happened to meet the eyes of a certain chairman. Oh shit! Jiang Yao took a deep breath. He was almost scared to death. Sunny lowered her voice and asked Jiang Yao to take out the cup of water that Anthony used to warm his stomach. She went to the back door to get another cup of hot water and asked him to put it back. After doing all this, she put the stool back on the podium, picked up the 4 bottles of drinks on Anthony's desk, and left class 10. Gradually, there were voices of people talking in the class, but the voices were low and not loud. Anthony was awakened by the heat. He felt like he was being steamed in a big steamer. He opened his eyes blurrily, and it took him a long time to realize that he was in class. His sleeves were soaked with sweat. In his other hand, he held a hot water cup against his abdomen. He pushed back his bangs and put the water cup on the table. Jiang Yao asked lazily, "Are you awake?" Anthony turned his head and looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost time to go home from school. He nodded, subconsciously unscrewed the water cup, and when he was about to put it into his mouth, he suddenly realized what was happening and stopped. Then screwed the lid of the cup back on. "What's wrong with you? I didn't see you like this in the playground this afternoon." Jiang Yao asked. Anthony said, "Maybe I'm too tired." There was still some time left, and he didn't want to waste it. So he took out the exercise book on the table and prepared to do a few more questions. Read words on the latest pages that did not belong to him. The pages that he hadn't had time to check his answers on had already been marked, with a random slash through the wrong questions and the key words in the questions highlighted. For some sentences that do not have keywords, just write a few words in the blank space next to them to remind him where he went wrong. In an instant, it seemed as if I was back to last semester. Sometimes when Sunny had nothing to do, he would take out the questions he had finished and pick out all the wrong ones. At the beginning, I wrote it in great detail, and then later on I just wrote a few words to give him some pointers, and that was it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Yao also saw it, sighed for a while, and said nothing. Anthony's wandering thoughts were pulled back. He lowered his eyes, picked up the pen, and started from the first page she had corrected, carefully counting the wrong questions. One you hate's going to the hospital. She stood at the hospital gate, carrying a lunchbox, wearing a mask tightly, and walked into the inpatient department with a frown. When I opened the door of the ward, the doctor was explaining by the bed, "Your symptoms are mild, not serious. You can stay in the hospital for another day or 2 for observation. If there are no special symptoms, you can go home for further observation." Song Yingjing sat on the bed with a bandage on her head. She was not wearing glasses and her eyes were a little light. She said gently, "Thank you, doctor." The doctor nodded and walked out with the medical records. Yu walked in. "Let's eat." She put the lunchbox on the table. "Thank you." Song Yingjing was not annoyed. He sat up straighter and opened the lunchbox in the plastic bag. There was a pause. A box of rice, a plate of braised pork, a box of sweet and sour fish fillets, and a box of pork head. Yu frowned. "Why? You don't eat meat." Song Yingjing suddenly found it a little funny. She was still dizzy and her voice was a little weak, sounding light and fluttery. "Senior, did Brother Tao also give you these when you had a stomachache?" "This is the same." Yu frowned even more tightly. "You hit your head. Don't you need to repair it?" So she specially bought a box of pig heads. Yu has never taken care of anyone. It's so annoying. I thought it would be better if I just fell down the stairs, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. Song Yingjing obviously sensed her irritation. She didn't say anything but looked up and smiled. "Thank you, but you don't have to bring me food. There are food stalls on every floor of the hospital. I can buy it myself." Yu couldn't ask for more. But she remembered that she had a stomachache in the morning and went downstairs to look for medicine. She didn't pay attention to the steps and fell down. It was Song Yingjing who cushioned her. She couldn't say it anymore. Bother. After a while, let Tao Xing fire her. The smell of hospital disinfectant was pungent. Yu couldn't stand it any longer and reached out to her. "Give me your phone." Chapter 187, I'm on duty today. Song Yingjing didn't know what she was going to do, but he still handed the phone over. This phone looks a bit old. The paint on the two corners at the bottom has been worn off, but it's very clean and there are no cracks. It can be seen that the owner of the machine is a civilized person. Unlike these hooligans who fight all day and frequently change their cell phone protective films and back covers. Password. One you asked. Song Yingjing shook his head. There is no password. One you swiped his finger and it really opened. She said nothing, found the contact, and entered her phone number. Call me if you have any problems. I paid $3,000 for the hospitalization fee. You can stay as long as you want. If it's not enough, come and ask me for more. She originally wrote her own name in the note, but just as she typed it, she remembered something and deleted the two words Ruanyu that had already been written and changed it to a new name. No, boss. She put down her phone and saw Song Yingjing looking at her. What? I'm not your boss. Ruanyu threw the phone on her bed, thinking she was dissatisfied, and asked in a calm voice. Song Yingjing shook his head. It's almost time. You should go to class. Ruanyu looked at her as if she was crazy. When did she go to class? Ruanyu touched the mask to make the iron wire fit his nose better, then left the ward with his school uniform. Take a shit class and go back to sleep. Ruanyu. Someone suddenly called her from behind. Ruanyu turned his head. The notebook where she usually wrote down names from her coat pocket. If your name is written down again, you will have to read your self-criticism under the flag stand next week. Are you sick? This was the first time Ruanyu had met such a person. You still keep your name outside of school? I don't usually remember it. Song Yingjing gently took out a red shoulder badge from his school uniform pocket. The three words Disciplinary Inspection Department on it sparkled in the sun. I'm on duty today. She was answered by the thump of a door slamming shut. Neuropathy. Her name in the notebook. The 3-day sports meet is over. Zhang Yao was the only one in Class 10 who won the first place. The others did not make it into the top 5 and basically hovered between the middle and bottom. But at least there is a first. The sports teacher excitedly held up the certificate. She put a stool on the desk, built a ladder, stood on it, turned her head, and asked the person holding the stool below, How about sticking it here? Is it crooked? A little to the left, a little to the left. It's over, turn right a little? Okay, right there, post it. Zhang Yao was chewing spicy noodles while sitting on his desk, watching them fiddling with their award certificates. He didn't care about the award certificate or anything like that. This thing was obtained by the sports committee from the education department. Zhang Yao saw that she seemed to be quite fond of it, so he gave it to her directly. After eating for a while, it was too spicy. Zhang Yao's hands were covered with chili oil. He wanted to drink some water to wash away the spiciness, but when he turned around, he saw that the water cup was empty. He nudged Anthony with his elbow. Anthony, are you busy? Get me a glass of water. Anthony was indeed not busy, and he had just finished his water, so he took the 2 cups of water and went to the back door to get some water. A few girls gathered at the back door and chattered about a brand of new clothes and cosmetics. Anthony overheard them while getting some water, but the words went in one ear and out the other, and he forgot about them the moment he heard them. He filled up 2 glasses of water and was about to leave when one of the girls called out to him, Anthony. Anthony looked over. He knew the girl's name, but he wasn't very familiar with her. The girl looked at the cup in his hand and exclaimed, Your cup is so beautiful. Did you buy it online? Do you have a link? Anthony lowered his head and looked at his water glass. No, someone else gave it to me, he said. After saying that, he couldn't help but take another look. I think it's pretty good too. Let me see what brand it is, and then I'll search it online myself. The girl came over and looked at his water cup for a while. I couldn't find the brand name, but there was a dark pattern on the bottom of the cup that looked like a logo. It was a simple drawing of a swan with the letter Z in the middle. It should be the brand. Okay, I'll remember it and search it later. The girl returned the cup to him and muttered, It looks familiar. Maybe I've bought something from this store before. It was also the first time that Anthony discovered the dark patterns on the bottom of the cup. He looked at the swan icon and thought it looked a bit like the swan on the pen that Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang gave him. Maybe it belongs to the same store. Because the water cup was given by Sonny. After class yesterday, he came back from the toilet and found a water cup on his desk. A plastic cup that looks very girly, but it has a very textured feel. It feels frosted, and there are slight undulations on the wall of the cup. It will also reflect various gorgeous lights under the sunlight. The glass water cup with the straw was gone. A sticky note was stuck on the nice plastic cup. The words written in black pen were powerful and powerful. Disinfected. Don't buy those things that look good, but are not useful. There was no signature, but Anthony instantly recognized it as Sonny's handwriting. It's also Sonny's tone. Anthony tore off the sticky note and stuck it on the table. He meaningfully for a while. Anthony calmly explained, remind myself. Buy less things that look good but are not practical. The girl at the back door waited for Anthony to leave, then took out her phone to look up what brand it was. He was chatting with took a look at his screen and was a little speechless. The icon is a Swan water cup brand? Can this be searched? I think so. This icon looks so familiar. I must have seen it somewhere. Maybe I even bought it. Waited for a while. I found it. He clicked on the flagship store of this brand. His expression suddenly froze. This homepage, isn't it selling jewelry? It's also selling water cups? Another girl also looked over. Both of them froze in silence. Look at each other. Are you sure you bought this brand? I don't think I'll ever buy one in my lifetime. This is just a plastic cup. Are you serious about the price tag? What idiot would buy it? Look at the lower right corner again. Monthly sales one. Someone actually bought it. The girl clicked on the comment. There are only 3 comments in total. The first 2 were all positive by default, and only the latest one is from this month. Z asterisk 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 3. Well, the quality is okay. I dropped it on the ground to try, and it didn't break. Seriously, bro? Have you ever thought about what would happen if you dropped it on the ground and it broke? The girl looked in Anthony's direction. Default profile picture, default nickname. This person is not the one who gave Anthony the water cup, right? Of course they won't know the answer. After the sports meet, I had 2 days of classes, and then it was the weekend again. When Anthony got home, his parents were in the living room watching TV. He could hear applause in the background, like it was some party. Anthony went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and when he came out, he went to the kitchen to pour a glass of milk. He walked behind the sofa and saw a play being performed at the party. It looks oddly familiar. Anthony opened his eyes wide and looked at the TV in disbelief. This is the cultural performance of their school last month. This is the play he acted in. The gentle king and the charming queen wearing glasses on TV look very photogenic. He appears in the next scene. This. He pointed at the TV and stammered. It was broadcast by the city TV station. Father Su turned around and smiled. Are there many girls who like Xiao Jing in your school? Anthony felt uncomfortable when he thought about his turn to recite those corny lines. He wanted to escape from the living room, so he nodded casually. Of course, Ing Jing is good-looking, good at studying, and has a good personality. Many people like him. Mom and Dad, I'm going upstairs to do my homework. What's the hurry? Mother Su also turned her head. He still had a mask on his face and looked a little expressionless. What about you? Do many people like you? Anthony was stunned, wondering why his mother suddenly told him this. Father Su said, Hey, you're still a kid. Why are you asking so directly? Mother Su looked at Father Su and said, He definitely doesn't have as many as I do. When I was in high school, I would always find an extra love letter in my desk pocket after going to the toilet. Father Su shook his head and said, You must have remembered it wrongly. With your temper, who would dare to hand you a love letter? At that time, some people in our dormitory even speculated whether your ancestor was a queen. Otherwise, why would you act like a queen all day long? Mother Su tore off the mask, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. This time she was expressionless. Su Tianong, say it again. Father Su admitted his mistake cheerfully. I remembered it wrongly. The love letter you left when you went to the toilet must have been written by me. Oh, everyone said that Bai Jing from class 1 was the most beautiful girl on campus, so I went over to take a look at her and was completely captivated. I wanted to confess my feelings to you, but didn't dare, so I wrote a love letter and secretly put it in your desk pocket when you left the classroom. Anthony was trying 3 things at once: drinking milk, listening to his parents quarreling, and watching TV. The scene where Snow White appeared was already playing on TV. He stared at himself on TV for a while. The more he watched, the more ashamed he felt. He was a little glad that his parents were so busy flirting that they forgot to watch TV. Suddenly, no one spoke. Anthony looked at his parents strangely. Mother Su held her chin with her lips straight as she looked at the TV screen. Dad Su was also watching TV. Once it was quiet, the sound of the TV became clearly audible. A nonchalant male voice said without much emotion, Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? The prop mirror in her hand flashed, revealing a photo of Anthony that the makeup artist had taken of him in the dressing room. Anthony covered his lips and almost spit out the milk in his mouth. How come he didn't know about this step? He only knew that the director had a sudden idea to make this sunglasses prop using an iPad. It was wrapped in a layer of white paper with lace painted on it, with a hole in the middle to reveal a screen with a preset magic mirror special effect. He thought that just touching it would produce special effects. They even posted his photo. However, Sue's father and mother's focus is obviously not on this. The queen is a man? Why do I feel that this voice is a little familiar? Mother Sue stared at the queen's charming face on TV. Chapter 188, I will save you. We have no choice but to sacrifice Sonny. Anthony leaned on the sofa between his parents and nodded gloatingly. Yes, this queen is played by Sonny brother. There was silence. Mother Sue didn't know what to say, and after a while she said, "It's quite beautiful." Father Sue accepted it quickly. "Sonny looks good." The three of them watched together for a while. When the scene ended and the curtain closed, the camera swept across the audience who were applauding enthusiastically. The camera zooms out, giving everyone a chance to show their faces. Then they saw that at the very edge of the last row, there was a boy with slightly long hair sitting sideways. His hair on his forehead almost covered his eyes, but it still couldn't hide his eye-catching looks. The lights flickered, and the light and shadow on her face also flickered. The camera seemed to have discovered the viewing code and deliberately kept her face in the center of the lens for a while. Anthony stood up slowly. "Did Ron you come to see his art performance?" The harmonious atmosphere in the living room suddenly froze. "Anthony, has she looked for you?" Mother Sue asked calmly. Anthony hesitated for a moment. "No, they just spoke this week. But there was no way Ron you would come to see him." "That is true." However, this little hesitation was enough for Sue's mother to see something. So he turned off the TV and stood up from the sofa. "Have you seen her?" Mother Sue turned her head and looked at him with a cold face. Anthony was speechless. This time, Father Sue also looked over. "Anthony, what did I tell you? Don't associate with her anymore. Don't associate with her anymore." Mother Sue's tone suddenly became fierce, and she stepped forward and pressed Anthony's shoulders. "Why don't you listen? Can't you tell whether she is good or bad?" "Xiaojing, don't get angry with the child." Father Sue quickly restrained him and pulled his hands off Anthony's shoulders. Aunt Zhang heard the noise and came to the living room to take a look, then hurried to the counter to get the medicine. "What did you do when you saw her?" Mother Sue shook off Father Sue's hand, walked forward a few steps, lowered her head, and looked at Anthony with a crazy look in her eyes. "What did she do to you?" "She didn't do anything. She just bumped into me on the road." Anthony lowered his head. "She pretended not to see me." "Really?" Mother Sue half knelt on the ground and pressed Anthony's shoulder again. "Look into your mother's eyes and say it." So Anthony looked up into Sue's mother's eyes. He still lied. "We just met on the road. We didn't talk." Mother Sue's emotions did not ease up. She looked at Father Sue again and said fiercely, "Tianong, can you find someone to expel her from number 1 middle school? You can also change her school. There are other schools in the city. Why does she have to go to Yangming number 1 middle school?" Father Sue came over and held him down again. In the expectant eyes of Mother Sue, her expression was very calm. "Xiao Jing, she worked hard to get into this school. You can't do this to a child." "Is she a child?" "She is a devil. Anthony is your daughter. Do you want to see Anthony being pushed into the water by her again?" Mother Sue yelled. Father Sue didn't say anything, but held his back to help him calm down. Mother Sue's chest was heaving violently. Her hand was on her forehead, and her face was pale. Aunt Zhang came over with medicine and hot water, and Father Sue helped him sit down and let him take the medicine first. "Anthony, go upstairs first," said Sue's father. Anthony hesitated for a moment, looked at his mother who was taking medicine, then looked at his father who was frowning but speaking in a gentle tone, bit his lower lip, and went upstairs lightly, holding the railing. "My mother can't stand noisy noises when she has an attack, so all the furniture in the house is noise-proofed. And when she was sick, the weather was foggy and overcast, with the sun obscured by dark clouds and occasional sunlight pouring through the clouds. It looks like it's going to rain." A swimming pool was built in the yard. The water was not deep, and there were more than a dozen toy ducks of different sizes floating on it. The little girl squatted by the swimming pool, holding one duck in her arms and another at her feet, paddling the water with her little hands to line up the ducks. A boy who was not much older than him stood beside him, with his eyes lowered, and his expression could not be seen clearly. "Do you want to play?" The little girl looked up and blinked her big eyes. The boy didn't say anything. The girl turned her head back and continued paddling the ducks to make them line up and swim forward. A long time passed. "Can I push you?" The boy raised his eyes. She was looking at the calm water with a somewhat obsessed look in her eyes. The girl was stunned and turned her head to look at her. Her eyes were dark and a little sinister, and she looked at the little girl who was playing with ducks by the water. "I will save you. I just want to kill you once to try." She licked the corner of her lips. Just try. The girl looked at the not very deep water, hugged the duck, and said, "But I can swim." "Really?" She tilted her head, suddenly stretched out her hand, and pushed him down. He was not prepared and struggled in the water for a while. The boy looked at his struggling expression, smiled excitedly, but suddenly felt reluctant to let him go. When he was about to pull him out, he was suddenly slapped in the face. There was a splash sound and water splashed everywhere. Someone had already jumped into the water to rescue people. "What are you doing?" The girl was quickly fished out, having choked on some water. She was then wrapped in layers of towels by the adults with concern, like a princess. "What are you doing here?" "Why don't you just die?" said the woman. "Why don't you just die?" Ruanyu suddenly opened his eyes. It was pitch black all around. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling for a long time. She seldom dreams. Ruanyu lifted his bangs, took out his cell phone from under the pillow, turned on the screen, and took a look. 3:30 in the morning. She couldn't stand the sweaty mattress. So she got up from the bed, tore off all the sweat-soaked sheets and pillows, pushed open the attic door, and walked downstairs. There was no need to turn on the lights. With her good night vision, she found the toilet directly, threw the bedding in her arms into the washing machine, and planned to sleep on the sofa downstairs for the rest of the time. Ruanyu went back to the room and got a thin quilt. Before he reached the sofa, he threw it over. After watching the quilt fall on the sofa, he turned and went to the refrigerator to get a Coke. "Brother Tao doesn't let you drink Coke." Suddenly someone said behind me. Ruanyu's hand trembled as he touched the Coke bottle, and he turned back suddenly. There was a head resting on the sofa, with gauze wrapped around it, and the person looked a little sleepy. Ruanyu was not afraid of such things, but he was also frightened for a moment and frowned fiercely. Then he saw the head slowly rising up, revealing the neck and the shirt collar button to the top. Ruanyu stuffed the Coke back into the refrigerator with an expressionless face and wanted to go over and beat Song Ingjing up. Song Ingjing rubbed her eyes. She had just been woken up by a quilt thrown on her head, and her vision was still a little blurry. Chapter 189. Brother, do you want some water? Ruanyu had really planned to beat up Song Ingjing, since she had disliked her for a long time. If I hadn't seen the gauze wrapped around her head. She took a deep breath and pressed her temple. "Why are you here?" Song Ingjing stood up, folded her quilt, and put it on the sofa. "The doctor said you could be discharged from the hospital, so I came here." "Then why don't you go home?" Her face clearly showed that you are not welcome here. But Song Ingjing didn't wear glasses, and there was no light in the room, so I couldn't see her expression. She lowered her head and searched for her glasses. "My grandparents are at home, and wearing this gauze will scare them." There was a light sneer from behind. Song Ingjing saw her coming over from the corner of his eye and stopped beside him. Song Ingjing raised his eyes. Ruan Yuxiang stretched out a hand with a pair of glasses hooked on his fingertips. "You can choose to continue staying in the hospital." Ruan Yu's voice was cold. Song Ingjing put on his glasses, heard the implication of her words, and remembered the quilt she threw on the sofa. So he said softly, "You go to sleep, I'll do my homework." Ruan Yu glanced at the street outside the store's window. "Make sure it is 3:30 in the morning and not 3:30 in the afternoon." She turned her head and said sarcastically, "You'd better get the top score in the exam." Song Ingjing curved his eyes. Senior 2. Ruanyu felt that he was being ridiculed. She was too lazy to talk anymore, and went upstairs holding the quilt. When she turned to the stairs to the second floor, she turned her head and looked down. Song Ingjing didn't lie back down. Instead, he turned on a light on the workbench, took out a test paper from his school bag, and started working on it. Neuropathy. Ruanyu withdrew his gaze. No words were spoken that night. In the morning, Anthony went downstairs quietly. Father Sue was sitting on the sofa, apparently waiting for him. "I told Sonny that you won't be going for a morning run this morning." She asked Anthony to sit down. "Anthony, Dad wants to talk to you about Ruanyu." Anthony looked upstairs and asked, "Where's Mom?" "He took the medicine last night and went to sleep. He hasn't woken up yet." Anthony said, "Oh, Anthony, have you really never spoken to Ruanyu?" Sue's father asked. Anthony hesitated and shook his head slightly. "I met her, and I wanted to talk to her, but she didn't want to talk to me." After a pause, Anthony lowered his head and said, "I don't think she is bad." Father Sue pondered and said nothing. The longer the silence lasted, the more Anthony felt that his father wanted to say something to him. "Anthony." Father Sue finally spoke. "A person's nature is very complex and cannot be defined simply as good or bad. You are still young, and there are many things you cannot understand. Dad hopes that you can listen to Mom for the time being and not take the initiative to contact Ruanyu. Let Dad handle the matter between her and Mom." "How to solve it?" Anthony pulled the corner of his mouth bitterly. Father Sue seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it so that he could accept it better. You should study hard now and forget about this person for now. Don't talk to her if you meet her on the road. Although I don't agree with Mom's idea of letting her leave school, Anthony, you also know that she has never been very accepting of you. What's more, you have a criminal record. Dad is really worried that she might be angered by something and do something bad to you. Anthony lowered his eyes and said softly, "She won't hurt me." Huh? Father Sue didn't hear it. "I won't go to her again." Anthony raised his head but said stubbornly, "But she won't hurt me." Both his parents think he knows nothing. Maybe he really doesn't understand. But he could feel that Ruanyu was not always so bad. Smoking, fighting, drinking, and skipping classes. She wasn't always like this. There were moments when she would laugh happily, tease him, and long for love from her mother. Ruanyu would never hurt him. Because he can sense it. Because he is my brother. Anthony couldn't remember how old he was when there was another person in the family. She appeared suddenly. She was standing in the yard. Her hair was so long that it almost covered her eyes. She was silent and calm as she looked around. Mom and Dad were talking in low voices in the living room, but from their expressions, they looked like they were arguing. Anthony came downstairs carrying his kettle and walked into the yard. Neither his parents noticed him. He looked at the man in the yard. The man was also looking at him. "Aren't you coming in?" asked Anthony. The boy tilted his head and looked at him, but said nothing. There was wind in the yard, and her hair was blown up a little, revealing a pair of dark eyes. Anthony thought she had beautiful eyes, as beautiful as Mom's eyes. Anthony liked his mother's eyes, so he liked this man's eyes too. The boy looked past him into the house and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is that your mother?" Anthony glanced back and nodded. She asked again, "Is that your father?" Anthony didn't need to look and nodded again. The boy said nothing more. This time Anthony asked, "Who are you?" Him expressionlessly. For a long, long time. It was so long that Anthony felt a little bored and wanted to go play somewhere else in the yard. Then she finally said, "I'm your brother. Those older than him are his brothers." Anthony nodded, and seeing that her lips were dry, he handed her the kettle. "Brother, do you want some water?" The boy lowered his eyes and looked at his kettle for a long time before he took it, unscrewed the lid, and quickly drank up the water in the kettle. The noise in the living room grew louder. "I shouldn't have given birth to her. I can't when I see her face. I remember. The child is innocent." "No." Anthony didn't understand, but he could sense that his brother next to him looked confused and sad. "Why doesn't he want me? Did someone complain to him?" she said to herself. Anthony still didn't understand. At this time, his parents had already discovered him. His mother came out and asked his aunt to take him back to his room to play. "It was a long time before I saw this brother again." His parents took him to a school far away. The road to school was bumpy, and Anthony didn't like staying in the car, so he asked his father where they were going. Dad said, "Come and take my brother home." Anthony didn't know which brother it was. The bad guy who lived next door to them was his brother. "The boys that Dad occasionally brings home for dinner are also my brothers." Anthony stopped talking and asked his father to play with him. Dad is always busy, and they rarely have time to spend together. When they arrived at the school, the people there took them to show the classrooms one by one. When they reached the last classroom, Anthony recognized at a glance that the boy sitting against the wall was the one who had come to their house last time. Because she has a pair of eyes exactly like her mother's. Showed them around, said, "That child, I'm not lying to you. She is a little withdrawn and doesn't fit in with the group. Some people thought she was pretty and wanted to keep her, but she didn't want to leave. So she started to make trouble, biting and kicking people, and she wouldn't let go even when blood was drawn. She ran away once, and when she came back, she became even stranger. She's a child, but she always makes people feel gloomy. We asked the school doctor to see her, and he said the teacher pointed and said, she has a problem here." That was all Anthony heard before his father asked another teacher to take him away. On the way back, there were 4 people in the car. Dad was right, they really brought a brother home. Anthony didn't know why he suddenly had a brother, but he was very happy to have someone to play with. It was summer vacation at that time, and he had only one friend living near his home. But that person had gone to some math summer camp and was away from home for the entire summer. How can anyone like math? Dad said that the new brother was shy and didn't like to go out. Anthony was afraid that she would be bored alone, so he always went to look for her. His brother usually ignored him and wrote and drew lines on the small blackboard every day that he couldn't understand. Erase it when you were done drawing. This went on for a long time. One day, Anthony was playing with building blocks in her room and watched her finish drawing on the entire blackboard and then prepare to erase it. "Eyes," said Anthony. His brother turned and looked at him. "What?" She seldom spoke, and usually she ignored Anthony when he spoke to her, but this time she spoke. Anthony looked at the small blackboard and the scribbles on it and said with certainty, "You are drawing eyes. Mom's eyes, your eyes." "How do you know?" "I just know it." Anthony remembered that was the first time Wanyu smiled at him. That afternoon, as a reward, Wanyu did not erase the blackboard but drew a few more symbols on it. She said, "It's you, your eyes." After saying that, she put her hand on his head and rubbed it gently. "The good memories only stay here." Dad used to be always busy at work, but this month Anthony suddenly noticed that she was spending more and more time at home. Meanwhile, Mom was becoming more and more weird. Like his brother, he began to like staying in his room and not coming out. Anthony often saw him talking to himself. He seemed very afraid of seeing his brother and would eat in his room. One day, my mother suddenly said that she wanted to take my brother to buy clothes. Anthony wanted to go, too, but his mother said he already had so many clothes that they couldn't fit them all in his closet. Anthony felt aggrieved, and he also wanted new clothes. Mom went to drive the car, and her brother stood in the living room. She finally looked a little happy, smiled at him again, and said softly, "Mom bought it for me today. Next time I should buy it for you." Anthony said, "My sister's mother is called Annie." "No." Wanyu squatted down and shook his head at him. "My sister's mother is called Mother. Anthony would like to have another brother, because my brother would draw his eyes right in the middle of the blackboard, between her eyes and her mother's." He watched his brother get into his mother's car and quickly disappear. It was dark when Dad came back, but Mom and brother didn't. Dad said Mom's car broke down and needed to be repaired, so he wouldn't be back for a few days. Dad never lied to him, but a few days later, only his brother came back. "My brother has become very strange." There were several more wounds on her face, and her eyes became dark, like two whirlpools with no bottom in sight. Chapter 190, I Will Save You. She stopped talking too. She erased the previous drawing on the blackboard and began to draw some wild and messy lines, which Anthony could not understand this time. He wanted to find his mother, but his father said his mother was sick and asked him if he was willing to take care of her. "Of course." Anthony asked, "Brother, aren't you going?" Dad rubbed his head and said nothing. Anthony could tell something was different at home, but no one told him what was happening. He was sent to the hospital by his father. His mother was sitting on the hospital bed. She didn't look sick, but she had to take a lot of medicine every day. He forgot how long he stayed there, but finally his mother was discharged from the hospital, and he went home with her. There are many people at home, including Grandpa, Uncle, and Aunt. "Do you know how much she is like that guy? That guy's a pervert. So is she." The child is just a little withdrawn. The adults wanted to talk about something, and Anthony was asked to stay in the yard. So he had to play with the duck toy his aunt gave him. His brother was outside too, watching him play. There was a swimming pool in the yard. The water was not deep, and his toys were floating in it. He wanted his brother to play with him, but his brother ignored him. Fortunately, he had a lot of fun playing alone. "Can I push you?" my brother suddenly said. Anthony looked at the sky. It was gloomy. "Does my brother want to swim?" "But he doesn't want to swim because it's too cold." "I want to try to kill you." Anthony remembers her saying, "I'll save you." The memory stops abruptly. Wanyu never appeared in this house again. It was a long time later that Anthony slowly realized that his mother did not take his brother to buy clothes that day. He drove his car, broke through the railings on the bridge, and threw it into the lake, but gave up at the last moment. Anthony went upstairs and locked the door. Then he went to the balcony and pulled out a box from under the external air conditioner cabinet. There was a blackboard in the box, which he had sealed with wax, and the contents on it are still well preserved. After Wanyu left his house, Anthony sneaked in and took it away when the workers were renovating her room. It is covered with various symbols painted with white chalk. Anthony has been looking it up online over the years and has found that it does not belong to any culture but was created by Wanyu himself. She herself never understood her paintings, but that time her eyes just came out spontaneously. Anthony even tried his best to send an email to a painter in an elementary school reading material. The painter actually replied to him, but with only 2 words: hell. Anthony touched the border of the blackboard. "Hell doesn't matter," she said. "I will save you. I will save you." Anthony called Song Ingjing. "I'm sorry, Dad." He went back on his word right after he made the promise. "Brother Ingjing, can you help me look up someone's address in the school system?" An hour later, Anthony stood under the huge plaque on the city's cultural street. watching the people coming and going on the street and the man walking towards him. "Brother, what's wrong with your head?" Anthony asked blankly. "I accidentally fell and hit my head. The bandage the doctor gave me is a bit exaggerated." Song Ingjing stood in front of him. "Let's go." Anthony looked at the street in front of him, still in disbelief. Earlier on the phone, as soon as he mentioned Wan Yu's name, Ingjing said, "Come on, come to Wenhua Street to find me. I'm right here at Wan Yu's place." Song Ingjing was very familiar with her family and knew a little about their family. He knew that he had a half-brother and that this brother also went to this school. Anthony didn't expect that she also knew that this person was Wan Yu. What I didn't expect was that she worked part-time right where Wan Yu lived. They walked around in Wenhua Street. Anthony asked her how she knew. Song Ingjing replied, "My eyes." Anthony was stunned. "Huh?" "I happened to find her climbing over the wall. The first thing I noticed when I saw her was her eyes." Song Ingjing stopped, faced Anthony, leaned over slightly, and got close to his face. Anthony looked at her in confusion. "Annie, you and she both have a pair of very similar eyes. I recognized them at the first sight." Song Ingjing smiled with his eyes bent. "Let's go. While my head injury is still healed, I'll take you to see her. If it were any other time, she would really beat me up." The two walked to a wooden house in the middle of the street. It was a small 3-story building. There was a plaque on the first floor that read, "Tao Wood Carving." The second floor was nothing special, and the third floor was a pointed attic. The whole house looked a bit old. Song Ingjing suddenly stopped and warned, "By the way, don't call me brother when you get inside." Anthony was also afraid of getting her into trouble. "Why don't you go in first? I can pretend to be a tourist." "It's not because of this." Song Ingjing smiled gently. "I just think that she might not be willing to hear you call me brother." Song Ingjing walked into the store first. Anthony was suddenly a little nervous about seeing Wan Yu again and stood at the door looking inside. The decoration of the wood-carving shop is also very old-fashioned. It is not antique but very down-to-earth. There are several cabinets filled with small wooden carvings and a counter with cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks. The remaining half of the shop is like a living room with a TV, sofa, refrigerator, and table. The TV is still the old-fashioned big one, and it is playing a skit from last year's Spring Festival Gala. She is not in the store. She usually stays in the attic or the studio on the second floor, said Song Ingjing. There were no customers in the store. Tao Xing was watching TV on a recliner behind the cash register. Hearing the noise, he looked up and asked in a complicated accent similar to that of the vendors on the street, "Girl, do you want to buy anything? This person should be the boss." She looks like a young person, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, with a crew cut and slightly sparse hair. She looks a bit like a college graduate working in IT. Song Ingjing answered for him. "He is not a customer. He is looking for someone." Anthony nodded. Tao Xing stood up and looked at the two of them and switched to Mandarin again. "Xiao Jing, is this your friend?" Song Ingjing nodded and asked, "Where is the senior?" "She went out after you went out just now, and a few of her friends came to see her." "What a coincidence. When will she come back?" Anthony couldn't help asking. Tao Xing told the truth. "Probably the late night tonight or the late night tomorrow." Tao Xing looked at his expression and suddenly had a strange thought. "Girl, are you her ex?" "Previous what?" Anthony was confused and looked at Song Ingjing. Song Ingjing didn't understand either and looked at Tao Xing. Tao Xing said, "Xiao Jing, if Ruan comes back and sees you bringing her ex-girlfriend here, she will beat you up." Song Ingjing paused, then continued, "He is not." After saying that, he felt that it was about the same and chuckled. "It seems to be more serious than the ex-girlfriend. I would probably want to beat her to death." Chapter 191. His brother is a scumbag. To be honest, Tao Xing actually knew where they usually went to play, but she felt that Ruan wouldn't want anyone else to look for her, so she kept silent. Song Ingjing sighed softly and hid it from Anthony. "It's a coincidence. I didn't expect her to go out at that time." Anthony was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it. "It's okay. I'll come see her next time." "A suitor?" Tao Xing asked with great interest. Why did the girl fall for Erwan? Her last boyfriend almost reported her to the police for fraud. Anthony didn't say whether it was true or not, but curiously asked, "Why did you sue her for fraud?" Ruan Yu's shitty stories were spread all over by all her friends and spread far and wide. Seeing that he seemed to be quite familiar with Song Yingjing, Tao Xing just told it for fun. Ruan is such a scumbag. She usually has two purposes in looking for a girlfriend, to help her write a self-criticism and to help her mark her name. The last time I helped her write a self-criticism, it turned out to be too good, so she dumped me. "Girl, you and she are from the same school, right? If you want to try to be a volunteer, You can find a way to join the discipline inspection department. Whenever she needs your help, it's almost done. But of course, they break up quickly. Anthony glanced at Song Ingjing. Song Ingjing suddenly realized something. No wonder I haven't seen the name Ruanyu before. It turns out that someone stopped me halfway. What do you mean? Tao Xing pulled a plate of peanuts from the glass counter and threw one into his mouth. Anthony pointed to the person next to him and said, "She is the head of the discipline inspection department of our school." Tao Xing choked on the peanuts in his throat. She coughed for a while and looked at Song Ingjing with a look of shock. "Xiao Jing, you are still the minister? I rely on a Ruan's shitty luck. Then she has you. Isn't it like having a cheat?" Strictly speaking, Song Ingjing pushed his glasses. "I just noted that she skipped classes a few days ago. She should go to the school flag-raising ceremony next Monday to read another self-criticism." Tao Xing obviously couldn't understand and looked bewildered. In the end, he said with difficulty, "I didn't expect that Xiao Jing is quite principled." Song Ingjing didn't say anything, just smiled gently. "But it's good that someone is supervising her going to school." Tao Xing suddenly sighed. Song Ingjing looked at Anthony and smiled slightly. "So she probably needs to find someone to help her write a self-criticism now." Anthony reacted and nodded quickly. "It's just writing a self-review. I can do it." "Do you really want to pursue her?" Tao Xing smacked his lips. Anthony felt that Tao Xing had deliberately said bad things about Ruanyu to him, so as to discourage him from having an affair with Ruanyu. Although she misunderstood, he had no intention of seducing Ruanyu. "But if this could bring me closer to Ruanyu," Anthony nodded. "I'm going to chase her." He suddenly had a good idea, so he asked immediately, "Does she accept online dating?" Tao Xing. Anthony is gone. Tao Xing looked at the phone number he left on the paper with a worried look on his face. "Xiao Jing, do you think there is really a generation gap between people who are older than me? I feel like I'm getting old and can't keep up with the pace of today's young people." Song Ingjing didn't expect it to turn out like this. He lowered his head and smiled while wiping the table. "Brother Tao, you are not old. Is this how you young people play now? Or is that bastard Ruanyu, who harms girls, really that attractive? I think that girl is pretty. Why is he so stupid that he has to write a self-criticism for her and have an online romance with her just to be with Ruan?" Song Ingjing said. "Maybe he is more introverted and embarrassed to see the senior's face." Tao Xing sighed. "If he can't see his face, then what's the point of him?" Tao Xing's prediction was wrong. Ruanyu came back before evening. She was on her way to pick up her daughter from the cram school. When she passed by her, she knew from the smell that she was going to some damn place with her bunch of friends again. Ruanyu has a very good alcohol tolerance and rarely gets drunk. He can still walk in a straight line, but when he gets into the house, he first lies down on the sofa, closes his eyes, frowns, and looks uncomfortable. Tao Xing turned back from the door, took out the hangover medicine and stomach medicine and brought them to her, sighing deeply. "Erwin, if you continue to act recklessly like this, you will end up in the hospital for 10 days or half a month sooner or later." Song Ingjing couldn't go home and was also in the store at the time, so he walked to the water dispenser, took some water from a disposable cup, and brought it over. Tao Xing looked at his watch and said, "Xiao Jing, take care of her. I have to go pick up my daughter. I'll come back after I send him home." "No need, I'm not drunk." Ruanyu opened his eyes. Song Ingjing also said, "Brother Tao, you go, no need to come back, I will take care of her." Ruanyu glanced at the gauze on her head and sneered. "That's fine. Call me if anything happens." Tao Xing was worried about her daughter being alone at home, but there was no place for them to sleep in the store, so she agreed, took the key and left, looking back every few steps. Song Ingjing looked at her. "Does your stomach feel uncomfortable?" Ruanyu ignored her. Song Ingjing squatted down and looked at the 2 packets of medicine that Tao Xing had taken out. "Which one did you take when you felt uncomfortable after drinking?" Ruanyu was a little annoyed by her buzzing. "I don't need to take medicine. Please leave me alone." Song Ingjing stopped talking and handed over the cup of water. Ruanyu didn't look at her. He took it and drank it, then handed the empty cup to Song Ingjing. She was used to Tao Xing's meticulous care and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "Young master," Song Ingjing said suddenly. She was not annoyed. There was a slight smile on the corner of her lips, which was very beautiful. Ruanyu was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and beat her, so he stood up with the help of the sofa and wanted to go upstairs. By the way, Song Ingjing was on the verge of being beaten by her and tested her frantically. "You have to make some time next Monday morning and show up." Ruanyu thought that it was another weird activity organized by the cultural street. If Tao Xing was busy with her daughter's affairs and didn't have time to go, she would have to go. She frowned and asked, "Is it a ribbon-cutting ceremony or a meeting? I didn't realize you have such a rich social life. But you're neither of those two." Song Yingjing's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he smiled and said, "Yangming number 1 middle school, you have to go to the flag stand and read your self-criticism at the flag-raising ceremony next Monday. Senior, have you dumped all the girlfriends in my department? You are the offender of the week again." This was the first time that Yu felt that he had such a good temper. Song Yingjing has offended her time and again, and now he can still jump around in front of her. Before she lost her temper, Song Yingjing took out another note. "Senior, a girl in my department wants to have an online relationship with you. As a condition, she is willing to write a self-criticism for you." Yu. On the way to school on Monday, Anthony was jumping and kicking stones as he walked forward, looking very happy. Sunny looked at him repeatedly and finally couldn't stand it anymore, so she held his shoulders and stopped him from walking in this bad habit. "Stop kicking." Anthony glanced sideways. Sunny said, "It's pitiful enough that it was born as a stone, and you kicked it." Anthony said sincerely, "Sunny, if you really have this kind of awareness, you can just become a monk. You will definitely be able to become an abbot or something." After saying that, he immersed himself in his own world again. He stopped kicking the stones, but continued to jump forward. "Are you happy?" Seeing that he had no intention of speaking for a long time, Sunny had to ask first. Anthony nodded and fell silent again. For the first time, Sunny discovered that he had the skill to kill a conversation. The last time he had this expression was when he looked at Nangong Garden. "Are you reading the book Zhou and gave you again?" Sunny asked again. "No." Anthony shook his head. "I returned all those books to him. He was too addicted. I was afraid I couldn't control myself." The two chatted idly until they reached the entrance of Class 10. Anthony waved at her without any regrets. "I'm going into the class now. See you after school." "You heartless girl." Sunny watched him enter the classroom, a hint of anger in her eyes, and walked towards Class 11. Anthony sat down at his seat. Zhang Yao had not arrived yet. The monitor saw him and asked him if something good had happened and why he was so happy. Anthony made up an excuse to get away with it. Was he so obvious about it? Anthony lowered his mouth and looked into the small mirror, making his usual expression. But there was still joy in his brows. He added Yu on WeChat last night. Yu also took the initiative to send him a message with 2 words on it: self-criticism. Anthony said that he had given the self-review directly to Song Yingjing, and it would be sent to her after the student union reviewed it. Anthony was still worried about whether he should make up a new identity or something, and also asking Jinga to collude with him to give a false testimony. Otherwise, it would be bad if he was exposed. As a result, after thinking a lot of random things, Yu simply didn't reply to him again. Without even asking for a name, Anthony felt that what the wood-carving shop owner said was quite realistic. Yu is a scumbag. His brother is a scumbag. It doesn't matter, he doesn't mind. As far as she could remember, except for that brief period when they were children, Anthony had never spoken to her in such a calm and peaceful manner again. She was so happy that she was full of energy and excitement during the entire morning reading. He had been thinking about sending her something else. He was afraid of disturbing her if he sent it too early, but he couldn't wait to send it at noon, so he brought his phone with him. Before the morning reading was over, he said hello to the monitor and ran to the toilet. Standing in the toilet cubicle with his phone, he nervously sent a single word: "Good morning." After sending the message, he began to think about how he would respond if his brother also replied with morning, and how he would respond if his brother replied with not so soon. He stood in the toilet for 5 minutes. No one replied. Anthony couldn't stay too long, so after making sure his phone was on silent mode, he went back to work. After morning reading, we go downstairs to attend the flag-raising ceremony. He put his cell phone in his bag. Anthony became extremely happy when he thought about his brother reading out the self-criticism he had written. He went downstairs early and stood at the front of the line. After the flag-raising ceremony, the school leaders gave a lengthy speech. When it was finally over, it was the turn of the top 5 disciplinary violators last week to read their self-criticisms. There was no such rule last semester. At the end of the semester, when the school was reviewing history and looking forward to the future, it was discovered that there were always a few violators of discipline who refused to change despite repeated admonitions. So the 3 grade directors of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade, together with several cadres from the Discipline Inspection Department, came up with this idea. Chapter 192, It's Time to Wake Up. Yu, who had been skipping classes, was the first to be hit because he dumped his ex-girlfriend who worked in the discipline inspection department and met the principal head of the discipline inspection department. It was too far away for Anthony to see the people under the flag stand, but he could hear the voices. The first one is Ruanyu. The emotionless voice was connected to the speakers on the teaching building through a microphone and echoed in the playground. Dear teachers, after this mistake, I feel deeply remorseful and guilty. I also realize that the consequences of my behavior are serious. The problem of skipping classes pointed out by the teacher is also what I feel most guilty about. The first sentence is wrong. Anthony was stunned, but he suppressed his emotions and listened to the whole story from beginning to end. This review was not written by him. Not a single word of it applies. Why not use the review he wrote? Anthony felt so wronged. After the flag-raising ceremony, the students returned to class. Zhang Yao went to buy some water, and Anthony went back to class alone. When he was going upstairs, someone came up to him. Have you reached menopause early? Sunny asked coldly. I was so excited in the morning, but after a morning reading, I was so excited. Anthony was completely drooped and had no interest in arguing with her. He just hummed and fell silent. When they reached the door of class 10, Anthony waved at her and was about to go in. Sunny pulled his braid to stop him from leaving. It's almost the end of the semester. Anthony was a little confused. He looked at the long sleeves and long pants they were wearing and didn't realize what month it was today. Why does he feel like the semester has just begun? There's only a month left, so it will be soon, right? Sunny said. Anthony had a complicated expression. The midterm exams have not even started yet. Yeah, Sunny seemed to smile. It turns out you're not stupid. Anthony chased her all the way into the classroom. This person, her seat was right next to the window, and she had never moved. Anthony held onto the window frame and watched her sit down in her seat fearlessly, with her elbows on the table, her hand stroking her chin, looking at him with a slight smugness. Many people from their class had already arrived, so Anthony had to go back to his own class. He had just taken a step outside when he heard her lazy voice behind him. It's such a long way, but you still insisted on sending me to the door of the class. But go to hell. Anthony turned his head, glared at her fiercely, then turned and entered his class through the back door. The first class is taught by the head teacher. He originally wanted to take out his cell phone to see if Ruanyu had replied to him, but when he saw that the teacher had already entered the classroom, he had to give up. He waited until the class was over and the teacher left before he secretly took out his cell phone from his school bag, quickly put it in his pocket, and ran to the bathroom. I turned on my phone, and there was not a single new message. Anthony refreshed the page to make sure it wasn't a network issue. When she didn't reply, Anthony took the initiative to ask, "Why don't you use the review I wrote?" After sending the message, he stood in the toilet cubicle for another 5 minutes, but still received no reply. He had no choice but to go back to class. For several days in a row, he went to the bathroom after almost every class. In the morning, he sent a good morning message to Ruanyu and then went to see if she had replied. In the evening, he sent her a good night message. Before going to bed, he would always glance at his phone from time to time, waiting for her reply. Of course, she didn't reply to any of them. Ruanyu had never posted anything on her moments, and her profile picture was not her photo, so Anthony couldn't tell whether he had added the wrong person. Finally, one day, when Anthony reached into his school bag again to hide his phone in his sleeve and tore off some toilet paper to cover it, Zhang Yao finally couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Anthony paused holding the phone. "What? You urinate frequently, urgently, and can't urinate completely?" Zhang Yao was puzzled. "You run to the toilet as soon as the get out of class is over. I haven't seen you drink much water." Anthony smiled awkwardly and made an excuse. "We bought a box of watermelons, and we've been eating a lot of them recently." Zhang Yao didn't dwell on this and continued. "Have you made a review plan for the exam?" Anthony was stunned. "What midterm exam? Didn't you hear what the head teacher said at the class meeting yesterday?" Zhang Yao stared at the dark circles under his eyes. "Anthony, I think you've been acting strange lately." "Why is it strange?" "You started to feel sleepy in class recently." "I've never seen you sleepy before." Zhang Yao said. "Anthony, I'm sorry to say that because you haven't seen what I was like last semester." "I think I'm in good shape," he denied. "You're not just sleepy, you're distracted." "Is there?" "Which period was the class meeting held yesterday?" Zhang Yao asked. Anthony thought about it. "I found that I really didn't have any impression of it." "Let's see." Zhang Yao glanced at him from head to toe. "Are you addicted to some game?" "No." He is obsessed with saving a heartless scumbag. But it seemed that from beginning to end it was just his self-touching emotion. Anthony lowered his head and was awakened by Zhang Yao's words. He slowly came to his senses. When is the exam? Anthony put the phone back and looked up. The Tuesday after next, in less than half a month. All right, the exam is the most important. It's time to wake up. When I get home at night, I put my phone back and never bring it with me again. He made up his mind, but God seemed to be playing tricks on him. During the break, Anthony went to the supermarket to buy an eraser, but he didn't know where he had thrown his eraser. When he came back, everyone around his seats was staring at him. What's wrong? He looked at Jiang Yao and suddenly had a bad feeling. Jiang Yao said, "The head teacher asked you to go to the office." He looked incredulous and lowered his voice. "When did you bring your phone here?" Anthony's face changed and he looked at the school bag in his desk. Jiang Yao continued, "Just now the homeroom teacher came over and said that there would be a hygiene inspection in the afternoon. So he asked the students on duty to do their duty now. When he was sweeping our row, he accidentally knocked your bag off. You didn't zip it up, so your phone slipped out. The homeroom teacher happened to see it." Anthony remembered that during the break of the last class, he was about to take his phone to the bathroom, but Jiang Yao made him change his mind. So he put the phone back and forgot to zip it up. He's a bit square. Go back when the head teacher tells you to. Be prepared, Jiang Yao said with pity and surprise. Why on earth did you bring your phone? I never thought you would bring a phone. So bring it. It's better for you to be caught by the head teacher than by that devil woman. Their class teacher, nicknamed the female devil, is extremely strict. Of course, Anthony knew it too, but he was not afraid of the teacher. He was just afraid that the teacher would tell his mother. Anthony passed by anxiously. He knocked on the office door, heard it come in, then pushed the door open and walked in. At this time, there are quite a lot of people in the office. All of them are students who come to see the teacher with questions or things. Their head teacher's desk was the one facing the door. Anthony didn't look at the others, but walked over and stood next to the desk, calling out, "Teacher Wong." Sunny was discussing a math problem with her class teacher. When she heard the noise, she looked back. Chapter 193, is it interesting? Wang Ruomei took out a cell phone from the drawer, put it on the table, and asked calmly, "Is this yours?" Anthony lowered his head, looked at the phone on the table, and nodded. "I just told you yesterday that the final exam will be the week after next. Why did you bring your phone today?" Wang Ruomei clasped her hands together and placed them on the desk. "Anthony, you have always been very disciplined. The teacher hopes you can give me a reason to bring your phone." Anthony pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. They were silent for a while. Wang Ruomei couldn't wait for a reply, so she asked again, "I see that you haven't been in good shape recently, and you feel sleepy in class. Is it because of too much pressure from studying?" Anthony hesitated, then nodded. Wang Ruomei's tone softened a little. "I know your mother's expectations of you are quite high, especially now that the midterm exam is coming up and the final exam is not far away. It's normal to be stressed, but there are many ways to relieve stress. You can play with your phone when you have time at home, but you must not be addicted to it, and you must not bring your phone to school." Anthony continued to nod. "Your grades have been very stable, and I am quite confident in you. This is just one time. Take your cell phone home after school today. Don't bring it here tomorrow or in the future," said Wang Ruomei. Anthony didn't expect it to be so easy, and the teacher didn't even scold him, so he quickly agreed. Wang Ruomei asked him some questions about his study and life, then gave him the phone and asked him to go back to class. Sunny had been multitasking and finally came to her senses at this moment. The teacher had written down the key steps for her. She took a look at them and quickly continued writing down the steps to work out the answer. The math teacher snapped his fingers. "Smart." Sunny said goodbye, stood up to collect his things, and humbly replied, "You are too kind. Don't go yet. I heard that you don't plan to take the college entrance examination, right?" The math teacher stopped her. Sunny nodded. "I plan to participate in independent enrollment in my second year of high school." "That's fine, you've already finished your studies, but it's a pity that our school's top science student is gone." The math teacher nodded half-jokingly. "What major do you plan to apply for in college?" "Physics," she replied. "It's physics." The math teacher looked a little regretful and nodded again. "Physics is good. Study hard and serve the country. By the way, I found a teacher for you. Although her major is not related to yours, she is actually very good at physics. If you have any questions, you can go to her." Sunny seemed to realize something and looked up at her. The math teacher tapped the table and said, "Principal Chun, you have met him, right?" Before Sunny returned to class, she told Anthony that the student union had something to do in the evening and she couldn't go home with him. Anthony agreed. After school, Sunny went downstairs without taking anything. However, she did not go to the student union. Instead, she stood behind the signboard on the side of Sakura Avenue. looking at the stairs she had just come down from. The crowd was surging, and students in school uniforms were walking out in twos and threes. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, she saw Anthony coming down with his school bag, walking towards the school gate alone. Sunny followed from a distance. Walking a long way out of the school gate, Sunny saw him walking and suddenly took out his cell phone and took a look at it. He walked while looking around and put his phone away after a while. He didn't take out his phone again until he reached the community and nothing else happened. When Sunny felt that she had done something stupid again, Anthony suddenly stopped at the door of his house and took out the cell phone from his coat pocket. His expression became visibly happy, and he even jumped a little. He held the phone and began typing away with both hands. Sunny couldn't see his screen clearly, but she was wondering, would Anthony bring his cell phone to school just to chat with Joey? Won't. Would he bring his cell phone to school just to chat with himself? You have to learn even if you don't know how. But she is here and her cell phone is at home, so it couldn't be her. As for the issue of studying being under great pressure, that was even more impossible. When his head teacher asked him, the expression on Anthony's face clearly said that it was not the case. But since you said so, I'll just agree to it. Sunny took a deep breath and felt that it was pointless to just stand there. He might as well go up and force a confession. As soon as he thought of this, Anthony ran home skipping. Sunny paused and looked for nothing. Never mind. Him tomorrow. She also turned around and went back to her home. After Anthony finished his meal, he returned to his room, took out his cell phone, and started reading the chat history between him and Ruan Yu. Just now, he received a WeChat message from Ruan Yu at his doorstep. Ruan Yu, you are so annoying. Well, even though I find him annoying, at least I replied. Anthony hadn't replied to her yet because he didn't know what to say. He had been thinking about what to reply while eating, and only now did he open WeChat again. Anthony, then I'll be quiet. Anthony, have you eaten? Anthony brings up the past. Why don't you use my review? At the same time, the underground garage of a bar. Ruan Yu kicked the person on the ground. The man twitched and held his stomach in pain. His face was bruised and his clothes were covered in dust. Ruan Yu licked the blood on the corner of her mouth, her eyes a little fanatical. When she was about to grab the man up again, Huang Mao called her. Oh, Ruan? Ruan Yu turned around. The yellow-haired man looked at the person on the ground and said with some reluctance, Okay, don't waste your time on this garbage. Ruan Yu didn't say anything and kicked her leg again. Someone nearby pulled Huang Mao and whispered. She asked for it. She was drunk and dared to tease Brother Ruan. Just now they were in a booth, and this man was extremely drunk. He first pulled the waiter and wouldn't let him leave. After being pulled away, he staggered behind Brother Ruan with a bottle of wine in his hand and whispered some obscene words in Brother Ruan's ear. He deserved to be beaten. Her expressionlessly and said, You know shit. Ruan Yu looked around, threw the man to the ground, walked to the wall, and got a fire extinguisher. The yellow-haired man turned his head, and his expression changed instantly. He ran over and grabbed her. Ruan. There was some blood splattered on Ruan Yu's face. His pupils were dark, and he looked at the person curled up on the ground with fascination, with a smile on the corner of his lips. Xiao Sun, take the garbage away. Quickly. The yellow-haired man stopped her and turned to yell at the people who were watching the fun. At this time, several people noticed that Ruan Yu's expression was not right. He was still holding a fire extinguisher in his hand, as if he had not fought enough. They were all scared and followed Huang Mao's instructions to drag the man on the ground away. Get out of the way. Ruan Yu pulled her. Huang Mao held her tightly and refused to let go. If you keep hitting me, you'll really go to jail? Ruan Yu frowned. The cell phone in Huang Mao's hand suddenly rang, then rang again, and then a third time. She was holding Ruan Yu's cell phone. Ruan Yu saw the screen light up, and the person she added a few days ago, who was probably a little mentally ill, asked, Why don't you use my review? I was suddenly pulled back to reality. The corners of Ruan Yu's mouth slowly lowered, and the fire extinguisher in his hand loosened and fell to the ground. The yellow-haired man breathed a sigh of relief, and when he felt that her struggle had stopped, he took a step back. Huang Mao also let go of his hand. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Ruan Yu frowned fiercely, and her stomach began to churn again. She pushed the yellow-haired man away, took 2 big steps, squatted on the ground, held onto the wall, and pinched her throat in nausea, but couldn't vomit anything. Huang Mao took Ruan Yu's phone and entered the password, then found Tao Xing's number and dialed it. Hello, Brother Tao. No matter who you are, let Tao Xing answer the phone. That's fine. Just make some porridge. I'll take Ruan back later. After hanging up the phone, Ruan Yu was exhausted. He sat on the ground with his head against the wall, half closed his eyes, staring at a few drops of blood splattered on the ground not far away. The yellow-haired man squatted down in front of her, blocking her line of sight, and put his arm around her shoulders. "Let's go." Song Ingjing brought out the porridge and felt that his part-time job was more like serving people than looking after the store. She was serving drink a mouthful of porridge and frowned critically. "No sugar. This is century egg and lean meat porridge," Song Ingjing said. "You also need to add sugar," said the young master. Song Ingjing reluctantly took the bowl away and put sugar in it. Watching her walk into the kitchen, Yu sat up from the sofa and took the phone that Song Ingjing had placed on the table. Without a password, she directly opened WeChat and entered a string of numbers in the address book. A friend page popped up with 2 words in the note: Anthony. Yu stared at the name for a few seconds and heard Song Ingjing's voice coming from the kitchen. "Senior, how many spoonfuls of sugar do you want?" She came to her senses, exited the WeChat interface, cleaned up the background, put the phone back in its place, and lay back on the sofa. 1/10 of a spoon. "Ruan Vayu said." Song Ingjing brought out the porridge again, his expression unchanged. "Drink it." Yu looked at the white porridge, took it and took a sip. Still salty. She quickly finished her porridge without saying a word, picked up her cell phone, and went upstairs. Song Ingjing watched her figure disappear at the stairs, shook his head, and took the empty bowl to the kitchen to wash it. Yu returned to the room, closed the door, and didn't turn on the lights. She sat directly on the bed and clicked on the person's profile picture again. Nickname. The profile picture is a blue sky. Gender, female. Region, Albania. WeChat moments are only visible for 3 days, and now she can't see any of them. Okay, it's hidden quite deeply. Also online dating. Yu had no expression on his face and made a video call directly. After waiting for a long time, no one answered the call, and the phone was automatically hung up. After waiting for a while, the other party replied in a fake tone. "It's too late. My family is asleep. It's not convenient to call." Yu lowered her eyes and looked at this sentence for a long time. She put down her phone, took a cigarette from the bedside table, and lit it with a lighter. She didn't smoke it, but just pinched it on her fingertips and watched the smoke and the red light. Is it interesting? She really wanted to ask Anthony. He felt that he was very capable and could repay that woman for everything she had done. Chapter 194. The horse is falling. In the morning, go to school. Sunny had noticed that something was not right with him these past few days and had been wanting to ask him what had happened in the past few days. However, every time she opened her mouth, he evaded the question. But today he suddenly became normal again. "My emotions no longer fluctuated greatly, and I even had the leisure to chat with her about the varieties of flowers and plants growing on the roadside. Never mind. She is not qualified to know every detail." Sunny didn't ask any more questions. "I walked slowly on the road today and wasted some time. When I arrived at school, the flow of people at the school gate had become smaller. The student union members were wearing red armbands and were ready to stand at the gate to arrest people when the time came." Seeing Song Ingjing, Anthony waved to her from a distance. Song Ingjing smiled back. The bandages wrapped around her head had been removed, but the injured area on the side of her head was still covered with white tape, which looked a bit unsightly. Anthony took a closer look a few days ago and saw that the hair around the wound had been shaved off, leaving a bald patch. Fortunately, it was now covered with gauze. But even without gauze, Ingjing's face is enough to save everything. Anthony suddenly had an idea. "I don't know how Senior Song fell, but if it were me, I would definitely protect my head and face first. It's probably too late." Sunny retracted his gaze and looked down at the lively girl next to him. "To be fair, she should know this common sense much better than you." Anthony said, "That's not what I meant. What I meant is that it's too tragic for her. If she gets hurt on the front of her head, she'll have to leave a scar, and if she gets hurt on the back of her head, she'll have to shave all her hair. Luckily, Senior Song is a boy, so his hair is short to begin with, and his looks also help him handle it. If it happened to a girl, it would be so tragic. Her hair would be so long in the front, and she would be bald in the back." Sunny was calm. "You might as well mean that." Anthony grabbed his hair and said, "Some people can't even grow hair around the wound on the back of their head. They'll be bald for the rest of their lives." He looked so sad that he looked as if he had been shaved bald. Sunny interrupted him and said, "Do well in the midterm exam." Anthony knew what she was going to say next, so he looked up and said in a serious manner, "I'll get first place in the exam and show you." Sunny's lips curved up. 2 people entered the class separately. Before Anthony sat down, he heard a voice from far behind him. The voice was low and hoarse, without any emotion. "Come out." Without calling his name, Anthony turned around suddenly. At the front door, a young person stood there. Her hair was a little long, and her bangs almost covered her eyes. There was a blue spot at the corner of her lips, and there was a thin red mark on her face. She was casually wearing a high school uniform, with the collar unfolded, and she was wearing her own coat inside. She was full of a temperament that was not easy to mess with, and people dared not look directly at her. She was actually quite striking in appearance. The incoherent words she said while standing at the door of the classroom attracted many people's attention. Then, following her gaze, they saw that the person she called was Anthony. Anthony, who was stunned, and asked in a low voice, "Do you need help?" Anthony reacted, shook his head at the monitor, then put down his school bag and walked out quickly. The monitor watched him go out. The boy from the senior year led him to the side and soon disappeared. It's almost time for class, so there are not many people on the corridor. Anthony never thought that Ruanyu would come to his class to find him on his own initiative. He was worried that he must have been exposed. Sure enough, Ruanyu stood 3 steps away from him and took out her phone, which contained their chat history. She spoke word by word. "Are you free?" Anthony stammered, not knowing what to say. It's really a reveal. But why did it suddenly fail? Anthony couldn't figure it out. Could it be that she taught herself some hacking skills, so that even if she made a video call and he didn't answer, she could still locate his address? Yesterday, after he made up an excuse about not being able to answer the phone, he sent several messages trying to change the subject. Of course, the other party didn't reply again. It was as if the video call was just an illusion. It turned out to be because I knew who he was. Anthony lowered his head. "I just wanted to talk to you." He just wanted to talk to his brother. You also have to pretend to be an unrelated suitor and get her contact information by claiming to want to have an online romance with her. Even so, this person only sent him 3 messages with a total of 5 words. Review. "You were so annoying." There is also the video call I didn't answer yesterday. Even so, he was very satisfied, but today he would reset everything. Anthony suddenly fell into silence, and his vision began to blur. Like a death row inmate waiting for the gun to go off. A hand suddenly touched his face, and the cool fingertips wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. She moved closer and whispered in a low voice, like the whisper of a devil. "Want to be nice to me? I'll give you a chance." Anthony was stunned and raised his wet eyes. "It will start tomorrow morning. Come and bring me breakfast. I'll be waiting for you." Sonny found that Anthony had become inexplicably happy again recently. "Every morning when I arrive at the community gate, I have to buy another breakfast. If asked, just say that Jiang Yao did him a big favor, and in return, Anthony has to bring him breakfast for a month." When asked what kind of help he had provided, he said it was a girl's secret, and he couldn't tell her. He took his pocket money and ordered a month's supply directly from the hotel. He didn't have to queue up in the morning and could just take the food and leave without wasting time. So Sonny didn't say anything. The day went on like any other. The math teacher asked her last time to learn physics with Principal Chun. She went to see Principal Chun once, and she learned a lot from that time. Principal Chun also started to assign her questions, which were all beyond high school knowledge. Sunny became busy from then on and spent a lot of her time after class in the principal's office. There was no time to pay attention to Anthony. One time when I was returning to class, there was a person standing at the door. She was tall, had curly hair, and was a girl. "It's Jiang Yao." Jiang Yao frowned. "Let me ask you something." Anthony stood at the door of Class 9 of Grade 3 and peered inside for a long time. The people in Class 9 were already used to it. One boy came out and said casually, "Ruanyu hasn't come yet." Anthony said, "Oh," stopped looking into the classroom, and leaned on the railing again, starting to look downstairs. When the boys returned to class, she sat in the last row, closest to Ruanyu. The girl in front turned around and looked out the window. "He is here again?" "Yeah." The boy nodded. "Some people say he has a good relationship with the head of the discipline inspection department. Ruanyu is really, his purpose is so obvious, but one after another he is stupid enough to be willing to be a widow." The girl said, "I don't think so. I feel that this is different from the past. Didn't you see that since he came here, Ruanyu has also come to class every day? So, what if I come? There are only a few months left before the college entrance exam. If I come to take classes, I will probably get into a fake university." Chapter 195. Submit the paper early. The girl said nothing more and turned back angrily. Anthony waited for a long time. It was almost time for class when Ruanyu finally arrived. He slowly turned the stairs and walked towards the classroom. There was no corridor between the 3rd floor and the 1st floor, so it would take time to run back and forth. Anthony was a little anxious, so he took a few steps forward and handed her the bag. Breakfast? What is it? Ruanyu didn't answer and continued walking slowly towards the classroom. Shrimp fried dumplings and soy milk. Anthony followed her to the door of Class 9. Ruanyu was about to go in, so he stopped at the door and called her softly, Ruanyu. Ruanyu turned around. Anthony raised the bag in his hand. She still didn't answer, turned around, and continued walking to her seat. Come in. There was a clock on the back wall of the classroom. Anthony took a look at it and decided that he wouldn't be late if he ran back now. He withdrew his gaze and was silent for a moment, but still followed Ruanyu to the last row under the various gazes of her classmates. Ruanyu pulled the stool aside and sat down. Anthony put breakfast on her table and said, Eat it. I have to go. Ruanyu didn't say anything, but when Anthony turned around, his school uniform was pulled by her. It's morning reading anyway, so it doesn't matter if you don't go. Ruanyu said lightly. She looked at him straight, with undisguised temptation. Like a baby, she added, I want you to stay. It's another sugar-coated bullet like this. She came to me that day and said she would give him a chance. Anthony naively thought that she had really thought it through and wanted to give him a chance. It's been many days. They were finally able to talk normally, even in such an intimate tone. It's just an illusion. She always did this, giving him a little sweetness and then throwing him a dilemma to see if he would give in. She is forcing herself to stay away. Anthony pinched the corner of his clothes, then let go and nodded gently. Okay. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and picked up the bag. The student union is checking. It's class time now, so you can't eat. Song Yingjing put his handbag under his armpit, wrote Ruanyu's name skillfully in a small notebook, and said calmly, Senior, I'm glad to see you come to class, but you still have to abide by the rules. Ruanyu looked at her shoulder badge and said calmly, Are you on duty today? Song Yingjing nodded. I'll confiscate the breakfast first. Senior, you can come to the student union to get it after class. Ruanyu didn't say anything else. He raised his eyes and looked at Song Yingjing's face. Song Yingjing looked at Anthony again. Student Sue, if you are recorded again, you will have to show your face under the national flag stand. Ruanyu suddenly became happy. Really? What about me? Song Yingjing looked at Ruanyu expressionlessly. I told you 2 days ago, remember to write a self-criticism. She always had a warm smile on her face, and rarely looked expressionless like this. Ruanyu acted as if he didn't see it. He pulled Anthony's sleeve and shook it, then smiled softly. That's perfect. I'll be there to cushion you. Anthony said nothing. The atmosphere continued to condense. No one in Class 9 dared to make a sound. They all looked at the 3 people in the corner at the back of the classroom. He didn't say anything. Ruanyu's smile faded. Are you leaving? Anthony hesitated. The atmosphere became more tense. Song Yingjing sighed softly and called out in a low voice, Oh, Ruan. Ruanyu paused and looked at Song Yingjing coldly. He is already late. Song Yingjing said again. Ruanyu lowered his eyes, paused for a few seconds, and let go of the hand that was holding Anthony's clothes. She leaned back and returned to her suppressed, depressed state. Anthony again, his tone colder. Go back to class if you still remember what day tomorrow is. Midterm exam tomorrow. Anthony finally looked at Ruanyu. She had her head down, her emotions suppressed. He said nothing more, turned around, and quickly left the classroom. After he left, Song Yingjing also turned and left. She forgot the breakfast bag on the desk. Ruanyu also stood up and left the classroom through the back door. The 3 people left one after another, leaving only the steaming breakfast on the table. The 9 classes looked at each other. What's going on? I just heard the head of the Discipline Inspection Department call Ruanyu our Wan. They are so familiar with each other. Why did Ruanyu ask the girls in the Discipline Inspection Department to write her name? Don't you think these 3 people are weird? I didn't even dare to breathe just now. I thought I was experiencing a real-life love triangle. They were going to fight in the classroom, but in the end, I don't know what to say. What kind of weird relationship do these 3 have? The boy who was sitting next to Ruanyu and watching the whole thing also said with a smile. Although I already knew this, I still want to ask, does Ruanyu really have a brain disease? I'm not insulting him, just the literal meaning. As soon as she finished speaking, she was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Her neck was pinned against the wall with an arm. The person behind her whispered softly and harshly in her ear. You know it, but you're still asking? Are you a little sick in the head? It was Ruanyu who left and came back. The class immediately became noisy, and the monitor left his seat to stop the fight. Ruanyu! Ruanyu slammed her against the wall and then let go of her hand. The boy slid to the ground in an instant. Ruanyu stepped over her, took the breakfast bag, and without even looking at anyone in the class, stepped over her and walked out. The boy was helped up by the monitor and sat back in his seat. One, you didn't hit her, but she still felt hot on her face. She couldn't save her face, so she spat. What a fucking idiot. What's the point of having a backer at home? She's still a psychopath. The monitor frowned. You messed with her first. The boy rubbed his face, still cursing. Anthony was indeed late when he returned, but the teacher happened to be away and he escaped. Zhang Yao looked at him and frowned. You were late for half an hour this time? This was not the first time he was late. In the past, he was always 3 to 5 minutes late. When Zhang Yao asked him, Anthony said that he had been waking up a little late in the mornings recently. Then this morning, when Zhang Yao came to school, he saw him walking towards the senior building alone. This is quite early. Zhang Yao subconsciously felt something was wrong. So when he returned to class, he went to the next class to see if Sunny was there. After waiting for a while, Sunny finally came. When I asked, I found out that they came at the normal time every day, but after entering the school, she would go directly to the principal's office, so she would let Anthony go back to class first. After they exchanged messages, they realized that Anthony had been deceived on both ends. Anthony looked unhappy and said slowly, I won't do that again. Zhang Yao didn't really like to meddle in other people's business, but he had seen Anthony acting more and more strangely recently. And after hearing what the monitor said last time that Anthony might have offended someone in the senior year, he went to ask Sunny. Sunny asked him not to ask first, she would ask, so he didn't say anything. Having said that, after school the two of them walked home together as normal and walked all the way to their doorstep, and Sunny didn't mention the matter. She has a midterm exam tomorrow and doesn't want to argue with Anthony. Before Anthony walked into his house, Sunny suddenly stopped him and said, We have an exam tomorrow. Anthony nodded. I know. Go to bed early at night, so you don't be late tomorrow morning, said Sunny. Anthony nodded again. When have I ever been late? Sunny didn't say anything, just raised his chin and said, Go back. After Anthony finished his dinner, he went straight upstairs. There is an exam tomorrow and no homework is assigned tonight, so the teacher allows us to review freely. He took out his wrong answer book and looked at it one by one. After reading the wrong questions, he recited the knowledge points again. The time was almost up, so he checked the things he was going to bring to the exam room, packed his school bag after confirming that everything was correct, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After returning to bed, he was not sleepy yet, so he turned on his phone and went online to check the class group. Only the math teacher posted a big question in the class group, saying that there might be similar questions in the test. Anthony took a look and knew the answers to this type of questions, so he glanced at it and didn't look at it again. There is also new news on WeChat. Anthony clicked on it and slowly sat up in bed. Him a message after school. Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, I'm going to fight. You come and have dinner with me. She also sent an address that Anthony had not heard of, so he looked it up on a map. A very remote place. He is just halfway through his math test at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Anthony frowned. Why do we have to fight? Can't we just not fight? He also wanted to say that he had an exam tomorrow and couldn't come out. But his fingertips hovered over the screen for a long time, and he still didn't say anything. She knows. She must have known. After waiting for a while, you didn't reply to him, so he made a voice call. After a long while, a cold reminder sounded from the microphone. The other party may not have his phone with him, so we can't get through at the moment. Anthony pursed his lips and typed again with perseverance. Still no one answered. Anthony put his phone down without looking at it. Instead, he stood up and took out a home medical kit from the cabinet. He put hemostatic bandages, painkillers, iodine, toilet paper, and other things he thought would be useful into his school bag. Back in bed, you still didn't reply to him. He turned off the light and went to sleep. He woke up before the alarm went off, and the first thing he did after opening his eyes was to pick up his phone and glance at it. You still didn't reply. Anthony pursed his lips, muted his phone, and put it in his bag. After finishing breakfast and going out, Sunny was already waiting for him at the door. On the way, she asked casually, Are you bringing breakfast today? Anthony paused, thought about it, and shook his head. No. Sunny didn't say anything. Before entering the classroom, Sunny stopped again and told him, Do well in the exam. Anthony nodded, his face serious. You too. Sunny smiled. Just before the exam, Anthony took his phone to the bathroom and took a look, but you still didn't reply to him. He turned off his cell phone. The first section was a Chinese language test. Anthony stayed calm, and after finishing, he thought to himself that his Chinese language score should be stable. The second section is mathematics. After the test paper was handed out, Anthony began to write quickly, looking up at the time every once in a while. It was almost 11 o'clock. He still has two big questions left blank. It can't be finished. Anthony's palms were sweaty. He checked the information board, then stood up. In front of everyone's surprised gaze in the first examination room, he said to the invigilator, "I want to hand in my paper early. Chapter 196, I'm not your brother." In math exams, Sunny always hands in his paper early. When she walked out of the classroom, she found for the first time that someone had handed in the paper earlier than her. This person's back looks familiar. Sunny stood in front of the railing and looked downstairs from a distance. His face darkened, and he walked downstairs quickly without saying a word. For the first-year high school exam, students are allowed to hand in their papers early, so students can also finish school early for the second exam. The guard saw that he was wearing a high school uniform and let him go without asking any questions. After a while, another boy came out, also wearing a high school uniform. The guard also let her go. Students these days are smarter than each other, the guard thought. After Anthony left the school, he took a taxi and told the place name that Wanyu mentioned, him in the rearview mirror, and said casually, "That place is quite remote." Anthony, "Yeah." The driver stopped talking. At 11:05, the driver dropped him off on the roadside. Anthony paid the bill, took out his phone, and sent a message to Wanyu. "Where are you?" I waited for a while, but no one responded. He made another voice call, but the cold tone in the receiver still reminded him that the other party might not have his phone with him, and there was no response for the time being. Anthony made several attempts, and it was the same every time. He put his phone down. Never mind. Maybe Wanyu was just teasing him. She posed another dilemma, wanting to see which one he would choose. Anthony put his phone down and looked at his surroundings. This is a street. It is broad daylight, but there are not many people on the road. Most of the shops on both sides of the road are closed, but the colorful neon signs are still on, with suffixes such as bars, KTVs, internet cafes, and barbecue restaurants. Anthony could imagine how high it would be here at night, but he really wasn't in the mood to stay and watch. He looked at the shop names one by one and found the delicious fresh barbecue that Wanyu had sent him. He planned to go over to take a look and then leave. Before he reached the barbecue restaurant, when he passed through an alley, he suddenly heard heavy breathing. Anthony lowered his head and first saw spots of blood on the ground. Then he followed the blood and saw a person leaning against the wall with his legs bent in the alley. Wanyu was holding his stomach. His face was blue and red. There was a blood stain at the corner of his mouth. His body was covered with dust, and there were dark marks on his black t-shirt where his hands were covering his stomach. She lowered her head, her expression unclear, and her cell phone with a broken screen lay quietly at her feet. Anthony was stunned for a moment. His face instantly drained of blood, and he rushed into the alley and squatted beside Wanyu. He didn't dare to touch her and asked in a trembling voice, "Did you go to fight?" Wanyu slowly raised his head and saw him. There was a strange look on his face, and he didn't speak for a moment. For the first time, Anthony was so glad that he had made plans in advance. He put down his school bag, took out the first aid items, and looked at the place where her hand was covering. There was a wound there, 7 or 8 centimeters long, bloody, and still oozing blood. It was the first time that Anthony saw such a bloody scene at such a close distance. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees. "Why are you here?" Wanyu asked softly. She moved her hand that was covering the wound upwards a little to block his view. "Didn't you ask me to come here?" Anthony supported himself on the ground, squatted up again, and cried, "Why did you want to fight?" Wanyu lowered his eyes to glance at his panicked expression and suddenly laughed softly. "Because I'm very happy." She nodded her head, the corners of her mouth raised in a vicious arc, and a trace of obsession and madness flashed in her eyes. "Just like you will be happy when you get good grades, I will be happy when I see blood, and I will be happy when I see others become miserable because of me." "Stop talking." Despite his fear, Anthony trembled as he searched for painkillers in his school bag, opened the lid, and poured out 2 pills. Wanyu's eyes moved from his face to the medicine bottle, still smiling, as if the wound was not on her body, and asked again, "Do you have stomach medicine?" Anthony shook his head. "I'm holding my stomach because I have a stomach problem, not because of a wound." Wanyu looked at him again, paused, and asked lightly, "You came when I asked you to, so you don't want to take the exam?" Anthony put the painkiller to her mouth. "Open your mouth." Wanyu turned his head away. "I don't need, Anthony took advantage of her opening her mouth to stuff the medicine directly into her mouth. The pill didn't melt in the mouth, but Wanyu didn't spit it out. He swallowed it with his Adam's apple rolling. There was a smell of medicine in his mouth. He was already nauseous before, but now was even more nauseous. Wanyu resisted the urge to vomit, looked at Anthony, and asked him solemnly, "Why did you come?" "You shouldn't have come." Anthony ignored it and took out his cell phone to call 120. Ruanyu saw it, frowned, and quickly snatched his phone with the hand hanging on the ground. "I'm not going to the hospital." She squeezed so tightly that Anthony couldn't get it away, so he had to give up and get out the hemostatic bandage again. He clumsily tried to wrap her wound, but he fiddled with it for a while and couldn't do it. His eyes slowly turned red. "Let's go to the hospital." Ruanyu grabbed the bandage and pressed it directly on the wound. He then took out some tape and applied it on top. In less than 3 minutes, the wound was simply treated. "Let's go to the hospital," Anthony said, looking at the blood on her body. Ruanyu interrupted him. "Did you bring money?" Anthony nodded. "How much did you bring?" Anthony said, "I brought a card with $1,000 in it. I can't bring too much, or my parents will find out." He took the card this morning, fearing that Ruanyu would get into a fight and send someone or herself to the hospital. Ruanyu smiled insincerely. "You are the only child of your parents, so what's wrong with spending more on you?" Anthony was silent. Sunny had been following him and finally couldn't stand it anymore. She came out from behind the corner and called out coldly, "Anthony." Anthony turned his head suddenly and saw Sunny walking towards them with his mouth wide open. He broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Ruanyu narrowed his eyes, recognized her, and suddenly smiled, then sat up straight, blew a hooligan whistle, put his arm on Anthony's shoulder affectionately, and asked deliberately and arrogantly, "Anthony, who is this?" "Anthony, come here," Sunny said coldly again and began to unbutton his shirt cuffs. Anthony provocatively, "Look, Anthony, this guy still wants to beat up my brother." As soon as she moved, the area that had just been bandaged began to bleed again, and she frowned almost imperceptibly. Anthony instantly panicked, looking at Sunny's actions, and yelled, "Sunny, don't make trouble. This is my family business." Sunny paused. He looked at Ruanyu again, covered her wound with the remaining bandage, and begged, "Brother, can we go to the hospital?" Ruanyu's expression suddenly changed, and he pushed him away, his expression cold and silent. "Get lost. I'm not your brother." She propped herself up and stood up. The wound began to bleed again. The tearing pain stimulated her nerves, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Her breathing became much heavier. Chapter 197, Past Events. She leaned against the wall, looking down at Anthony, who had been pushed to the ground by her. "You shouldn't have come. If you don't want to be killed by me again, stay away from me and don't hang out with people like me." Anthony stared at her as she walked forward, holding onto the wall, without saying a word, until the ambulance siren suddenly rang in my ears. Until Ruanyu suddenly fell down in front of him. "Elder brother." Ruanyu was sent to the emergency room. The doctor is treating her wound. The scene was a bit bloody. Anthony took a look and then looked away. Finally, he ran outside the emergency room and sat down to wait. It was a good decision for him to bring the card with him. He used up all the 1,000 yuan on the medical card. Anthony borrowed a cell phone from the doctor and called home, saying that he had to give a lecture to Zhouing at noon and would not be going home. After he finished, Sunny also called home. Anthony sat on a stool looking at his phone. He didn't have the phone number of the wood carving shop owner, so he had to send a message to Song Ingjing briefly explaining the situation and then asked her to pass it on to the owner. Sunny came over with 2 lunch boxes and handed him one. Anthony didn't feel like eating. Sunny looked at him calmly. "You've thought of a reason not to take the exam this afternoon, right?" She always gets to the point. Anthony did have the idea of not taking the exam, but he had no reasonable reason, whether it is to teachers or parents. Anthony took the lunch box, and the two of them had a simple meal while the doctor was still treating the wound inside. There are still 2 hours until the first exam in the afternoon. Sunny glanced at her watch and raised her eyes. "If you don't want me to visit you tonight, then make me your accomplice." So in the next 2 hours, Sunny listened to him tell a ridiculous story that actually happened in their family. Bai Jing met Zheng Zhua when she was in college. Bai Jing is from the School of Arts, and Zheng Zhua is from the School of Fine Arts. One of them is a noble school beauty, and the other is a talented school hunk. They had heard of each other's names almost as soon as they entered school. The year they entered school happened to be the school anniversary, and the school held a party recruiting 2 hosts, one male and one female. In order to attract attention, the first requirement was good looks, so the 2 naturally got to know each other under the recommendation of their friends. Bai Jing comes from a scholarly family and doesn't care as much about appearance as others do. So when Zheng Zhua confessed his love to him, he was not moved and rejected her coldly. But in their sophomore year, the 2 got together again. What attracted Bai Jing was her talent. Zheng Zhua is as talented as his name suggests, outstanding, and a great painter. The only thing is that her family is poor and she lives in the countryside. Compared with Bai Jing, whose father is the municipal party secretary, the difference is obvious. But Bai Jing didn't care. He felt that his family members were very open-minded and wouldn't care, so he told his parents about it directly. Sure enough, his parents didn't say anything but asked their eldest son Bai Run, who was in the same school as Bai Jing, to go and see what kind of person Zheng Zhuo was. Bai Run went there quickly. At first, Bai Jing was worried that his elder brother would say something, but before long, the two of them became close brothers. Everything seems to be going well, until one day, Zheng Zhuo heard from somewhere that the city was going to hold an art exhibition and would invite many celebrities to visit, so she excitedly took Bai Jing to her place to see the work she had prepared for a long time. The first time Bai Jing went to where she lived, she didn't live on campus, but rented a house outside. It was a rented house that looked shabby from the outside, with windows facing north and no sunlight. Even during the day, the interior looked very dim, and the lights had to be turned on. The rental house is not big, and has only a few simple pieces of furniture. The special thing is that all the walls in the house are covered with simple curtains made of cloth. Zheng Zhuo turned on the lights and excitedly introduced how her works would be promoted to what heights if they could be exhibited and if they could be noticed by celebrities. Under Bai Jing's curious gaze, she pulled away all the white cloth on the wall. That was the most terrifying day in Bai Jing's memory. He had no way of describing what Zheng Zhuo had painted. He only remembered that the walls were covered with mysterious lines painted with black and red paint. There were such things on all four walls. The patterns formed by the lines were twisted and grotesque, like big black mouths spitting blood, or like black pupils without whites. The lights were dim, and what was more terrifying than the painting on the wall was Zheng Zhuo's expression. She looked at the masterpieces on the four walls, opened her arms, and laughed wildly, her expression enthusiastic and eager to try. These four walls are not enough. I also want to paint on the floor and ceiling, and make the whole room into a magic box. I named it Pandora, and I believe everyone who comes in here will be shocked. At this time, Bai Jing still felt that she didn't know how to appreciate it, so she could only force a smile. After he finished watching, Zheng Zhuo took Bai Run to see her work. After Bai Run came back, Bai Jing asked her how she felt. Bai Run said she felt good and asked him to ask his father and the person in charge of the exhibition to recommend her. So the two of them asked Mr. Bai to go see the rental house again. Mr. Bai didn't say anything on the spot, but after returning home, she told Bai Jing seriously that this work could not be exhibited publicly because it was too dark and too gloomy, which did not meet the purpose of the exhibition, to build Yuten City's cultural soft power and let Yuten culture go further. She even said that if this house was really created by Zheng Zhuo, she would not agree with her daughter being with such a person. Paintings reflect a person's inner world. This person's sunny and cheerful appearance and her paintings are two completely different extremes. Bai Jing was very unhappy. For a moment, she forgot the panic she felt when she saw the house and started arguing with Old Man Bai. Both of them had extremely stubborn personalities, so Bai Jing ran away from home to find Zheng Zhuo. I didn't expect to see that scene in the neighborhood. Zheng Zhuo and his elder brother were catching a cat. They were holding a cat net and were very skilled in their movements. They caught the cat easily. Zheng Zhuo took a syringe and gave the cat a shot in the leg. Slowly, the cat stopped moving and was thrown into a big black bag. The bag was heavy, and it looked like it was filled with a lot of things. What could be inside? A bag of wild cats? Bai Jing followed them all the way and saw them catch two more in the community. They stuffed them all into the black bag and then went back to the rental house together. On the way, Zheng Zhuo said, "Bai Run, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't be able to get so many raw materials." His eldest brother said, It's okay. When you finish your work, I'll ask my dad to promote you abroad. You will definitely be famous. Then I'll be your curator." Bai Run left without entering the house. Bai Jing was young and energetic. After Zheng Zhuo entered the house, she couldn't help herself and knocked on her door directly. He asked Zheng Zhuo directly, and Zheng Zhuo did not hide anything from him. Instead, he happily showed him his painting materials. There was a bucket of red paint on the ground. It was placed in the corner last time with a lid on it, so there was almost no smell coming out. This time it was open, and Bai Jing suddenly realized what the strange smell was that he smelled as soon as he entered the room. Blood. That's a bucket of cat's blood. Zheng Zhuo also said that this was a secret method that had been passed down for a long time in her hometown, and that the wallpapers there were all painted in this way. She also said that there was only one last step left to complete, which was to mix some human blood in to achieve the unity of man and nature, which was the real art. Bai Jing remembered the patterns hidden behind the white cloth. Those symbols composed of mysterious lines, which look like eyes, are the animals that died with their eyes open. Bai Jing vomited on the spot. He didn't dare to confirm whether the black bags contained cat corpses. Zheng Zhuo saw his reaction and asked him curiously why he had such an expression. Did he also think, like other vulgar people, that animals are friends of human beings and should not be killed indiscriminately? Bai Jing does not like to tease small animals and will even stay away from them on purpose. That's just because he is a misophobe. He didn't expect that Zheng Zhuo would misunderstand him like this. He broke up with her on the spot, and his legs were shaking when he left. He went home to confront Bai Ren, but Bai Ren persuaded him that this was art. And although they couldn't understand it, people abroad were more open-minded and appreciated this kind of thing. And if Zheng Zhuo finished her work and then showed it abroad, it would definitely sell for a good price. Bai Jing was too lazy to argue with her and went straight to the police station to report the incident. He didn't pay attention to how the police handled the situation, because ever since he came back that day, he had been feeling sick. The paintings in the room, the black bag on the floor, and the bucket of paint mixed with blood kept appearing in his mind, and he would vomit every time he thought of them. He even had shades on all the black bags. After a period of time, the situation still did not improve. Bai Jing has an older sister who studied psychology. She went home and gave him psychological counseling for a period of time, but it still didn't work. So Mr. Bai took him to see an old Chinese doctor. After a thorough examination, the old doctor said that his nausea was not caused by stimulation, but because he was pregnant. She went to the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department for a checkup, and the results showed that she was 4 months pregnant. Mr. Bai slapped him on the spot. God's joke was not over yet. The police station also received feedback on the same day, saying that thanks to his report, Zheng Zhuo was arrested. The police went to Zheng Zhuo's hometown and found that it was still a cult den, and Zheng Zhuo's parents were involved in it. In addition, the police also discovered that Zheng Zhuo was involved in a murder case. A few years ago, she killed someone because of a dispute between neighbors. Because the person she killed had some mental illness, the neighbors thought she was lost. Unexpectedly, her body was found in Zheng Zhuo's home many years later. Bai Jing wanted to have an abortion, but the doctor told her that the baby was already 4 months old and could not be aborted. Moreover, he had a poor physical condition, and if he forced an abortion, he might never be able to have children again. In that era, there was no advanced technology, and people's thinking was generally not very open, not to mention a traditional family like theirs. Bai Jing's only choice was to give birth to the child. He even had to hide it from everyone and give birth to the child in a place where no one knew him.